The wealthy and domineering CEO. You are merely a substitute plucked from the mud. My beloved is the true prodigy of the heavens. Chen Chen, in a state of deep despair, contemplates ending his life, returning to the mire. The domineering CEO implores, Chen Chen, please do not die. I shall grant you all the rewards. Chapter 1. The CEO's Delicate Substitute. As Chen Chen stepped into the recording studio, his hands trembled slightly at his sides. Just as the door was about to close, he instinctively turned his head. His doe-like eyes filled with innocence and clarity, pleading for help, gazing at the man standing outside. The man was strikingly handsome, possessing an aura of supreme nobility, his icy demeanor exuding the dignity of a ruler, causing all who passed to bow in respect. When this godlike figure met Chen Chen's gaze, his expression softened, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he said, Chen Chen, do not fear. You are the most exceptional. Chen Chen pressed his lips together, the panic gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of pride. Why should he feel anxious? He had received countless praises. So many, in fact, that he firmly believed there was no voice more enchanting than his in this world. With a soft click, the studio door closed. Outside, a multitude of eyes eagerly awaited Chen Chen's performance. But the once gentle man now wore a mocking expression, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Hello, is the system there? Chen Chen stood before the microphone, maintaining his composure as he called out to System 112 in his mind. Oh, kind, lovely, beautiful, and generous little system. I'm about to sing. Could you grant me a golden finger and bless me with a captivating voice? System 112 silently plugged its ears. No, Chen Chen responded with a playful, oh no, and thus it was done. Chen Chen remained proud, gesturing towards the glass with an open hand before beginning to sing. Everyone assumed he was signaling for a high five, but he meant to convey that in 5 seconds, he would make a man furrow his brow. 5 seconds later. The smile on the sound engineer's face froze, replaced by a look of confusion. The engineer furrowed his brow, repeatedly removing his headphones to confirm his doubts before finally turning to the man. Mr. Chen, this. Chen Renhao seemed to have anticipated the outcome, his mocking expression gradually fading. What is it? Chen Renhao inquired, his lips curling slightly, his tone calm. He is quite talented. I shall send him to participate in Director Lin's audition program. He is here to record the preliminary tape. You understand what to do, correct? The engineer gulped heavily, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. No, he did not understand. Having spent considerable time in this industry, he was no stranger to wealthy individuals packaging artists for profit, but this particular case was simply absurd. After all, he was a singer, lacking range, breath control, and surely he must have at least one note in tune. With a resigned smile, the engineer began the arduous task at the control panel. Chen Chen was blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. With arms wide open, he sang, his confident and lively eyes resembling those of a pampered young master from a wealthy family, captivating all who dared to mute the sound. Chen Chen, darling, do I resemble a lark? Oh, look at my wings. System 112. Can he not be more serious? Chen Chen, why are you silent? Have you muted me? System 112. Rest assured, assisting you in completing your tasks is my primary duty. Chen Chen, boo-hoo, I love you. System 112. Rest assured, assisting you in completing your tasks is my primary duty. Chen Chen, you are a big watermelon. System 112. Rest assured, assisting you in completing your tasks is my primary duty. Chen Chen, curse this automated response. Chen Chen was a convict in the Imperial Prison. The Imperial Prison offered a unique form of redemption, allowing inmates to bind themselves to a transcendent celestial system, traversing 3,000 worlds to conquer the characters within and earn belief points to atone for their sins. However, the difficulty was exceedingly hellish, leading many to refer to it simply as death redemption. Only those on death row would choose this path. Alas, Chen Chen was an irrevocably condemned prisoner, having entered 3,000 worlds, assigned to an S-rank task in a realm where the main deity resided high above, while he was relegated to various disposable roles. This was Chen Chen's first world of transmigration. The original character was named Zhou Yunchen, a male supporting character with a tragically doomed fate. Zhou Yunchen's mother passed away early, and his father, a compulsive gambler, half-sold him to a local dance troupe. Zhou Yunchen possessed a fine physique and remarkable talent for dance, which the small theater exploited, subjecting him to relentless training, often under cruel discipline. By a stroke of luck, at the age of 18, Zhou Yunchen caught the eye of the illustrious Qin family. The heir of the Qin family personally traveled to the town to take Zhou Yunchen away. Qin Renhao harbored a beloved in his heart, and upon seeing Zhou Yunchen, he immediately recognized a resemblance to his cherished one. He intended to bring the boy close to fulfill his fantasies, instinctively believing Zhou Yunchen would possess a voice as enchanting as his beloved's. But soon, he discovered that Zhou Yunchen had no talent for singing whatsoever. Alongside his disappointment, a wicked notion began to take root. He would have Zhou Yunchen become a mere backdrop for his beloved, a stepping stone, ensuring his beloved remained the perfect standard against which to measure. He began to consistently belittle Zhou Yunchen's dance skills while praising his vocal ability, displaying joy and affection each time Zhou Yunchen sang, rewarding him handsomely. Over time, the young Zhou Yunchen not only fell completely in love with Qin Renhao, but he also became convinced that he was a born singer, burdened only by dance, which should be discarded entirely. Yunchen, I think I sang rather well. System 112. Please refrain from your assumptions. Thank you. Yunchen, you smiled, so I know you love to listen. Let's not be strangers. I'll sing for you every day. System 112. Do not make me kneel and call you father. At this moment, Yunchen had finished recording and was being driven home by Qin Renhao. With sparkling eyes filled with stars, Yunchen asked, Mr. Qin, do you think I sing beautifully? Hearing Yunchen's sudden question, Qin Renhao feigned surprise, tilting his head with feigned tenderness. Chen Chen is the best. Such words could not be deemed unkind, and paired with his ethereal beauty, Yunchen was utterly captivated, gazing at him with eyes brimming with affection. The youth's skin was delicate and fair, his features finely chiseled. Having been pampered by Qin Renhao for 2 years, he now exuded an additional layer of noble grace, particularly enchanting when his bright black eyes looked up, resembling fragile porcelain. Yet, at that moment, this seemingly delicate figure harbored a hint of cunning that should not have been there. Cautiously, he took hold of Qin Renhao's long, elegant hand, deliberately stroking it as he asked, Really? Though Yunchen was new to this world, he had already grasped the nuances of Qin Renhao's character. He understood that Qin Renhao despised contact with him, yet he could not abruptly withdraw his hand in a show of disapproval. Indeed, Qin Renhao's temples throbbed with suppressed tension, yet he could only muster a courteous smile. Truly, you shall undoubtedly debut in the center position this time, that a metallic chime resonated overhead. Ding! Qin Renhao's strategy value. 10, current strategy value. -10. Wah! Yunchen's mirth was nearly impossible to conceal, so he lowered his head to feign tears, seizing Qin's hand to wipe his nose. President Qin, I shall not disappoint your expectations. The metallic chime echoed once more. Ding! Qin Renhao's strategy value. 20, current strategy value. -30. Friendly reminder. Deviations from the protagonist's character arc may lead to obliteration. Primary characters with negative strategy values are at risk of annihilation. Obliteration? Why wasn't this mentioned sooner? Yunchen immediately released his hand, obediently settling to one side, his thoughts swirling with frustration. To Qin Renhao, this scene resembled a captive plaything suddenly awakening to its own identity, withdrawing its presumptuous touch. Even as his affection brimmed to the point of overflowing, he must suppress such sentiments. A plaything is merely a plaything. It must understand the boundaries of its role. Ding! Qin Renhao's strategy value. 30, current strategy value. 0. Excellent. He would do well to cultivate such awareness. Chapter 2. Red Wine Yunchen was escorted to a seaside villa by Qin Renhao. As the servants prepared dinner, their sluggishness provoked Yunchen's ire. Under Qin Renhao's influence and protection, he vented his frustration on the staff, shattering several items in the process. The servants, though seething with indignation, kept their heads bowed, acknowledging their faults. Alas, this was merely nurturing his poor temperament, serving to contrast with the refinement of his beloved in the forthcoming events. Is this the behavior of a rational human being? Perhaps he should be called Qin Dogeo. After Chen, Rinhao departed. Yin Chen took a brief shower and then collapsed onto the grand bed in his room, marveling at the luxurious materials beneath him, exclaiming, "Ah, my brother is indeed extravagant." System 112 remarked, "Your brother is about to package you as the most disliked character on screen." Yin Chen chuckled at System 112. "Do I even need packaging?" System 112 responded, "Why do you sound so proud?" It perceived that this novice had yet to grasp the gravity of his situation. Thus, System 112 organized the chaotic data and provided Yinshan with a serious analysis of the circumstances. Yinshan rolled around on the bed, urging the little system to relax and not be so tense. System 112 retorted, "You should be the one to take this seriously." With a playful exclamation, Yinshan tumbled off the bed, rubbing his nose and exclaiming in pain. System 112 replied, "Don't feign injury. I did not touch you." With a sigh, it added, "Your situation is perilous. Attempting to win over Chen Rinhao will be quite challenging. What should this naive host do?" Like a concerned father, System 112 suggested, "I have some characters that are easier to approach, such as your makeup artist, the stage designer, and your stylist, Tony. The difficulty level in this world is quite high. Perhaps you should bide your time. As long as you maintain your persona, you can survive, and survival brings hope for encountering simpler worlds." System 112 was prepared to accompany him through countless worlds. Yun Chun lay on the carpet, propping his face with his hands, his tone sweet as he mused. Why is it so difficult to win over Chen Rinhao? He discovered that the original host did not possess an unpleasant voice. Rather, his breath was ill-suited for singing. And prior to arriving in the city, Zhou Yunshun had scarcely heard a handful of songs. Chen Rinhao's attempts to teach him vocal techniques were utterly misguided. Born in a humble mountain village, the original host had a simple mind. How could he possibly compete with someone as formidable as Chen Rinhao? System 112 objectively analyzed. Because Chen Rinhao will never fall in love with Zhou Yunshun. He is merely a substitute. Yunshun pondered. Then who are the main characters? And who should I pursue for the highest benefit? System 112 replied, "Certainly, those prominent figures, the key players in this world are the members of the Chen family, along with the Bai family, who stand as their rivals. Chen Rinhao's beloved, Bairan, belongs to the Bai family." Yinshin exclaimed, "Bairan, what a beautiful name. Can you grant me a golden finger for singing beautifully?" System 112 cautioned, "Your persona would collapse." Yinshin inquired, "Can I dance in the talent show then?" System 112 responded, "But you cannot dance. Feel free to try, but this body cannot perform." In truth, it was a result of being emotionally manipulated by Chen Rinhao that left him lacking the courage to leap forward. Yinshin inquired, "Do I still have a chance?" The system replied, "No." Lowering his head in silence for a moment, Yinshin conceded the system's point, acknowledging his own ineptitude and deciding to just endure. He rose and shuffled downstairs in his slippers. The system queried, "Where are you headed?" Yinshin responded, "As a good-for-nothing, I need a drink to numb myself." The system remarked, "This host is exceedingly difficult to manage." The Chen family upheld strict standards, and despite being 26, Chen Rinhao, as a descendant, was discouraged by the family patriarch from indulging in alcohol. Thus, he had concealed his wine cellar in his coastal property. Little did he anticipate Yin Chun's intentions towards his cellar. As Yin Chun approached the wine cellar door, the butler, frowning deeply, intercepted him, stating, "Mr. Zhou, the young master has instructed that no one is permitted entry here." Inside lay Chen Rinhao's treasures. Anticipating resistance, Yin Chun defiantly placed his hands on his hips and arrogantly pointed to himself. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly. It's me. Mr. Zhou, I am acquainted with you." The butler, recognizing him, was taken aback to know yet still obstruct, "Do you wish for an early demise?" Naturally, he did not. The butler, the only one privy to Chen Rinhao's plans, did not exhibit the disdain typical of other servants. However, his audacity seemed a tad excessive. The butler discreetly pressed a few buttons on his phone, sending a signal to Chen Rinhao, who could observe the surveillance feed. Once Yin Chun confirmed through the system that Chen Rinhao was indeed watching, he took decisive action, shoving the butler aside with force. "What are you? Move aside." It must be noted that the original persona's rudeness stemmed from being deceived by Chen Rinhao. Aware of the original's inherent kindness, Chen Chen cleverly exploited it. He had claimed that the servants were sent by his grandfather to monitor him and treated him poorly, which ignited Yun Chen's animosity towards them, fueled by his deep affection for Chen Chen. This was a meticulously crafted trap by Chen Chen, flawless in execution. Typically, in such scenarios, Chen Chen would allow the butler to indulge him to foster his spoiled character. Yet this time, with his precious wine at stake and the impending time for his appearance on the program, he could not afford any mistakes. Chen Chen, gritting his teeth, reluctantly commanded the butler to let him in. Triumphant, Chen Chen strutted in, nearly marching with pride. The system cautioned, "Are you not concerned that meddling with his prized wine may diminish Chen Renhao's affection points?" Chen Chen replied nonchalantly, "No worries, he will thank us for this." Ding! Chen Renhao's affection points. 10. Current affection points. 10. The system was taken aback. Suddenly, Chen Chen accidentally knocked over a bottle of exquisite red wine. Startled, he stumbled back a step, then spun around to point at the butler, unhesitatingly shifting the blame. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't frightened me, I wouldn't have ruined Mr. Chen's wine." Perfect. Absolutely perfect. On the other side of the surveillance, Chen Renhao momentarily forgot the anguish of the shattered wine. Clapping his right hand against his left palm, he observed the tempestuous little golden canary he had nurtured over the past 2 years, contrasting it with the gentle and noble white moonlight he had known since childhood. Contemplating their future shared stage, an inevitable wave of public opinion would surely arise, causing the corners of my lips to involuntarily curve upward. "I must apologize. Your downfall is regrettable, yet for the sake of my beloved, I must sacrifice you. You cherish me so deeply. Will you not forgive me?" "No. In truth, your forgiveness is of little consequence, for you are merely a plaything I maintain." The metallic chime resonated once more. Ding! Chen Renhao's strategy value. 10. Current strategy value. 20. System 112. Is this even possible? Could Chen Renhao truly be a submissive? Chapter 3. Shell System 112. Pray tell, how did you acquire 20 points of strategy value? The challenges in this world are formidable. Moreover, Chen Renhao harbors no affection for Zhou Yunqing. Securing 20 points of strategy value is no simple feat. It appears this little miscreant is quite relaxed for a reason. System 112 resolved to uncover the truth and document this case in a notebook to share with other system colleagues. Yunqing rubbed his ears, still tingling from the shock, and then revealed a modest smile. Perhaps he suddenly found me endearing. System 112? That cannot be recorded. If it is, my peers will surely retaliate. Yunqing gracefully raised his hand, gulping down a glass of red wine with enthusiasm. Am I not charming? I am, after all, the songbird of the entertainment industry. System 112. You are merely the workhorse of the industry. Yunqing. It's rather simple, really. There are numerous circumstances under which strategy value can increase. In principle, Chen Renhao enjoys observing the disparity between himself and his idealized love. The more he observes, the more hopeful he feels about life, and the more manageable Zhou Yunqing appears. Driven by such pride and anticipation, despite lacking substantial affection, a slight increase in strategy value is indeed possible, contrary to the indomitable nature suggested by system data analysis. However, the breakthrough beyond zero is attributed to the value bestowed upon the shattered wine by Yunqing. System 112? I don't quite grasp that. Yunqing chuckled softly, guiding the conversation. Consider this. You find a stray cat. Its value is 0, correct? Now, it falls ill, and for some reason, you wish for it to survive. Thus, you spend $20 to heal it. Its value now stands at $20. This is what we call value bestowal. Is this 20 points of strategy value meant for him? Yunqing? No, it is for his precious wine. Scoundrel. System 112. Nonsense. Cats are so adorable. How could their value be 0? Yunqing. What if it were a dog? System 112. Are dogs not adorable as well? Yunqing. Watermelon. Let's change it to a watermelon. System 112. All right, I understand your point. But one must accumulate 100 points of strategy value to exchange for the corresponding character's belief value. Yunqing, I see. Then let us trade these 20 points for a side dish. System 112. Yunqing, You've stated it yourself. I am merely a substitute. After all, Chen Chen could never harbor feelings for me, nor can I achieve a perfect score. System 112, that makes sense. Yunqing instructed System 112 to display the strategy value exchange panel. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to one option. This little steak appears delightful. I shall have one cooked rare and another medium. System 112. This steak requires 10 strategy points. Thus, 2 would amount to 20. If you desire to indulge, you could indeed request the chef to prepare it for you. Chen Chen placed his wine glass firmly on the table and declared with conviction, Chen Chen, do not relish unearned rewards. System 112. Chen Chen chuckled softly, confessing, in truth, I fear they might secretly poison me. System 112. I find your reasoning dubious. Given Chen Renhao's considerable influence in this realm, his strategy points are indisputable. The 2 small steaks exchanged for 20 points are of exceptional quality. Eagerly, Chen Chen took a bite, and the rich aroma of the fat enveloped his senses, causing tears to well in his eyes as he sobbed while stuffing his mouth. The life I previously endured was hardly that of a human. System 112. You mustn't exaggerate. The Empire's prison espouses humanitarian principles and does not mistreat its inmates. At that moment, the butler, who had been lurking by the door, furrowed his brow. 2 years have been sufficient to forget many things, yet this statement rekindled certain memories. He recalled the moment when the young master of the Chen family first brought him back, how he had stood helplessly behind Chen Renhao, unsure of his place, and the way he had cautiously approached the dining table, uncertain of where to sit, embodying a wounded demeanor. He was merely a pitiable child, treated as a pawn. If he were to learn that the young master of the Chen family had affections for another, leaving him a mere pitiful substitute, how cruel. Ding, Li Boyi strategy points, 50. Current strategy points, 50. Chen Chen. Who is Li Boyi? System 112. The butler you just berated and dismissed. Chen Chen, oh. How many belief points can I obtain by completely winning him over? System 112. He is not a principal character, but still it's not insignificant. There's at least 1 point. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how many belief points do you need for your release? Chen Chen. Not many, around 20,000, I suppose. System 112, what? Have you violated a heavenly decree? Where am I to find 20,000 butlers to conquer one by one? Despair awaits? Hurry. Thus Chen Chen, with tears in his eyes, exchanged the strategy points provided by the diligent butler for a plate of peanuts. He insisted to System 112 that he needed to drown his sorrows in drink and propose a toast to the 113th person. System 112, with a scowl, reminded him that it was number 112, not a composition of 112 systems. In the end, Chen Chen succumbed to the wine. Slumped on the round table in the wine cellar, Zhou Yunshun possessed a respectable tolerance for alcohol and slept soundly, leading the butler to momentarily believe he had passed out from intoxication, prompting him to notify Chen Renhao. Chen Renhao arrived with palpable impatience, but upon opening the door to the wine cellar, his heart skipped a beat. Yunshun lay draped in a light-colored nightgown across the creamy marble, his soft profile crumpled in repose, utterly still and serene. The dim yet gentle light above him caressed him as if a pair of soft hands were tenderly gathering him close. Chen Renhao had always known him to be beautiful, yet he had encountered many beautiful individuals. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt a profound difference between himself and Bai Ran. Bai Ran, born into affluence, had grown up amidst praise, exuding confidence and radiance, a spirited youth full of vigor. In contrast, the person before him resembled a pearl, half concealed within its shell, requiring meticulous encouragement and affection to reveal its brilliance, lest it retreat back into obscurity. Chapter 4. Weeping Chen Renhao abruptly came to his senses, realizing the perilous nature of his thoughts. He was merely a pawn, a mere substitute meant to highlight Bai Ran, a worthless entity unworthy of comparison to such a paragon of talent. To rouse himself, Chen Renhao bit his tongue when the butler informed him, "Mr. Zhou has cried today." Cried? Had he turned to drink as a result of his tears? Did he discover he was but a stand-in? Chen Renhao's heart, still in disarray, skipped a beat. He had lost control, and a metallic tang filled his mouth. The butler, sensing the misunderstanding, quickly clarified. No, it seems he was reminiscing about his past hardships, lamenting his existence. Upon hearing this, the image of a dilapidated village surfaced in Chen Renhao's mind. He scoffed at the thought of being associated with such filth, dismissing it with a derisive hum. I understand. The butler continued, the doctor has just confirmed that he is fine. Shall I summon someone to carry him to the bedroom? Chen Renhao, initially inclined to nod, found his pride interceding, convincing him that calling for assistance would imply fear of proximity. Absurd. How could he ever develop feelings for him? Yet, inexplicably, he blurted out, I will do it. Ignoring the butler's astonished gaze, Chen Renhao strode over, cradling the soft waist of Yun Shun, and unceremoniously lifted him from a table. Though Yun Shun had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, his current body was unaccustomed, leaving him unconscious while his mind remained alert, vividly witnessing the dreams of the original owner. In the dream, Zhou Yunshan appeared as a joyful little angel, frolicking in a cluttered storage room of a circus. The room was shabby, yet he had polished the large mirror to a pristine shine, leaping and bounding with grace. At that moment, a teacher approached, instructing him to bend low for basic training. However, just as he was about to execute the dance move, Chen Renhao's disdainful voice echoed in his ears. That is not dancing. I dislike your style. It's unattractive. No one would enjoy watching you dance. Thus, when the teacher supported Zhou Yunshan's waist to guide him downward, a look of anguish crossed his face. He began to struggle uncontrollably, crying out in desperation, No, I don't want to dance. While watching the scene unfold, Yin Shun felt only pity for the original owner's plight, but experiencing it firsthand revealed the true depths of Chen Renhao's cruelty. Infuriated, he cursed vehemently, vowing to extract every last drop of Chen Renhao's essence to create paint for depicting a kneeling child before Zhou Yunshan. System 112. Please refrain from such naivete, host. It would be a miracle if Chen Renhao did not turn you into pulp. At this moment, Chen Renhao was steeped in his own arrogance, resembling a proud lion squinting disdainfully at the foes who posed no threat to him. He cradled the waist of the slumbering youth, noticing that even in his dreams he resisted the notion of dancing and could not help but reveal a smug smile. Good boy, be obedient. We shall not dance. Chen Renhao's voice restored some semblance of control to Yun Chen's body. An opportunity had arisen. Without hesitation, Yun Chen swung his hand and delivered a forceful punch to Chen Renhao's chin, then feigned drowsiness while flailing his arms. No, don't force me to dance. Surely, this could not be deemed a breach of character. After all, who wouldn't want to strike out at such absurdity in a dream? It was Chen Renhao himself who had foolishly approached him. Refusing to be a pawn, let us foster a civilized society. Chen Renhao was suddenly struck with pain, his head spinning momentarily. This was swiftly followed by a series of relentless blows, and before he could evade, his jaw was scratched, blood trickling down. Having been pampered all his life, he was unaccustomed to such indignities. Though his teeth ground in anger, his heart swelled with joy. For Yun Chen's defiance was precisely what he longed to witness. Thus, amidst a fierce internal struggle, his expression contorted. You need to wake up? Chen Renhao clenched his jaw, furiously restraining Yun Chen's hands. Unable to break free, Yun Chen resorted to stepping on his foot. The tussle continued until Chen Renhao's face darkened entirely. With a swift motion, he struck down from Yun Chen's neck. Only then did Yun Chen's strength wane, collapsing limply into his embrace. A sneak attack from behind, you scoundrel, Yun Chen exclaimed. System 112 interjected. Please, host, maintain civility. Yun Chen retorted, Scoundrel. System 112 continued. He gradually softened, being lifted once more by Chen Renhao, his previously flailing arms now hanging feebly at his sides, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. The butler remarked, Young master, you have blood on your face. Do you need me to? Chen Renhao, in a fit of rage, interrupted. Get out. Chapter 5. Despised by all fuming. Chen Renhao tossed him onto the grand bed, his chest rising and falling rapidly. This person had ruined so many fine wines with his reckless behavior, and yet he dared to strike him. The room was dimly lit, and the scent of alcohol emanating from Yun Chen only served to further irritate Chen Renhao. Gazing at the profile, strikingly similar to that of his beloved, he bit his lip in frustration. Suddenly, a glint of malice flickered in Chen Renhao's eyes. Those wines must not go to waste. With his long, elegant hand, he tore off his tie, binding the youth's wrists tightly before flipping him onto the bed, leaving only his back and profile exposed. System 112 warned, "This is bad. He is about to make his move." Yun Chen replied, "Excellent. He is about to make his move." System 112, huh? What? Yun Chen, no, you heard wrong. It wasn't me speaking just now. System 112, I seriously suspect that you smashed the wine just for this moment. Before System 112 could utter another word, darkness enveloped it. The main system activated the privacy protection mechanism between the host and the main deity, temporarily sealing all of System 112's senses, plunging it into darkness and chaos. Unable to perceive the passage of time, Yun Chen remained in a state of unconsciousness. He was forcefully thrown onto the bed, regaining a modicum of consciousness. Instinctively, he reached forward, only to find himself ensnared by Chen Renhao's tie, rendering him immobile. As he slightly opened his eyes, he hazily discerned Chen Renhao by his side. Yun Chen promptly donned a facade of delight, his large eyes blinking like a puppy's, seemingly eager to please Chen Renhao despite not being fully awake. In the dim light, the corners of Yun Chen's eyes, tinged with the scent of alcohol, glowed a crimson red. He was filled with excitement as he attempted to sit up, his voice soft and obedient, imbued with boundless respect and adoration. "Mr. Chen, it's so late. What brings you here?" This was Chen Renhao, the kindest person in his world. Yun Chen understood that Chen Renhao was his entire universe. He would go to any lengths to fulfill his desires. Yet suddenly Yun Chen was roughly pushed inward, his waist collapsing. Realization dawned upon him, and unable to restrain himself, he let out a panicked sound. "Mr. Chen?" Chen Renhao frowned, immediately stifling his mouth with a pillow. Bound and unable to articulate his words, Yun Chen could only emit incoherent sounds. The youth was radiant yet timid, akin to a pearl faintly visible within its shell. Chen Renhao despised such displays, and thus he forcefully extracted the pearl. Yun Chen, both anxious and frightened, endeavored to move his tongue to articulate a complete thought. "What is wrong with you?" A flicker of malevolence crossed Chen Renhao's eyes as he lowered his voice, issuing a stern warning. "Do not make a sound. If you do, it will no longer be you, and what would be the point of that?" Yun Chen shrank back in fear. He did not comprehend the reason behind it, yet obediently clamped his mouth shut, forcing himself to remain silent until he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Nevertheless, Yun Chen felt a sense of happiness. In his brief moments of wakefulness, he sensed the man's chest pressed against his back, softly whispering his name in an emotional and tender manner. He loved himself too. Yun Chen felt as though he were on the brink of bliss. His voice was melodious, and his name sounded delightful. What was it again? Oh, Byran. Byran. Who was Byran? Before he could ponder further, pain overwhelmed him, and he fainted again, his cheek resting against the pillow. Chen Renhao removed the pillow from his mouth, lifting Yun Chen's head, which then instinctively fell back down, a droplet of saliva escaping, his soft lips parting slightly. It was not until 3 in the morning that Chen Renhao finally rose from the bed. He gazed at the disarray of items strewn about and a youthful figure who had fainted multiple times on the bed, his expression indifferent as he retreated to the bathroom for a shower. In the mirror appeared the face of a handsome man, tall and well-built, with a physique that was nothing short of exquisite. His features were flawless, rivaling those of male stars in the entertainment industry who relied on their looks. Additionally, his prolonged association with the elite imbued him with an air of frigid detachment, and when he regarded others, a palpable aura of danger emanated from him. Chen Renhao supported himself on either side of the basin, suddenly reminiscing about the time when the young boy awoke midway. His gaze hazy yet brimming with affection, a fragile yet obedient little puppet nurtured by his own hands. A satisfied smile curved his lips as he recalled the softness and resilience of that slender waist. Once the show commenced, however, he would become the object of contempt, and perhaps then he would no longer be so docile and compliant. Such a disappointment, indeed. Ding, Qin Renhao's strategy value is 10, current strategy value is 10. Chapter 6, Fever the following afternoon. Yun Xiaojun finally stirred awake, rubbing his sore lower back. A cold, languid voice whispered in his ear, "You're awake." Startled, Yin Chen grabbed the quilt to shield his body, his tone wary. "Who are you?" System 112 replied slowly, "Don't hide, it's me." Yin Chen rolled his eyes. "Oh, just because it's you, I'm supposed to let you see me for free? What is wrong with you? Why are you speaking like that?" System 112 responded in a dreary tone. Do you know that feeling when time stands still, every second dragging on, as if transcending everything? Yin Chen replied, "Transcending everything? I know, I took off last night." System 112 retorted, "Damn it, you're enjoying yourself, but let me experience that again. And I might just shave my head and become a monk." Yin Chen chuckled, "But you're just a string of data. How could you have hair?" He then suddenly lost his breath, coughing violently. System 112 added, "Oh, I forgot to remind you, you're sick right now." It continued, "If only you hadn't spent those 20 strategy points yesterday, you would have exactly 30 strategy points to exchange for a cold remedy." Yinshin coughed to him. "Don't your systems have pain perception suppression?" System 112 replied, "They do, but being ill isn't solely about pain. It's a combination of various discomforts." Just then, the door creaked open unexpectedly. It was that unfortunate butler, Li Boyi, who had been beaten the day before yet still granted him 50 strategy points. As Li Boyi entered, he was met with the sight of the frail youth collapsed beside his master's grand bed, hair disheveled, face pale, and his delicate skin marred with bloodstains. With a complicated expression, he approached, lifting the nearly suffocating Yun Chen, whose body radiated heat. Noticing the unfocused gaze in his eyes, Li Boyi furrowed his brow tightly. "Mr. Zhou, you have a fever." Yun Chen, his ears ringing from coughing, misheard and retorted ungraciously, "What nonsense. You're the one who's lewd." With a fever so high he could barely speak clearly, Li Boyi's frown deepened as he turned Yun Chen's shoulder. "Mr. Zhou, look at me. Do you remember who I am? After all, he was the man who exchanged 50 strategy points for peanuts. How could Yun Chen possibly forget?" A triumphant smile broke across Yun Chen's face as he weakly raised a hand to pat Li Boyi's shoulder. "Of course, I remember you. Your peanuts? A whole big plate of peanuts." Li Boyi's forehead twitched slightly, "Huh?" Yun Chen continued, "Qin dog is steak, cooked medium and medium rare. Oh, that flavor is truly delightful." Li Boyi exclaimed, "How can a dog be steak? What are you talking about?" Yun Chen let out a sigh, indignantly exclaiming, "How can you still be likened to a peanut? Why can't a dog be compared to a steak? Do you know, or do I? Alas, such nonsensical chatter. It truly seems my mind is fraying." However, at this moment, he could not reach the young master. It was imperative to take him to the hospital. Otherwise, a grave situation might ensue, disrupting the young master's meticulously laid plans. Thus, Li Boyi ceased to ponder further and fetched a blanket to envelop the youth, lifting him into his arms in a protective embrace. Carrying him from the villa to the garage, wrapped like a little caterpillar, Yun Chen found himself cradled in someone's arms, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. He shifted slightly, murmuring, "Mother." Just as Li Boyi was about to place him in the back seat, he paused, glancing down to see the boy's eyes closed, his dry, pale lips slightly parted, as if he were still whispering. Leaning closer, Li Boyi could hear the youth speaking in a feverish delirium. "Mother, don't worry, Mr. Qin is very kind to me." Tears nearly spilled from Li Boyi's eyes. The boy was still that innocent soul. Ding, Li Boyi's strategy value, 60. Current strategy value, 60. Yin Chen wore an impassive expression, internally calling upon the system. 60. Exchange for 2 cold remedies. I can hardly breathe through both nostrils. System 112. Ahem. Li Boyi is not a significant character. With a low coefficient, his 60 strategy points can only be traded for a bottle of floral water. Yinshin, what the hell is floral water? This is utterly futile. Let me perish here. At that moment, the car started. The Qin family villa was not close to the hospital, and Li Boyi remained attentive to Yunshin's condition. Suddenly, noticing the boy had gone still, he feared he had fainted. He gently tapped the boy's face, urging him to open his eyes and look at him. "Mr. Zhou, Do you remember who I am? Awakened abruptly from a much-needed slumber, Chen Chen gazed at the man before him with a look of deep grievance. Do you not even know who you are? Deceptive floral water, huh? Li Boy, driver, please step on the accelerator. It seems Mr. Zhou is in critical condition. Chapter 7. The hospital. Chen Chen's illness was dire. Li Boy carried him to the fever clinic for registration, where a passing doctor took notice of them. After assessing Chen Chen's pallor, the doctor promptly frowned and summoned a gurney. They laid Chen Chen flat on the bed and rushed him to the emergency room for treatment. Acute myocarditis. Let us proceed with hospital admission. Li Boy nodded repeatedly, anxiously inquiring, is there a risk to his life? He is still so young. This is difficult to ascertain, but indeed there are risks. Timely hospitalization and medical intervention are crucial. Li Boy hastily agreed, attending to the admission process while trying once more to contact the young master. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not reach him. Just as Li, the steward, was completing the payment and admission formalities, he turned around to find the young master's figure before him. Initially doubting his own eyes, he rubbed them vigorously, confirming that it was indeed the young master. Chen Chen was, astonishingly, in this very hospital. Li Boy hurried to approach him, only to notice another person beside Chen Chen. It was the young master of the Bai family, Bai Ran, who was celebrating his 20th birthday today. He preferred to avoid large gatherings, so he only invited a few friends over to his home. Early in the morning, Chen Chen hurried to assist him. As lunchtime approached, Bai Ran expressed his desire to showcase his culinary skills, donning an apron to cook. However, in a moment of carelessness, the knife sliced through his finger, and droplets of blood began to flow. Though the injury was not severe, Bai Ran intended to bandage it himself, only to be discovered by Chen Chen, who had come to the kitchen for some alcohol. Chen Renhao's expression immediately changed. He rushed to disinfect and staunch the bleeding, insisting that Bai Ran go to the hospital to receive a tetanus shot. Bai Ran, with his finger hanging limply by his side and maintaining a respectful distance from Chen Chen, politely stated, Brother Chen, there is truly no need for such measures. Let's return quickly. Our friends are still waiting at home. Chen Chen, with his elongated phoenix eyes fixed on Bai Ran's delicate fingers, replied with a grave tone, what if something happens? I cannot bear to see you harmed. His words bordered on overstepping boundaries, prompting Bai Ran to furrow his brow in caution. As Chen Chen attempted to draw closer, Bai Ran discreetly stepped back. Just then, he caught sight of a steward from Chen Renhao's household. Bai Ran's eyes brightened, and he waved enthusiastically, Uncle Li. Li Boy, upon hearing his name, stood hesitantly, unsure whether to respond. Without affording him the chance to retreat, Bai Ran approached Li Boy and inquired, You are here to see Brother Chen, correct? Is there something you need? Li Boy cleared his throat nervously, yes. There is a matter. Bai Ran turned back to Chen Chen with a smile, saying, Then, Brother Chen, please attend to your business. I must leave as I have guests at home. Wait, Chen Chen began, but before he could finish, Bai Ran had already donned his sunglasses and mask, timing his entrance into the elevator just as the doors were closing, swiftly disappearing down the corridor. Chen Renhao's expression darkened instantly, while Li Boy felt a chill run down his spine. Mr. Chen, he stammered. Chen Renhao rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse and unsettling. Who allowed you to come here? Li Boy replied, Mr. Zhou is ill. I brought him here. Is there no doctor at home? Why bring him to the hospital? Who authorized you to take such liberties? Li Boy explained, Mr. Zhou's condition is quite serious. He has already lost consciousness. I feared for his health, and that it might disrupt the young master's plans. Upon hearing this, Chen Renhao calmed slightly. He adjusted his tie and, regaining his composure, removed the rose lapel pin he had worn for Bai Ran, speaking with displeasure. Where is he? Seeing that he was finally willing to check on the youth, Li Boy felt a flicker of joy and promptly replied, Young master, please follow me. Chapter 8. Weakness. Chen Chen was in the emergency room for an extended period before the risks were deemed temporarily alleviated. He lay half-conscious on the hospital bed, receiving intravenous fluids, his head tilted weakly, resembling a butterfly on the verge of fading color. The nurse, checking the 4 on the back of his hand, couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. Such a beautiful individual, yet without even a companion by his side. After a while, Chen Chen awoke, his voice hoarse as he struggled to utter water. The nurse promptly brought over warm water, carefully feeding him small sips with a spoon. Chen Chen sipped water, his curled eyelashes blinking like a puppy's, and with a feeble tone, he expressed his gratitude to the nurse. "Thank you, nurse." The nurse's cheeks flushed instantly. "No, it's nothing. System 112. You have just recovered from a serious illness, and upon waking, you begin to flirt with a young girl?" Chen Chen replied, "Why not flirt with you instead?" System 112. "Please, don't come closer." Chen Chen sighed. "Ah, my dog brother ran off, leaving me bored. What's wrong with exchanging a few words with a young girl?" System 112. "Aren't you afraid of ruining your image?" Chen Chen responded, "Everyone has a desire for beauty. Is this young lady not beautiful? Or should I conclude that Zhou Chen is not human?" System 112. "Forget it, I can't argue with you." The nurse interjected, "Has anyone ever told you that you resemble a celebrity?" Chen Chen blinked in surprise. "No, really? Who do I look like?" "You might not know him, but he has recently risen to fame." The nurse placed the cup down and adjusted the blanket around him. "His name is Byran. He is about to participate in a talent show and is likely to debut in the center position." Byran. The name sounded familiar, as if the vague memories of the previous night were slowly coming into focus, something surfacing from the depths. Yes, it was indeed this name. During Chen Renhao's most emotional moment, he called out these two words beside him, Byran. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room creaked open. Chen Chen turned his head to see Chen Renhao's stern face. In that instant, he forgot all about Byran, his long eyelashes fluttering, and his light-colored eyes sparkling like a myriad of stars. "President Chen, you've come." The joy in his expression was utterly genuine, akin to a puppy that hadn't seen its owner for days, its tail wagging subtly in the background. Chen Renhao gazed at him, his mood slightly lifted. He sat beside the hospital bed, his dark eyes fixed on Chen Chen, filled with concern. "How do you feel? Are you still in pain?" Chen Chen shook his head repeatedly, eager to prove he was fine, fearing that any hint of trouble would lead to being abandoned by Chen Renhao. "I'm okay. Not in pain at all. Cough, cough, cough." Just moments ago, Butler Lee had informed him that Chen Chen was hospitalized due to acute myocarditis. Others might not know, but he was well aware of why the young man had suddenly fallen ill. At the very least, he should ensure he was all right. If he were to truly fall ill, how could he present Byran with a grand gift? Chen Renhao, feeling a twinge of guilt, leaned down to assist him. "If you're uncomfortable, don't speak. Just drink some water." The nurse was about to remind Chen Chen that he had just drunk and shouldn't consume too much at once. However, when Chen Renhao brought the cup to him, the boy eagerly opened his mouth to drink. The way he did so suggested that he would unhesitatingly swallow even poison if it were offered. Chen Renhao instructed the butler and nurse to leave, remaining alone with Chen Chen. He sat at the bedside and asked, "Do you remember what happened yesterday?" A faint blush instantly appeared on Chen Chen's pale face. I remember. Chen Renhao said, "I'm sorry. I lost control and made you suffer." Chen Chen quickly shook his head. "No, President Chen, I really liked it. I was willing." This was the response Chen Renhao desired. A satisfied smile curved his lips. "Good." Chen Chen's face grew even redder as he lowered his head, unable to resist the urge to steal glances at Chen Renhao's countenance. At that moment, Chen Renhao unveiled his true nature. "Chen Chen, I have a fondness for you. However, let us keep our relationship a secret from others, understood?" Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback and did not hasten to agree. Instead, he mustered the courage to inquire, "Why?" A fleeting look of disdain flickered in Chen Renhao's eyes. How dare he question him? Had he forgotten his role? Yet, Chen Renhao swiftly masked his contempt, donning a weary expression. "I'm not yet the sole heir of the Chen family. My grandfather wishes for my focus to be on my career. If our relationship comes to light, it may provide others in the Chen family with an opportunity." So he was the one being unreasonable. Chen Chen bit his lip apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, for putting you in a difficult position." Chen Renhao replied, "How could you possibly burden me? Do you not recall that you are about to participate in Director Lin's talent show? Once you become a star, you shall help me earn money." Chen Chen nodded eagerly. "Yes, I will sing my heart out and earn a great deal for you, Mr. Chen." His tone was earnest, almost causing Qin Renhao to chuckle. Earn money? He would be grateful if Chen Chen merely managed not to embarrass himself, rising to leave under the pretense of company matters. Qin Renhao was halted by Chen Chen's gentle grasp on his sleeve. Mr. Qin, I have one more question. Who is Byran? Byran? How dare he utter that name? And how did he come to know of him? Qin Renhao's pupils constricted sharply, his brow furrowing as a sudden chill radiated from him, causing Chen Chen to shudder. However, Qin Renhao quickly deduced that Chen Chen must have overheard him mention the name the previous night. A cold smile crept into Qin Renhao's heart as he maintained a calm demeanor. Byran is a childhood friend of mine. He has bullied me since we were young, oblivious to his own arrogance. In short, he is quite an insufferable person. By the way, he is also participating in Director Lin's talent show as a contender for the championship. You can surely surpass him, right? Seeing the hurt flicker across Qin Renhao's face, Chen Chen's heart ached to the point of breathlessness. He raised his voice, assuring, "Do not worry, Mr. Qin. I promise to defeat him and avenge you." "Very well. You seem weary. Rest for a while." Chen Chen nodded obediently, closing his eyes and lying down on the bed. Already frail, he soon succumbed to slumber under the influence of the medication. The youth's features were finely sculpted and strikingly handsome. His pale lips slightly parted as the soft white pillow cradled his profile, creating a fragile beauty that stirred the heart. This obedient and malleable demeanor was something Qin Renhao relished. He understood that even if Byran were to agree to a relationship with him, his pride would prevent him from being as docile and endearing as the boy before him. In the next moment, Qin Renhao reached out, gently stroking Chen Chen's hair while he remained blissfully unaware. Ding! Qin Renhao's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 20. Chapter 9. Quite obedient after Qin Renhao departed. Chen Chen enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. Chen Chen noticed a fruit basket and a magnificent bouquet of flowers placed on the bedside. These are procured by Li Boyi the previous night. Observing that other patients' rooms were adorned with flowers and fruit baskets, while Chen Chen's room remained stark and bare, Butler Li decided to present him with these gifts. System 112 pulled out a small notebook to jot down some notes and arrived at a conclusion. System 112, you have a chance, my friend. Chen Chen was lounging comfortably on his hospital bed, savoring a large apple. Chen Chen, I've always been doing rather well. Otherwise, I would have faced immediate execution. System 112, you have indeed transgressed the divine laws. System 112, what I mean is, you have a chance to win over Qin Renhao. Chen Chen, is that true? System 112, absolutely. Just think, if you hadn't exchanged those 20 points of strategy value for lamb chops, Chen Chen, it was beefsteak. System 112, oh, listen to me. If you hadn't used that strategy value, Wu and T, you have already accumulated 40 points of strategy value by now. 40 points is nearly half the required amount. Just look at which host can achieve such a high score in this death classification at such a rapid pace. You truly have an opportunity. Chen Chen tossed the apple core into the trash can. He reached into the fruit basket and peeled himself another banana. System 112. Are you even listening to me? Chen Chen, I am listening. Are you saying I can win over Qin Renhao? System 112. That is not possible. Chen Chen, you big banana. System 112. In the death classification, there's a guaranteed reward. You don't actually need to win over the main deity. As long as you achieve over 90 points of strategy value, you will receive a faith value reward of 2,000 faith points. Chen Chen, what if I manage to win over the main deity? System 112. Winning over the main deity grants 7,000 faith points, while winning over some significant figures yields between 500 to 1,000, with fewer points for others. Chen Chen, all right, I understand. I will aim for over 90. System 112 happily calculated. If they were fortunate enough to consistently secure the guaranteed reward, they would only need to traverse 10 worlds to accumulate 20,000 faith points. Just as System 112 was pondering this, its self-set alarm system went off. System 112. Qin Renhao is coming. In contrast to System 112's flustered state, Chen Chen remained composed. He finished the last bit of his banana and leisurely discarded the peel into the trash can, then mysteriously instructed System 112. close your ears. System 112, huh? Before System 112 could react, it witnessed its host, who had been reclining in bed, suddenly sitting upright. The youth's face, still bearing a sickly pallor, displayed a determined resolve as he faced the window, sitting straight with his slender, pale hands resting on his knees. In the next moment, the youth parted his thin lips, commencing his daily vocal practice. System 112, don't start singing, we're on the same side. Chen Chen, I'm not singing for you. I'm performing for my dear dog. System 112, are you sure your dog won't cause your strategy value to plummet? Chen Chen, caw, away with your ill omens. System 112, Chen Ren is here to take Chen Chen home from the hospital. Last night, he informed Bai Ran at the birthday banquet that he intended to present her with a grand gift. However, Bai Ran did not appear overly pleased. Instead, she advised Chen Ren against extravagant spending. How absurd! He was well aware that Bai Ran lacked for nothing. How could he possibly bestow upon her mere trinkets? Once Bai Ran achieved stardom and comprehended his intentions, she would undoubtedly be touched by his gesture. In high spirits, Chen Ren summoned his assistant to accompany him to the hospital to fetch Chen Chen and, in passing, introduce him to Director Lin over a meal. Descending the elevator and arriving at the floor of Chen Chen's hospital room, he faintly discerned a sound akin to a chainsaw in operation. Approaching closer, he realized it was Chen Chen singing. Chen Ren frowned, rubbed his ears, and pushed the door open, ready to request him to cease singing. However, upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the slender youth seated on the bed, turned away from him. The boy's hair stood on end, and sunlight streamed through, as if a gentle hand were tenderly caressing him. His jaw was taut from vocal exertion, and his fragile neck disappeared into the blue and white hospital gown, the translucent fabric revealing the delicate contours of his butterfly bones. The youth was practicing against the window, so engrossed that he remained oblivious to Chen Renhao's entry. At that moment, the assistant, who had arrived late due to parking, rushed in. Upon stepping out of the elevator, he was met with what sounded like a pig being slaughtered, seemingly emanating from Zhou Yunchen. The assistant, running in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "President Chen, what is wrong with Mr. Zhou? I think I heard him calling for help. Has someone heard him?" Chen Renhao swiftly covered the assistant's mouth. His gaze remained fixed on the youth, revealing a flicker of tenderness as he softly murmured, "Look at him, so obedient. Even while unwell, he hasn't forgotten the task I entrusted to him." He felt a twinge of reluctance to interrupt him. Ding! Chen Renhao's affection value increased by 10. Current affection value 30, Chapter 10. The Nightingale System 112. To be honest, I believe Chen Renhao is rather peculiar. Chen Chen, I want to allow you to speak ill of my brother. System 112. You really should see him standing at the door, entranced by your singing. It's quite unsettling. Chen Chen, and what of it? I am no ordinary nightingale in the entertainment industry. System 112. Be quiet, you stubborn mule. Chen Renhao picked up Chen Chen and took him to an exclusive high-end club. In the car, Chen Renhao advised Chen Chen this time, "I'm introducing you to Director Lin." A look of anxiety crossed Chen Chen's face. "Is it the Director Lin from the talent show? Do I need to showcase my singing?" "Do not showcase anything." Chen Renhao suddenly raised his voice, startling Chen Chen. He bit his lip, his tone softening once more. "It's merely a dinner. There is no need to be so tense." Only then did Chen Chen relax slightly, though he still felt quite apprehensive. Once they reached the dining table, he was determined not to embarrass Chen Renhao. The club boasted a vintage, luxurious decor, adorned with precious jade ornaments, and the menu prices were exceedingly high, tailored to cater to the tastes of the elite, ensuring privacy for its members. Chen Chen treaded cautiously through this opulent realm, his senses dazzled by the lavish surroundings, prompting him to quicken his pace and closely follow Chen Renhao. At the entrance of a private room, Lin Lingche stood beside a jade sculpture, awaiting Chen Renhao's arrival. As Chen Renhao approached, he greeted Lin Lingche, who appeared quite youthful and refined, reciprocating the greeting with a nod. Lin Lingche's gaze then shifted towards Chen Chen. "Is this the young boy you mentioned?" Chen Renhao nodded. "Xiao Chen, greet Director Lin." Chen Chen promptly bowed deeply, offering a respectful hello, Director Lin. "This child is quite earnest. Come in and let's chat." Lin Lingche chuckled, ushering them inside. Lin Lingche, a scion of wealth, had a prodigious talent for variety shows, choosing to forsake his family fortune to pursue a career in directing. Despite his family's lack of support nearly jeopardizing his first project, Chen Chen, with his discerning eye, stepped in as a benefactor at a critical moment. This time, Chen Chen generously provided funding with a small request to include a boy in the show. Initially, Lin Lingche felt somewhat apprehensive, but upon viewing the audition tape sent by Chen Chen, he was instantly captivated. Such a beautiful child with a pure, singing voice. This was not merely a request. It was a boon. Lin Lingche, brimming with excitement, remarked, "I have seen your tape, and your singing is exceptional. I heard from Chen that you are not particularly skilled in dancing." Chen Chen bit his lip, expressing his disappointment. "Yes, I lack the talent for dance." Lin Lingche reassured him, "No worries. No one is a polymath. You don't appear overly stiff, and I can arrange for the dance instructor to provide you with additional practice." Chen Chen nodded fervently, endearing himself further to Lin Lingche. "Do you drink? Let us share a toast." Upon his discharge from the hospital, the doctor had advised against alcohol. Uncertain, Chen Chen discreetly glanced at Chen Chen, who was engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Without receiving any guidance from him, Chen Chen reluctantly took a sip. It was white liquor, and the fiery sensation coursed down his throat, nearly provoking a cough. "Well done, Xiao Chun. This is the show's screenwriter. Xiao Chun, offer him a toast." "All right." Ding. Lin Lingche's favorability value. 20. Current favorability value. 40. Chen Chen inquired, "Huh?" System 112 promptly elucidated. "After viewing your tape, he formed a favorable impression of you, granting a base favorability value of 20 points, thus totaling 40. Chen Chen replied, "Oh, Director Lin has an excellent eye." System 112 continued. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Chen finally lifted his gaze from his phone, noticing Chen Chen appeared somewhat inebriated, and interjected, "Don't let him drink. His tolerance is low." Chen Chen, with good composure and endurance, had led them to believe he was adept at drinking. It was only when Chen Chen spoke that Lin Lingche realized the boy's demeanor had grown somewhat dazed. He quickly asked, "Are you all right? Your complexion seems off." Chen Chen shook his head, suppressing the tumult in his stomach. "I need to use the restroom." "Turn right upon exiting. Be careful not to fall. I'll accompany you." "No need. Thank you, Director Lin." Chen Chen fled from the private room, tears glistening at the corners of his crimson eyes, weakly supporting himself against the wall as he made his way toward the restroom. The wine was exquisite, and Chen Chen relished every sip. Yet the body of Zhou Chen Chen proved to be quite intolerant. Chen Chen. System, quickly prepare an antidote for hangover. Zhou Chen Chen's tolerance is exceedingly poor. System 112. Certainly, but an antidote requires 10 strategy points. Is that rather steep? If you're feeling unwell, I could concoct a hefty hammer to knock you out instead, which would only cost a mere few strategy points. By the way, who is arriving? Suddenly, System 112 fell silent, prompting Chen Chen to urge it. What's wrong? System 112. Oh, it's nothing. My system has a warning function for the appearance of significant characters, which just activated. Chen Chen. A significant character? Who? System 112, by Ran. At the mention of this name, Chen Chen's misty gaze brightened momentarily, flashing with a cunning glimmer akin to a beautiful fox, brimming with mischief. Unaware of his expression, System 112 assumed he was too unwell to respond, and with a soft sigh, it relented. "Fine, I'll prepare an antidote after all. It's indeed a bit challenging to manage at this level." "There's no need for the antidote," Chen Chen replied, curving his lips into a grin. "Tell me, where's Bai Ran right now?" System 112? In the restroom. What do you intend to do? Chapter 11. White moonlight. Chen Chen stumbled his way to the restroom, expelling the tumultuous contents of his stomach. Weakly exiting the stall, he approached the sink, wishing to splash some water on his face. System 112. Bai Ran is right behind you. Yet, oblivious to this, Chen Chen hung his head, extending his hands beneath the faucet, which remained unresponsive. His discomfort grew, and the prolonged wait for water stirred his stomach once more, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. A hand reached around from behind, timely, supporting his waist, accompanied by a cool, youthful voice tinged with concern. "Are you all right?" Byran had just celebrated his birthday, and a few friends from abroad had returned late. So they had chosen this venue for a reunion as a form of compensation. He had been genuinely engaged with his friends in drinks and conversation, but was continuously disturbed by Chen Renhao's phone calls, prompting him to step into the restroom to inform Chen Renhao of his commitments outside. As Byran was about to leave, he heard the unpleasant sounds of retching from the adjacent stall, mingled with a hint of a distressed sob, suggesting the person was still quite young. Sensing that the individual might be in need of assistance, he lingered a moment longer. It was fortunate he did, as this person, clearly intoxicated, had nearly fallen, but he managed to catch him just in time. Yun Chun trembled slightly, steadying himself against the sink, and instinctively raised his head to express gratitude. "I'm fine, thank you." Byran took a closer look at his face. Indeed, he appeared to be just a youth, strikingly handsome, yet bearing the pallor of illness. Drawing nearer, Byran could detect the scent of hospital disinfectant clinging to him, as if he had come directly from a medical facility. "Byran, you're unwell, yet you still choose to drink?" Yinshun struggled to comprehend his words, as his memory automatically replayed Byran's previous statement. He earnestly replied, "I am fine, thank you." His dazed, yet earnest demeanor was undeniably endearing. Byran couldn't help but smile, the corners of his lips curving upward. Ping, Byran's strategy value, 20, current strategy value, 20. Byran's gaze fell upon the youth's delicate, pale hands, and his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to his own desires and asked the youth, "Do you wish to wash your hands? Allow me to assist you." With that, he slipped one arm around Yunshin's waist, enveloping him in a gentle embrace against his chest. Subsequently, Byran steadied the youth's soft, limp wrist, pressing the faucet's valve to help him cleanse his hands. "This is how it works. It does not operate automatically. Is this your first visit here?" Yunshin mumbled an indistinct affirmation. Byran inquired, "Which private room are you in? I can escort you back." Under the influence of alcohol and illness, Yinshun found it impossible to walk steadily, so he drowsily provided this kind-hearted stranger with his room number. System 112. "Are you truly allowing Byran to escort you back? Will Chen Renhao not go mad? Are you courting danger?" "Yinshin, it's all right. My brother is quite magnanimous. Were you not the one advising me to increase my strategy value with other significant individuals?" System 112. "I see you are quite the little schemer. Well, I suppose I shall ensure his safe passage, perhaps even activate a pain suppression mode if necessary." Unbeknownst to Yunshun, the system was concocting plans, while he focused on expressing gratitude, clinging to the kind stranger. His slurred speech combined with earnest thanks only made Byran find him even more charming, prompting him to ask, "Who did you come with? Are they your friends?" Yunshun replied, "I came with my boyfriend and my boss." Initially, he intended to say boyfriend, as they had confirmed their relationship. However, recalling Chen Renhao's prior admonitions, he promptly altered his statement to boss. Byran responded with an understanding "oh," realizing it was a business matter. Given Yunshun's appearance, he surmised he might be an actor. Actors often find themselves in precarious situations when they are not yet famous. Perhaps this explained why he felt compelled to accompany investors for drinks despite his illness. Reflecting on his own struggles when he first signed with the company, he acknowledged that although he had familial support, the path was still fraught with difficulties. Surely, Yunshun's journey must be even more arduous. Ping, Byran's strategy value, 30. Current strategy value, 50. Byran tenderly brushed his fingers through Yunshun's hair. "We've arrived. Do you require my assistance to enter?" Yunshun shook his head, indicating he was fine. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, he had yet to utter his thanks when the door suddenly swung open from the inside. Unsteady on his feet, he lost his balance and stumbled forward, colliding directly into Chen Renhao's embrace. Yinshun felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his ears ringing, and he began to collapse, only to be caught by the collar of his shirt by Chen Renhao. Furious, Chen Renhao exclaimed, "Where have you been, Byran? What are you doing here?" Chapter 12. Fainting, Byran stood outside the door, frowning at the way Chen Renhao was handling Yinshun, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Could you not support him properly?" Chen Renhao was perplexed as to why Yunshun was in the company of Bai Ran. Without hesitation, he handed the semi-conscious Yun Chen to Director Lin and stepped out to join Bai Ran in the corridor. A flicker of guilt crossed Chen Renhao's gaze. Bai Ran, do you know him? He inquired. Bai Ran, however, remained remarkably composed, taking a step back to distance himself from Chen Renhao. I ran into him in the restroom. You're his boss? Upon hearing this, Chen Renhao sighed with relief, thinking that Yun Chen had shown enough discretion not to divulge their non-existent relationship. He nodded and casually remarked, Yes, I brought a few actors from the company to meet the director. Bai Ran, concerned that further conversation might provoke Chen Renhao's displeasure and inadvertently cast his ire upon Yun Chen, replied, Understood. It's best not to let them drink too much. Chen Renhao nodded perfunctorily. Have you finished your dinner? Let me drive you back. Bai Ran replied, No need to trouble yourself. Mr. Chen should prioritize work. Since it was Chen Renhao who mentioned bringing the actors to meet the director, it indeed constituted work. Unable to counter Bai Ran's reasoning, he merely watched as Bai Ran turned and gradually vanished down the corridor. Returning to the private room, Chen Renhao, in frustration, slammed his phone onto the table. Lin Lingche was assisting Yun Chen in drinking water and expressed his concern. Mr. Chen, this child seems unwell. Perhaps we should take him to the hospital. Chen Renhao cast a cold glance, observing the youth sprawled on the sofa with his eyes tightly shut. He couldn't help but recall how Bai Ran had stood so closely behind him. Bai Ran wouldn't even allow him to stand that near. How dare this person approach him? Chen Renhao's voice turned icily chilling. There's no need for Director Lin to worry. You may leave. I will handle it. This was an unequivocal dismissal. Lin Lingche and several core members of the crew exchanged brief pleasantries before hastily taking their leave. Though Chen Renhao generally had little interest in seafood, and such fare rarely graced his dining table, this was his second attempt at tasting shellfish. Yun Chen lay with his chest pressed against the wide sofa, faintly hearing Chen Renhao's furious voice emanating from above. Which hand did you use to touch him? Speak. Who allowed you to approach him so shamelessly? Who do you think you are? Did you really believe I had feelings for you? The last time he had touched Chen Renhao's cherished red wine, he had been left in a state of near ruin. This time, he had dared to intrude upon the very essence of Chen Renhao's heart, their shared luminary. After letting out a few anguished cries, Yun Chen appeared to lose all sensation, like a marionette stripped of life, subject to the whims of its puppeteer. Yun Chen murmured. System 112. Automated response, I have preemptively activated pain sensation suppression for you. No need to thank me. Yun Chen protested, No. System 112, automated response, I have preemptively activated pain sensation suppression for you. No need to thank me. Yun Chen cried out, turn that wretched thing off. System 112 had already been consigned to the chaotic void and could no longer respond. Deep down, Yun Chen understood that he could never truly soar, tears welling up as the light in his eyes faded completely. In that moment, Yun Chen's gaze was utterly transformed from before. Something is collapsing, crumbling, and with it, it seems that all hope has vanished, leaving behind only an abyssal darkness, incapable of reflecting even the faintest glimmer of light. Chen Renhao unexpectedly caught sight of the tears pooling at the corners of his eyes, and upon meeting that gaze, his heart jolted. He rose to gently pat the side of his face. Yun Chen. Once Chen Renhao's anger subsided, the lustrous sheen of pearls faded, shrouded in a pallid gloom. The boy remained motionless, prompting Chen Renhao to nudge his arm dangling beside the sofa with his knee. Stop pretending. Get up. Yun Chen. Yun Chen? The spacious private room descended into a deathly silence. It was only then that Chen Renhao realized, within what should have been a shared space for two, it seemed he was the only one whose breath could be heard. Yun Chen, wake up. The absence of a response caused cold sweat to bead on Chen Renhao's forehead, his heart pounding fiercely against his chest. He recognized his own impulsiveness and hastily tore off his coat draped over the hanger, wrapping it around Yun Chen as he rushed outside. Once in the car, Chen Renhao instructed his assistant to drive to the hospital while he made a call to ensure that emergency measures were prepared. Supporting Yun Chen's neck with his hand in an attempt to rouse him, he was alarmed by the incredible softness of that neck. as if the slightest additional pressure might cause it to snap. Chen Renhao's body stiffened, and he was truly frightened for the first time, his voice softening considerably. Yin Shun, can you hear me? It was my fault. Please don't leave me. In that moment, he realized that this boy, whom he could usually summon with a mere call, was also fragile, capable of tears and pain, and susceptible to collapsing under the weight of it all. Could he awaken from this? Unbeknownst to Chen Renhao, his fear at that moment was not merely about the grand gift from Iran that he could not present. The passage of over 2 years had not been fleeting. He had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of this obedient, puppy-like boy by his side. If he were to vanish just like that, ding. Chen Renhao's strategy value. 10. Current strategy value. 40. Chapter 13. Emergency rescue. The doctor had received Chen Renhao's urgent call and was waiting at the hospital entrance. Chen Renhao laid the unconscious Yunshun on the hospital bed, unable to hold his hand for even a moment, gripping the railing at the foot of the bed as he choked out. Save him. You must save him. All right, please release your grip. The patient's breathing is compromised. Prepare for intubation and administer adrenaline. The patient exhibits arrhythmia and severe heart failure. Summon Director Liu to the emergency room. Also, have the respiratory department come to the emergency room. In the hospital corridor, Chen Renhao leaned against the wall, his eyes vacant as he stared at the stark white ceiling. He wished for a cigarette, but this was a hospital. Without external assistance, he could only grit his teeth, waiting for the dense discomfort in his heart to gradually dissipate. System 112. I told you there was hope. If you hadn't eaten the steak, it would have been 60 strategy points by now. Yinshun, Zhou Yunshin's body was in an extremely weakened state. While his physical indices were normal, the current abnormalities, coupled with Yunshin's refusal to leave the system space, rendered the doctor's efforts futile, no matter how hard they tried to save him. Within the confines of the system, System 112 is capable of performing numerous tasks, such as conjuring a hand to gently poke at his face. Oh, what a sight! This is his original visage. His face appears so diminutive. The young man's features are exquisitely refined, leaning against the stark, white walls of the space, resembling a stunningly proud and beautiful youth. How could such an exquisite and handsome boy be classified as an S-class criminal? System 112 inquires, what troubles you? The moment I emerge, you seem so despondent. I specially activated the pain sensation shield before I departed to prevent you from suffering. Have I not been good to you? Yin Chun, in a fit of urgency, exclaims, why do you even mention it? He swats away the hand that treats him like a pet, standing defiantly with hands on his hips. Why am I diligently following the script? Why did I endure a drunken haze to flirt with Byran? System 112 responds, is it not for the purpose of increasing Byran's strategy value? Yin Shun, covering his face, retorts, do not activate the pain sensation shield when I am about to enjoy myself. Do not force me to beg you on my knees. System 112 realizes, so that's how it is. Very well, I shall refrain from such actions in the future. Do not weep. Yin Chun counters, you are the one who is crying. System 112 continues, when do you plan to return to your body? You usually enter without issue, but in his current state, prolonged absence may lead to dire consequences, and you will face penalties for failing your task. Yun Shun reclines within the space. Just a little longer. Let me teach my dog brother a minor lesson, after which he shall be gentle with me. Hee hee. System 112 muses, I have a bold idea. Could it be that this individual deliberately committed a crime to enter the task world? Meanwhile, in another realm, the doctors have been tirelessly attempting to stabilize the patient, yet the situation shows no signs of improvement. Several department heads have been summoned back from their off-duty hours, convening urgently at the bedside. A series of critical condition notifications are issued, and Chen Renhao finally reaches his breaking point. Venting his frustration at the doctors, he was perfectly fine during the day. Why am I being asked to sign this dreadful document now? I refuse to sign it. Will anyone else do so if they wish? The doctor disapproves, stating, how could you claim he was fine during the day? He had not yet fully recovered. Chen Renhao retorts, then why was he discharged? An assistant quickly embraces Chen Renhao's waist. Mr. Chen, please remain calm. It was you who insisted on his discharge. Suddenly, cries for help echo from the emergency room, prompting the doctor to hastily release Chen Rinhao's grip and return. Qin Rinhao sways momentarily, supported by his assistant as he sinks onto a bench. It is as though he awakens to a harsh reality, muttering in a daze. Did I take him away? The assistant takes a deep breath. Indeed. Qin Rinhao's hair is disheveled, his demeanor appearing lost and forlorn as he quietly reflects. Yes, it was I who took him away. It was I who allowed him to drink with the director while he was unwell and even bullied him while he lay feverish and unconscious. The assistant, unaware of the events in the private room, had not anticipated the extent of his boss's actions, mistakenly believing he referred to a previous incident. Thus, the assistant hastily reassures him. That was a matter of the past. You lacked experience, Mr. Qin. Do not be overly self-critical. Indeed, had it not been for the assistant's reminder, Qin Rinhao himself would have forgotten that it was he who first brought him to the hospital. Qin Rinhao felt a sudden pang in his heart, his complexion draining of color in an instant, as an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped him. It was evident that he had been the architect of this tragedy, yet the child harbored no resentment, gazing at him with admiration. He had unwittingly caused the child's demise. Raising his hand, Qin Rinhao struck himself fiercely, turning his face aside. Ding! Qin Rinhao's strategy value is 10, current strategy value 50, system 112. Wow, it's already over half. Don't let him return. Let him sit in despair for a night and inflict a few more slaps on himself. Yin Chen. Sure, he. Consequently, as the strategy value increased, Yin Chen's time in the space reached its limit, and the main system detected his idleness, automatically returning him to his body. There was a heartbeat. Thank heavens, a heartbeat had finally returned. He was still so young. Chapter 14. Delicious Yin Chen was transferred to the ward, but due to the prolonged cardiac arrest, he remained in a comatose state. The doctor stated that the danger had not yet passed. They needed to wait for the patient to awaken. Qin Rinhao stood by the bedside, gazing at the youth lying motionless with closed eyes. Heartache washed over him as he bent down, his fingers brushing against the boy's cheek, feeling how soft and fragile he was, as if he could vanish with a mere breath of wind. Having gone 2 nights without sleep, dark circles formed beneath Qin Rinhao's eyes. Although his features remained striking and handsome, they no longer bore the charm and elegance of his former self. His fingers slowly glided from the boy's cheek to his hand, grasping the pale, lifeless fingers within his palm, pleading softly, Chen Chen, I was wrong. I'm truly sorrowful. Please awaken. I promise never to harm you again. At that moment, Yin Chen was savoring tea in the system space. Qin Rinhao had instructed Butler Li to bring a change of clothes to the hospital, and Li Boi hurried over with the garments. Upon seeing the boy surrounded by tubes, he immediately felt a surge of compassion and added 40 points to the strategy value. Yin Chen exchanged his 100 points for a luxurious afternoon tea set. System 112 manifested a hand and mouth, joining him in cracking sunflower seeds. 5-spice flavor, not bad. I never had such treatment when I was with the host. Yin Chen, lounging like a lord, picked up a roasted purple sweet potato and took a bite. Did they mistreat you? System 112 cracked seeds noisily. Not really, just very stingy, reluctant to spend strategy points on anything. I believe one should not be so miserly. Yin Chen, this tea is so bitter. Let us exchange some of Iran's strategy points for a piece of cake. How dare you? System 112 exclaimed. Seeds and tea splattering everywhere. You want to waste the hard-earned strategy points just for a treat? If you want cake, go to your dog brother. Getting a piece of cake for 50 of his strategy points is a piece of cake. I should have scolded you when you exchanged for those 2 steaks. You little spendthrift. Yin Chen wiped the tea from his face. Didn't you just say one shouldn't be stingy? Yin Chen did not wish to exchange Iran strategy points for something. He simply longed for a small piece of cake. This opulent afternoon tea, Yin Chen initially anticipated a delightful combination of coffee and chocolate cake. However, what he received instead was a stove, atop which a kettle of tea simmered, accompanied by roasted purple sweet potatoes, taro, corn, and 2 unsightly oranges. On either side, plates contained sunflower seeds and peanuts. System 112 scolded Yin Chen, and when he peeled open the ugly orange, juice squirted onto his face. Pouting, he declared his intent to seek out his dog brother and vowed never to return. System 112 pleaded, I didn't mean it that way. But Yin Chen had already departed. His long, slightly curled eyelashes fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes, emitting a slight, plaintive sound. Qin Rinhao, who had just settled onto the sofa for a brief respite, sprang to his feet. Leaning down, his tired eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Chen Chen, you're awake." Yun Chen's voice was too hoarse to articulate words, so he raised his hand, attempting to gesture a cake. Qin Rinhao, mistaking his discomfort, grasped his hand tightly and trembled as he spoke. "It's my fault. I'm the jerk. I promise I'll never let you get hurt again." No, it was a struggle to lift his hand. He implored him not to hold on so tightly. Fortunately, Qin Rinhao's assistant discerned the situation and promptly advised, "President Qin, I think he wants to say something." Qin Rinhao relaxed his grip, allowing Yin Shun to withdraw his hand. He formed a triangle with his fingers in the air and then pointed to his mouth. "Cake slices. Put in my mouth." Observing the youth's gestures, Qin Rinhao furrowed his brow, but soon comprehended his meaning. The boy made a heart shape with his hands and pointed to his mouth. "Ah," he was saying, "I love you. Kiss me." Suddenly, a softness flickered in Qin Rinhao's eyes as a smile graced his lips. He bent down and swiftly planted a kiss on the dry, pale edge of Yin Chen's lips, whispering gently, "I love you too." Yin Chen was taken aback. What nonsense is he talking about? Watching the boy's dazed expression after the kiss, resembling a squirrel frozen in place, Qin Rinhao felt his heart nearly melt. How had he not noticed before that the boy was so endearing? Ding! Qin Rinhao's affection value, 10. Current total, 60. Chapter 15. The subtle black sheep during his hospital stay, Qin Rinhao primarily oscillated between the company and the hospital, bringing a bouquet of flowers for Yin Shun each day to adorn his bedside. One day, as Yin Shun lowered his gaze to consume the porridge sent by the butler, his slender veins bore the marks of multiple needle pricks, leaving his once fair hands marred with a ghastly shade of purple. Qin Rinhao silently entered, his heart aching at the sight of Yun Chun's hand. He tenderly took a spoon and cradled him in his arms, feeding him. System 112 exclaimed, I feel inflated. I truly believe you can completely win him over." Yunshin retorted, "That's just you getting carried away." System 112 pressed, "Why? He hasn't been paying much attention to Bahrain's news lately. His heart and mind are solely on you." Yunshin replied, "TSK, are you certain? Analyze those flowers he has sent me." System 112 was perplexed by Yun Chen's sudden mention of the flowers. In recent days, Qin Rinhao has sought a variety of flowers to delight Yun Shun, appearing to others as a truly considerate lover. Why analyze this? Now I understand. There are no roses. He sends an abundance of flowers, yet never a single rose. Yun Chun muses. He bestows upon me every kind of bloom, yet conspicuously omits the rose, the emblem of romantic affection, for he harbors only one rose in his heart. Do you grasp my meaning? System 112 couldn't help but recall that day when Qin Rinhao, after bidding farewell to Bahrain at the hospital, carefully tucked away the rose brooch from his suit before visiting Yun Shun. How despicable! Yet the very issue that even the system's data could not decipher. This naive little host had already perceived? Could it be that my little host is a hidden dark horse? No, that is implausible. It must be that children of this age are more sensitive to such flowers and plants, thus recognizing the problem before the system itself. It must be so. System 112 thought to itself. He is still preoccupied with Bahrain. How infuriating. Yunshin replied. Who could argue otherwise? However, the dog is a nice waist. System 112 retorted. Indeed, a fine waist. Such a charming child. Yet once he opens his mouth, he becomes a veritable wolf. Yunshin chuckled. Qin Rinhao fed Yun Chun bite by bite, suddenly noticing a spark of joy illuminating his face, prompting him to curve his lips and inquire, "What brings you such delight?" Yun Chun, shyly lowering his gaze, murmured, "It's nothing. I just feel unexpectedly fortunate." Qin Rinhao pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of his lips, thinking only of how he wished for Yun Chun to recover swiftly, so he could once again savor the taste of his little pearl, and casually asked, "What fortune?" Yunshin replied, "I originally had nothing." A mist began to veil his light-colored eyes, tears trickling from the corners, yet he maintained a smile. Gazing at Qin Rinhao, with adoration and reverence, as if beholding a deity. President Chen's sudden appearance has gifted me a home, companionship, and the opportunity to step onto the stage. I am at a loss as to how to repay him. Upon hearing this, Chen Renhao's gaze faltered slightly, betraying a hint of guilt. The reality show was soon to commence recording, and he had not altered his previous plans. This meant that the young man was destined to ascend to great heights, only to face a fall from grace before the eyes of all. But that was acceptable. He would still be there, wouldn't he? Looking at it from a different perspective, when the youth becomes the object of public disdain, he would have no choice but to seek refuge in his embrace, right? With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Chen Renhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He lowered his head to continue feeding Yun Chen, but discovered the boy had already drifted off to sleep against him. With eyes closed and breath steady, Yun Chen's hand rested beside him, his body softly leaning against Chen Renhao, painting a picture of trust and dependence. Chen Renhao carefully set the bowl aside and cradled him in his arms, lying down beside him. The slight movement startled the young man, prompting Chen Renhao to gently pat his back until he fell into a deep slumber once more, at which point he buried his fingers in Yun Chen's dark hair. Indeed, hadn't Yun Chen just said that all of this was originally his gift? Now, he was merely reclaiming a portion of what he had given. The stage is not truly what he desires. Moreover, with him to protect, who could possibly harm Yun Chen in the slightest? Beep. Chen Renhao as strategy value is 10. Current strategy value 70. Chapter 16. Shopping in consideration of allowing Yun Chen time to recuperate, Chen Renhao even requested Lin Lingxie to postpone the recording schedule by a week. Upon his discharge from the hospital, Yun Chen appeared notably thinner, yet his spirit had markedly improved. Chen Renhao grasped his wrist, expressing his displeasure. You've lost so much weight. Once we return home, you must eat more to regain your strength. Yun Chen quickly nodded, explaining that it was not due to a lack of desire to eat, but rather a genuine lack of appetite. System 112. Lack of appetite? If we combine everything you consumed here, you would have gained enough weight to circle the empire. Yun Chen, shy JPG with little on the agenda for the day. After finishing lunch, Chen Renhao decided to take Yun Chen to the mall to purchase a few decent garments. Inside the shopping center, Yun Chen cherished the bags he held tightly in his palms, persistently urging Chen Renhao to refrain from unnecessary spending. Chen Renhao leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, softly reassuring him, I take no offense in spending on you. Instantly, the youth's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, and he found himself with 2 more bags. System 112. Oh dear, another alert. Yun Chen, is Byran nearby? System 112. Yes, Byran has an event here today and arrived early. Follow my instructions and avoid encountering him. However, System 112 soon discovered that whenever it suggested heading west, Yun Chen would stubbornly venture east, and when it advised south, he would resolutely proceed north. In short, he was determined to do the opposite. Before long, Yun Chen led Chen Renhao close to Byran's vicinity, burdened with 7 or 8 bags. He was already having difficulty maneuvering, yet Chen Renhao was still selecting clothing he wished to see Yun Chen wear, occasionally shoving random items into his hands. At last, Yun Chen inadvertently stepped on one of the bags, causing him to stumble forward and emit a startled gasp. Hearing the sound, Chen Renhao swiftly reached out, pulling him into his embrace for protection. Frowning, you can't even walk steadily. Do you still wish to return to the hospital? As Yun Chen was about to apologize, he noticed Chen Renhao's grip on his hand stiffen, and then, unexpectedly, he pushed him away. Chen Renhao's gaze shifted forward, his pupils rapidly changing. Byran, what are you doing here? Upon hearing that name, Yun Chen looked up and saw a young man clad in white with black trousers, his face obscured by a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap concealing him thoroughly. Despite the disguise, how could Chen Renhao recognize him so quickly? Were they not at odds? Why, then, did he push him away like a thief caught in the act? Byran had long since spotted the two of them. At that moment, his hand rested on the brim of his cap, though his gaze was entirely fixated on Yun Chen. It was him. How could he have lost so much weight in such a short time? Was Chen Renhao not his employer? Was it typical for a boss to take an actor out shopping? Seemingly grasping the nature of their relationship, Bai Ran's brow furrowed deeply. Qin Ge, what is going on between you two? Qin Renhao quickly shook his head. No, there's nothing between us. Qin Renhao continued. He is just an actor from the company, and I'm merely helping him select a few outfits. You will understand in due time. The expression that was so painfully obvious made Yun Chun feel embarrassed for him. He even wished he could possess Qin Renhao's essence to act on his behalf. However, he was merely a frail, pitiful, and helpless stand-in. Resigned to standing beside Qin Renhao, with his head bowed, embodying the stance of one who would not utter a word without Qin Renhao's command. This small display of emotion from him led Bai Ran to discern the answer he sought. He had never been interested in Qin Renhao's private life. Yet he cast a profound glance at Yun Chun, realizing that even if he removed his hat and mask, recognition would elude him, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Bai Ran's words dripped with jealousy. You all carry on. I have matters to attend to. With that, he swiftly turned and departed. As he rounded the corner, he discreetly stole a glance back. He observed the youth cautiously tugging at Qin Renhao's sleeve, his eyes brimming with affection that seemed on the verge of overflowing. Ding! Bai Ran's conquest value. 20. Current conquest value. 70. Chapter 17. Heartfelt weeping system 112. In the space, took out a notebook to record the events, marveling at how impressive his little white flower host was. How long had it been? The conquest values of the two prominent figures were soaring, both reaching the pivotal threshold of 70. A conquest value of 70 signifies concern, indicating that his little host had advanced from a mere background character to a significant figure in the world. The prospect of hitting the minimum threshold was absolutely promising. System 112. If all else fails, you might as well abandon the handsome for the car. If the main god's conquest value refuses to grant you 90, then you should kick him to the curb and focus entirely on winning over Bai Ran. I believe you can undoubtedly capture his heart. Yun Chun, that's not feasible. Dear, System 112, huh? Yun Chun, with 70 points in conquest value. If I seek out another man, do you think I could live to see the sun rise tomorrow? System 112, indeed. Yun Chun, I ought to practice my melodious singing voice promptly to avoid embarrassing myself before Ran. System 112, what nonsense is he spouting? As Yun Chun conversed with System 112, he was roughly pulled away from them all by Qin Renhao. Once in the car, Qin Renhao fell silent, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling chill, while Yun Chun, seated in the back and clutching several large bags, nervously curled up. By the time they reached the seaside villa, it was already dusk. Qin Renhao got out of the car, slamming the door shut. Yun Chun hurriedly followed, trailing behind him. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Get lost. Stop bothering me. Their encounter with Bai Ran at the mall had been entirely coincidental, yet Bai Ran's demeanor toward him was even colder than that of a stranger. Why was this so? He had invested so much for him. On what grounds could Bai Ran afford to be so indifferent? Yun Chun had followed closely, only to be abruptly shut out by Qin Renhao, whose furious voice echoed through the door. Everyone get out. Let me have some peace. Startled, Yun Chun flinched, his hand momentarily pausing on the doorknob as he slowly slid down to sit at the door, hugging himself. Qin Renhao was furious, but what had provoked such sudden rage? Why did he push him away so forcefully upon seeing Bai Ran? Was he eager to sever their ties? Yun Chun could not help but reminisce about that night, when Qin Renhao's impassioned voice echoed in his ears, calling out that very name. Suddenly, Yun Chun was struck with realization. He recollected the words spoken by the nurse after she had finished feeding him water in the hospital. Has anyone ever told you that you resemble a celebrity? You might not recognize him, but he has recently risen to fame. His name is Bai Ran, and he's about to participate in a talent show, likely to debut in the center position if all goes as expected. A certain possibility dawned upon Yun Chun, stirring a tumult within his stomach. Trembling, he opened his phone and struggled to input Bai Ran's name, making several spelling errors before finally succeeding. A few videos appeared on the screen. As he clicked to open them, he realized he could hardly see clearly, having unwittingly filled his eyes with tears. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears, fixating on the spirited youth in the video. Indeed, there was a resemblance between them. Yet their essences were entirely different. Bai Ran was the favored child of fortune, basking in the limelight, while he was a discarded soul, picked from the refuse, shrinking away in despair whenever faced with adversity. With a mere glance, anyone could ascertain that Chen Rinhao's affections lay with the radiant Biran, not with someone like him, a wretch mired in filth. Overcome by despair, Chen Chen collapsed onto the carpet, burying his face in his hands, and began to weep hopelessly. System 112, feeling an overwhelming sense of sympathy, hastily consoled him. Please do not be too sorrowful. Chen Rinhao is a scoundrel, but you are merely here to complete a task. Do not become too engrossed in the role. System 112 continued. All right, Chen Chen, listen to me. Stop crying for now. We will abandon this task and leave this wretched being behind. Come, join me in my space. Chen Chen whispered, Shoo, help me record a segment. System 112 replied, Huh? Chen Chen insisted, record my cries, then loop it. Hurry, I'm about to burst into laughter. With a grim expression, System 112 complied, capturing his heart-rending sobs to play on repeat. Following Chen Chen's instructions, System 112 ensured that the phone, now fully charged, was set to stay illuminated, continuously replaying the videos of Biran. Chapter 18. Loss of warmth. Chen Chen arranged himself and dashed into the system's space, clutching his stomach as he laughed uncontrollably. System 112 remarked, You can laugh, but please refrain from rolling around. Do you truly behave like a donkey? Chen Chen replied, No. My dog brother is genuinely hilarious today. Just look at him in a fit of impotent rage, howling, ha 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 ha. System 112 admonished. Could you perhaps act a bit more mature? Then, with a hint of skepticism, it asked, But was all of this just an act? Wiping away the tears of laughter, Chen Chen responded, No, in truth, I am utterly enamored with his looks and physique. I wish to be by my dog brother's side every day. System 112 exclaimed, I see. You are merely pretending, deceiving me with your feelings. Ah. Chen Chen hushed. Dear, listen. Within the confines of the room, Chen Rinhao was in a frenzy, smashing numerous valuable items. Once he had exhausted all that could be broken, he gradually calmed down, leaning against the window as he sought to light a cigarette. The lighter had mysteriously vanished, and a wave of agitation surged within Chen Rinhao. In a fit of frustration, he kicked aside the tabletop obstructing his path and bent down to retrieve the lighter from the floor. It was in that moment of bending that he perceived a faint, fragile sound of weeping. Though the sound was barely audible, it resonated with an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. Chen Rinhao's heart tightened as he cast aside his cigarette and opened the door, following the sound of crying. The scene that unfolded before him left him breathless. There lay the young boy, sprawled on the carpet, his body trembling with a subtle yet profound intensity, as if struck by a sudden ailment. His sobs intertwined with shattered whimpers. Chen Rinhao gasped, Chen Chen. He swiftly knelt, cradling the boy in his arms and turning him to face him. Chen Chen, what is the matter? Yet, Chen Chen could only weep, his cries growing more numb as he slipped into a state of oblivion. His vacant gaze lacked focus, resembling a once beautiful porcelain doll that had shattered, unable to be reassembled into its former self. As Chen Rinhao was about to gently tap his face, he caught sight of the boy's phone lying on the side. He had searched for Biran. What had he discovered? Chen Rinhao snatched up the phone, glancing back at the boy in his embrace, who was now reduced to gasping for breath and on the brink of fainting. He had never witnessed such anguish. A surge of dense pain enveloped his heart. Indeed, he harbored feelings for Biran, yet the distance between them felt insurmountable. The boy in his arms was the tangible reality he held, and he could not afford any misstep. Chen Rinhao's strategy value. 10. Current strategy value. 80. System 112. 80. There's hope on the horizon. Shall I exchange a fire stick to warm you up? Chen Chen. No, the last 2 times were feverish encounters. If it happens again, he might develop PTSD. Please cool me down instead. System 112. TSK. The youth certainly knows how to play. Chen Rinhao implored, Chen Chen, please don't cry. It's not as you think. Yet, Chen Chen seemed impervious to his words, as if he could neither see nor hear him, mechanically shedding tears, his feeble convulsions suggesting he might lose consciousness at any moment. Chen Rinhao touched his forehead. It was not hot, but chillingly cold. He was succumbing to hypothermia. A sense of dread gripped his heart as he tossed the phone aside and carried Yunshan toward the bathroom. Before long, Yunshan was lowered into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped his body, reviving a flicker of consciousness as he heard Chen Renhao's anxious voice. "Yunshan, wake up. It's not as you believe. Yes, I confess. Initially you reminded me of him. But after all this time, Yunshan, you must understand my true feelings for you." As Chen Renhao spoke, the fear of that night, when he had rushed Yunshan to the hospital, loomed over him once more. Kneeling in the bathtub, he cradled Yunshan's sinking waist. His cheek pressed against the boy's chest as water surged into his nose and mouth. Chen Renhao, unable to suppress his distress, felt tears streaming down his cheeks as he pleaded, "Yunshan, I am so frightened. Please say something to me, anything." Chapter 19. The escape enveloped by the warm flow of water. Yunshan's light-colored eyes gradually focused on the figure before him. He beheld the man's handsome visage, filled with anxiety. As he gazed intently at him, as if he were a fragile treasure, Yunshan felt dazed, and upon seeing him, instinctively spoke in a hoarse and weak tone. Infused with an air of obedience and desperation, "President Chen, you're here." Chen Renhao's eyes instantly lit up with joy. "Chen Chen, listen to me. I will never let you suffer again. I care for you. You are mine, and no one can take you away from me." Yunshan, with water droplets clinging to his eyelashes, stared blankly at him. Was President Chen confessing his feelings? This was something he had never dared to imagine. He should feel elated. Yet his heart ached terribly. Pain surged through him as he instinctively pressed his hand against his heart. Now he understood why. It was because Chen Renhao was not confessing to him. He was addressing the face that bore the shadow of another, by Ran. The pain intensified. Yunshan clenched the wet fabric over his heart, biting his teeth tightly, his neck arching back, revealing his fragile, pale skin. Chen Renhao panicked. "Chen Chen, where does it hurt? Don't be afraid. I'll call a doctor." "President Chen." Chen Renhao hesitated momentarily before returning to the bathtub, observing Yunshan's complexion with concern. Before enveloping him in his arms, managing a bittersweet smile, "You need not be so formal. Just call me Chen Ge." "Chen Ge." Today in the mall, Yunshan vividly remembered that person who had called him Chen Ge. Yunshan lowered his gaze, his sorrowful expression shattering the heart, as tears cascaded down his face. "How could I deserve this? My presence here is solely due to his influence. How could I dare to address you in his manner?" Chen Renhao was perplexed as to why Yunshan had begun to cry once more, and could only protect him carefully, murmuring soothingly, "All right, if you don't wish to call me Chen Ge, that's fine. You can address me however you like, but please don't frighten me like that again. You must be tired from crying. Let us sleep. When we awaken, everything will be better. Come, let me hold you." Chen Renhao helped him remove his clothes, gave him a quick rinse, and gently wrapped him in a towel, even taking care to dry his hair. His own room was in disarray, so he carried Yunshan to his room instead. After placing him gently on the bed, he returned to the bathroom to change out of his soaked clothes. When he returned, he found the young man curled up, his back resembling a small rabbit, arched into a C shape, eyes closed, breathing steadily, seemingly asleep. Chen Renhao approached quietly, drawing him into his embrace. His hand slipped through the gap between Yunshan's neck and shoulder, then tilted his chin back, forcing the back of his head against his chest. Yunshan opened his eyes. Upon discovering that the young man had not yet succumbed to slumber, Chen Renhao's heart softened unexpectedly. He leaned in and placed a gentle kiss upon the boy's soft lips, tenderly running his fingers through the slightly damp black hair. "If you are tired, just sleep. I shall keep you company." With both arms enveloping the boy, he nuzzled his chin into the dark tresses, then closed his eyes. Today had been exhausting for Chen Renhao. He had first lost his temper over by Rant's matter, and then witnessed Yunshan fainting at the door, causing his heart to race wildly. Now that Yunshan was safe and held closely in his arms, the weight on his heart began to lift, and soon he drifted into a deep slumber. As night deepened, Yunshan rested his head upon Chen Renhao's arm, his gaze fixed on the window, finding it difficult to find rest. Images of Rant's videos flashed before his eyes. The youth possessed striking looks and a melodious singing voice, exuding a radiant confidence that captivated all who beheld him. It was no wonder Chen Renhao adored him so. But he too had a lovely singing voice. Chen Runhao delighted in hearing him sing. Whenever he began, Chen Runhao's face would light up with joy, his gaze fixated upon him. Yes, once he completed the competition and triumphed over Byran, Chen Runhao's eyes would gaze solely upon him. With this thought, the once dim spark in the boy's nearly gray eyes reignited with hope. He took a deep breath and gently pushed aside Chen Runhao's arm, rising from the bed. Naturally, he opened the bedroom window, glanced around, and drew the curtains in a manner that allowed them to dance in the breeze. Satisfied with his efforts, he padded barefoot down the dimly lit stairs of the villa, making his way to the practice room. Chapter 20. Searching for Someone System 112. Man, you are playing with fire. Yin Shun, you slander me. I am merely an innocent young lad from a village circus, sob. System 112. You have already vomited. Thank you. And by the way, it's a song and dance troupe, not a circus. System 112. You are aware that you are by Rant's substitute. Why participate in the competition? Are you eager to witness your own embarrassment? Surely you do not believe you sing well? Yin Chen, what? Is my singing not good? Am I not your beloved nightingale? System 112. Speak in plain language. Yin Chen. Oh, but I need a raise by Rant's strategy value. Besides, this is all Chen Runhao's doing. I am merely assisting him with an end-of-year summary. Yin Chen. I assure you, there is no more dedicated host than I. The practice room lacks surveillance. Upon entering, Yin Chen scattered sheet music and books, then closed the door. Sitting on the messy carpet, he ran a hand through his hair, revealing a weary expression. He lacked by Rant's radiant confidence, yet he still possessed a gift for singing. He had to practice diligently before the competition began to surpass by Ran and earn the right to stand before Chen Runhao. Yin Chen pursed his lips and closed his eyes, commencing his vocal exercises. System 112. It is not my intention to undermine my host. It is not a matter of discriminating against the disabled, yet it does evoke the image of a tenacious, hearing-impaired individual practicing their vocal exercises. Yin Chen. Mere mortals, prepare yourselves to revel in my celestial voice. By the way, could someone fetch me a pair of earplugs? The larger, the better. System 112. I believe your fanciful tales. Chen Runhao initially enjoyed a peaceful slumber, but as the night wore on, he was beset by a series of nightmares. He first dreamt of his youthful self embracing Byran while gazing at the sea from a cruise ship, only to have Byran inexplicably transform into Yin Chen in his arms. Strangely, the shift did not disturb him. Instead, he felt an unsettling tension surge within him. He tightened his embrace around Yin Chen, resolute in his determination to prevent him from departing. Suddenly, the sound of seagulls flapping their wings pierced the air. In that moment of distraction, Yin Chen wriggled free from his grasp and leapt without hesitation into the vast ocean. Panic surged through Chen Runhao, and he called out, "Zhou Yin Chen." The moment he uttered the name, he jolted awake, realizing it had all been a dream. Thank goodness it was just a dream. He reached out, yearning to pull the still sleeping Yin Chen into his embrace, but found only emptiness where he expected warmth. He froze momentarily, his heart racing once more. Yin Chen? Chen Runhao sprang upright. With a decisive click, he switched on the bedroom light, only to discover the vast room was devoid of anyone but himself. The window stood wide open, the delicate sheer curtains fluttering in the breeze. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Barefoot, he rushed to the window to peer down. Thankfully, he did not see Yin Chen lying below. Had he done so, he might have lost his sanity. He exited the room and hurried downstairs in search of him. The practice room's walls were lined with soundproofing materials, and Chen Runhao heard no sound. After searching extensively, nearly resorting to sending someone outside to look for him, he finally remembered that the practice room had yet to be checked. The door was unlocked. Upon pushing it open, he found the youth seated on the floor, back turned to him, immersed in his practice with headphones on. Unlike the sentiments he usually felt while observing Yin Chen, this time Chen Runhao's expression bore no trace of disdain. Rather, his heart ached with a profound longing. Was he rehearsing for that program? No. He could not allow Yin Chen to participate in that show. He had no desire to witness Yin Chen in tears, subjected to mockery, or to see him suffer any further harm. As for Byran, he was already sufficiently dazzling, requiring no additional, laughable embellishment from those dear to him. Chen Chen stepped inside, knelt, and wrapped his arms around Yun Chen's waist. Chen Chen. Yun Chen turned to see Chen Chen, and a fleeting spark of surprise lit up his weary eyes. President Chen. Chen Chen gently removed the headphones and placed them aside, resting his chin on Yun Chen's shoulder. His lips drawing near to his ear as he murmured in a low voice, "What brings you here in the dead of night, instead of sleeping?" Yun Chen smiled, like a bud poised to blossom, his gaze radiating purity and innocence. "I will win the competition, just as we discussed before, and earn a great deal of money for you, President Chen." Chen Chen. Foolish child, I do not require your assistance to earn money. Yun Chen, embraced by Chen Chen, involuntarily furrowed his brow upon hearing those words, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Chen, do you mean?" Chen Chen nodded, tentatively coaxing Yun Chen. "Shall we refrain from participating in that program?" He had anticipated that his words would alleviate Yun Chen's tension. However, to his astonishment, the young man's arms suddenly tensed, trembling uncontrollably. Sensing something amiss, Chen Chen turned Yun Chen's shoulder, only to be met with tear-filled eyes that pierced his heart. "Yun Chen, what troubles you?" Yun Chen bowed his head, covering his face with his hands. Chen Chen hastily attempted to pry his hands away. "Yun Chen, please do not act this way." For the first time, Yun Chen interrupted him, his voice quivering with unshed tears. Why can't you let me participate?" Chen Chen replied, "No, that is not my intention." Yun Chen pressed on, "You believe I cannot surpass by Ran. You no longer desire me." Chen Renhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could I ever wish to be without you?" At that moment, he comprehended Yun Chen's determination to enter the competition. He perceived himself as a mere substitute for Bai Ran, yearning to triumph over him. Yet, how could he possibly win? This entire predicament was of his own making. Chen Renhao found himself unable to look into those eyes, feeling as though he were being torn apart by an invisible force. By the time he regained his composure, Yun Chen had already fallen asleep in his embrace, exhausted from the day's ordeals. The young man, resting his cheek upon Chen Renhao's shoulder, lay with his eyes tightly shut. However, Yun Chen was no longer the boy who had once relied on him wholeheartedly. Even while resting against Chen Renhao, he appeared restless, his eyes and mouth firmly closed, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Chen Renhao reached out, gently smoothing the lines of tension from Yun Chen's forehead, while his own heart twisted in anguish. "I have committed many wrongs, yet now I find myself filled with regret. Yun Chen, what must I do to earn your forgiveness? I implore you for an answer." Beep. Chen Renhao's strategy value. 10. Current strategy value. 90. Chapter 21. A Gift of Pearls System 112. 90. A guaranteed minimum. Achieving 90 strategy points is essentially a safeguard, barring any extraordinary occurrences. It is unlikely that points will be deducted again. However, due to this assurance, further increases will prove quite challenging. But does that truly matter? His host has secured the minimum, which equates to 2,000 belief points. 2,000 belief points. What more could one desire? System 112 was elated, nearly bursting with joy. Wishing to whisk Yun Chen into the system space for a celebratory spin. You have reached the minimum." Yun Chen playfully mimicked the system speech. How am I so remarkable?" Caught up in his excitement, System 112 failed to notice Yun Chen's imitation, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Next, we shall participate in the competition and enhance by ranch strategy points. This will allow us to arrange for your escape." "But," Yun Chen interjected, "but what?" System 112 suddenly grew evasive. "Oh, it is nothing. Yun Chen, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You are concerned that if I speak up in front of Iran, all my strategy points will vanish." System 112. "How does he know everything?" Yun Chen, Ran is not a shallow person. He will only feel more heartache for me. As for myself, I can only feel sorrow for my dear brother. System 112. "Do not provoke me, or I shall unleash my iron fist upon you." The following morning, Yun Chen awoke to the sight of a handsome face. As if nothing had transpired, the man smiled gently at Yun Chen, enveloping him in his strong embrace. Subsequently, Chen Renhao whispered in Yun Chen's ear, Now that you're awake, join me for breakfast. I prepare it myself. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to be tenderly lifted by Chen Chen. He helped Chen Chen unfasten the buttons of his nightgown, then fetched a refreshing outfit to assist in changing him. A faint blush graced Chen Chen's cheeks as he softly replied, "Mr. Chen, I can manage on my own." Chen Chen nodded and respectfully turned his back. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chen quickly changed his clothes and freshened up before descending the stairs with Chen Renhao's hand in his. "Chen Chen, let me see what my brother has concocted this time." System 112. 90 points of strategy value are not to be taken lightly. It is only natural for him to do something to please you. Chen Chen, no, this is anything but normal. This sudden display of affection from someone who has never waited on another must surely be harboring an ulterior motive. Seated at the dining table, Chen Chen observed as Chen Renhao presented a plate of crispy bacon and a serving of golden scrambled eggs before him, followed by freshly baked bread and steaming milk. Though Chen Renhao was inexperienced in the kitchen, his keen understanding allowed him to grasp the essentials after a few sessions with the village chef, and the presentation was quite commendable. "Chen Renhao, dig in, it will cool down soon." Chen Chen nodded, taking a piece of bread to savor the eggs and bacon in small bites. Chen Renhao watched from across the table, enchanted by the way Chen Chen's cheeks puffed as he chewed, his leisurely demeanor utterly adorable. Chen Renhao leaned on his chin, his voice involuntarily softening. "I do not have much work lately. Would you care to watch a movie with me afterward?" Chen Chen was puzzled by this sudden desire for companionship, but nevertheless agreed. Chen Renhao, like a devoted lover, meticulously planned every moment they spent together, ensuring that Chen Chen was cared for in every possible way. "Chen Chen, I understand now. System 112, huh?" "Chen Chen, he wishes to convey his love for me in this manner, and there is no need for me to compete against Byran anymore." System 112, ah? So that is it. This is merely a battle of wits. No wonder he possesses such impressive strategy points. This host is indeed remarkable. Chen Chen, however, I am but a pure-hearted boy from a small village, unable to fathom the intricacies of this world. Alas, I cannot escape this vibrant world. I am but a drunken butterfly. System 112. This host loves indiscriminately. It no longer concerns me. Chen Chen. Ah, my beloved brother is about to reward me. Pearls are primarily produced by pearl oysters. When these mollusks rest on the seabed, the ebb and flow of the tides may allow sand to enter their shells. The oysters experience discomfort from the intrusion of these grains, prompting them to secrete a unique substance. Over time, this secretion forms layers of calcium carbonate, encasing the sand particles and ultimately resulting in the creation of pearls. Chapter 22. By the lips Chen Renhao tenderly carried Yun Xiaozhen, who had spent the day with him, into the bathroom and gently kissed his lips. Chen Chen was utterly enamored with Chen Renhao. His entire world revolved around this singular individual, and he could scarcely endure such affection directed towards himself. From the conclusion of dinner until the late hours of the night, Chen Renhao eventually retrieved him from the water, meticulously cleansing him. Exhausted, Chen Chen rested his head upon Chen Renhao's shoulder, devoid of strength, his eyelids heavy with sleep. Observing his state, Chen Renhao's heart softened immensely. Yet, Chen Chen had reached his limit, and reluctant to tire him further, Chen Renhao carefully wrapped the youth in a bathrobe and carried him to his grand bed. By the time they ascended the stairs, Chen Chen had fallen silent, languidly draped over Chen Renhao, his mouth slightly agape, breathing steadily as if already asleep. Chen Renhao caressed his hair and grasped his limp hand that hung by his side, ensuring he was soundly slumbering before retreating to the bathroom to wash up. However, upon returning and drying his hair, he found Chen Chen struggling to rise from the bed, his weary form attempting to descend. "Xiaozhen," Chen Renhao rushed over, encircling his waist and lifting him onto his lap. "Where do you think you're going at this hour?" Chen Chen's voice was faint and hoarse to the practice room. "I haven't practiced at all today." At these words, Chen Renhao's gaze turned icy. After an entire day of labor, did Chen Chen still not comprehend his feelings? Chen Renhao's demeanor chilled. Yet, because the person in his arms was Chen Chen, his voice retained a hint of tenderness. "Let us not go today. Stay here with me." Shall we? But I haven't tea practice today, Chen Chen insisted. To Chen Renhao's astonishment, Chen Chen remained oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Frustrated, he interrupted. You're not going. Chen Chen stiffened, his shoulders hunching. President Chen, what is so important about that ridiculous competition? Are you truly this naive? Or are you merely pretending? Can't you see that I have spent the entire day trying to please you? Chen Chen's eyes widened in realization. So, the gentleness he had experienced throughout the day had a purpose? It must have been a strenuous endeavor for Chen Renhao to feign affection towards someone he did not love. He had initially been reluctant to participate in the competition, but his insecurities twisted his heart, making him feel incapable of surpassing Bai Ran. Convinced that Chen Renhao's gaze would never genuinely settle upon him. He understood the odds of defeating Bai Ran were exceedingly slim, yet now, Chen Renhao was denying him even that chance. Chen Chen's spirit sank, his head bowed in defeat, the flicker of hope in his eyes gradually shattering, as if he had been stripped of all color, returning to a monochrome existence. Chen Renhao, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Are you even listening? I said you're not going to that foolish competition. Absolutely not." "All right, I want to go," Chen Chen replied, unexpectedly acquiescing so readily. Chen Renhao paused, momentarily taken aback, belatedly realizing that he had lost his temper once more. "You agreed?" He tenderly enveloped Chen Chen in his embrace, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Chen Chen. I frightened you again just now. I never thought you couldn't win against anyone. I simply wished to shield you from further harm." Yet, Chen Chen chose to remain silent, responding in a faint voice, "Let us go to sleep." Chen Renhao was about to utter more words when he realized the person in his arms had already quietly closed his eyes, his body gradually softening against his arm. The black silk nightgown draped over Chen Chen's fair, slightly blushing skin, while his long legs were intertwined, sinking into the mattress. The belt tied into a delicate bow that accentuated his slender waist. This was the visage he cherished. Chen Renhao caressed his hair, feeling a mix of self-reproach and joy. The source of his elation was Chen Chen's compliance. He remained the obedient and devoted Chen Chen, unchanged and unwavering in his affection. Ding! Chen Renhao's strategy value. 2. Current strategy value. 92, Chapter 23. Inducing vomiting Chen Chen. Life has become rather dull. It's time to find some amusement for my dear brother. System 112. Are you seeking entertainment for him or for yourself? System 112. However, you pledged to the main deity not to participate in the competition. So Bai Ran's strategy value cannot be accrued. What a pity. Chen Chen. It can still be accrued. There's nothing to lament. System 112, huh? Chen Chen. I'm not going, but what if my brother begs me to join? I love him dearly. How could I possibly refuse? System 112. Speak honestly. Have you been secretly drinking behind my back? Why else would you be spouting nonsense in broad daylight? Chen Chen, oh. If you believe I can't win over Bai Ran, then please help me exchange some of his strategy value for items, dear system. System 112, what items? Chen Chen, I need a highly concentrated emetic. And by the way, can you choose your method of dying? System 112, generally, it's random. However, if you wish to select your own, you'll need to exchange strategy value. Let me check. It requires 20 points of Bai Ran as strategy value. It's not expensive. System 112 thought that since their host had already secured the main deity's safety net, Bai Ran's 1,000 points of belief value could be left to fate. They might as well choose a more aesthetically pleasing method of demise. After all, youth often craves beauty even in death. Chen Chen, all right, help me select a depression package. System 112. No, that's not beautiful at all. Not only is it not beautiful, but purchasing this package would also entail considerable suffering. Chen Chen, from my observations, it seems that Zhou Chen Chen is already afflicted with this ailment. To align more closely with his character, I'll go with this one. System 112, fine. The following morning, Chen Renhao awoke to find Chen Chen still nestled in his embrace. He felt immensely content, gently withdrawing his arm before descending to prepare breakfast. The mood for breakfast today was entirely different from that of yesterday. Yesterday, Chen Renhao had endeavored to please Chen Chen, to prove his love, somewhat reluctantly. Today, however, his willingness was genuine. He sliced 2 types of melons into shreds, mixing them with eggs and flour, then heated the pan with oil, creating golden brown pancakes. The chef intended to warm the milk for the young master, but was halted and expelled from the kitchen by Chen Chen. Fearing for his job, the chef hurriedly tidied up the cutlery and furniture. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Steward Li promptly instructed the servants to find tasks, while he himself went to organize the wine cellar. The entire villa bustled with activity, yet Yin Chun remained upstairs, blissfully asleep, embodying tranquility. After completing these chores, Chen Chen washed his hands and ascended the stairs to rouse Yin Chun from his slumber. Upon opening the door, he discovered Yin Chun still nestled in the same position he had left. A smile involuntarily curved Chen Renhao's lips as he approached the youth, each step feeling as though he walked on clouds. Chen Chen, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Gradually, Yin Chun emerged from his deep sleep, his drowsy expression stirring a delightful sensation within Chen Renhao. He gently lifted Yin Chun, personally assisting him in changing his attire. This time, Yin Chun did not shy away, allowing Chen Renhao to assist without protest, merely half opening his eyes as he was tended to. Yin Chun inquired, "Is my little system present?" System 112 replied, "Yes." Yin Chun continued, "Please administer the concocted medicine, for Brother Dog's amusement is approaching." Although System 112 was puzzled by the need for an emetic, it complied with Yin Chun's request. Once Chen Renhao had dressed him, he attentively carried Yin Chun to wash up, ultimately placing him at the dining table and gently patting his head, "Eat up." Yin Chun's gaze fell upon the beautifully presented dishes, yet his appetite eluded him. Chen Renhao encouraged him, "Why aren't you eating? Do try some." Mechanically, Yin Chun picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of the delicately prepared pancake into his mouth. "Is it delicious?" Chen Renhao asked. "Yes," Yin Chun replied, but scarcely had the words left his lips when he turned his head and expelled everything. Yin Chun's reaction was overwhelming, nearly causing him to topple from his chair, but Chen Renhao swiftly caught him around the waist. "Chen Chen, what is happening?" Yin Chun shook his head, attempting to speak, but his stomach churned violently. Though his stomach was empty, he continued to retch, prompting Chen Renhao to lift his chin. Noticing a yellow-green liquid trickling from the corner of Yin Chun's lips. "Chen Chen, what is the matter?" Chen Renhao quickly grabbed several tissues to place by his lips, cradling Yin Chun and laying him on the sofa, calling out loudly to the steward in the wine cellar, "Fetch a doctor." Chapter 24. I beg you before long. The doctor arrived with a medical kit and administered an antiemetic to Yin Chun. After observing his reactions and determining that his vomiting was subsiding, the doctor proceeded with blood tests and skin tests, ultimately prescribing antibiotics for Yin Chun. System 112 remarked, "Is this the amusement of the Master God? Something seems amiss. All data here indicates the Master God is not at all joyous." Yin Chun replied, "Perhaps you should reconsider my data." System 112 conceded, "Very well, happiness is yours alone. Of course, it also belongs to me." Haha. Chen Renhao sat by the sofa, accompanying Yin Chun as he received intravenous fluids. Gently, he brushed aside the boy's tousled hair, only to discover the pallor of his complexion. After the infusion, Yin Chun's condition remained poor, and the doctor had advised that he could only consume bland, liquid food. Chen Renhao prepared some congee, feeding it to him slowly. With his neck resting against Chen Renhao's arm, Yin Chun swallowed whatever was offered, only to regurgitate it shortly thereafter. In a state of anxious desperation, Chen Renhao did not know how to help. When Yin Chun bent over again, ready to vomit, he instinctively exclaimed, "Do not vomit." Startled, Yin Chun recoiled. Yet beads of cold sweat soon began to form on his forehead. After enduring for several minutes, he once again expelled the contents from his lips, and his eyes started to roll back. Realizing he could no longer afford to lose his temper, Chen Renhao lifted his upper body to help him expel everything, cradling him gently afterward, tenderly encouraging him to rest. Once Yin Chun fell asleep, Chen Renhao was left with a tumult of emotions, unsure of whom to vent his frustrations upon. Grabbing the doctor's collar, he spoke in a low, furious tone, "I have administered all the medications. Why is he still like this?" The doctor, maintaining his composure, replied, "Mr. Chen, please remain calm. I have utilized all available treatments. But gastric ailments are often linked to emotional distress. The patient may be suppressing some negative feelings. Please be mindful of this. Emotions? Was he not treating Chen Chen well enough? What could he possibly be suppressing? Then, a memory struck Chen Chen. Last night, he had lost his temper at Chen Chen for wanting to participate in a competition. The boy had immediately acquiesced, but since then, he had been withdrawn, not speaking a word to him again. Was it truly because of this? Gently, Chen Chen grasped Chen Chen's chin, his brow furrowed in concern. I didn't want you to go because I feared for your safety. I prepared all that food for you, and you just expelled it. I do not understand why a mere competition could provoke such distress. Chen Chen, who had been in a light slumber, awoke to the sound of Chen Renhao's voice, which was not deliberately hushed. Seeing him open his eyes, Chen Renhao immediately took his hand and inquired, "Do you feel any better?" Chen Chen, still looking weary, managed to nod. Kneeling on the floor, Chen Renhao felt utterly drained, both physically and emotionally. He constantly reminded himself not to direct his frustration at this fragile boy. Summoning every ounce of patience, he gently kissed the back of Chen Chen's hand, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Chen Chen, the one I love is you, and no one else. I swear, I have never treated anyone this way before. I do not wish to see you hurt." Did he not want to see him hurt? Chen Renhao implied that if he himself participated in the competition, he would surely be injured, unaware that Chen Renhao intended to use him as a contrast to Bai Yue Wang. Chen Chen could only interpret this declaration as a foreboding of defeat against Bai Ran. With this thought, a wave of nausea surged through Chen Chen's stomach. Chen Renhao brought over the kanji, whispering in his ear, "Chen Chen, please eat a little something." Chen Chen replied, "Right now, darling, increase the dosage for me." System 112. Yet your body can no longer endure. You cannot take on more. Chen Chen, would you like 7,000 faith points? System 112. The system assists the host in traversing worlds to complete tasks, with rewards distributed based on a percentage. If he acquires 7,000 faith points, he would receive 5%, amounting to 350 faith points. The 350 faith points distributed by the heavenly Tao are as valuable as gold. The excitement quickens the pulse. Chen Chen, my dear, activate the pain suppression. The 7,000 faith points are on me. System 112. Understood. Why does it feel as though I am being manipulated? The sweet taste of the kanji exacerbates his discomfort, and the sound of Chen Renhao urging him to eat amplifies to an unbearable degree. In a moment of panic, Chen Chen raises his hand and knocks the bowl from Chen Renhao's grasp. This action is indeed excessive, causing a shadow of displeasure to cloud Chen Renhao's eyes. Yet, before he can express his anger, he realizes that Chen Chen is in grave trouble. After overturning Chen Renhao's bowl, Chen Chen's hands do not return to rest. Instead, they flail helplessly in the air. Soon, his limbs begin to move erratically, his gaze vacant, while an anxious sound escapes his throat. However, he possesses no strength. His cries are faint, akin to a wounded cub helplessly struggling before the specter of death. Chen Renhao's pupils constrict rapidly as he grips his shoulders. Chen Chen? The doctor standing nearby reacts more swiftly than Chen Renhao, hastily advising, "This is a symptom of delirium. Quickly, take him to the hospital. Hold him tight to prevent him from harming himself." Butler Lee rushes to the car, and Chen Renhao, as if awakened from a dream, promptly lifts Chen Chen and follows the butler into the vehicle. Chen Renhao clutches him tightly, acutely aware of the uncontrollable turmoil within Chen Chen. The journey is agonizing. Chen Renhao alternates his gaze between Chen Chen and the road, nearly exhausting all his pent-up frustration. However, just as the vehicle approaches the hospital, the struggling force in his arms dissipates. Blood froth from his own biting stains Chen Chen's lips, his eyes firmly shut, and the pallor of his face suddenly drains of all vitality. "Chen Chen, wake up, Chen Chen." Chen Renhao's typically proud eyes are now tinged with bloodshot despair. He bends down in surrender, burying his face in Chen Chen's chest, sobbing in anguish. "I will heed your every word. I will do whatever you desire. Chen Chen, I implore you." Ding. Chen Renhao's strategy value. 2. Current strategy value. 94, Chapter 25. Breaking silence. Chen Chen has achieved his objective. He declares that he shall no longer demean himself and instructs System 112 to cease administering medication. System 112. Is it your choice to stop? Or has the medicine simply run out? Chen Chen. Grant me a little favor, 1TU. System 112. However, do you truly believe you can secure 7,000 faith points? The S-level world strategic tasks are the most challenging, with the highest rewards. This is System 112's first foray into such a perilous realm. Previously, the host had assisted traversed a maximum of 60 worlds, amassing only 5,000 faith points in total. Certainly, the host's atonement merely requires a little over 4,000. He has never heard of any transgression demanding 20,000 for redemption. Did he engage in the services of the Imperial Prince? System 112 remained skeptical that he could secure 7,000 faith in one fell swoop. Chen Chen, I am confident, but I am merely a pure-hearted youth from a mountain village. I must see if my beloved brother will grant me favor. Feeling shy. System 112, damn it. I am the pure-hearted little system from the mountain village. I am perpetually deceived. With the medication from System 112 ceasing, Chen Chen's body gradually recuperated. Under the doctor's care, he soon emerged from danger. He was wheeled into a general ward, and as he exited, he was swiftly seized by Chen Chen. Chen Chen, how are you? Are you still unwell? Chen Chen, I will promise you anything. Please do not frighten me again. Chen Chen lacked the strength to respond, succumbing to drowsiness under the influence of the medication. When he awakened, it was already night. Chen Chen was slumped beside his bed, his hair disheveled, his face etched with exhaustion. Chen Chen turned his head, gazing deeply at him. This was the person he adored the most. Abandoned by his father at the tender age of 8, he had slept in a storage room of the theater in that small town, raised amidst the lash of a whip since the dawn of memory. He had thought his life would remain thus, but this man descended from the heavens, providing for his needs, offering him protection and care as if he were a deity. Thus, upon discovering he was merely a substitute, he did not blame Chen Chen, but instead chastised himself harshly. It was his own inadequacy, his humble origins, his unworthiness of Chen Chen's love. Yet, he yearned for that love as desperately as a drowning man clings to a fragile straw, fully aware of its futility, yet still reaching out. Chen Chen listened intently to Chen Chen's breathing, realizing he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. He raised his hand, intending to stroke Chen Chen's hair, only to feel the prick of a needle on the back of his hand. The sudden sting startled him into a gasp. Chen Chen sprang upright, gripping his hand tightly. Chen Chen, what is wrong? Chen Chen, I am fine. After saying this, Chen Chen stared at him, forgetting the pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. You frighten me. Why are you crying? Seeing that the medication was running low, Chen Chen decided to remove the misaligned needle, carefully applying pressure to the small gauze to halt the bleeding, while using his other hand to wipe away Chen Chen's tears. There, don't cry. Chen Chen, I understand your feelings. I will no longer obstruct you from doing anything, all right? As the words left his lips, Chen Chen's eyes widened slowly, the dim light of the ward reflecting in his gaze, transforming into sparkling little stars. Really? Finally, Chen Chen discovered a glimmer of light in his eyes. The weight that had long hung in his heart began to lift. He lay down on the bed, drawing Chen Chen into his embrace, passionately kissing the corner of his lips. Indeed, our Chen Chen will participate in the competition and triumph over them all. Chen Chen blinked. Was he finally willing to grant himself a chance? In the next moment, the youth's lips curled into a smile, a long-lost expression. Like a shell that voluntarily reveals its precious pearl, Chen Chen felt his heart race upon seeing that smile. The night deepened. He carried Chen Chen to the bathroom in the hospital to wash up, meticulously drying the little pearl before cradling him back to bed, holding him tightly. Chen Chen had not yet drifted into slumber, his head resting against Chen Chen's chest, feeling as though he were the happiest person in the world. Chen Chen, Chen Chen, Chen Chen, are you tired? Sing me a song. Chen Chen obediently nodded, selecting his favorite tune to serenade him. The disdain and aversion that once lingered in Chen Chen's gaze dissipated, As he listened to Chen sing, his body gradually relaxed, believing it to be the most enchanting sound in existence. Ding! Chen Rinhao's affection value. 2. Current affection value. 96. System 112 had just been released from the chaotic space. With tears in its eyes, it sought to confide in Chen, but was abruptly drawn back by the sound of his singing, retreating into the chaotic realm and sealing the door behind it. Chapter 26. Pretense System 112 initially presumed that Chen Rinhao was deceiving Chen. After all, having granted him 96 affection points, it was evident that Chen had become someone of utmost significance to him. While the affection values of other characters might not convey much, those from a main deity held substantial weight. According to the main system's data, once the affection value exceeded 98, the deity's attitude toward the host reflected a bond of life and death. If the value reached 100, the deity would not survive the host's demise. The heavenly path could reclaim fragments from the S-class world deity, hence the lavish rewards of faith. Now, with Chen Rinhao intending for Chen to participate in a competition, it could indeed pose a devastating blow, potentially endangering Chen's life. However, System 112 was taken aback to discover that Chen Rinhao was not deceiving Chen. He genuinely planned to proceed. System 112. This deity is playing with fire. Chen. This deity loves me so much. Let's celebrate. System 112. Please act normal. I'm frightened. Ding. Lin Ling's affection value. 20. Current affection value. 60. System 112. What is happening? Chen. It must be my dog brother making his move. I'm overwhelmed with emotion. System 112. Yet, it reviewed the surveillance and confirmed that Chen Rinhao indeed approached Lin Lingche. How does he know everything? Chen. Oh, you mentioned it. Sending me to the competition is playing with fire. The deity isn't foolish. He must devise another plan. System 112. What could that plan be? Chen. I suspect he LL have Director Lin and Ran assist me in staging a performance. I'm so excited. System 112. I'll pinch your beak. Naturally, Chen Rinhao would not allow Chen to face further adversity. While accompanying Chen in preparation for the competition, he discreetly sought out Lin Lingche. At the tea table, Director Lin, holding a teacup, froze in astonishment, his eyes wide. Mr. Chen, are you suggesting we create a false pretense for that child? Chen Rinhao did not touch the tea before him. He still possessed that distinguished appearance, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, his shirt unbuttoned at the top, exuding an aura of masculinity as fierce as a wildfire. Yet, the bloodshot veins in his eyes were unmistakable, revealing the torment and struggle he had been enduring of late. Mr. Chen, he said, I will cover all costs for the studio and the artist fees. Lin Lingche did not comprehend his reasoning and frowned, bringing the tea to his lips again. Before he could swallow, he heard Chen Rinhao's deep voice continue. The program's investment has increased tenfold from what we previously discussed. Lin Lingche wiped the table in his mouth, and upon raising his gaze, he momentarily believed he had glimpsed the image of a deity of wealth. Suppressing the impulse to rush over and light incense, he stammered, How? How many times? Chen Rinhao replied, If you can persuade those artists to cooperate, 20 times is feasible. Or you may set your price. Absolutely. Leave it to me, Mr. Chen. Lin Lingche straightened his back. I will clear my schedule entirely, and you may choose the timing. What other requests do you have? After finalizing their discussion, Chen Rinhao showed no intention of lingering and stood to leave. Lin Lingche could no longer restrain himself. He did not understand why Chen Rinhao suddenly wished to invest such a fortune in this production. Was it merely to ensure that child secure the championship? Thus, Lin Lingche took a risk and inquired, Mr. Chen, could you reveal why you are doing this? The child sings exceptionally well. Noticing Chen Rinhao's lack of resistance and the hint of impatience on his face, Lin Lingche continued, the child has good bone structure and a pleasant disposition. Although he lacks an audience base, your support can make a difference. While winning the championship may be ambitious, there is still a chance for a top 3 finish. Can you share your reasons for this? Chapter 27. Testing the waters. Ding. Lin Lingche's strategy value is 30. Current strategy value is 90. Chen. lying on the carpet of the practice room while enjoying a popsicle, heard the metallic voice of the main system announce this. This practice room lacked surveillance, which is why Yin Chen frequently sought refuge there. Qin Renhao, who felt an inexplicable pang of concern every time Yin Chen practiced there, had no idea that Yin Chen would collapse onto the floor, sprawled out in disarray, then sit like a lord, legs crossed, savoring his popsicle. However, Yin Chen was quite generous. Every time he exchanged strategy points for snacks, he would share half with System 112. Thus, while Yin Chen indulged outside, System 112 feasted in the confines of their space, creating a harmonious scene. After the announcement concluded, Yin Chen bit into the popsicle, sitting upright. System 112 remarked, "Oh, young master, what prompted you to sit up all of a sudden?" Yin Chen replied, "Qin Renhao must be returning." System 112 exclaimed, "What? How does he know? Am I the system, or is he? I haven't even raised the alarm. Yet he already knows Qin Renhao is coming back." And indeed, Qin Renhao returned. As he opened the door, he found a boy with headphones singing. His heart melted, and he approached to embrace Yin Chen, enveloping him in his arms. Qin Renhao removed his headphones, saying, "Take a break. You are already remarkable." Yin Chen obediently nodded. In the next moment, the young lad unexpectedly tilted his head and gently pressed his lips against Qin Renhao's. Qin Renhao stood frozen for several seconds, and when he finally spoke, his breath was uneven, his demeanor flustered like that of an infatuated youth. "Chen Chen, please, kiss me again." Yin Chen, shyly smiling, was about to lean in for another kiss when he suddenly furrowed his brow, clutching his stomach, and collapsed as if losing his support. Qin Renhao hastily wrapped his arms around him. Yin Chen, due to having not eaten all day, Qin Renhao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Nonetheless, he exerted effort to steady himself, gripping Yin Chen's arm with urgency. "What's wrong? What do you feel unwell?" Yin Chen gradually straightened up, shaking his head and murmuring that he was fine, though his stomach had started to ache. Qin Renhao continued to hold onto his arm firmly. Yin Chen said, "Mr. Qin, please loosen your grip. I need to go to the restroom." Qin Renhao, momentarily dazed, released his hold. After Yin Chen exited the practice room, Qin Renhao remained in the same position, half kneeling on the ground, feeling lightheaded for quite a while before regaining his senses. Yin Chen closed the restroom door. System 112 remarked, "You startled me. Fortunately, I was monitoring your physical condition. Otherwise, I might have thought you had a bad reaction from eating ice pops." Yin Chen replied, "It's fine. I was just pretending." System 112 inquired, "Why the sudden pretense? Was it to get back at Qin Renhao?" Yin Chen explained, "I'm conducting a test." After Qin Renhao's strategy value reached 96, previous methods became ineffective. Yin Chen needed to ensure that before the ultimate truth unfolded, Qin Renhao's strategy value peaked. His earlier feigned stomachache was merely a probe. Qin Renhao would still be worried and anxious, but the strategy value would no longer rise. It seemed he had reached his limit. It was time for Qin Renhao to unveil the final surprise. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Receiving no immediate response, Qin Renhao raised his voice. "Chen Chen, are you all right?" Yin Chen answered, "I'm done." After pressing the flush button and washing his hands at the basin, he emerged leisurely. Qin Renhao remarked, "What caused your sudden stomachache? Did you eat something bad at lunch? I'll go ask the chef." Upon hearing this, Yin Chen quickly grasped Qin Renhao's arm. "No, it's not that. The chef treats me well. It's just that I have a competition in 2 days, and I'm a bit nervous." Qin Renhao smiled, gently drying his still damp hands. "It's nothing to worry about. Everyone will adore you, and you can triumph over all." Yin Chen asked, "Really? Did Mr. Qin believe he could outshine everyone? What about that, Bai Ran?" Qin Renhao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, and your dancing is exceptional. No one dances better than you." At the mention of the almost taboo subject of dancing, Yin Chen felt a physiological tremor in his pupils, and after a few swallows, he said, "But didn't Team Mr. Qin say that Qin Renhao interrupted, "No, I'm misunderstood. You actually dance remarkably well." Yin Chen stared at him in a daze, feeling a slight headache. How could he despise his dancing so much, yet simultaneously believe he danced well? He found it incomprehensible. But it seemed Chen Rinhao had no intention of discussing the matter further and instead took him out for dinner. Chapter 28. The base. After several releases from the chaotic realm, System 112 finally arrived at the moment the competition was set to commence. System 112, just a little longer. Truly, just a fraction and I would have become a monk. Yin Chen, love you. Yin Chen, you look absolutely stunning today, JPG. Seeing friends makes me exceptionally joyful, JPG. Holding flowers, Thomas full spin, JPG. System 112. Where on earth does he find such an abundance of bizarre emojis? To avoid any potential mishaps, Chen Rinhao disclosed all his actions regarding Yin Chen to Director Lin. This was also the reason behind Lin Lingche's significant increase in strategy points. Upon learning the truth, Lin Lingche dedicated 2 days to securing a venue, contacting artists, and providing them with meticulous instructions, swiftly creating a paradise for Yin Chen. Yet, Chen Rinhao remained uneasy and wished to accompany Yin Chen into the base for the filming. Yin Chen gently urged him to stay, and thus Chen Rinhao reluctantly remained in the nanny van. After Yin Chen departed with his camera instructor, Chen Rinhao sat in the vehicle, intently monitoring the surveillance. Whenever someone passed by Yin Chen Rinhao tensed, appearing even more anxious than Yin Chen himself. Unbeknownst to Yin Chen, every movement of his was being scrutinized. Clad in the attire provided by the production team, he walked while secretly clenching his fists to bolster his resolve. System 112. Hey, I didn't realize your acting skills were this remarkable. Yin Chen. Indeed, the Empire truly undervalues my talents by imprisoning me. They should send me to act instead, elevating me to the pinnacle of popularity and generating substantial profit. System 112. This child is commendable in many respects. However, he cannot handle praise. Once complimented, his tail shoots skyward. Yin Chen, darling, do you recall my instructions? Before arranging this scene for Yin Chen, Chen Rinhao had specifically cautioned Lin Lingche to prevent Bai Ran from approaching. Anticipating Chen Rinhao's actions, Yin Chen utilized 10 strategy points to have the system arrange for a blabbermouth to inform Bai Ran of today's events. The elaborate performance orchestrated by director Lin surely had a financial backer. Moreover, the benefactor behind Lin Lingche has always been Chen Rinhao, of which Bai Ran was undoubtedly aware. System 112. I remember, if anyone tries to block Bai Ran from entering, I shall intervene. Yin Chen, love you. Nervously entering the base, Yin Chen was astonished to discover the friendliness of the people there. Upon seeing him, they would proactively greet him and introduce themselves. This eased Yin Chen somewhat, prompting a friendly smile as he sincerely introduced himself in return. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he was being overly sensitive. They seemed disinterested in his self-introduction. At first, the individuals there were quite amiable. However, after exchanging greetings, they clustered together in small groups, whispering about who knows what. Occasionally glancing back at him, the scrutinizing looks left Yin Chen feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lin Lingche arrived just in time, leading Yin Chen to a private dressing room for pre-performance preparations. The first day of the talent competition consisted of filming promotional clips and showcasing talents. Yin Chen was scheduled to perform solo. Standing on stage with a microphone in hand, he was met with thunderous applause from the waiting performers below. Gradually, confidence returned to his heart, and he began his performance. Yin Chen, Bauer, record a few segments for me and post them online later. The main god shouldn't be able to trace your IP, right? System 112, not at all. Yin Chen, great, make sure to capture my best angles. As Yin Chen commenced his singing, the expressions of the audience began to shift into something peculiar. However, they soon resumed their applause. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he closed his eyes, desperately recalling the gentle praise from Chen Rinhao, which propelled him through the remainder of his prepared act. When the song concluded, the applause erupted once more. The 3 judges each offered their commendations, allowing Yin Chen to finally relax his anxieties as he returned to his seat, awaiting the performances of others. Yet, this seemingly casual posture was quite deliberate. Yin Chen, Bauer, can you check if this angle is right? System 112. Rest assured, this angle has been calculated with precision by the system. From this viewpoint, as long as Bai Ran isn't blind, he will undoubtedly notice your resemblance. It is often easy for others to comment on the similarities in appearance between two individuals. However, for the person in question to acknowledge such likeness is considerably more challenging. Chen needed to find the optimal angle to subtly remind Bai Ran of their resemblance. At that moment, a youth clad in a white baseball cap stood in the corner, hands tucked in his pockets, his gaze firmly locked onto Chen. After listening to Chen's performance and observing the reactions of both the audience and Chen, Bai Ran's brow furrowed, his expression increasingly complex. As he watched, Bai Ran suddenly froze. He realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. The profile of this youth bore a striking resemblance to his own. Clues that had scattered like pearls were suddenly strung together by this revelation. A chilling hypothesis quietly surfaced in Bai Ran's mind. Beep. Bai Ran's strategy value. 30. Current strategy value. 60. Chapter 29. A brawl during a break in the recording. Lin Lingche made a special trip to escort the young financier, Chen, to the makeup room. After giving the cameraman several instructions, he left, glancing back multiple times. Chen sat before the mirror, lost in thought as he gazed at his reflection. At that moment, the cameraman who had been following him suddenly spoke up. Your singing was truly beautiful. Chen was taken aback, a slight flush creeping across his face as he offered a shy smile. Thank you. However, in the next second, the smile on Chen's face faltered. An additional figure appeared in the mirror. It was none other than Bai Ran, the white moonlight of Chen Renhao. Upon seeing Bai Ran in the frame, Chen Renhao's demeanor shifted dramatically. He anxiously focused on Chen's reaction. Witnessing Chen's complexion deteriorate, he leapt from the car and hurried towards the base, dialing Lin Lingche as he walked. Upon seeing the financier's name flashing on his phone, Lin Lingche quickly answered, Mr. Chen, what instructions do you have? Chen Renhao's voice was as cold as ice. Did you not say everything was arranged? How could Bai Ran be here? He distinctly recalled having expressly warned against Bai Ran's presence at this base. What? Lin Lingche's astonishment appeared genuine. I did not mention this matter to him, and I even instructed security to prevent anyone from entering. This is troubling. It is possible that an acquaintance of his informed him and even facilitated his clandestine entry. Bai Ran has always been well-liked, so it would not be surprising if someone divulged this information to him. At that moment, Bai Ran stood opposite Chen, gazing at him with a complex expression. Chen refrained from turning around, instead observing him through the mirror. He took several discreet breaths to steady his voice, which threatened to quaver, and coldly stated, Sir, this is my dressing room. I must ask you to leave. However, Bai Ran, with the candor of youth, directly inquired, What sort of relationship do you share with Chen Renhao? Chen gripped the edge of the table, the veins on the back of his hand gradually becoming pronounced. Please you. Bai Ran did not allow him to finish. He stepped forward, grasping Chen's shoulders and turning him to face him. Yet, upon encountering the striking visage of Chen, Bai Ran's heart skipped a beat. He felt a surge of discontent. Such a youth deserved to be cherished, held tenderly in someone's palms. Why? Why should he be toyed with by that scoundrel Chen Renhao? Ding, Bai Ran's strategy value is 10. Current strategy value is 70. The darkness in Bai Ran's gaze intensified, his grip on Chen's shoulders tightening unconsciously. You know what Chen Renhao has done to you, don't you? Seeing Chen offer no rebuttal only fueled Bai Ran's fury. You are clearly aware, so why do you willingly leap into his flames? Do you think he wants you to participate in this competition for no reason? He told me you were a great gift, Bai Ran. Chen Renhao's furious roar threatened to upend the entire dressing room as he swiftly approached and landed a punch squarely on Bai Ran's face. You dare speak such nonsense again? Bai Ran, struck by the blow, tossed his hat aside and retaliated with his own fist. Although Bai Ran was slightly shorter than Chen Renhao, his strength was not to be underestimated. They grappled fiercely, each punch delivered with the intent of inflicting maximum damage. In a panic, Chen rushed forward, timing his intervention perfectly to absorb a punch intended for Chen Renhao, clutching his abdomen and curling up in pain. System 112. You're covering the wrong area. Move your hand up a bit. Chen discreetly adjusted his hand higher. Ouch. Chen Renhao. Chen Chen. Bai Ran. Apologizing while witnessing the boy he had struck, now rendered mute by pain, Bai Ran felt his heart twist. His hand reached out, but froze midair. For even in such agony, Chen Chen instinctively extended his hand to check if Chen Renhao was injured during the moment he was embraced. That instinctive action, etched into his very being, pierced Bai Ran's heart. Bai Ran glared at Chen Renhao, consumed by jealousy. Ding, Bai Ran's strategy value is 20. Current strategy value is 90. Upon witnessing the look in Bai Ran's eyes, Chen Renhao realized that he harbored ulterior motives towards Chen Chen, and his anger erupted in a torrent of curses. How dare you still say sorry? Get lost. After berating him, Chen Renhao scooped up Chen Chen and made for the exit. The emotions Bai Ran had suppressed for so long erupted as he took several strides forward, exclaiming loudly, Chen Chen, it was I who helped you turn on the faucet in the restroom that day. I was the one who washed your hands and brought you back. You mentioned that I should express my gratitude, yet you have yet to thank me in person. Chapter 30. The true voice Chen Chen was taken to the hospital for examination. Fortunately, his internal organs were unharmed. Only superficial injuries remained. Chen Renhao exhaled in relief. But as he lifted Chen Chen's shirt, he beheld the gruesome bruise on his pale abdomen, his eyes reddening with concern. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Mr. Chen. Chen Chen replied. Yes, I'm here. Chen Chen felt a tinge of fear, yet he could not resist asking about Chen Renhao. Bai Ran said, I'm a great gift. What does that mean? Why am I considered Bai Ran's gift? A shadow flickered in Chen Renhao's gaze as he grasped Chen Chen's hand. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. He is merely a madman. Upon uttering those words, Chen Renhao himself was taken aback. After following Bai Ran for so many years, he had presumed that such an affection held some significance. However, upon witnessing Bai Ran's intention to disclose his foolish actions to Chen Chen, a singular thought consumed him, to silence Bai Ran. From that moment, the youth before him had etched profound impressions upon his life, tugging at his heartstrings and causing this inherently proud man to experience trepidation. With his fingertip dabbed in ointment, Chen Renhao gently applied it to Chen Chen's wounds. Chen Chen, the one I love is you. As you have observed, had you not been injured today, I would have rendered him incapacitated. But he said I'm a great gift. Chen Chen replied. While Chen Chen could dismiss many things, Chen Renhao remained his singular focus. Even if he were to be regarded as a mere substitute, he would not mind, as long as he could remain by his side. He had no intention of leaving this man. Yet he wished to remain informed and not be kept in the dark. He said, Chen Renhao's jealousy flared, his gaze turning icy as his tone suddenly grew serious. Are you listening to me or him? Chen Chen was taken aback. Noticing that Chen Renhao was genuinely upset, he fell silent regarding the matter, yet the words lingered deeply within his heart. That night, Chen Renhao brought Chen Chen home. After washing up, Chen Chen took the initiative to approach Chen Renhao. Having endured so much, Chen Renhao had learned to be gentle. Previously, when he forcefully opened shells, the pearls he extracted were always dull and grayish-white, marred by the scars of tools. Now, with careful selection, the pearls shimmered with a delicate, lustrous pink hue. As night deepened, Chen Renhao embraced Chen Chen as they drifted into slumber. System 112. Peacefully passing away, JPG Chen Chen. Let us keep our spirits high. We are those who dedicate ourselves for the sake of faith. System 112. Damn it, for the sake of faith. Yet it truly is worth it for faith. Chen Chen. Darling, please release the recorded video. We thrive on the thrill of the heartbeat. In the quiet space, Chen Chen slightly turned his head, holding his breath as he gazed at Chen Renhao. Confirming that he was fast asleep, Chen Chen reached out, gently pushing aside Chen Renhao's arm. Then, with a soft and tentative step, he descended from the bed. Utilizing the moonlight streaming through the window, he began to search the floor. He located Chen Renhao's phone. Having never engaged in such audacious behavior before, his heart raced as if it would shatter his ribcage. He bit his lip tightly, cautiously retrieving Chen Renhao's hand to unlock the phone. Chen Chen sought refuge in the bathroom of Chen Renhao's bedroom, opening his contacts with the intention of calling Bai Ran. He yearned for clarity regarding the unfolding events. Just as he was about to dial, he noticed several messages from Lin Lingshe popping up on Chen Renhao's phone. Director Lin, this trending topic came out of nowhere. Has President Chen seen it? Director Lin, I assure you, no videos have leaked and the filming angle is quite peculiar. Director Lin, my team is already working on removing the trending topic, so do not worry. Director Lin, forwarding link. Zhou Yunshun, real-time singing at top of the charts. Yunshun, did you come up with this trending title? System 112. Indeed, you wanted something satirical, right? Impressive, isn't it? Yunshun, that stings, my friend. Upon clicking on the trending topic, he was greeted by a video of himself singing at the base earlier that day. Just as he opened it, the video was harmonized. However, the comments had already loaded, and he scrolled down. Yunshun stared at the screen, and soon a chilling sensation coursed down his spine, causing his hands to tremble. Help! Desperately seeking a pair of unhearing ears. Is this it? A mere 10? Am I blind? Or have the judges been possessed? Is the talent show this pathetic now? Might as well lip sync. Thank you. Who is this person? I don't recognize him. Why isn't there any footage of Iran? Probably some young master from a wealthy family. Look at the audience applauding, eagerly fawning over him. Doesn't anyone think this guy resembles Byran? Surely. He must be a deliberate contrast set up by the show. With a thud, Yunshin's wrist went limp, and his phone crashed heavily to the ground. Tears streamed down his face, and in his beautiful light-colored eyes, something monumental collapsed. It dawned on him. This was the grand gift Chen Chen had given to Byran. He was a mere joke. From beginning to end, he was nothing but a farce. He needed to escape this place. Moments later, the bathroom door was flung open from the outside. Chen Chen, disheveled, rushed in and was taken aback to find Yunshun in tears. Alarmed, he hurriedly embraced him, repeatedly asking, "What is wrong? What is wrong, my dear?" Yunshun could barely hear his own voice, instinctively replying, "Let me go." Chen Chen, puzzled and uncertain if Yunshun was having a nightmare, reached out to rub his back. Yunshun shouted, "Don't touch me." Though Chen Chen initially misinterpreted his earlier plea, this outburst sounded like a feral creature on edge. Yunshun pushed Chen Chen away and attempted to flee, but Chen Chen pulled him back tightly into his embrace, insisting, "What is going on? Calm down." Before he could finish, Chen Chen spotted his phone on the floor. The screen was lit, displaying a flurry of comments flashing before his eyes. Chapter 31. Oxygen deprivation. Chen Renhao's pupils dilated in shock. How could this happen? Who uploaded the video online? He picked up the phone, cursing vehemently, and gripped Yunshin's shoulders, compelling him to meet his gaze. "Listen to me. I deceived you, but I realized my mistake." Yunshin interrupted. Iron Fist. Iron Fist. System 112. Here it comes. With a sharp crack, Yunshin delivered a stinging slap across Chen Renhao's face. No wonder the people in the base were whispering to one another, their expressions so peculiar. No wonder the recording studio's instructor wore a frown of despair. No wonder he forbade me from singing in front of Director Lin, covering his practice room with soundproof materials. For 3 years, I had played the role of a jester, viewing Chen Chen as my everything, only to receive what in return? His callous manipulation, a mere flippant acknowledgement of my mistakes. This slap was imbued with the fury of youth, causing Chen Renhao's lip to bleed. Yet, he scarcely felt the pain, even deducing that the young man had exerted considerable force. Clearly, he was quite enraged. Chen Renhao discreetly inspected the boy's hand and, seeing it uninjured, spoke softly. "Chen Chen, I truly recognize my mistakes. I wish to make amends, but it is all too late. You may hit or scold me as you wish. If you find no satisfaction, you may even stab me with a knife. I will accept it all." Yunshin raised his hand to strike again, but reconsidered, realizing that his meager strength would amount to nothing more than a tickle against Chen Renhao. As for stabbing him, how could he ever bring himself to do such a thing? Ultimately, Yunshin trembled as he withdrew his arm, his voice quivering with despair as he pleaded, "Let me be." Chen Renhao, aware of his own culpability, quickly released his grip, opting to support him gently. "All right, I have let go. I have let go." Without support, Yunshin slumped against the wall, wrapping his arms around his knees. "You should leave." Chen Renhao replied, "I." Yunshin interrupted, "Please, allow me to be alone for a moment." Reluctantly, Chen Renhao retreated from the bathroom, standing at the door and watching Yunshin. "Leave," Yunshin insisted. "I cannot bear to leave you." Chen Renhao replied, "I will stay right here." "Get out." Yun Chen's shout was fueled by every ounce of his strength, his face paling, nearly fainting. Qin Renhao had no choice but to exit the bedroom, though he dared not truly depart, pressing against the door to listen intently to the sounds within. Yun Chen buried his face in the crook of his arm, crying helplessly. System 112. Is this man's heart made of stone? Why does he not see an increase in the strategy points? Yun Chen, give my brother a moment, please. System 112. Understood, recording and looping this for you. No need for the esteemed actor to make an appearance. Yun Chen, wishing you health and happiness. System 112. How cliché. Saved. The sounds of Yun Chen's weeping echoed for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, when suddenly a metallic voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Qin Renhao's strategy points increased by 2. Current strategy points 98. In the midst of Yun Chen's tears, Qin Renhao felt a profound pain in his heart, finally awakening to the gravity of his errors. His strategy points had shifted by 2. Yet, it seemed that the main deity's points were not so easily amassed, unless faced with consequences he could not bear. Yun Chen, let us use the package I bought earlier. System 112. The package for depression's escapism? Once activated, you'll have only 10 days remaining. Yet you still lack 2 strategy points. Yun Chen, use it. Ultimately, the system exists to serve the host. Suggestions may be made, but in critical moments, the host decisions must prevail. Upon receiving the command from Yun Chen, System 112 promptly activated the package for him. In the next moment, Yun Chen shuddered, succumbing to a tumult of emotions. Inferiority, oppression, anguish, and despair. All these pre-existing feelings intertwined violently, akin to a heavy shackle constricting his chest, rendering him breathless. Both physically and spiritually, he felt as if he were drowning, his lips turning a bluish hue from lack of oxygen. Helpless against the overwhelming pain, he allowed it to spread mercilessly. The agony intensified, as if something sharp were clawing its way up from his throat, unleashing a wave of bloodshed. In a desperate attempt to alleviate the torment, he grasped his own throat with his hands, fingers tightening until his chest ceased to rise and fall, his vision blurring into obscurity. Yun Chen collapsed, his weight yanking down the shower curtain. Following the rustling sound, hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry. Yun Chen. Red marks adorned his neck, remnants of his own grip. As he lay on the floor, his chest appeared sunken, as if no air would ever enter again. A tide of despair and fear surged within him as Qin Renhao staggered to lift him, laying him flat on the ground to aid his breathing. The thought crossed his mind that if Yun Chen did not awaken this time, he would willingly join him in death. It was then that he felt a faint rise and fall of the youth's chest. Tears streamed down Qin Renhao's face as he hastily called for a doctor. The physician lived in the same residence and rushed up in his pajamas upon being awakened. At first glance, he noticed the red marks on Yun Chen's neck and instinctively assumed Qin Renhao had been the one to inflict them, cursing him silently. However, as the employer, the doctor refrained from voicing any accusations. He swiftly checked the pulse, examined Yun Chen's eyes, and advised Qin Renhao. The period of oxygen deprivation was brief. A trip to the hospital for intravenous fluids and oxygen would suffice. If you trust me, Mr. Qin, carry him to the bed and maintain a lateral position. Nodding in agreement, Qin Renhao carefully lifted the unconscious figure and placed him gently on the bed. The doctor brought over an oxygen tank, adjusted the concentration, and positioned it near Yun Chen's mouth and nose. In a short while, Yun Chen stirred slightly, emitting discomfort groans, prompting Qin Renhao to soothingly caress his back. Exhausted from his feeble cries, Yun Chen slipped back into slumber, while Qin Renhao awkwardly knelt beside the bed, periodically checking the youth's breathing. The doctor administered saline solution, frowning as he turned to Qin Renhao. Mr. Qin, certain games should be played in moderation. Heartbroken, Qin Renhao could muster no anger. His voice weak as he replied, it was his own choice. The doctor's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Did he attempt suicide? Those words struck Qin Renhao like a dagger, delivering yet another blow to his already wounded heart. He had never anticipated such dire consequences. Memories flooded back to when he first brought the boy home, so innocent and timid, curled up beside him like a gentle puppy. How utterly desperate must he have felt to reach such a point? Beep. Chen Renhao's affection points increased by 1. Current total 99. Doctor, it is uncommon. Driven by the instinct to survive, one rarely manages to suffocate themselves intentionally. Mr. Chen, has Mr. Zhou experienced some severe trauma? Chen Renhao found himself at a loss for words, yet the doctor gleaned the answer from his silence. Since the last encounter with Yuan Chen, who had succumbed to vomiting and subsequently displayed symptoms of delirium, the doctor had suspected significant psychological issues. Seizing this opportunity, he advised Chen Renhao, Mr. Chen, please arrange for a comprehensive examination tomorrow, including a psychological evaluation. Chapter 32. Worthless when Yuan Chen regained consciousness. He perceived a persistent gloom enveloping him. He noticed the doctor pacing in front of him. However, his body felt as though it were submerged in stagnant water, sinking deeper and deeper, each breath a laborious effort. In such a state, he found it impossible to muster any spirit or engage in independent thought. Resembling a marionette submerged in water, utterly incapable of acting upon his desires. Thus, when Chen Renhao realized he had awakened, Yuan Chen had already been staring blankly at the ceiling for several minutes. Chen Renhao's voice was hoarse yet tender, laced with exhaustion. Darling, you're awake. Yuan Chen remained silent, still fixated on the void ahead. Chen Renhao tucked away the diagnosis of severe depression, forcing a smile as he brushed aside the tousled hair from Yuan Chen's forehead. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Yuan Chen continued to offer no response, the faint red mark on his pale neck still vivid. Chen Renhao felt a wave of anguish wash over him, prompting him to suddenly raise his hand and strike himself sharply. I am a fool. I acted without considering the consequences, inflicting harm upon you. The force of his blow was greater than Yuan Chen's formidable fists, leaving him momentarily dazed and tasting blood in his mouth. Yet, he remained oblivious, kneeling by the bed, continuing, But Chen Chen, I cannot live without you. I cannot lose you. Please, do not hurt yourself anymore. I understand that you may not wish to speak with me now. I will bring the food over. Will you eat it yourself? Chen Renhao personally fetched breakfast, setting up a small table for Yuan Chen. He glanced at the fork beside the plate, silently replaced it with a soft spoon suitable for a child. Chen Chen, come. Yuan Chen's lips twitched slightly, his voice barely audible, as if he were attempting to articulate something. Chen Renhao leaned closer, eager to hear. What did you say, Chen Chen? Yuan Chen spoke slowly, his voice faint, requiring him to hold his breath to be heard. They are laughing at me. Chen Renhao blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. A faint sound escaped Yuan Chen's chest, resembling laughter yet tinged with a sorrowful cry, tears slipping down the corners of his eyes. Everyone is laughing at me. Chen Renhao hurriedly wiped away his tears, gazing at the frail, pallid youth on the bed, fearing he might shatter into irreparable pieces at any moment. He shook his head vehemently, declaring loudly, No, they wouldn't dare. Yuan Chen replied, They may not dare, but that does not mean it isn't true. They do not mock me because of you, Chen Renhao. But what about you? Aren't you the first to ridicule yourself? Suddenly, Yuan Chen felt the world around him blur, the peculiar gazes of those around him distorting into a cacophony of whispers, derision, and laughter. He felt like a worthless being, a piece of refuse amidst a heap of waste. The murmurs around him grew increasingly loud, and distorted smiles began to appear before Yuan Chen's eyes. In terror, he raised his hands to clutch his head, inadvertently toppling Chen Renhao's small table. The sharp clatter of falling dishes elicited a scream from him, causing him to faint. Fortunately, Chen Renhao managed to catch him just in time, preventing him from tumbling off the bed. He carried the unconscious Yuan Chen from the chaotic bed to the sofa, his feet treading upon the shards of broken pottery, blood streaming from his wounds. He rushed out, calling loudly for a doctor. Yuan Chen murmured, What a strong force this is. System 112 replied, The items in the system store are genuine. Perhaps you should consider a less strenuous demise next time? Yuan Chen responded, Indeed, but just look at how the main deity kneels before me, lost and desolate. It's quite a sight. System 112 queried, What is this sudden bout of delusional affection? Yuan Chen exclaimed, but it's nearly time clock out. System 112 retorted, "You call this working? The main deity is just a hair's breadth away from achieving the required Gongurajur. I knew you had potential. However, Byran still lacks 10 points, a pity." Yun Chun conceded. "All right, I still have to put in some extra hours." System 112 objected. "No, you refer to this as extra hours? Is this something that can be resolved with overtime?" At this juncture, how could Qin Rinhao possibly allow Byran to approach Yun Chun again? Why does he speak of the S-class world, as if it were as effortless as roasting sweet potatoes? Chapter 33. Hallucinations. Yun Chun's fainting spell significantly impacted Qin Rinhao's psychological defenses, prompting him to agree to the physician's recommendation for antidepressants. Once the medication entered his system, Yun Chun grew considerably calmer. Yet, he drifted in and out of consciousness, his mind becoming increasingly muddled. At times, he would fall asleep only to be haunted by nightmares, occasionally weeping softly. Qin Rinhao replaced all sharp objects in the house and remained vigilantly by Yun Chun's bedside throughout the day. Lin Lingche visited Yun Chun, bringing flowers. But the young man was not lacking in floral offerings this time. Lying on the bed, Yun Chun was surrounded by a magnificent bouquet of roses. The blossoms were vibrant and glistening, droplets of water clinging to the petals, clearly indicating that the owner frequently replaced them. As he lay in a drowsy slumber, his pale complexion almost blended with the sheets, evoking a profound sense of fragility in Lin Lingche. Lin Lingche pondered, "Does he know everything now?" In a hoarse whisper, Qin Rinhao cautioned, "Lower your voice. He has just fallen asleep." Though no direct answer was given, Lin Lingche understood. Beep. Lin Lingche going to 10. Currently 100 occasionally. Stewardly would also watch over him by the bedside, and Qin Rinhao's assistant frequently visited. Yun Chun had initially thought that Li Boi was the softest-hearted. Upon seeing him frown, he would generously give half of his Gongye. Unexpectedly, it was Qin Rinhao's assistant, Han, who was even more generous. As a mere glance at the multitude of pinprick marks on Yun Chen's hand caused the Gongye to skyrocket. This time, Yun Chun had learned his lesson before purchasing a package. He diligently checked the supplementary menu. He accurately acquired cake slices and a heap of chocolate hazelnut millefeuille, filling the system space. He also thoughtfully exchanged various flavored seeds for System 112. System 112, munching on the seeds, felt a surge of irritation. "You have only 3 days left." Yun Chun replied, "Yes, just 3 days remain." The words, for some inexplicable reason, carried a tinge of melancholy, causing System 112 to feel a pang of sympathy. Qin Rinhao, though somewhat lacking in composure, now genuinely harbors affection for his host. System 112 is aware that Qin Rinhao has been running a low fever, yet he remains vigilantly by the bedside day and night, which must have touched his host's heart to some extent. System 112 advised, "Then you should spend more time with him and do not overly concern yourself with the strategy points. After all, the minimum requirement has already been met." Yun Chun rested his chin upon his hand, a frown creasing his brow. "There's still so many small cakes left. How can I possibly finish them in 3 days? Alas, can I take some with me?" System 112 noted that Yun Chun was uncertain which of his words had gone awry. In the next moment, he was deemed to be shirking his duties by System 112 and was promptly expelled from the system space. Yun Chun opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Qin Rinhao's fever had escalated significantly, and the doctor urged him to rest. Ignoring the advice, he took a pill and continued to stay by Yun Chen's side, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and dozing off beside him. Due to the absence of any extreme behavior in recent days, the doctor made some adjustments to his medication. And with Qin Rinhao now asleep, tonight's dose remained unadministered. The emotions that had been subdued by the medication resurfaced. Yun Chen's ears were filled with a cacophony of derisive laughter and scornful taunts. It felt as though a multitude surrounded him, familiar faces from his small town, as well as competitors from the current contest, all casting disdainful, loathing glances in his direction. Finally, an illusion materialized before Yun Chen's eyes, revealing Qin Rinhao locked in an embrace, kissing Byran. Clutching his head, Yun Chen curled into a tight ball, feeling like refuse wallowing in muck. Bai Ran was the epitome of excellence, a favored son of fortune. It was clear that Qin Renhao's affections were directed toward him. If only he could transform into Bai Ran. Yun Chen's head throbbed with agony, and he found himself unable to resist the urge to end it all. Lowering his head to bite at his wrist, the sound startled the lightly sleeping Qin Renhao awake. "Yun Chen," he exclaimed, immediately wrapping him in his arms, only to receive a fierce bite on his arm in return. After enduring these trials, Qin Renhao had grown somewhat desensitized. The wound was not superficial, yet he merely furrowed his brow slightly, retracting his bloodied arm to gently wipe away the blood trickling from Yun Chen's pale lips. Still, Yun Chen could not control his impulse to harm himself, compelling Qin Renhao to call for a doctor to administer sedative. Watching the young man gradually succumb to lethargy in his embrace, Qin Renhao wished fervently to bear his suffering in place of Yun Chen. He buried his face in Yun Chen's palm, contemplating how he would willingly trade his very life for the boy's recovery, yearning for the moment when he could tenderly kiss his lips once more. The following morning, Qin Renhao remained slumped at the bedside, teetering between dreams and wakefulness. When he sensed a hand resting upon his head, startled awake, he realized this was no dream. Yun Chen was seated beside him, gently stroking his hair. Initially taken aback, joy surged within him, and he swiftly grasped Yun Chen's hand. "You are awake." Morning sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Yun Chen's eyes, which were no longer clouded as they had been in recent days. He appeared to possess a newfound vitality. Gazing at Qin Renhao, he straightened himself and, with palpable emotion, pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of his lips, murmuring, "Qin Ge." The soft touch descended, and the wishes that Qin Renhao had made the previous night were gradually fulfilled. His eyes reddened in an instant, feeling as though he had no regrets in life. However, just as Qin Renhao was about to embrace the youth and return the kiss, he suddenly became aware of Yun Chen's address. Qin Renhao's heart, which had just soared to the clouds, plummeted sharply. In the next moment, his insides twisted, and a rich metallic taste surged up his throat, rendering his voice weak. "What did you call me?" Yun Chen blinked, a slight smile curving his lips as he patted Qin Renhao's head. "Brother Qin, haven't I always called you that?" Chapter 34. Heart's Despair System 112. A heart-wrenching betrayal. Yun Chen, but darling, without this, we can't fill by Ran's strategy value. System 112. Yet you are pretending to be Bai Ran. You are not truly him. Yun Chen, oh, it's simple. Just watch closely. The youth had never referred to him as Brother Qin, and Qin Renhao was well aware of this. But the blow was simply too great. He stared at Yun Chen for a long while before managing to utter, "Yun Chen." Yun Chen paused, his beautiful brows suddenly knitting together, revealing a contemptuous gaze. "Isn't he just a pawn you raised for me? Merely a piece of trash? Why would you call him by his name?" Qin Renhao struggled to swallow the metallic taste. "You misheard." Yun Chen let out an "oh," and then revealed a radiant smile. Yet, Qin Renhao's heart bled. System 112, I'm too old for this, crunch, crunch. Yun Chen, can you refrain from munching on seeds while saying that? Yun Chen, Brother Qin, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat something. Qin Renhao numbly nodded as the youth took his arm. When Yun Chen attempted to rise from the bed, his legs unexpectedly gave way as they touched the ground. He stumbled forward, caught in Qin Renhao's arms. Yun Chen expressed surprise. "What is wrong with me?" Having lain in bed for several days under the influence of medication, he had been held by Qin Renhao, which had left him weak upon suddenly standing. Qin Renhao could only respond, "You." Yun Chen suddenly smiled, a few strands of hair swaying lightly, his delicate features resembling a painting. "I must have injured myself during dance practice. What a forgetful person I am. Qin Renhao, let me carry you." Yun Chen, "Thank you. Brother Qin, just support me a bit." Yun Chen rummaged through the cabinet and found a white baseball cap to wear. We turned to face Qin Renhao. His gaze mirrored that of Bai Ran's. "Let us go, Brother Qin." Each time Yun Chen called him Brother Qin, it felt as though a knife were being plunged into Qin Renhao's heart. They rarely ventured out together, but this time they went to see a movie and dined at a Western restaurant. Yun Chen was filled with joy, while Qin Renhao endured the pain, forcing a smile to match Yun Chen's happiness. After their meal, Chen Chen's legs had regained some strength, and he hardly needed Qin Renhao's support as they returned home together. Once Chen Chen had gone to sleep, Qin Renhao immediately sought out a doctor. The doctor listened to Qin Renhao's description of the situation, and after considering Chen Chen's condition and physical parameters, he made a preliminary diagnosis. Yesterday, he once again exhibited suicidal tendencies, yet upon waking this morning, his mood had stabilized, an indication of the protective mechanism he had unconsciously activated. Generally speaking, such a mechanism is not sustained for long. Should it persist, it may necessitate an evaluation from psychiatric experts, potentially leading to his admission to a mental health facility. Before the doctor could finish his thoughts, they were interrupted by the sudden outcry of Li Boi. "President Qin, it's dire." Mr. Zhou. The remainder of his words was lost to Qin Renhao. He dashed upstairs to find Assistant Han tightly restraining Chen Chen from behind, as Chen Chen struggled fiercely, his hands marred with glaring crimson. Qin Renhao swiftly extricated him from the assistant's grasp, drawing him back into his protective embrace. He glared at the butler, demanding, "I've only been away for a brief moment. What transpired?" Li Boi replied. Mr. Zhou said he needed to use the restroom, but shortly after entering, he shattered the mirror. Assistant Han added, "I tried to intervene, but Mr. Zhou was berating himself in the mirror. He believes he is Bai Ran, and he was scolding the reflection of Chen Chen. Look at what he has become." A profound despair shadowed Qin Renhao's eyes as he contemplated sacrificing himself to atone for the pain, if only it could restore him to health. While soothing Chen Chen's distress, he summoned a physician to tend to his wounds. Once Chen Chen had settled back into sleep, the doctor turned to Qin Renhao and said, "This cannot continue. He believes he is another person. Does President Qin know this individual?" Qin Renhao nodded mechanically. The doctor suggested, "Perhaps we should summon him. If that person personally arrives and the patient still cannot confront reality, then we must seriously consider sending him to a rehabilitation center." Chapter 35. Departure on the final day of the 10-day deadline. Bai Ran's vehicle approached Qin Renhao's villa. Bai Ran briskly traversed the courtyard, where the butler awaited him. "Mr. Bai, please come in." Upon entering, Bai Ran spotted Qin Renhao seated on the sofa, awaiting his arrival. In the brief days of their separation, the transformation in Qin Renhao was striking. When he raised his gaze to Bai Ran, the sharpness once present had faded, replaced by a profound depth of suffering and fatigue akin to a vast ocean. He exchanged no idle words or harsh remarks with Bai Ran, simply stating wearily, "Let us go upstairs shortly. Don't frighten him." Bai Ran's sarcastic retort lingered on the tip of his tongue, but was stifled by the palpable despondency emanating from Qin Renhao. Ascending the stairs, Bai Ran encountered the youth sitting on the bed, facing him. He had lost considerable weight. A pang of anguish shot through Bai Ran's heart as he gripped the doorframe. Chen Chen. Ding. Bai Ran's influence value. 5. Current influence value. 95. Upon seeing his visitor, Chen Chen initially widened his eyes in surprise. Meanwhile, Qin Renhao had quietly positioned himself behind Chen Chen, bracing for any unforeseen circumstances. After a moment of silence, Chen Chen offered a gentle smile, lowering his gaze. His voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. "How could I possibly be him? He merely stands there, radiating light. How could I ever be him?" Chen Chen thought to himself that he truly ought to depart from this place. Having spoken, he calmly returned to the bed, pulling the blanket around himself. "President Qin, I am tired and wish to sleep for a while." Upon hearing Chen Chen no longer refer to him as Qin Gu, Qin Renhao silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Qin Renhao gestured towards the door, indicating for Bai Ran to leave. Bai Ran sensed that something was amiss with Chen Chen and, surprisingly, did not oppose Qin Renhao's wishes, turning to depart. Suddenly, Chen Chen called out, "Bai Ran." Bai Ran halted, turning back with eyes full of hope. "Yes?" Chen Chen continued, "Thank you for that day at the club." Bai Ran was momentarily taken aback, then a relieved smile graced his face. "You're welcome. Some people are destined to be mere fleeting glimpses in our lives." As Bai Ran exited, Qin Renhao knelt down and gently stroked his hair. Chen Chen. Chen Chen gazed at Qin Renhao, the man he had cherished for the past 3 years. Since he was leaving anyway, and he was bound to return him to Bai Ran, He thought, why not? Yun Chen raised his hand, grasping Chen Rinhao's collar, his courage coalescing into these words. President Chen, kiss me. Chen Rinhao's bloodshot eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, akin to a sky full of stars, and his voice trembled with anticipation. What did you say? President Chen, kiss me. Without hesitation, Chen Rinhao leaned down and pressed his lips against Yun Chen's pale ones. He slowly sat on the bed, carefully embracing his one-of-a-kind little pearl. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his little pearl never perceived himself as such. System notification. Chen Rinhao strategy success. Faith value 7,000. By Rand strategy success. Faith value 1,000. Lin Ling's strategy success. Faith value 500. Other character strategy success. Total faith value 5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a total of 8,505 achievement points from the Heavenly Decree's faith value. Please utilize the system space items promptly, as they will be cleared if not used. Yinshin remarked, done clocking out. System 112 replied, please be quiet. Don't disturbis my show, sobi. Yinshin teased. Oh, you want to watch? What a pity. Before System 112 could finish lamenting, it was sent into the chaos space, MDLSB. In the evening, as Yinshin awoke, he leaned affectionately against Chen Rinhao, President Chen. Chen Rinhao immediately kissed him. Baby, Yinshin stated, I'm hungry. I want some pancakes. Chen Rinhao smiled with an expression of utter devotion, nodding vigorously. I'll make some for you. Yinshin propped himself up on his arms. I'll join you. However, as he sat up, he weakly coughed twice. Chen Rinhao hurriedly pressed him back down on the bed. You rest. I'll bring it to you when it's ready. Yinshin requested, I want it with zucchini. Chen Rinhao replied, but we have no zucchini at home. I'll go buy some. Just wait here. Yinshin nodded, raising his hand to wave goodbye to Chen Rinhao's departing figure. Goodbye, President. Little did Chen Rinhao know, this would be the last sentence exchanged between him and Yinshin. When he returned to the room with a plate of golden pancakes, the young man on the bed had vanished. A sense of foreboding surged within him, as if a powerful hand had clenched his heart, causing his tray to crash to the floor. Yinshin. Chen Rinhao opened the bathroom door, and the scene before him shattered his entire world. The youth languidly reclined against the edge of the bathtub, his neck tilted limply inward, his head buoyed by the pale crimson surface of the water, rising and falling with the gentle currents. His skin had lost all semblance of color, having succumbed to the grip of death some time ago. One arm floated in the water, a grotesque gash faintly visible upon his wrist. Beside him lay a shard of blood-stained glass, a remnant of the mirror he had shattered, which he had surreptitiously hidden behind the tub. He had long prepared for his departure. Chen Rinhao had been plagued by uncertainty during this period, having dreamt countless times of his impending departure. In those dreams, he was frenzied, violent, weeping and pleading with the youth not to abandon him. Yet, when the moment truly arrived, he appeared remarkably composed. Chen Rinhao returned to his room, donning a sharply tailored suit, a rose brooch adorning his chest, vibrant and alluring. He knelt down, carefully cradling the lifeless form of his beloved. Yinshin, if this is the punishment you have bestowed upon me, I accept it. Please grant me an opportunity to prove my love for you. Chen Rinhao pressed his lips against the youth's. In the end, a shard of glass bore the blood of both. Chapter 36. The crown prince of the empire after Yun Chen's demise, he returned to the vast, white expanse of the system space, awaiting the main system's assessment. Seizing the moment, he and System 112 devoured all the cakes in a whirlwind, Yun Chen indulging while sipping tea with abandon. System 112, concerned that witnessing Chen Rinhao's suicide might distress him, kept a watchful eye. Yet, Yun Chen relished his feast, pointing at Chen Rinhao's fallen form and exclaiming, Look, his brooches ask you, ha. System 112 retorted, Wipe your mouth. With a chime, darkness enveloped Yun Chen, and he found himself crashing onto the hard floor. He had returned to the prison. The temporal leap was a profoundly exhausting endeavor, and Yun Chen curled up on the cold marble slab, his head spinning. Even if he opened his eyes, clarity eluded him. Nevertheless, he had acquired 8,000 faith points. I truly am a beloved little genius, Yinshin mumbled, a faint smile gracing his lips before he slipped back into slumber. Footsteps echoed, and upon recognizing the figure, the guard sprang to attention, nervously saluting, "Your Highness." Yun Shun frowned at the disturbance, drowsily opening his eyes, and vaguely perceived a pair of black leather boots beyond the bars. However, he was too weak to think or form memories. In the next moment, the sound of chains clinking filled the air as he was lifted and placed within a makeshift floating pod. The pod resembled an egg, providing warmth that gradually soothed Yun Chen's troubled spirit. The guard, perplexed, inquired, "Your Highness, what is this?" Before he could respond, a cool, magnetic voice interjected. "What is his name?" "He is named Yun Shun, Your Highness." "What crime has he committed?" "Desertion." The young crown prince pressed his lips together, a frown creasing his brow as he remained silent for a considerable time before declaring, "What transpired today must not be disclosed to anyone." "Understood." When Yun Shun awoke, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. Does the celestial task still possess the ability to refine spiritual energy? TSK, what a fortune! As Yun Shun regained consciousness, restlessness immediately took hold of him. "Hey, did you know? I just emerged from the celestial S-rank task realm. The delivery person arrived. Time to eat." Yun Shun retorted, "Are you not eating? Then I'll take it." With a sigh, Yun Shun tugged the person carrying the food back and devoured 3 bowls of rice in quick succession. After finishing, he flashed an okay gesture, boasting to the guard in the cell, "I only slept for 3 days, just 3 days. Am I impressive or what?" The guard thought to himself, had it not been for His Highness's arrival, you would have been asleep for half a month. Yet, he could only respond, "Yes, yes, you are impressive." Exhausted from boasting, Yun Shun rubbed his satisfied belly and said, "Excuse me, brother, please take me to the task realm." The guard, somewhat taken aback, replied, "The enforced time hasn't elapsed. Shouldn't you rest a bit longer?" Yun Shun raised an eyebrow at him and scoffed, "Only the weak require rest." "Are you weak?" The guard retorted, "Shut up." The guard pressed the button to interact with the celestial system, and the space before Yun Shun began to warp. In the next moment, he found himself in the vast, white system space. Hey, is the little system there? Is the little system there?" System 112 responded, "How are you here so soon?" Yun Shun whined, "Isn't it because I missed you too much?" System 112 replied, "Actually, I missed you too." Yun Shun inquired, "When I open the next world, will I be targeting the same person?" System 112 retorted, "I knew you weren't here for me." System 112 continued, "Yes. S-rank worlds generally prioritize binding with the same prominent figure's soul fragments and will automatically filter for those with high soul compatibility who are willing to open their worlds for you." Yun Shun responded, "Oh, then let's get started." System 112 replied, "All right, we must wait for the main system to match." Yun Shun nodded, waiting, growing bored. He chatted with System 112, and before long, managed to con a piece of cake. System 112 announced, "Done." As the words fell, Yun Shun felt a jolt as his soul plunged into a new body. Chapter 37. The substitute princess consort of the prince within the city of Kaifeng. The sun shone brightly. A group of young men, adorned in extravagant attire, rode their horses through the flower houses of the outer city. The leader, around 18 or 19 years old, rode without a saddle, leaning forward with the reins in hand, his black steed rearing up with a loud neigh. The young ladies from the flower houses all leaned out, playfully tossing their handkerchiefs at the young man. Yun Shun fell back onto the horse's back, feeling a sharp pain in his rear. However, the handkerchiefs from the ladies were delightfully fragrant. Yun Shun suppressed his grimace, reaching out to catch one, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. "Oh dear, young Master Lin took my handkerchief and is sniffing it. How annoying. Why doesn't young Master Lin sniff mine? Young Master Lin, do glance at us." Yun Shun thought, take a look, and raised his flirtatious gaze, capturing all the lovely maidens on the first floor within his sight. System 112 quipped, "You just mentioned feeling a bit heartbroken leaving Qin, and you even tricked me into using faith points to buy you cake. A man's words are but deceitful." Yun Shun, neglecting his small system, leaped off his horse and made his way towards the flower house. Suddenly, a guard on horseback galloped towards him, shouting, young master." This was a bodyguard of Yun Chen's father. Ignoring him, Yun Shun dashed towards the flower house, only to be pulled back by the guard. "Young master, I apologize, but Lord Lin requests your immediate return." Chen Chen, his eyes fixated on a young woman, casually retrieved some silver from his pocket and shoved it into the guard's hands, declaring, "I won't return. Tell him I'm busy with important matters. Keep this as a reward." The guard, glancing helplessly at the sign of the flower house, realized he could not persuade the young master and whispered in his ear, "The young lady is in tears." The young lady? Who? Having just entered this task world, Chen Chen had not yet taken the time to understand the background. System 112, tasked with maintaining his character, reminded him in his mind, "That is your elder sister. Your mother passed away early, and she has always cared for you dearly. You should not linger here. Hurry back." What? His eyes, previously filled with flirtatious charm, now glinted with a fierce intensity. Chen Chen grasped the guard's collar, demanding, "Why is my sister crying? Who has wronged her? I shall take their head." The guard quickly shook his head. "No, that's not it. Young master, you will understand everything once you return." With a shove, Chen Chen pushed the guard away, mounted his horse, and galloped towards the minister's residence, moving even faster than the guard, who was equipped with a saddle. Upon arrival, Chen Chen threw the reins aside and dashed into his family's estate, racing from the outer courtyard to the main hall of the inner courtyard. Minister Lin stood in the central hall, his face etched with worry. A girl, about Chen Chen's age, sat in a chair, her expression somber as she discreetly wiped her tears with her sleeve. Chen Chen, bursting through the threshold, exclaimed, "Sister, who has wronged you?" Lin Yumiao looked up, only to be enveloped by her brother's embrace. "Sister, who made you cry? I shall extract their tendons." Minister Lin interrupted, "Chenner, do not speak so recklessly." As Chen Chen wiped Lin Yumiao's tears, he anxiously stamped his foot, his portrayal of a young dandy executed flawlessly. "Father, please tell me what is happening." Minister Lin spoke slowly. "I'm troubled by your sister's marriage." Chen Chen furrowed his brow tightly. "Isn't my sister to marry Prince Jean?" Minister Lin sighed. "The emperor was attacked during a recent hunt, and Prince Jean has been implicated in the case. He has been taken to the Dali Temple." Prince Jean, being a royal and a man of military merit, had always been a significant figure in the court. With this incident, the court was poised for upheaval. Chen Chen exclaimed, "Then we must annul the engagement at once. How can my sister marry a man with a tainted reputation?" Minister Lin smacked his son's head. "Engagements cannot be annulled so lightly. Do you think matters in the capital are as simple as you suggest?" Holding his head, Chen Chen grimaced, seeking comfort beside his sister while reciting the script provided by System 112. "What is so difficult about it? If needs be, I shall marry in her stead." Minister Lin rebuked, "Nonsense. How could you take your sister's place?" Lin Yumiao shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Chen Chen, with an admirable physique, captivating phoenix eyes, and delicate lips, exuded an effortless charm. Even disguised as a woman, he would surely be strikingly beautiful. Chen Chen immediately straightened his back and declared loudly, "You may say that the youngest of the Lin family was gravely ill in childhood, and thus raised as a boy, but now she has reverted to her true female form. Regardless, Prince Jean has entered the Dali Temple. He shall emerge either dead or maimed. At that time, I shall find a fine steed and make my escape. The tarnishing of my reputation is trivial, but the disgrace of my sister's name is paramount." After the young scion of the Lin family concluded his remarks, he turned to his father with a playful smile, his innocent and unworldly eyes shining with mischief. "Father, do not deliberate any longer. Please grant my wish." Chapter 38. The substitute bride having persuaded his father and comforted his sister, Chen Chen traversed through intricately carved stone walls and passed beneath a vine-draped hanging door, returning to his chamber. Two maids approached to welcome the young master, offering him a soft, fine nightgown. After freshening up and donning the night attire, Chen Chen reclined on the rather firm bed, propping up his legs and summoning a maid to fan him. The maid, accustomed to such requests, knelt by the bedside, gently waving the fan. Chen Chen regarded her with a charming smile and teased, "Do find a soft cushion to sit upon. One mustn't injure their knees." The maid, named Wening, was still quite young, and as the strikingly handsome young master exhibited such thoughtfulness, her cheeks flushed a vivid red. Though she stammered a refusal, Chen Chen ultimately retrieved a small pillow from beside him for her to sit upon. "Ding!" Wen Ying's affection value. 50. Current affection value. 100. System 112. This world liberates your true nature. Yin Chen. Hee, dear, who is my target of affection this time? System 112. Prince Jean. Quickly. Peruse the world background. Substitute bride. This world exists in an alternate historical dynasty known as Song. Song Chengbi, the current emperor's younger brother, possesses extraordinary beauty and has been enamored with horseback riding and archery since childhood. When the new emperor ascended the throne, fearing for his safety, Song Chengbi joined the military. Thereafter, he distinguished himself in numerous border battles, and with the suspicions of the new emperor leading to the extermination of all martial officials, he was compelled to assume command of the military and was bestowed the title of Prince Jean. Now, with border trade having commenced and a semblance of stability returning, the emperor's jealousy resurfaced, leading to the interrogation of Song Chengbi and his faction at the Dali Temple, intending to seize the opportunity to suppress them. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this was a grand scheme orchestrated by the two brothers. One operated within the court, while the other remained stationed at the frontier, aiming to purge the court of conspirators and rectify the issue of factionalism. However, the oblivious officials, swayed by the tide of fortune, would eventually cast aside Lin Yunchun, who remained unaware that he was merely a pawn in this elaborate game. After being sent to marry in place of his sister, he was entirely ignorant of his role and treated the guilt-ridden Song Chengbi with contempt. Little did he know, it was his father who was the true traitor, meeting a grim fate as he was struck down by a barrage of arrows. With the death of Minister Lin Yunchun became an expendable piece, discarded by the prince on the battlefield, where he was swiftly beheaded by an enemy general to claim the reward. Yunchun gingerly touched his neck, wincing at the thought. The following morning, the newly tailored wedding attire was delivered to Yunchen's room. Lin Yimiao also came by, weeping as she embraced Yunchun, who eventually coaxed her to return to her chamber. After 3 days, Prince Jean was released from prison due to an existing engagement, announced as a special pardon for marriage. This overtly served as a warning to the Lin family regarding the prince's imprisonment, while covertly aiming to secure a hostage to coerce the Ministry of Rights. In truth, Lin Shangshu was well aware of everything. He secretly supported the Empress Dowager's faction and was, in every sense, a treacherous minister, indifferent to the fate of his own children. Thus, for him, it mattered little who would marry. Yunchen mused that only his elder sister truly cared for him. System 112 remarked ominously that Lin Yunmiao would perish. Yunchen sighed. The system added, "Do not be disheartened. You too shall meet your end." Yunchen retorted with sarcasm, "I thank you for your kind words." As Yunchen's long hair was meticulously styled by a maid, a touch of rouge was applied, and he donned his wedding attire. The vibrant crimson fabric accentuated his fair complexion, while golden cloud patterns adorned the lapels of his garment. His hairpin, embellished with shimmering silver tassels, chimed softly with his movements. Prepared and waiting for the sedan chair from the Prince Jin's residence, Yunchen, finding the bridal veil obstructive, frowned and pulled aside the red cloth. A youthful charm, softened by the makeup, glimmered in his eyes, lending him an air of delicate allure. Noticing the gazes upon him, Yunchen flashed a bright smile. At that moment, the handsome youth bore no trace of coquetry. His striking features exuded an elegant clarity that left the maids in awe. "Is sweltering. What are they saying about me?" he inquired. System 112 replied, "They are speaking ill of you." Yunchen chuckled, "Oh, I heard that. They were praising my looks. Is it so difficult for you, little system, to acknowledge others' merits?" System 112 retorted, "You heard them, yet still asked. Must you flaunt yourself to feel alive? Such childishness." Chapter 39. The young man, both the Shangshu residence and the Prince Jin's palace lay on the outskirts of the city, albeit in opposite directions. The sedan chair traversed several bridges, drawing the attention of the townsfolk. Yunchen perked up his ears, overhearing whispers that the Prince Jin had married after being granted a special pardon from prison, having endured considerable punishment, even donning shackles to greet his bride. Rumors circulated that such a significant event would surely result in a demotion of his title. Yet, even stripped of his rank, he remained a royal bloodline. Could he be likened to the common folk? How naive! The Prince Jin had innumerable enemies, Losing his title meant he could scarcely live like an ordinary man. Alas, the Lin family's youngest daughter was the one to be pitied. That young daughter was raised as a son. I had suspected as much, given his striking beauty. Surely, he must be a girl. Chen pressed his ear against the sedan's edge, delighting in the chatter. Indeed, the man was in dire straits. Perhaps he had already met his demise, lying motionless in bed. When the time came, he would humiliate him thoroughly before seizing the opportunity to flee. What could a half-dead Prince Jean do to him then? Upon arriving at the palace gates, no one came to receive him. The estate had fallen into disarray since its master's imprisonment, with even the gatekeeper languidly drinking on the steps, failing to cast a glance at the sedan chair. Observing this, Chen felt emboldened. Ignoring the servant's protests, he leapt from the sedan, lifting the corner of his bridal veil, and boldly made his way inside. The palace attendants, languidly hanging red lanterns, were taken aback by the bride's brazen entrance, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Yet, they quickly deduced that she was likely an assassin sent by the emperor, tasked with eliminating the overly ambitious Prince Jean. Fearing repercussions, they dared not impede Chen, allowing him to stride unimpeded into the depths of the courtyard. Chen found himself in the courtyard of the Prince Jean, where he plopped down onto the bed adorned with crimson bedding. As he settled in, he sensed a faint breath behind him. Turning around, he discovered that there was indeed another man on the large red bed. The contours of the man's face were sharply defined, his eyes closed. Yet a hint of melancholy lingered between his brows. His dark hair sprawled across the pillow. His pallid skin and motionless demeanor evoked thoughts of the unyielding, snow-capped mountains of the northwestern frontier. This was Song Qingbi. Chen recognized him by the slight resemblance to the current emperor. Song Qingbi was clad only in a red undergarment, his outer robe likely yet to arrive. Lying straight on the inner side of the grand bed, Chen leaned closer, inhaling the air, and upon noticing the man's stillness, he tugged at his collar, only to be met with a wave of the metallic scent of blood. The injuries were severe. Surely he could not be dead? Chen lifted the fallen wedding veil, exposing much of the man's face, and extended his hand to check for a pulse at Song Qingbi's throat. To his relief, a faint breath still lingered. Just as he was about to proceed further, intending to feel the nobleman's Adam's apple and discern any difference from an ordinary man, he suddenly felt a firm grip on his wrist. With a soft grunt, Chen realized he had no clear vision of how Song Qingbi had reacted. The depth of Song Qingbi's gaze opened, locking onto the figure of the girl clad in wedding attire. The daughter of Minister Lin? Indeed, she was a beauty, with an air of spirited elegance about her. Yet, her audacity was remarkable, daring to grasp the throat of a martial artist. Song Qingbi was to return to the frontier in a few days. Following a significant purge in the court, the imperial guards had been reduced and reorganized. The barracks plunged into disarray, and to avert rebellion, his swift return was necessary. However, Minister Lin harbored ambitions, colluding with the palace's chief supervisor and several generals to plot rebellion. After discussions with the emperor, it was decided to revive the marriage arrangement set by the late emperor, taking the minister's daughter as a hostage. Song Qingbi had no intention of truly troubling a woman. He instructed his subordinates to secretly detain the Lin family's young lady in Kaifeng, assigning trusted guards for her strict oversight. Just as he was about to command his men to take her away, a clear youthful voice rang in his ear. Song Qingbi. The grip on Chen's vital point felt like a profound humiliation. Without waiting for Song Qingbi to speak, he kicked the edge of the bed furiously. Let me go. Damn it. Do you not intend to release me? That voice, it was not feminine. He had meant to spare the Lin family. Yet they seemed oblivious to the gravity of their actions, sending a man to humiliate him. The gaze of Song Qingbi darkened abruptly. The cold, lethal aura of the frontier surged forth, and his grip tightened uncontrollably. Chen hastily broke free, rubbing his wrist vigorously. Damn, that grip was indeed strong. It seemed he had not faced enough punishment. He finally tossed aside the wedding veil, wiping the rouge from his face with the sleeve of his garment. His intention was to reveal his true appearance, but his limited knowledge of women's cosmetics resulted in a rather comical visage. Believing himself to be once again that dashing and flamboyant youth, Chen placed his hands on his hips, his face contorted with disdain as he addressed Song Qingbi. You better open your eyes and see clearly. I am not my sister. grabbing a woman's wrist the moment you arrive. Are you a prince or a rogue? Song Qingbi slowly sat up from the bed, coughing twice. And upon gazing at the audacious young man before him, a shadow of gloom quietly emerged in his eyes. The emperor's words rang true, indeed. The offspring of the Lin minister's lineage was as unruly and arrogant as they come. Since he was not dealing with a woman, it would be prudent to heed the emperor's wishes and teach that minister of revenue a bloody lesson. Chapter 40. Do not disturb initially. Chen Chen stood with his hands defiantly on his waist. However, as he beheld the fierce glint gradually emerging in Song Qingbi's gaze, he found himself momentarily flustered, retreating a few steps until his back collided with the round wooden table. Why do you stare at me so? I told you, I'm not my sister. With a voice that was both hoarse and inherently commanding, Song Qingbi quietly commanded, come here. Chen Chen was not foolish enough to approach him again only to have his wrist seized. He retreated further, creating a safe distance, his expression brimming with arrogance. As if he were a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. I am the son of the Minister of Revenue. You, a traitor, have no right to command me. Hey, lift the blanket. Let me see your foot shackles. Chen Chen had never encountered the true instruments of the Dali Temple and was now overwhelmingly curious. Once he had a glimpse, he would boast to his friends over drinks, earning the admiration of the courtesans and the flower houses for his worldly experience. Having resided in Kaifeng for over a year, Song Qingbi had encountered many young scions like Chen Chen and could easily discern the thoughts racing through his mind. Warfare thrives on deception. Song Qingbi raised his hand, weakly concealing his chest as he coughed again, blood frothing at his lips. Seeing the crimson seep between Song Qingbi's fingers, Chen Chen's eyes widened. It seemed the townsfolk had not exaggerated. This man had indeed suffered under the Dali Temple's brutal enforcement. Instantly, Chen Chen felt a sense of relief, and his impulsive nature took hold once more, prompting him to step forward and unveil the blanket. Just as he took a step, Song Qingbi coughed more violently. Get lost. While Chen Chen dared not approach him, he was unafraid of the command to leave. Ecstatic, Chen Chen boldly advanced, leaning down to swiftly lift the auspicious blanket draped over Song Qingbi's waist. He peered at his ankles, but there were no shackles to be found. Before Chen Chen could finish his sentence, he was suddenly seized by the arm and forcefully thrown onto the bed. The back of his head struck the wooden frame, causing a dizzying pain that made him cry out. Song Qingbi tightened his grip around Chen Chen's throat, frowning as he said, "Be quiet." Chen Chen, overwhelmed by pain and tears streaming down his face, grasped at Song Qingbi's wrist, sobbing, "Let go of me. Let go of me. I'll have my father kill you. You treacherous scoundrel." Song Qingbi captured his flailing hands as a cold smile crept upon his lips. Truly, the child of a wealthy family. While soldiers on the frontier might lose limbs and drag themselves to a mutual demise with the enemy, this young master, having merely bumped his head, wept profusely without shedding a drop of blood. Chen Chen's tumultuous behavior was relentless, and he remained impervious to his words. Song Qingbi attempted to silence him, only to have a sharp fang sink into his flesh. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, and a shadow of malice flickered in Song Qingbi's eyes. He harbored a profound disdain for these gilded youth. While valiant soldiers perished in the borderlands, and common folk toiled through harsh winters and scorching summers to sustain these debauched scions, the latter displayed no gratitude for the suffering of the populace. Instead, they formed cliques to embezzle military provisions. As the border conflict escalated, the need for war horses became critical. Song Qingbi learned that all the fine steeds were covertly withheld by the six ministries. Horses that ought to gallop across the frontier had become mere playthings for the young aristocrats of the capital, leaving the soldiers with only the frail and decrepit mounts needed for battle. Song Qingbi's eyes burned with fury. Suddenly, he lunged forward, sealing Chen Chen's elegantly curved lips with his own. Chen Chen's body stiffened momentarily, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Song Qingbi deftly pressed a pressure point on him. A sharp pain shot through Chen Chen's chest, rendering him motionless. The technique employed could not completely immobilize an adversary. If the afflicted could withstand the pain and disperse the numbing sensation, they would regain their freedom. However, it was evident that Chen Chen was one who feared pain. His body became rigid, and his elongated eyes widened in shock as he stared at Song Qingbi above him. "Scoundrel! Pervert! I am a man, and so are you." How repulsive! Song Qingbi discerned Yun Chen's sentiments and smirked, finding delight in the notion that he was deemed repulsive. "Oh, I possess far more depravity. Would you care to witness it?" Chapter 41. Awakening with the joyous veil removed, Yun Chen's festive robes were also stripped away, rendered immobile. He could only tilt his neck and glare fiercely at Song Qingbi, his mind swirling with curses, labeling him a traitorous rogue and vowing to see him meet a gruesome fate. Song Qingbi removed his inner garments, feeling the fervor of Yun Chen's glare, which seemed to bleed with indignation. Those pale eyes unmistakably conveyed, "What madness is this? How can you still be so arrogant when death looms so close?" With a cold smirk, Song Qingbi prepared to make this young libertine experience the depths of despair. His gaze brimmed with derision as he licked his lips, vowing retribution. "You of the Lin family dared to humiliate me first. Now, I demand recompense, and you shall take your sister's place." But wait, what madness was this? Could he truly lay hands on a man? Yun Chen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as realization dawned upon him. He understood that Song Qingbi was no jester, and he had become mere prey. Desperation surged within him, and he began to struggle fiercely. Yun Chen swung his arms, yet could not break free from the blocked pressure point. A sharp pang rendered him unconscious, his body slackening as he collapsed back onto the bed, his eyelids drooping in a daze. Song Qingbi observed him intently, his heart racing unexpectedly. Who could predict whether this pampered young lord might perish from a sudden surge of anger upon his bed? The emperor had demanded a hostage from the Lin family, but had not specified the death of one of their own. He reached out to check Yun Chen's breath, and upon confirming he was unharmed, he relaxed his furrowed brow. Song Qingbi continued to gaze at Yun Chen's floral visage for a while, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Subsequently, Song Qingbi tugged at a corner of Yun Chen's garment, wiping away the traces of rouge and tears from the young man's face, revealing the true visage of this dashing young noble. His features were striking, a rare beauty indeed. Even the well-versed Prince Jean could not help but raise his eyelids in surprise. Soon after, Song Qingbi's gaze fell lower, landing on the white jade ornament at the young man's waist. A wealthy scion indeed, for the ornament exuded a refinement far beyond that of common folk. Etched upon it was a jade rabbit, its delicate ears drooping, clearly unpolished, the jade's icy translucence captivating. To send a man in marriage? Why not? A man is still a person, and once wed into the royal residence, he becomes one of them. Song Qingbi would gladly accept him whole. His eyes sparkled momentarily as his calloused fingers brushed against the youth's soft cheek, before he turned him over, urging him to awaken. Yun Chen's consciousness returned to him, feeling the prince's grip on his waist, a cold smirk gracing his lips. System 112. I never imagined that on my very first day at work, I will be thrust into the chaotic realm. Yun Chen, I too am bewildered. I am quite excited. Upon my return, I shall treat you to some sunflower seeds. System 112. All right then. The following morning, as Yun Chen awoke, he discovered himself unclothed, submerged in a dark medicinal bath. A throbbing pain engulfed his head, and as he grasped the edge of the vat to rise, his legs suddenly buckled, sending him tumbling into the depths. He gulped a mouthful of the liquid, choking it into his lungs, feeling as though countless daggers were piercing his chest from every direction, each cough blinding him with pain, wishing for a swift end. Pressing his hand against his chest, it took him a long moment to regain his composure. The royal residence? The medicinal bath? Memories of the previous night slowly returned. Yun Chen's gaze momentarily glazed over, before a crimson haze enveloped his vision. His grip tightened around the vat, nearly crushing it as he cursed vehemently. Scoundrel! That bastard Song Qingbi! How dare he treat me as a woman to be bullied? I shall bring him down with me. Clambering out of the vat, he proceeded to the outer chamber, only to be struck by the realization of his nakedness. Scanning the room, he found no fabric to cover himself, and stood frozen for a moment, nearly choking on his indignation. With a fierce kick, he overturned the medicinal vat, shouting, "Someone! Return my clothes! Someone!" As his voice faltered, he noticed a formidable guard clad in dark armor approaching. Yun Chen, a mere young master, had only encountered the lesser guards of the officials. The presence of this elite soldier felt as though he had emerged from a grave. He raised the vat defensively before him, his voice trembling with suppressed fear. "Get out. Who permitted you to enter?" The guard responded sternly, "Silence." With that, He turned to leave, the glint of his sword at his waist momentarily blinding Yin Chen. Once the guard departed, Yin Chen's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, hastily wiping away his tears. He felt utterly wronged. Having endured humiliation for an entire night, he was now denied even a scrap of clothing. No matter how skilled he was in horsemanship, there was no way he could return home bare. This was intolerable, an affront too great to bear. Due to the overturned medicinal vat, Yin Chen found no refuge and could only curl up in a corner, grinding his teeth in anger, cursing Song Qingbi from head to toe, back and forth. After exhausting all his energy in a fit of anger, Yin Chen slumped his head and fell asleep. Chapter 42. Stirring Trouble. Yin Chen. Hey. Is the system there? Is the system there? System 112. Gone to meditate, do not disturb. Yin Chen. Hey, don't be sad. I'll buy you some sunflower seeds with my strategy points. Yin Chen, come on. Yin Chen exchanged his strategy points for food and drinks, while System 112 sulked in the space. System 112. This is not a matter of concern. I kept that wretched place closed for an entire night, and his strategy points are still a big 0, not a single move. Yin Chen cracked a spoiled seed, and bitter tears nearly fell. Wah. Upon hearing his sorrowful tone, System 112 was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. It's all right. This is not your fault. You've done remarkably well. I've never seen anyone earn over 8,000 faith points in their first task world. You are truly exceptional. Yin Chen spat. Bah, what a worthless seed. System 112. Yin Chen. Huh? What did you just say? System 112. I will never speak to him again. This time, I mean it. The two fell silent as they finished a basket of seeds, and then System 112 called out. System 112. Oh my, you've been tossed into the servants' quarters. Hold your breath. Yin Chen was jolted awake by a splash of cold water. He shivered and opened his eyes to find himself lying on a stone floor. He was clad in a rough, coarse short garment, surrounded by several thin, gaunt servants. Yin Chen stirred, feeling the coarse fabric rub against his neck painfully, which ignited his temper. What are you staring at? Go fetch me something decent to wear. As soon as he finished speaking, the servants erupted into laughter. You still think you're a young master? Open your eyes and take a look. You're dressed just like us, a mere servant of the Wang residence. Hurry up. The master's clothes are still unwashed. If the chief steward catches you slacking off, he'll beat you to death. The newcomers must learn the rules. Everyone tossed their baskets at Yin Chen. Enraged, he jumped up to strike them, but they fled swiftly, locking the courtyard gate behind them, leaving Yin Chen amidst a pile of dirty clothes. Yin Chen shouted into the void, Song Qingbi, if you have the guts, come out and explain why you've locked me here. Dreaming of having me wash your clothes, are you? But no one responded. Fuming, Yin Chen emptied the basket of clothes, found Song Qingbi's official attire, bit into it to tear it apart, and shredded it into strips to vent his anger. Yin Chen, little system, is Song Qingbi in the residence? System 112, yes. He heard you cursing him and is now sending the chief steward of the Wang residence to deal with you. Yin Chen, deal with me? Lin Yin Chen, a proud young master, would never simply submit to being beaten, though he could not contend with the formidable Prince Song Qingbi, who had long held command. Nor with the elite troops forged in the fires of battle, he had no regard for a mere steward of the Wang residence. Why send a steward instead of that armor guard? Yin Chen sensed something amiss. Yin Chen, my dear, listen closely to the orders given by Song Qingbi. System 112. System 112. Song Qingbi has instructed the steward to feign an assault on you, only to pretend to be slain by your hand. He wishes to manipulate you. Yin Chen, oh dear, the prince is finally up to something. Yin Chen fears he might not act at all, hence for the past few days, he has incessantly berated Song Qingbi. If no chaos ensues, Song Qingbi's strategy points will not increase. Once Minister Lin brings about his own demise, Song Qingbi, with his 0 strategy points, will truly cast Lin Yin Chen to the battlefront. Allowing Lin Yin Chen to gallop around the outskirts of the capital is one thing, but facing the battlefield is tantamount to being trampled by horses. He must maximize his strategy points before Song Qingbi drags him to the military camp. Yin Chen, you see, if he takes the initiative, our story will begin. 1 it? System 112. You call this initiative? He merely seeks to manipulate you. Yin Chen, manipulate me? But I am merely an innocent young lad, untouched by the world. The prince's allure has already captivated me. System 112. Celestial Way. Change the host. Thank you. Yin Shun, gnawing and tearing, ruined 2 baskets of clothing when suddenly a stick struck his back. He fell to the ground, his back ablaze with pain. Furious, he turned, only to find it was neither Song Chengbi nor the Imperial Guard, but a middle-aged man wielding a wooden stick. Are you seeking death? The servants outside heard the commotion and peered through the door cracks. The steward, nearly 40, robust and strong, brandished the stick he usually employed to discipline the servants. Grumbling, "You should not strike. Do you understand the crime of tearing the prince's official attire?" Chen Chen spat defiantly. "What is Song Chengbi?" "A treacherous minister, a rebel. I am the son of Minister Lin of the Ministry of Revenue." Before Chen Chen could finish, the steward advanced with a stick, striking his arm. With his back still aching, Chen Chen's arm was lashed by this nameless wretch, and he lost his temper, seizing the wooden stick. The steward attempted to retract his hand but found it ensnared, his eyes widening in shock. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon to be squeezed?" Chen Chen sneered coldly, his elegant demeanor revealing the refined grace nurtured in a family of wealth. Pulling on the wooden stick, he exerted force, delivering a swift kick that sent the steward flying, snorting. "With such feeble skills, you dare to strike me?" The steward lay on the ground, unable to rise, as Chen Chen grasped the stick and struck him fiercely on the back. Unsatisfied, he struck again and again, stepping on the steward's neck and proclaiming loudly, "Apologize to me." As the words echoed, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Chen Chen glanced down to find the steward, who had just been swinging the stick, motionless on the ground, blood streaming from beneath his face. A profound dread enveloped Chen Chen's heart. Sensing the gravity of his actions, he attempted to feign bravado, kicking the steward. "Hey, stop playing dead. Get up and apologize to me. Get up." Chen Chen crouched down, gripping the steward's hair to lift his head, only to be met with a pair of wide, unblinking eyes. Chen Chen screamed in terror, retreating several steps. "Is he dead? Have I killed him?" The household servants outside the courtyard were screaming in terror. "Help! There's been a murder. Something terrible has happened. The newcomer has killed the chief steward. The courtyard is drenched in blood." Chen Chen shook his head in trembling denial, his eyes filled with panic. "It's not like that. He attacked first. He fell and hit his head. It's not my fault. Not my fault at all. Father, save me." The wooden stick fell from his hand with a clatter, and Chen Chen's face drained of color as he turned to flee, colliding violently with a tall man clad in purple robes and black boots. Chapter 43. Frightened Song Chengbi seized his collar, his brow furrowed, and his voice cold enough to chill the bones. "Did you murder someone from my household?" Chen Chen clutched his head and screamed, "I didn't. It wasn't me. I've never killed anyone. It was him. We all saw it." He kicked the chief steward out, and his head struck the ground. "He*s dead. He even tried to kill us this morning." Song Chengbi lifted him off the ground and stepped into the courtyard, forcefully throwing Chen Chen into the pool of blood left by the steward. "A life for a life. Do you have anything else to say?" Chen Chen crashed to the ground, and when he got up, his face and body were smeared with blood. Lin Chen Chen, a young master born into a family of court officials, appeared fearless before the heavens and earth, daring to commit any wrongdoing. Yet in truth, he had merely flaunted his authority while riding through the marketplace. He had never truly engaged in heinous acts, having only stolen a few chickens or ducks, with his sister compensating the victims afterward. "No, I haven't killed anyone. This blood is fake, all fake." Chen Chen was on the verge of collapse, trembling as he attempted to wipe the blood from his hands. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't come off. In a frenzy, he stumbled, his youthful countenance marred by desperation. He fell awkwardly to the ground, locking eyes with the steward's wide, unseeing gaze. Chen Chen opened his mouth to scream, but his breath caught in his throat, and as his eyes rolled back, he fainted. Song Chengbi, in his purple attire, frowned as he observed the young master flailing like a frightened bird, eventually collapsing to the ground. He had intended to tame this unruly young lord, to teach him to restrain his spoiled temperament. But who would have thought he would truly faint? Song Chengbi reached out and grasped Chen Chen by the collar. The young master was limp, his head tilted back helplessly, eyes tightly shut, and his hands hung motionless by his sides. With a quick check of his pulse, Song Qingbi confirmed that Yun Chun had genuinely lost consciousness. What could possibly frighten him so? The scions of Kaifeng, the noble offspring of the royal city, who among them had not taken a life. Perhaps it was simply that this time his father was not there to protect him. Moreover, the victim was from the Jin Wangfu, witnessed by so many, thus inducing such terror. Without hesitation, Song Qingbi dragged Yun Chun and cast him into a dim chamber, instructing his subordinate, the guard Lu Ying, to keep a close watch. When he awakens, tell him he is to be sent to court for execution. The guard Lu Ying clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Before departing, Song Qingbi added, "If he cries and begs for mercy, inform me immediately." The guard Lu Ying bowed. "And what if he does not plead for mercy?" Song Qingbi let out a cold snort, waving his sleeve. "Let him starve, and we shall see how long he can maintain his defiance." The guard Lu Ying clasped his fists. "Yes." System 112. "The Master God has departed. You may rise now." Yin Shin replied, "No, my tender heart has suffered immense harm. I cannot get up." Crackle, crackle, crackle. System 112. "If you're merely eating sunflower seeds, then speak of that, not of harm." Yin Shun, "I have finished them. There is still a bit of Wang Ying strategy value left. Please exchange it for an emetic." System 112. "Why?" Yin Shun, "Did I not mention? My tender heart has undergone great distress." System 112. "Exchange, exchange, exchange. Master, cease your lamentations." Yin Shun, in a daze, felt his weak body regain some strength only by evening. Propping himself up on the grass mat, he reflected on the events of the day, his body trembling anew. In the faint moonlight, he noticed the dried blood between his fingers, his eyes revealing a tumult of pain and struggle, emitting muffled sounds from his throat. "I did not do it on purpose. Who told you to strike me with a stick? Who told you to lie on the ground without begging for mercy? I truly did not mean to." Hearing that someone had awakened, Lu Ying approached with a knife in hand. Following the prince's orders, he proclaimed loudly, "You have killed the chief steward. Now that you are awake, come with me to the authorities for execution." Yun Chen hunched over, gripping the grass mat tightly upon hearing this. The nauseating scenes of blood and wide-open eyes flashed before him, and he retched. "Lu Ying, is this begging for mercy? Or is it defiance?" Yun Shun, overwhelmed, collapsed back to the ground, drenched in sweat, and lost consciousness again. Lu Ying observed and deemed this neither a plea for mercy nor a refusal to beg, and he pressed the hilt of his knife while seeking out Song Qingbi. Song Qingbi was in his study handling military affairs when he furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. He vomited? Lu Ying nodded, clasping his fists. After vomiting, he lost consciousness, cradling his head and repeatedly muttering 3 phrases. Song Qingbi closed the official document. Were those 3 phrases? Lu Ying mimicked Yun Chen's demeanor, shrieking, "I did not do it on purpose. Do not come after me. They're ghosts." Song Qingbi pressed his elongated fingers against his temples. "There is no need for you to imitate him so accurately." Rising, he followed Lu Ying to the dark chamber. Indeed, he found Yun Chun in a daze, cradling his head, oblivious to the pile of vomit surrounding him. The pampered young master from a wealthy family had never been so disheveled, his eyes dim, as if lost, screaming, "I did not do it on purpose. Do not come after me. They're ghosts." Song Qingbi abruptly halted, his brow knitting tightly. He had witnessed such scenes far too often. Killing a person is not akin to slaughtering livestock. Young soldiers, upon their first experience with bloodshed, often succumb to a daze for some time. Those with strong psyches fare better, but the timid and kind-hearted, overwhelmed by fear, may succumb to a grave illness that could claim their lives. Song Qingbi bent down and placed his hand on Yun Chen's forehead, finding it burning hot. It appeared he had indeed never taken a life. A blustering young master, in such a state of distress, likely had never even killed a chicken. He seemed to have frightened him. A flicker of well-concealed guilt passed through Song Qingbi's eyes, and his fingers instinctively tightened slightly at his side, his thin lips pressed into a sharp line. In the next moment, Song Qingbi took action, personally removing the soiled garments from Yun Chun. Yun Chun, weakened by fever, was cradled in his arms, his neck tilting back as his cheek nestled against Song Qingbi's chest. Looking down, Song Qingbi observed Yun Chun Chen-S tightly shut eyes, his forehead glistening with perspiration, and the corners of his lips stained with vomit. The scorching breath he exhaled seeped through the fabric, drawing to the surface the guilt that Song Chengbi sought to evade. Find a doctor to prepare medicine, he instructed while making his way to the inner courtyard. Yes. Chapter 44. Illness. Perhaps it was the weight of his guilt that compelled Song Chengbi to personally cleanse Yun Chen. During the process, Yun Chen stirred awake several times, damp strands of black hair sticking to his pale cheeks. Following the flickering candlelight, Song Chengbi noted a trace of blood at the center of the youth's brow, resembling a fragment of plum blossom amidst pristine white snow, evoking a sense of desolation and sorrow. A tightening sensation gripped Song Chengbi's heart as he grasped Yun Chen's shoulder. "Wake up, don't sleep." In a dazed state, Yun Chen was unable to control himself, his head repeatedly leaning toward the water. Song Chengbi's voice was low. "Lin Yunxian?" With no response, he could only cradle Yun Chen's chin, preventing him from sinking further. Once cleaned, Song Chengbi dressed him in a pristine white undergarment and carried him to his own large bed. As Yun Chen's back touched the mattress, he blinked in confusion, his head pounding painfully. Supported by Song Chengbi, he retched several times before being fed a bowl of warm medicinal soup. Grimacing from the bitterness, Yun Chen was given a piece of candied fruit by the doctor, which Song Chengbi fed to him. Lin Yunxian was a delicate young master, prone to making a fuss when ill and disliking bitter medicine. At such times, only Lin Yumiao could coax him. She would bring a piece of candied fruit, encouraging him to finish his medicine while melting away the bitterness. Clutching the candied fruit, Yun Chen groggily grasped Song Chengbi's hand. "Sister Song Chengbi didn't hear clearly." "What did you say?" Yun Chen murmured. "I feel so unwell. Don't leave. Stay with me." Was he pleading for him not to depart? Song Chengbi's gaze fell, observing the young master's sickly face and the hand that grasped his. Although Yun Chen lacked strength, his hand merely rested on Song Chengbi's palm. In his illness, he appeared obedient. After such an incident and a severe illness, the young master's temper had evidently softened, though he had frightened him considerably. Song Chengbi had nonetheless achieved his objective. With a less frosty gaze, Song Chengbi reciprocated the grip, gently channeling his internal energy into Yun Chen's body. Gradually, color returned to Yun Chen's face, and the sweat no longer beaded on his forehead, resembling a small, pure white creature, his chest rising and falling in a calm and even rhythm. Song Chengbi reached out, using his fingertip to wipe the blood from Yun Chen's brow, simultaneously easing the furrow that had creased his forehead all day. As Yun Chen's features relaxed, he gradually fell into a slumber, aided by Song Chengbi's internal energy. The night air was cool, his head resting on the pillow, body relaxed, and his thin lips parted in unguarded innocence, resembling the carefree young master he once was. Song Chengbi gazed for a long while, then reached out to gently lift his chin. Upon retracting his hand, he felt a twinge of surprise at his own actions. Yet he dismissed it without further contemplation. After confirming that Yun Chen was deeply asleep, Song Chengbi ceased channeling his internal energy, placed his hand back on the bed, lit a calming incense stick, and quietly exited the room. Ding! Song Chengbi's strategy value. 10. Current strategy value. 20. System 112. Quite impressive. 20 points secured. Yun Chen. Hooray! I have secured 20 points. But did the prince leave just like that? What a splendid opportunity. System 112. You are gravely ill. If you come into contact with him again, it might be your end. Even a large dose of medicine, 1T, revive you. Yun Chen's father is still alive. Song Chengbi still needs this hostage. Yun Chen, alas, how lonely it is. I might as well redeem some strategy points for a spicy duck neck to gnaw on. System 112. Absolutely not. What a waste. Moreover, with your celestial beauty, how could you possibly indulge in such a dish? Yun Chen, but I desperately want to eat it. If I earn 10 more points tomorrow, can I redeem a box of duck neck? System 112. You 1T earn that tomorrow. System 112 possesses data from the Supreme Deity and can calculate signs of strategy value drops through various algorithms. Presently, The data indicates that Song Chengbi shows no signs of dropping strategy points. Yin Chen, humph. How do you know I want to earn it? System 112. Here's the deal. If you earn it, I will personally fund a large box for you from my belief value savings. Yin Chen, wonderful. System 112. Let me finish. If you do not earn it, you shall never again use the Supreme Deity strategy points to redeem anything. The Supreme Deity is worth 7,000 belief points. Each strategy point is exceedingly precious, you know. Don't you wish to be released from this confinement sooner? System 112. So what do you say? Is the wager acceptable? Yin Chen, sure. System 112. Why did you agree so readily? Chapter 45. A desire for death. Yin Chen slept reasonably well during the first half of the night. However, as dawn broke and the calming incense burned out, a slight furrow formed between his brows, and his body began to tremble. He dreamt of Lin Yumiao. In the dream, Yin Chen stood within the minister's residence, and his elder sister approached him, gently taking his hand. At the moment she grasped his hand, a bloodied knife appeared in Yin Chen's grasp. Lin Yumiao, horrified, inquired about the situation, to which Yin Chen could only confess that he had taken a life. His sister's expression shifted drastically, as if fleeing from a great calamity. She released his hand and ran away. In a panic, Yin Chen pursued her, but Lin Yumiao suddenly halted, and the knife in Yin Chen's hand pierced her back. A blinding crimson ensued, and Yin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, heart pounding like a drum. He gasped for breath, staring at the ceiling, his gaze filled with anguish. He had committed a grave error, and even his sister could not forgive him. The steward he had slain bled profusely. He must have felt immense pain, and surely had family and children. Yin Chen buried his face in his palms, tears streaming through his fingers. For a long time, Yin Chen finally roused himself from the bed, his brow and eyes filled with desolation, his lips marred by the blood he had bitten from himself. Lu Ying, assigned to guard the door, stepped into the room upon hearing the commotion. What do you intend to do? She inquired. Yin Chen swayed slightly, resembling a lifeless leaf, ready to fall back to the earth. He no longer cared who had come. With a somber expression, he requested, "Could you bring me paper, a pen, and a dagger?" Lu Ying replied, "Please wait, I will seek the prince's permission." Song Chengbi was practicing archery in the outer courtyard. Dressed in casual attire, his sleeves rolled to the elbows, his forearms displayed well-defined muscle lines. As he focused on the target, his profile was impeccably handsome. With a single arrow striking the bullseye, he remained unperturbed, knocking another arrow. Preparing for the next shot, Lu Ying's voice sounded from behind. "Your Highness." Turning, Song Chengbi's amber eyes reflected a cold indifference as he drew the bow to his side. "Speak." Lu Ying informed him. "The young master from the minister's family has awakened, and he has requested several items." "What items?" he asked. "Paper, a pen, and a dagger," she replied. Upon hearing this, Song Chengbi's gaze shifted slightly as he handed the bow to a nearby attendant. Paper, pen, and dagger? He considered a possibility, but found it hard to believe that Yin Chen would take such a drastic step. As he walked towards the inner courtyard, he instructed Lu Ying, "Give him what he desires. I am curious to see what this young master intends to do." Before long, Lu Ying returned with a cloth pouch containing the 3 items Yin Chen had requested. Yin Chen asked, "Is my dear prince watching?" To which the system replied, "Yes, he is. Please wait." What kind of absurd term is dear prince? Is this how young people speak nowadays? Yin Chen responded, "All right then, activate the pain suppression for me." Dear little system. The system queried, "Why does he still call me that?" "Well, fine. It's activated. Are you truly going to harm yourself?" Yin Chen asserted, "Without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain the duck's neck?" "Fear not. My dear prince will intervene at the critical moment." The system cautioned, "Oh, then you should not activate the pain suppression." Yin Chen pleaded, "Come on, grant me a little favor. You look your best today." Gazing at the small pouch, pain surged within his eyes, expanding until it engulfed him in darkness. He accepted the pouch, feeling its lightness yet weightiness. Taking out the paper and pen, he knelt to write a farewell letter. The essence of his words conveyed a sense of accountability for his actions, lamenting the loss of life, confessing his deep inner turmoil, yet unwilling to face execution in public. Thus, he resolved to end his own life. The letter was addressed to Song Chingbi, requesting that he inform his father to compensate the family of the deceased steward generously, ensuring their well-being as well. Finally, he bid farewell to Lin Yumiao. It was devoid of artifice, filled only with raw emotion, each word piercing the heart, each line soaked in tears, leaving listeners sorrowful and witnesses in tears. The system interjected, "Though, do you intend to write until nightfall?" Chen Chen replied, "I'm so nervous. I fear the prince may not rescue me. If he does not, dear one, you must intervene." The system acknowledged, understood. "I see you are quite the coward." At long last, just before sunset, Chen Chen set down his brush and admired his ink creation, inadvertently smiling. Oh dear, how could he smile? He quickly retracted his smile, forcing a grimace that appeared rather stiff. Song Chingbi stood a short distance away on a beam, frowning as he observed Chen Chen. The youth, sprawled on the ground, wrote while wiping away tears, a stark contrast to the brazen arrogance he had displayed upon their first encounter. Eventually, he paused his writing, revealing a fleeting smile. Yet, that smile soon faded, replaced by an expression not of anguish, but of an almost numbed rigidity. Song Chingbi found it hard to believe that the young master would pay with his life. Yet at this moment, he sensed a profound helplessness emanating from the naive youth. The situation seemed dire. Song Chingbi's muscles tensed, and a hidden stone in his sleeve quietly charged at the tips of his slender fingers. Chen Chen placed the letter on the bed, knelt on the floor, and grasped the dagger. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and thrust the dagger straight toward his heart. Just at that critical moment, a sharp wind whistled. Chen Chen's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, the dagger rolling away with him. Chen Chen exclaimed, "No, with such a large hidden weapon, why strike at me instead of the dagger?" Chapter 46. The final stroke system 112 was utterly amused, and the system space began to swirl. Chen Chen sat in the system space with a sullen expression, his face contorted in pain. Meanwhile, Song Chingbi rushed into the room and lifted the fallen Chen Chen. Placing him on the bed, Chen Chen lay unconscious, his head tilted to one side, breathing faintly, a crimson stain seeping through the white fabric of his inner garment. Song Chingbi's heart sank, and he tore open Chen Chen's shirt to inspect the injury. After confirming it was merely a surface wound, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat at the bedside, the previous scene flashing through his mind. The youth had raised the dagger without a hint of hesitation, aiming straight for his heart. In truth, he could have acted sooner. Yet even when the dagger was poised, Song Chingbi had not fully believed that he would plunge it in. At the moment the blade pierced the skin, Song Chingbi did believe. However, to deflect the dagger now would likely result in a long gash across his chest, leaving him no choice but to render the youth unconscious. Unbeknownst to himself, Song Chingbi had begun to care whether this young man would suffer such a wound. Ding! Song Chingbi's affinity value. 10. Current affinity value. 30. System 112 could no longer find amusement in the situation. Yet the smile did not vanish. It merely shifted to Chen Chen's face. Chen Chen remarked, "Do not be disheartened. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, there will be another ding." System 112 inquired, "Is that true?" Song Chingbi retrieved medication, dabbing it onto the wound with his fingertip, his gaze lingering on Chen Chen. This youth appeared no different from those capricious and unruly scions of noble families. Yet there was an unmistakable distinction. After applying the medicine, Song Chingbi's eyes wandered, picking up the several sheets of white paper beneath Chen Chen. The boy had spent the afternoon writing there, laughing and crying, unaware of the contents he had penned. Song Chingbi pressed his thin lips together, his gaze sweeping over the text above, his brow furrowing tightly in response to this farewell letter. Had he not witnessed these words with his own eyes, he might have found it hard to believe. A mere tactic to compel his obedience could evoke such profound guilt and despair in a youth. As Song Chingbi continued reading, his brow knitted tighter and his heart clenched in tandem. From Chen Chen's words addressed to Lin Yumiao, it was evident that the boy had no intention of humiliating him. He feared that his sister would suffer if she married a man burdened with guilt, thus taking the initiative to enter the royal palace on Lin Yumiao's behalf. The innocence and clarity of his youthful heart leaped off the page. Gently, Song Chingbi brushed his fingers across Yun Chen's pale cheek, murmuring, "I am sorry. I should not have treated you that way." Ding! Song Chingbi's favor value increased by 10, current favor value. 40 Yun Chen. Huh, big duck neck, little system. You must honor your bet and not go back on your word. System 112. TT System 112. Why are all the analyses I provide incorrect? Yun Chen. Humans are complex beings, and circumstances are shaped by our actions. Yun Chen, you see, his prejudice against me was so deep that even when I stabbed him in the heart, he thought I was merely acting. Now that he understands, I am just a pure-hearted young man from a wealthy family. Guilt will naturally lead him to bestow upon me some favor value. System 112. The pure-hearted young man trope is too much, isn't it? Yun Chen. But darling, the roles are about to reverse. I shall take the initiative from here on. System 112. Really? That's wonderful. Yun Chen. Indeed, let us celebrate with some duck neck, extra spicy. System 112. TT, my little treasury, sob. What pure-hearted young man. You are quite terrifying. You would even deceive me over duck neck. Yun Chen. Let us feast together. System 112. Coming right up. Chapter 47. Taking the blame, Yun Chen believed he had perished. Thus, when he awoke, a hint of bewilderment lingered in his beautiful phoenix-like eyes. System 112. You are awake. Yun Chen. Yes, I shall begin my performance. But little system, did Song Chingbi leave last night? System 112. Yes, while you were asleep, the palace guards dispatched an assassin, and he went to apprehend them. Yun Chen. I can smell blood. Is he injured? System 112. A minor injury. Yun Chen acknowledged this, still bearing that sense of confusion and helplessness in his eyes. Song Chingbi's voice emerged from the bedside, cold and detached. You are awake? Song Chingbi? How did he end up at his bed? What unspeakable acts had he committed? Yun Chen shot upright, a sudden, searing pain tearing through his chest, causing him to wince involuntarily and instinctively glare fiercely at Song Chingbi. Song Chingbi let out a cold laugh. You inflicted it upon yourself. Had I not saved you, you would have perished long ago. Yun Chen paused, recollecting the events of the previous day. Biting his thin lips, the young gentleman released his grip from his chest, his face devoid of color. Why save me? Were you not intending to kill me yourself? Song Chingbi regarded Yun Chen with a complex expression before replying. I had indeed intended to end your life. Yun Chen closed his eyes, swallowing the bitter fruit of his own actions. Song Chingbi said, but your majesty discovered yesterday that the steward you killed was a spy sent by the enemy nation. A spy? Yun Chen's eyes flew open, turning to face Song Chingbi, his previously dim eyes now flickering with a glimmer of hope, like a desperate soul grasping at a lifeline. A thin thread of hope ignited within him. He clutched Song Chingbi's hand tightly, gazing into his eyes with fervent expectation. He was a spy, an enemy. He deserved to die, didn't he? Confronted with such an innocent gaze, Song Chingbi felt an unusual pang of guilt. He deliberately feigned a look of disdain, withdrawing his hand. Yes, he deserved to die, but Yun Chen furrowed his brow, anxiously awaiting Song Chingbi's next words. But he was a significant individual. Your Majesty intended to extract the border maps of Liao from him. Now that you've killed him, that cannot be accomplished. Yun Chen was momentarily stunned, panic flooding his expression. I didn't mean to. I never intended to kill him. Will your Majesty blame me? What about my father and my sister? Song Chingbi fabricated these words to alleviate the heavy burden of guilt weighing upon the youth. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain control over the situation, adding, Your Majesty is not yet aware of the details. Your Majesty is unaware of the specifics. Therefore, you're always at risk of dire consequences. It would be best to temper your youthful arrogance and refrain from considering escape. Remain obediently within my residence. Yun Chen paused, as if a thought had struck him. He bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes. When he looked back at Song Chingbi, there was a flicker of emotion in his gaze. You took the blame for me? The absence of reprimand from the emperor indicated that someone had shielded him from responsibility. The incident had occurred within the Jin Wangfu, and it must have been Song Chingbi who bore the burden of guilt on his behalf. Even after being imprisoned, he was still willing to take on this accusation. How kind he truly was. Song Chingbi thought, What is this young master's mind made of? How could he arrive at such a conclusion? He raised his eyes to see the handsome young master with tears brimming, and the look of concern in his eyes was undeniably genuine. Yun Chen's fair and delicate hand reached up, gently touching the bloodstains on Song Chengbi's clothing. At that moment of contact, Song Chengbi frowned slightly, and Yun Chen quickly withdrew his hand, anguish threatening to spill from his eyes. Does it hurt? Did they hurt you? Song Chengbi replied, what are you thinking? Yun Chen insisted, you're covered in blood. Did they strike you? Yes, Song Chengbi conceded, though he had not been beaten. The blood was from an encounter while pursuing an assassin the previous night, merely a small injury he had overlooked due to exhaustion. He was unsure why he continued to entertain Yun Chen's words, just as he was puzzled why he had automatically fallen asleep in this large bed beside the youth upon returning last night. Perhaps it was because he had not seen such eyes in a long time. Born into a royal family with his mother deceased and having joined the army at a young age, no one had cared for him in a long time. Yun Chen possessed a clear and radiant demeanor, his eyes reflecting the world without pretense, revealing emotions that left Song Chengbi momentarily entranced. This daze perceived by Yun Chen only deepened his sense of compassion. He has already been imprisoned and is nearing death, yet he still has to endure another beating. It must be quite painful. Yun Chen, filled with remorse, rolled off the bed and approached him, asking, do you need me to have the doctor prepare some medicine to replenish your energy and blood? Song Chengbi regarded him in silence. Avoiding his gaze, Yun Chen coughed lightly, his fist pressed against his lips. Do not overthink it. This is merely compensation for taking the blame on my behalf. Song Chengbi, has he fallen asleep? How can one sleep with their eyes open? Song Chengbi, if you remain silent, I shall take my leave. Yun Chen turned to exit, dressed only in his undergarments. He felt it inappropriate as he reached the door, so he grabbed the robe hanging nearby and draped it over himself. The purple garment was considerably larger, and from behind, it appeared as if Song Chengbi had opened his arms to embrace Yun Chen. Chapter 48. In justice, Yun Chen hurried to the eastern kitchen, intent on having someone prepare medicine for Song Chengbi. Isn't that the vile steward who had the audacity to strike down someone? Has the prince not dealt with him yet? The steward had just become engaged, and Xiao Yuan is now a widow before her marriage, weeping in despair. Yun Chen pursed his thin lips and banged the spatula against the stove. Silence. That steward is a traitor. I am merely ridding the world of a menace. Do not listen to his nonsense. Keep your distance. Who knows if he might turn on us? The kitchen staff scattered in fear. Helpless. Yun Chen wandered the estate several times. Unable to find anyone, he prepared to return, but turned around to see Lu Ying. Yun Chen hastily approached and inquired, Brother Guard, do you know? Lu Ying replied, the doctor is in the West Courtyard's guest room. Yun Chen exclaimed, ah, I see. I had to even ask you. Brother, does your prince know that your acting skills are so poor? When the Jin prince encountered trouble, all the doctors fled, leaving only this elderly one who was now nearly blind. Yun Chen rolled up his sleeves to assist in gathering herbs and starting the fire. Having never tended a fire before, Yun Chen emerged covered in soot by the time the medicine was ready. The doctor, with failing eyesight, could hardly see, and Lu Ying only did what was necessary without speaking. Thus, Yun Chen carried the medicine to the inner courtyard. Song Chengbi sat at a table in the outer hall and immediately noticed the small, ashen face. A flicker of change passed through his gaze, yet his expression remained calm. You have returned. Yun Chen nodded. Were you writing? Your grievances? Song Chengbi set down his brush, closed the military report from Beijing, and instructed Lu Ying to clear away the items. Indeed, grievances. Compassion flickered in Yun Chen's eyes as he recalled that the prince's residence lacked even a decent doctor. System 112. That elderly man was a miraculous physician. Yun Chen replied, I am but a naive youth from a village. I know nothing and hear nothing. System 112. Yun Chen added, you should lie down. The medicine is for replenishing energy and blood. It will make you drowsy. Song Chengbi nodded and truly lay down. Yun Chen handed him the medicine, which Song Chengbi accepted, gazing at Yun Chen for a moment before murmuring, did you personally prepare this for me? Yun Chen felt a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny. No. Song Chengbi diverted his gaze from Yun Chen's small, ashen face. Oh, perhaps it was an illusion. But Yin Chen sensed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Yin Chen exclaimed, "The doctor prepared this. You should drink it quickly and then rest." Song Qingbi tilted his head back and drank. Yin Chen fetched water to help him rinse his mouth, watching as he lay down. After disposing of the rinsing bowl, he ran back and forth, feeling a bit fatigued, and absent-mindedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. To his surprise, he found his hand smeared with dirt. Yin Chen gasped and hurried to wash his face, removing a layer of grime and revealing a faint blush. Yet, Song Qingbi didn't even hint at it. Grumbling, he returned to the bedside and pulled aside the screen, only to find the man already in a deep slumber. With his eyes closed, Song Qingbi's elegant brows and eyes resembled fine ink, and much of his former sharpness had dissipated. Yin Chen immediately fell silent, gently adjusting the thin blanket over him and sitting quietly for a while. He waved a hand in front of Song Qingbi's face. Seeing no response confirmed that he was truly asleep. Silently, he mouthed, "Farewell, Prince Jean." Administering medication to Song Qingbi was not solely an act of gratitude for his taking the blame. It was also a chance to escape back to the Ministry of Personnel. After wandering through the estate earlier, Yin Chen had memorized the layout of the royal residence. If he could procure a horse from the eastern stables, he was confident he could return to the ministry before curfew. As he stood to leave, his sleeve was suddenly grabbed. Yin Chen's heart raced, turning around. He saw Song Qingbi still with his eyes shut, yet uncomfortably murmuring, "Mother." Yin Chen thought, is he truly asleep? System 112 confirmed, he is indeed asleep. As a divine physician, while replenishing his energy and blood, old injuries are being treated simultaneously. Holding Song Qingbi's hand, Yin Chen's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. "What is the matter, my dear?" However, the moment he grasped Song Qingbi's hand, it was swiftly reversed, pinning him to the bed. With eyes wide open and a predatory gaze, Song Qingbi stared intently at him. Unfazed by Yin Chen's resistance, he began to undress him. Yin Chen protested, "Are you certain he is asleep?" System 112 affirmed, "I swear, he is completely unconscious." Yin Chen remarked, "He might reward me, but it seems you'll have to make a trip." System 112 sighed, "Go on, little system, for the sake of faith." System 112 retorted, "For the sake of faith. Damn it." After System 112 departed, the young master refused to reveal the ornament hanging from his waist, continuing to curse. Song Qingbi restrained his wrists and took the jade pendant with his mouth. Chapter 49. Stagnation of Blood Thief. "Scoundrel, Song Qingbi, release my hand, or I swear I'll kill you." Yin Chen trembled, his face flushed crimson, cursing even more vehemently until Song Qingbi struck a pressure point, silencing him. The prince, devoid of consciousness and acting purely on instinct, exhibited excessive ferocity. Yin Chen fainted several times, ultimately feeling as if he might truly perish, slipping into unconsciousness. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that Song Qingbi expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood, collapsing onto the bed, gradually regaining clarity of vision. He suddenly noticed Yin Chen lying beside him, battered and bruised. Song Qingbi's heart tightened, and he quickly lifted him, relieved to sense still a breath of life within him. Peng Guxian, the venerable physician, remained outside until he heard a commotion, at which point he entered with a respectful bow. "Your Highness, the stagnant blood will be expelled soon." Song Qingbi responded, "This medicine." Peng Guxian interjected, "It invigorates the blood. I previously mentioned to your Highness that this child was not raised merely as a medicinal catalyst." Song Qingbi's expression darkened. "That is not the case." Peng Guxian widened his murky eyes in surprise. "He personally kindled the fire and brewed the medicine last night. I presumed otherwise. I beseech your Highness for forgiveness." Beep. Peng Guxian's strategy value, 50. Current strategy value, 50. Song Qingbi placed his hand on Yin Chen's pulse, his brow furrowing, and instructed Peng Guxian to prepare a medicinal bath. He gently laid Yin Chen in the thick, dark concoction, carefully supporting his waist to prevent the unconscious individual from slipping beneath the surface. Standing outside the screen, Peng Guxian said to Song Qingbi, "I have some elixirs that can help him forget tonight's events as much as possible." After a moment of silence, a hand emerged from behind the screen. "Accepting the medicine box, you may leave." "Yes." After a while, Yun Chen awoke, his eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Song Chengbi, he refrained from his usual vitriol, instead trembling and clutching his head in fear. "No, don't come any closer, I beg you." Song Chengbi, poised to cradle his neck, halted mid-motion. The guilt he had tried to conceal became evident. Unable to bear seeing him in such distress, he gently grasped Yun Chen's chin, pressing their lips together to feed him the elixir. Yun Chen's throat convulsed, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness again. Song Chengbi settled into the medicinal bath, holding him tightly, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry, I have harmed you yet again." At that moment, memories of the previous night's events gradually returned. His pretense of brewing medicine had been a ruse to escape. And what had he called him? Son? Song Chengbi lowered his gaze upon Yun Chen, who had seemingly forgotten all that transpired that night, submissively resting against his chest. A fleeting indulgence flickered in his eyes. After a pause, he tenderly brushed aside Yun Chen's dark hair, placing a soft kiss on the corner of his lips. "After 2 intimate encounters, you are already mine. Did you intend to flee last night? Where would you have gone? The minister's residence?" Song Chengbi let out a soft chuckle, his long fingers involuntarily brushing against Yun Chen's dark lashes. "Young master, if you return, you shall surely perish. Only by remaining by my side can you survive. Lin Shangshu has brought about his own demise. If you obediently comply, I shall do my utmost to protect your sister." Beep. Song Chengbi's strategy value, 10. Current strategy value, 50. System 112. Splendid. We have surpassed the halfway mark. No wonder I recited scriptures all night. Yin Shun Sai. System 112. What troubles you? Are you unhappy? Yin Shun. I am content, but I actually prefer a gentler approach. System 112. Having surpassed the halfway point in your strategy value, you can now voice some requests, such as asking your dear prince for duck neck. Yin Shun. How embarrassing. Besides, that would ruin my character. Instead, could you assist me with a task? System 112. What task? Yin Shun. Where has that chief steward been hidden by Song Chengbi? I wish to have a chance encounter with him. System 112. System 112. This task is somewhat challenging, but not impossible. Let me check. Peng Guxian's assistance cannot be utilized. It requires 10 strategy points from the main deity. Yin Shun, go ahead, my dear. It's all right. I'll compensate you 20. I'm being serious. System 112, all right. It seems he has once again been beguiled. Chapter 50. Feigning death the next day, Yin Shun awoke, his eyes clouded with confusion. A dull ache throbbed in his head. He couldn't recall what had transpired the previous night. System 112. Truly do not remember? Let me remind you, yesterday. Yin Shun. Hush. I remember everything, darling. System 112. How can this person act so convincingly? Song Chengbi sat at the writing desk nearby, having removed the screen before the bed to better observe Yin Shun. Noticing Yun Chun tapping his head with his hand, Song Chengbi's expression tightened. He set down his brush and approached, grasping Yin Chen's wrist. "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Yin Chen mumbled softly. "Yes, I feel unwell." Song Chengbi sat at the edge of the bed, gently massaging Yun Chen's head. The young master was accustomed to indulgence, and with Song Chengbi's initiative to assist, Yin Chen reclined and closed his eyes. Gradually, Song Chengbi channeled his internal energy through his fingertips, causing Yin Chen to emit several satisfied sighs. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I remember." Song Chengbi's internal energy faltered, his fingertips barely trembling. Song Chengbi, remember what? Yin Chen, you pulled my sleeve yesterday and called me mother. I held you in my arms to comfort you all night. Song Chengbi's breath returned to normal. Yin Chen reached out, tugging at his collar with 2 fingers. "Don't worry. You were injured, and I won mock you." He then muttered softly, "My mother passed away early as well, but thankfully I have my sister." Song Chengbi, can you let me go back? I miss my sister. Song Chengbi, no. Yun Chun frowned and swatted away the hand resting against his temple. Why? Do you truly consider me your princess? Song Chengbi, no. Yun Chun hissed, cursing. What is wrong with you, Song Chengbi? This isn't a military camp. Kaifeng is vibrant with every kind of woman. You can't possibly be afraid, can you? Or perhaps you simply do not know how. If you need guidance, I can teach you. Song Chengbi's voice deepened. You can? Yin Chen, of course I can. The youth was incapable of lying. It was evident to Song Chengbi that he had merely caught a whiff of a lady's handkerchief at most. Song Chengbi's tone normalized. I am not seeking anyone. I already have a princess. System 112. Hey, I arranged for the chief steward to sneak into the palace to find Xiao Yuan. Yin Chen, who is Xiao Yuan? System 112. His fiancée. The chief steward is currently scaling the wall to comfort Xiao Yuan, hiding behind the faux stone on the eastern wall of the outer courtyard. You have 10 minutes. Yin Chen, all right. Wait. Yin Chen, push him away. Song Chengbi, are you incapable of understanding human speech? I'm leaving. Thank you for taking the blame for me. I will have my father plead for you in court. I'll borrow a horse from you and return it to you when I get home. With that, Yin Chen dashed toward the exit, while Song Chengbi did not hasten to pursue. He had instructed someone to block the courtyard gate that morning, removed all horses, and stationed guards to patrol the courtyard, all to prevent Yin Chen from escaping. Moreover, even if Yin Chen managed to flee back to the minister's residence, he could easily bring him back. As Yin Chen raced toward the stable in the outer courtyard, he spotted two guards armed with swords. As the two figures drew nearer, Yin Chen, in a state of urgency, retreated a few steps and concealed himself behind a stone by the wall. To his astonishment, just as he settled, a piercing scream echoed in the air. Turning around, he discovered a man and a woman behind him. The woman gasped in terror, while the man cast a fearful glance in his direction before hastily lowering his head. Stunned for a moment, Yin Chen's rage ignited. He seized the fleeing steward, his eyes ablaze with fury. You are alive. The steward struggled desperately to free himself from Yin Chen's grip, but to no avail. Yin Chen delivered a forceful punch to his face. You dare to deceive me. The steward trembled in fear. It wasn't me. I didn't intend to deceive you. Yin Chen raised his hand for another strike. You are a spy for the Liao kingdom. Blood streamed from the steward's nose as he feared for his life. It was the prince who instructed me to do so. I am not a spy. Please do not kill me. Yin Chen's grip on his collar faltered momentarily. He turned to see Song Chengbi, clad in a deep blue garment, standing behind him. Overcome with fury, Yin Chen exclaimed, Song Chengbi, you deceived me? The evidence was undeniable. And with a slight furrow of his brow, Song Chengbi admitted, yes. Yin Chen's chest heaved rapidly as tears streamed down his face, yet he feigned composure. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. Just let me return, and we shall consider this resolved. Song Chengbi replied, that is not an option. On what grounds? Yin Chen released the steward and charged at Song Chengbi, throwing a punch, only to be swiftly restrained by Song Chengbi, who had not anticipated the steward's appearance at the residence. Displeased, he blurted, do not act recklessly. Regret washed over him as he realized the gravity of his words. Yin Chen seethed with indignation. Recklessly? A treacherous usurper who disregards familial bonds, a deceitful scoundrel who resorts to any means to achieve his ends, who is truly acting recklessly here. His thoughts turned to Lin Yunmiao, fearing she might fall victim to such treachery, and he lost control, lunging at Song Chengbi and viciously biting his shoulder. Yin Chen's teeth, sharp as daggers, had made an indelible impression on Song Chengbi from their first encounter. Even through fabric, he could sense the blood seeping forth. Undoubtedly a chunk of flesh lost. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Song Chengbi abhorred such underhanded tactics. Given Yin Chen's current frenzy, he furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, rendered him unconscious. As Yin Chen's eyes rolled back, and he convulsed momentarily before falling still, Song Chengbi caught him and swiftly transported him into the system space. System 112 inquired, what are you doing? Yin Chen replied, shoo, play dead for a while. I prefer a gentler approach. System 112 remarked, I told you he deliberately entered prison to undertake a mission. Those in the same line of work didn't believe me. Look, not only does he wish to indulge himself, but he is also making demands. Chapter 51. The needle technique. Song Chengbi was acutely aware of his own strength. Although he had deliberately moderated his force, the blow he had delivered to Yin Chen was likely to have caused considerable harm. Cursing under his breath, he commanded the guards to apprehend the self-important steward, then cradled Yin Chen in his arms. However, as he lowered his gaze, He was taken aback to see blood trickling from the corner of the youth's lips. Song Chungbi froze, leaning closer to detect any sign of breath, only to find none. He had killed him. A resonant sound echoed in Song Chungbi's mind as he cried out, "Yin Chun." The scene was rather ironic. It was Song Chungbi who had orchestrated a deceitful ruse of feigned death to compel Yun Chun into submission. Yet now, the old tableau reappeared, with Yun Chun spitting blood and collapsing into his arms, lifeless. Ding! Song Chungbi's strategy value. 20. Current strategy value. 60. System 112. How fortuitous. You must have deliberately staged this scene as a form of retribution, correct? Yin Chun, System 112. A photograph, me with my vengeful little white and black host. Song Chungbi, disregarding all else, tightly embraced Yun Chun and hurried back to the inner courtyard, gently laying him on the bed, his arms cradling the boy with utmost care. He grasped Yun Chen's wrist, searching for a pulse. Life was gradually ebbing from Yun Chen's pale visage, causing Song Chungbi's heart to sink ever deeper. He pressed his lips together firmly and called out to his side, "Lu Ying." A shadow flickered, and a robust, black-armored guard gracefully landed beside Song Chungbi. "Your Highness." Tai Ching Pill. Lu Ying, with arms as thick as a bowl, rested upon his sword's hilt. "Your Highness, you are injured?" Song Chungbi frowned. "Give it to me." Lu Ying, cautious not to speak further, swiftly produced a small box, opening it to present to the prince. "Leave." "Yes." Without hesitation, Song Chungbi seized the life-saving pill and placed it beneath Yun Chen's tongue. He then instructed outside, summoned Mr. Peng to come here. Understood. The Tai Ching pill, crafted from countless rare herbs, was specifically designed to sustain life. Once ingested, Yun Chun should have awakened. Yet within a different realm, Yun Chun lounged with legs crossed, gnawing on leftover duck neck from yesterday, utterly refusing to return. He even set up a universal chessboard, engaging System 112 in a game of Go. System 112. I am merely a string of data. Do you truly believe you can best me? Yun Chun. Just passing the time, let us see. After half an hour, System 112 lost miserably, its eyes appearing in the system's space, shedding tears. Yun Chun casually wiped his hands with its tears, turning his attention to the outside world. Yun Chun. Goodness, Granny Peng is coming at me with needles. How much longer can I endure this? System 112. Lin Yun Chen's body is exceedingly frail, and you are nearing your limit. The main system will automatically determine your negligence. Before the system could finish, Yun Chun was abruptly expelled from the system space. Song Chungbi continuously used his internal energy to warm Yun Chun, periodically prying open his mouth to check the progress of the dissolving pill, while also examining the boy's wrist for a pulse. However, the precious elixir, which had stirred tumult throughout the martial world, seemed to have vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. Just as his chest felt ready to burst, Physician Peng hurriedly arrived, with a deft set of acupuncture techniques. He revived the boy's strength. Song Chungbi released Yun Chen's wrist, his voice trembling as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Mr. Peng, your talents are remarkable." Penggu pondered, stroking his beard, feeling somewhat guilty as he responded. He had just taken Yun Chen's pulse and confirmed him to be beyond saving. Thus, he had administered a series of calming needles, easing the spirit of the esteemed prince. Yet at that very moment, the boy unexpectedly gasped for breath. Could it be that the ghost has returned to trouble him? Hung Guxian, having aged, found himself increasingly believing in retribution. His heart trembled with fear, and he dared not accept any reward from Song Chungbi, muttering apologies as he stumbled away from the inner courtyard. Notification: Peng Guxian's strategy value is 50. Current strategy value is 100. System 112. Yun Chun. He fears that I might return from the dead to seek vengeance. So he's trying to curry favor with me. System 112. Yun Chun. The little duck neck has arrived. System 112. Chapter 52. Administering medicine. When Yun Chun opened his eyes again, the air was filled with the distinctive, bitter fragrance of herbal medicine. Looking down, he noticed he was clad in a pristine white garment, reminiscent of the simple attire worn by affluent families at bedtime. The satin was smooth and soft, crafted from high-quality fabric, seemingly designed to ensure the wearer experienced no discomfort. Having died once, his lord finally deemed it appropriate to present him with fine clothing. Truly, this is overwhelming. Yun Chen lifted his arm, feeling not only free from discomfort, but also a surge of vitality within him, prompting a desire to find a gym where he could lift weights to expend some energy. System 112. Are you certain that going to the gym means lifting weights? Yin Shun. Watching others lift weights is also a form of expenditure. System 112. This task world possesses internal energy. Your ailment is not as severe as you think. The main deity has administered the Ta Ching Dan to you, and you may now attempt to channel your energy. Yin Shun, I don't know how. System 112, what a waste. A complete internal energy manual requires a specific 10 strategy points from a main deity. No one else can do it unless you earn an additional 10 points immediately, and then I shall exchange it for you. Yin Shun, fine then. He loved watching martial arts films, daydreaming of performing feats like breaking stones with his chest or walking on water. Disappointed, Yin Shun pouted and turned his head, preparing to shed a few tears to deceive the little system. Song Qingbi personally prepared a medicinal bath for Yun Shun and brought along a medicinal soup brewed by a family servant, entering the inner chamber with moisture clinging to him. With his internal energy, Song Qingbi moved lightly, rendering him inaudible to Yun Shun. At that moment, Song Qingbi stood at the side of the grand bed, witnessing the radiant spark that emanated from Yun Shun upon awakening, akin to the morning light, captivating and impossible to look away from. Then, as if truly awakened, the youth stared at the bed's canopy for a moment before his lips pursed, turning his head to curl up into a ball. Song Qingbi's heart skipped a beat. Has he begun to cry? If Yin Shan were to cry before him, Song Qingbi could find ways to comfort him, and it wouldn't hurt so much. But this secret weeping, clearly meant to be hidden from him, left Song Qingbi feeling utterly helpless. A wave of dense pain surged within him, as if iron wires were coiling around his heart, both stifling and cold. Notification. Song Qingbi's strategy value is 10, current strategy value is 70. Yin Shun, hooray! I can fly. Yun Shun sprang up, arms outstretched like wings, beginning to spin in circles. Just as he was about to call on System 112 to exchange for the internal energy manual and embark on the path to greatness, he caught a glimpse of Song Qingbi standing behind him, holding a bowl of medicine, wearing a look of skepticism. Yin Shun, oh no, I can't fly after all. Yin Shun turned around and flopped back onto the bed, burying his face into the pillow. He escaped into the system space, pressing his hand against his chest. Oh my, that scared me to death. Quickly, help me pretend to be asleep. The room fell into silence. Song Qingbi, with a look of suspicion on his face, approached the bedside, gazing at the still figure of the boy, eyes closed and bottom up. Lin Yin Shun? The youth remained motionless, and when Song Qingbi checked his pulse, he found that he had indeed fallen asleep. Perhaps it was the effect of the Qing Dan and that set of acupuncture techniques? Song Qingbi couldn't help but recall the blood that had trickled from the corner of Yunshin's lips. He truly was so fragile that he required gentleness. Song Qingbi intended to rouse Yunshin to take his medicine, but given his current sleeping position, if he were to wake him, he would surely feel bullied again. His body had yet to fully recover. If he were to become upset again, Song Qingbi doubted his heart could withstand it. He set the medicine bowl down and gently repositioned the sprawled Yunshin to lie flat. Then he sat at the edge of the bed, patted Yunshin's face, and called out, "Wake up, take your medicine, and then you can sleep." Yunshin opened his bleary eyes, his dazed expression stirring something in Song Qingbi's heart. However, upon recognizing the visitor, the young master turned his head away. "I won't drink it, go away." Song Qingbi fixed his gaze on him, and Yunshin pulled the covers over himself, presenting a cold shoulder. Song Qingbi stroked his dark hair, feeling soft-hearted. "That day was my fault, don't be angry. Just take your medicine." Yunshin retorted, "Go away, go away, go away." This was the medicine prescribed by physician Peng. If it cooled down, it would lose its potency. Song Qingbi's brows furrowed slightly, adopting a tone of indifference. "It's no matter. I shall feed you with my mouth." As soon as the words left his lips, Yin Shan sat up abruptly, letting out a groan of discomfort. Song Qingbi quickly wrapped his arms around him, channeling his internal energy to alleviate the pain. His voice still cold. Would you prefer to do it yourself? Yin Shan leaned weakly against his shoulder, but still shot him a glare. Clutching the bowl of medicine and gulping it down in haste, fearful of leaving even a drop that Song Chungbi might exploit. Observing the boy's determined consumption, Song Chungbi couldn't help but smile slightly. Such a fearless little madcap. Was he truly so afraid of being kissed by him? Well, there was much to fear ahead. This journey to the frontier was one he could not avoid. If he obediently stayed behind him, it would be fine, but if he misbehaved, the blood-soaked swords of the border would show no mercy, and he would not bother to protect him. Song Chungbi thought coldly, casually feeding the pre-prepared candied fruit into the boy's mouth, carefully wiping away the medicine residue clinging to his lips. Chapter 53. The princess consort Yin Shan was eagerly preparing to purchase the internal skill guide. System 112 interjected. Host, please be reminded that this item holds little utility, and upon redemption, the main deity strategy value will drop to 60. Even a deity near the passing mark may still inflict harm upon the host. Yin Shan replied, no, this is an S-rank world. Even with a strategy value of 90 points, he could still pose a threat to me. System 112 acknowledged. True. Yet this item is of limited use. Yin Shan countered, and I merely wish to experience the thrill of scaling walls and walking on water in my fleeting life. What wrong is there in that? System 112. You are not mistaken, yet this matter holds little significance. Yin Shan, I beg you, if not, shall I sing you a song? Oh, the swaying wineglass. Lips stained as if with fresh blood. Such an extraordinary beauty, an unforgivable sin. System 112, please refrain. Despite the world having changed, the lyrics and melody are commendable. Yet his singing is utterly unbearable. Stop singing. I shall provide you with assistance. Yin Shan successfully acquired the guide. However, before he could test it by the pond, he was overwhelmed by a bowl of medicinal soup administered by Song Chungbi, collapsing weakly into his arms. When he next regained consciousness, he found himself in a swaying carriage. Dressed in a lightweight black riding outfit, Yin Shan rested his head upon Song Chungbi's shoulder. Sitting up in a huff, he glared at Song Chungbi. What have you made me drink? The imperial court presumed that Song Chungbi had sustained grave injuries. To maintain the ruse for the emperor, he refrained from riding and leisurely traveled northward in the carriage alongside Yin Shan. Enduring his dizziness, Yin Shan loudly demanded, where are you taking me? Song Chungbi, to the northwest military camp. What? Yin Shan was momentarily taken aback, his supporting arm giving way as he nearly toppled over. Song Chungbi, you madman. Do you truly believe I am your princess? If you wish to avoid death, return me at once. Despite the young master's carefree demeanor in Kaifeng, he had hardly ventured beyond the nearby suburbs. The frontier was far too distant for him. As he spoke, he attempted to rise, pulling back the carriage curtain to leap out. Song Chungbi reached out, grasping the nape of Yin Shan's collar and pulling him back, whispering into his ear, I have treated the princess well. Why does she incessantly demand that I meet my demise? The implication being, I will not return you, but neither shall I die. Yin Shan comprehended this underlying message, biting his tongue in frustration. Noticing the blood trickling from the corner of his lips, Song Chungbi's heart sank. Disregarding Yin Shan's struggles, he pulled him into his embrace. Lin Yin Shan. Yet Yin Shan did not faint. His eyes, though filled with anger, remained clear as they fixed intensely upon him. Suddenly, Song Chungbi understood, prying open his mouth to reveal the truth. Indeed, the lad had bitten his tongue. Song Chungbi could not help but ponder, could this person truly be akin to a canine, compelled to bite something in frenzy? He considered summoning Lu Ying to fetch some medicinal powder for treatment. However, upon reflection, if he healed him, he would have something to bite again. Perhaps it would be better to let the injury linger, to instill pain, thus discouraging further self-harm in the future. Very well, let him endure the pain for a while. He would administer medicine soon enough. Song Chungbi gradually discerned the young master's temperament. If he treated him gently, he would create quite a ruckus. Yet if he remained silent and stern, the young man would settle down. He deliberately tossed Yin Shan aside. Behave yourself. Unable to contend with Song Chungbi, nor with the shadow guard named Lu Ying. Yun Chen reluctantly sat back down, delivering a fierce kick to the carriage's side. Nonetheless, he felt fortunate that it was not his sister who was to be wed. As a male, he could always find an opportunity to escape. His delicate sister would surely suffer if taken to the military camp. Yun Chen thought, his body trembling with indignation. Song Qingbi observed everything keenly. Before long, Yun Chen found himself draped in a cotton cloak, while medicinal powder was applied to his tongue. Meanwhile, he lay there lost in thought, contemplating an escape. The journey was not short, and it was unlikely that Song Qingbi would remain in the carriage the entire time. Surely, he would need to disembark for personal relief. And passing through cities, he would have to meet with the soldiers, since they had not traveled far yet. If he could find a town soon and procure a fine steed on credit, he could likely return to Kaifeng before nightfall. He had no intention of heading to a military camp, which was devoid of comfort and filled with the harshness of blades and snow. He had heard that there were even no beds, just a group of men huddled on a single straw mat, terrifying indeed. As a result, Yun Chen attempted to abscond several times, but was thwarted each time by Lu Ying, who blocked his path with a knife. Yun Chen, brother, how do you manage to appear and disappear so mysteriously? Lu Ying, I am merely following orders. Yun Chen, be gentler with me. You're about to dislocate my shoulder. Song Qingbi watched from a distance as Yun Chen was half supported, half escorted by Lu Ying towards the carriage. With his arm draped over Lu Ying's sturdy shoulder, he was too exhausted to walk, yet he huffed defiantly, Brother, you had better treat me with some courtesy. Lu Ying, being rather literal-minded, responded. Why? Yun Chen ground his teeth for a moment before managing to say, I am the princess of your Jin Wangfu. So now he acknowledges his status as a princess? Such a stubborn little fellow. When Song Qingbi first entered the military camp, he was young and had grown accustomed to the brutal realities of life and death, which had sealed his heart, causing him to cast aside all matters of desire. He never imagined that years later, a sharp-tongued youth would rush into his abode, declaring himself to be his princess. Song Qingbi gazed deeply at him, a surge of possessive desire roiling within his chest. Ding! Song Qingbi's strategic value is 10. Current strategic value is 70. Chapter 54. Falling into water. Yun Chen, having been pampered like a star by his sister since childhood, had never endured such indignities. After several failed attempts to flee, he inadvertently fell into a river, leaving him utterly dejected, and he fell asleep with his eyes closed in a corner of the carriage. Yun Chen acknowledged that he possessed a spirit of adventure. However, given Song Qingbi's 70 points of strategic value, venturing to the border was somewhat perilous. In any case, he needed to devise a scheme to delay their journey. They could not travel too swiftly. System 112. So you decided to jump into the river to catch a cold? Yun Chen, yes indeed. I wouldn't tell you, but I merely wanted to test my skills at walking on water, only to fail. He had some internal strength, albeit limited. Yun Chen, so dear, have I started to catch a cold? System 112. No, your limited internal strength protects you from it. Yun Chen sigh. Yun Chen, please assist me by concocting a potion that induces a high fever, making it seem as though I am on the brink of death, while in reality, I feel perfectly fine and even rather splendid. System 112. That would be too costly. I shall prepare you a basin of ice water instead. Yun Chen, you stingy old landlord. Traveling northwest from the Central Plains, the temperature continued to drop. As night fell, the chill deepened. Song Qingbi and the soldiers, accustomed to the harshness of wind and frost, prepared additional clothing and carried flasks of hot water to brave the cold. As the cold intensified, Yun Chen found himself curled up beneath a cloak. Observing his pitiable state, Song Qingbi reached out to embrace him, only to have his finger bitten by the young master. Staring at the glistening spot on his fingertip in a momentary daze, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and murmured a few instructions to Lu Ying. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ying returned, carrying a stove of glowing silver coals. Song Qingbi accepted it, offering it to Yun Chen. Hold this stove close to ward off the chill. Yun Chen remained motionless, presenting a stubborn profile. Song Qingbi's gaze fell upon the cascade of black hair spilling over Yun Chen's shoulders. His throat tightened slightly, yet he maintained his indifference. If you freeze to death on the road, I shall have no means to return your body to Kaifeng. You would be buried in the wilderness, accompanied only by wandering spirits. Yun Chen shivered a few times, exclaiming, "Stop it." Song Qingbi raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at his lips. "Would you prefer the stove or a solitary grave in the wild? Bring it here." Yun Chen, in a daze, reached for the stove but instead grasped Song Qingbi's hand. The moment their hands touched, Song Qingbi furrowed his brow. His hand was burning hot. It was evident that the young master was quite delicate, having already succumbed to the cold before they had traveled far. Gently patting Yun Chen's face, noticing his slight feverishness, Song Qingbi swiftly draped the cloak over him and pulled him into his embrace, allowing him to rest his head on his shoulder. The series of actions unfolded so rapidly that Yun Chen, still unaware, believed he had found warmth in the stove and burrowed closer. With his back against the carriage wall, Song Qingbi supported Yun Chen's neck and head. The young master felt a measure of comfort and, seeking more, nuzzled against Song Qingbi's neck, softly calling out, "Sister." The ailing youth's tender call stirred an inexplicable pang of compassion in Song Qingbi. He had come to this role as a substitute for Yun Chen's sister, and even in illness, the boy instinctively sought her affection, revealing the closeness of their bond. Song Qingbi recalled his own childhood, the camaraderie he shared with his elder brother, which had soured following the latter's ascension to the throne, leading to an irreplaceable rift. In that moment, he found himself envying this young lord who expressed love freely and bore disdain with such grace. Meanwhile, Yun Chen remained oblivious, smacking his lips before drifting back to sleep. Lu Ying, having delivered a stove to the captive, was about to inquire if the prince required one as well. As he lifted a corner of the curtain, he beheld his lord cradling someone, clearly unable to accommodate the stove. Nodding silently, Lu Ying let the curtain fall back into place. As he stepped out, a sudden realization struck him. The prince was indeed holding someone. Thus, the claims made during the day were no deception. He truly was the prince's consort. System 112. Yun Chen. It's quite normal. His loyalty to the prince ensures that once he acknowledges me as the consort, his allegiance will shift to me. System 112. Why does your speech carry a nasal tone? Have I perhaps been too harsh with the ice water? Would you like me to procure some cold medicine for you? The strategy points of Lu Ying are quite valuable. 50 points can be exchanged for one. Yun Chen sighed. If you're going to exchange, then please get me a remedy for a severe cold. System 112 responded with confusion. Yun Chen lamented. I am about to shake this carriage apart. Song Qingbi possesses half the kingdom, and I am on the verge of death. Yet he cannot even spare a tavern for me. Is there truly no one to speak on my behalf? System 112 suggested, there is no need to waste strategy points. I can provide you with a basin of cold water instead. It is more economical. Yun Chen pressed further. Once again, is there really no one to advocate for me? Chapter 55. Grave illness. When Yun Chen regained a semblance of consciousness, he found Song Qingbi supporting his neck and offering him water from a stream. Lu Ying's voice broke through. Your Highness, the princess is gravely ill. Should we not return to the nearby city for rest? Yun Chen's face illuminated with gratitude. His dear Lu Ying was indeed considerate and caring. However, Song Qingbi's cold voice followed. No, we cannot delay our journey for one person. Was this even a humane response? Yet, it simultaneously confirmed Yun Chen's fears. Though Song Qingbi cared for him, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance on the battlefield, he would unhesitatingly choose to defend the Song dynasty rather than prioritize Yun Chen. With less than 90 strategy points, Yun Chen remained in peril. He needed to act swiftly to secure his own path. Thus, he emitted a couple of indistinct sounds, meant for Lu Ying's ears. As anticipated, Lu Ying's concern deepened. The princess is frail. She may perish, she remarked. Song Qingbi remained as unyielding as a stone, asserting, the circumstances of this journey are exceptional. We cannot afford any delays. Journey. Your princess may die along the way. Yun Chen, still holding a leaf while drinking, turned to him and, in a fit of frustration, bit down on Song Qingbi's hand. However, lacking strength, the bite was feeble, akin to a gentle lick on his palm, leaving it resting in his mouth. Song Qingbi felt a subtle stiffness in his body. When he glanced down, he noticed Yin Chun had awakened, softly glaring at him while holding his hand. Was this a threat? After a moment of silence, Song Qingbi relented. "We will stop at Yicheng." Lu Ying affirmed, "Yes." Upon concluding, Song Qingbi whispered to Lu Ying, "Help me find a fine horse." Given the rumors circulating outside, if Song Qingbi failed to make an appearance, the soldiers at the border would suspect that the emperor had truly eliminated him. Should any ill-intentioned individuals incite unrest, those loyal subordinates might act rashly against the imperial city, leading to dire consequences. "I will accompany your highness," Lu Ying insisted. "You stay behind and protect," Song Qingbi replied. As Song Qingbi gently moved his wrist, Yin Chun, who had not firmly bitten him, loosened his grip. Consequently, Yin Chun slid downward, his mouth slightly ajar, a glimmer of saliva at the corner of his lips. Confirming that the person in his embrace had drifted back to sleep, Song Qingbi instructed, "Protect the princess. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable." Lu Ying replied, "Understood." Song Qingbi took Yin Chun to a tavern in Yicheng. He summoned a physician to prepare medicine and personally coaxed Yin Chun into taking it, even feeding him a piece of osmanthus candy with his tongue. As Yin Chun relaxed his furrowed brow, Song Qingbi rose and quietly instructed Lu Ying with a few words. Subsequently, Song Qingbi designated 2 trusted aides and hurried towards Silver City without delay. This location marked the juncture between the Song dynasty and the Liao and Xia states, housing a garrison of 100,000 elite troops. In a recent purging within the court, the emperor had spared the chief commanders but executed half of the officials from the Hall of Supreme Harmony, resulting in a complete reorganization of the stationed troops along the route. Such significant news would not escape the attention of the 2 watchful adversaries. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to plunder. Having led troops for many years and being a prince, Song Qingbi could minimize losses by promptly establishing his command. With rumors swirling, he needed to return without delay. After Song Qingbi departed, Yin Chun immediately requested System 112 to dispense some cold medicine. Lu Ying's guidance was invaluable, and the medicine worked wonders. Yin Chun felt instant relief, stretching languidly before collapsing onto the stable bed for a deep slumber. However, no sooner had he dozed off than he felt someone nudging him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lu Ying anxiously shaking his shoulder. Yin Chun pulled the blanket over his head, irate. "What are you grabbing me for?" "I'm not fleeing." He then closed his eyes again, but a full day and night had already passed. Noticing the silence in the room, Lu Ying deliberately made noise to rouse him. When it became apparent that Yin Chun was still unresponsive, she feared he had fainted from hunger and hurriedly summoned a guard to bring in 2 roasted chickens. With a knife in her left hand and an oiled paper bag at her right, Lu Ying called, "Princess, wake up and eat something." Yin Chun exclaimed, "Who are you calling princess?" Lu Ying was taken aback. "You." Yin Chun threw off the blanket to scold her, but as he opened his mouth, the enticing aroma of roasted chicken wafted into his nostrils. He coughed slightly, swallowing back his reprimand, deliberately avoiding looking at the bag in Lu Ying's hand. He feigned ignorance. "What is it to eat?" "Roasted chicken." Indeed, it was roasted chicken. Yin Chun sprang from the bed and sat upright at the table, his hands already beginning to rub together in anticipation. Lu Ying opened the paper bag, and the delicious fragrance wafted in waves, enticing him further. Yin Chun reached out for a chicken leg. With a genuine expression of concern, Lu Ying exclaimed, "Princess, do eat a little more. If you faint from hunger again, I shall be summoned to the prince for punishment." "Faint from hunger? What nonsense is this?" Yin Chun pondered, but soon grasped the crux of the matter. He devoured most of the chicken in a ravenous manner, finally regaining a semblance of the refined demeanor expected of nobility, discreetly wiping the grease from his mouth. "Did you just say you would be summoned to the prince for punishment? Is he not here?" Lu Ying nodded, replying, "The prince has gone to the military camp." Yin Chun, with a glint of cunning in his eye, licked his lips, sensing an opportunity to escape. Yet, fleeing required stamina. He devoured 2 chickens in a whirlwind fashion and had Lu Ying procure a basket of fruits. As he bit into a pear, he contemplated his next move. System 112 interjected. "The main deity has already reached the military camp and is expected to return shortly. You cannot escape." Chen retorted. It's not that I wish to flee. System 112 responded, oh, Chen, if I were in your position, I would undoubtedly recline here, awaiting the attentions of the fireflies for sustenance. How carefree that would be. Yet, I am Lin Chen. And how could a young master like me squander such an opportunity? My dear, have you forgotten that we are merely acting? System 112, oh, I indeed forgot. Just a moment. Let me get into character. Chen, yes, you do recall that we are here on a mission, correct? Raises an eyebrow. System 112. How could I forget? I am a diligent task system. Please, lower your voice, lest the main system overhear us. System 112. Ahem. So how do you plan to escape? Chen, rest assured, there are countless ways to flee. Our dear classmate, the firefly, is quite gullible. Upon finishing his words, Chen stealthily approached the window, cautiously peering outside. System 112 quickly intervened. Don't jump. We're on the 4th floor, and your skills are insufficient. A fall could be disastrous. Of course, Chen had no intention of jumping. He reassured the little system not to worry and quietly returned to the bedside. Squatting down beneath the bed, after taking a few bites of a pear, he tossed the remaining core towards the base of the window and let out a wailing scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Help. Chapter 56. Intoxication. A loud bang resounded as the door to the main room swung open. Chen immediately covered his mouth, holding his breath. Lu Ying rushed in wielding a dagger, only to find the room empty, with the window flung wide open. This was dire. The princess had been abducted. If Song Chengbi were present, he would have seen through this ruse at a glance, raising an eyebrow and dragging Chen from beneath the bed, teasing him mercilessly. However, Lu Ying, as a shadow guard, only took orders from Song Chengbi and had never been deceived by his own. Moreover, the princess's recent scream truly resembled a pig's cry. His face filled with urgency, he picked up the pear core from the ground, tucked it away, gripped his knife tightly, and leaped from the windowsill. System 112. Why did he pick up your pear core? Chen, I have no idea. Perhaps he thinks it's a clue I left behind? System 112. Chen. Or maybe he fears I might end up without a complete corpse, leaving a token for the prince to report back. Imagine, while others receive grand tombs, my prince would erect a pear core grave for me. How impressive that would be. System 112. You're just rambling. Chen was aware that guards remained outside, so he refrained from making any sudden movements, patiently waiting beneath the bed. Lu Ying did not pursue anyone, but hurried back to the inn, mobilizing all the guards to conduct a search. Once the area was clear, Chen slowly emerged from beneath the bed, effortlessly making his way out of the inn. System 112. You seem quite experienced. Chen, I've navigated through prisons, you know. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. System 112. Once Chen exited, he walked along, inquiring as he went. The young man's appearance was bright and charming, his demeanor distinctly different from the sharp and aloof Song Chengbi. His attractive visage devoid of any sense of detachment, drawing the attention of many young women who eagerly offered him directions. Before long, Chen located the residence of the county magistrate of Yicheng. The guards immediately drew their weapons, confronting Chen. Who is this young rascal, daring to obstruct the entrance of the county magistrate's home? Chen found the act of jumping from heights to be unfeasible. However, the inner strength he possessed was sufficient to contend with ordinary individuals. As the glinting blade approached him, Chen sidestepped, summoning all his might to flick his middle finger outward with a flourish. The sound of metal clashing resonated, causing the servant's wrist to tremble, compelling him to relinquish the knife in hand. Both men displayed expressions of terror and turned to retreat, intent on summoning assistance. Concealing his numbed fingers behind his back, Chen adopted the demeanor of a sage, standing with hands clasped behind him, and uttered softly, "Hold on." The servant glanced back. Chen cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, employing a blend of benevolence and authority. I would appreciate it if you could inform the relevant parties that Lin Chen, the young master of the esteemed Lin family, has come to pay a visit. Clad in a simple black robe and with disheveled hair, he still radiated an air of nobility cultivated by a life of privilege. The two servants exchanged glances and hurried off to notify County Magistrate Su. The county magistrate, unlike other officials, was a man of the capital, and prior to his demotion, he had the fortune of meeting the Minister of Revenue. When he heard the servant's report, he emerged with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, scrutinizing Chen closely. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to the nobleman. Su dared not delay and approached, grasping Chen's hand. "I was wondering who this esteemed guest was. It turns out to be my dear nephew Lin." Chen nodded. "In dire circumstances, I hope Magistrate Su might assist me." Su, upon hearing Chen's impeccable official dialect, felt a surge of excitement. "Come in quickly, come in. I shall have the residents prepare a fine chamber to welcome my nephew." Upon entering the estate, Magistrate Su subtly broached topics concerning the Kaifeng government and the 6 ministries, to which Chen responded with ease. Su's heart swelled with joy, and he acquiesced to all of Chen's requests. After bathing and changing into fresh attire, Chen requested a horse and some silver, intending to set off immediately. However, Su's overwhelming hospitality insisted he stay for the night. Noting the late hour, Chen acquiesced. That evening, Su commanded his servants to prepare dinner and arranged a splendid guest room for Chen's temporary stay. Su raised his wine cup, adhering to the customary etiquette of officials, and proposed a toast. "As you return to Kaifeng, do be sure to mention me to Lord Lin." Chen, slightly inebriated and finding Su's chatter bothersome, pushed aside his cup with a nonchalant murmur. This gesture was decidedly dismissive. Su's gaze darkened as he turned away, furrowing his brow. He was convinced that the young man before him was indeed the son of the minister, especially now adorned in elegant garments, with long hair elegantly tied back, and striking features that held a captivating allure. However, given the young master's demeanor, there was no guarantee he would remember the favors Su had rendered once he returned. While Su maintained a facade of cordiality, he secretly began to plot. Suddenly, a glint of avarice flashed in his aged eyes. Having taken so much silver and a fine horse, was it not reasonable to retain something of value? What could he leverage to secure his hold over the Lin family? If the young master were to indulge in drink and find himself in the chamber of his pure and innocent daughter, it would effectively entangle him with the Lin family. Ideally, he might even secure a descendant. To establish a familial bond with the 6 prominent families would undoubtedly pave an unobstructed path in his official career. Su County Magistrate, with a forced smile, excused himself from the table, offering a few parting words to his subordinates, revealing a peculiar grin. Shortly thereafter, the wine pot was replaced. Unbeknownst to Chen, as he rose to depart, he was restrained by Su County Magistrate and compelled to down one final cup of wine. Chapter 57. Antidote. Having dealt with Su County Magistrate, Chen stumbled unsteadily towards his room. Behind him, several individuals were murmuring, but he could not discern a single word. Chen thought to himself, "I am truly on the verge of collapse." System 112. They claim you possess exceptionally formidable internal energy, hence the dosage administered was particularly high. Chen, so, I am exceptionally strong? System 112. Among ordinary people, yes, but among martial artists, you are quite weak. You are finished. Chen, I appreciate your candor. System 112. Su County Magistrate has already concealed his daughter on your bed. Do you require an antidote, or will you brave it? Chen, an antidote, please. Enduring this would hinder my performance. If all goes as expected, he would have to act on both fronts and must remain alert. Chen, oh, you only have the antidote here. I must procure the antidote for my dear princely relative. Haha. System 112. Are you enjoying this little jest? Chen, absolutely delighted. Hurry and administer it. Love you. Chen returned to his room at a leisurely pace, seated on the bed and loosening his garments, only to feel an increasing heat consuming him. Believing himself to be intoxicated, he lifted the covers to find a trembling girl lying on his bed. Furrowing his brow, he uttered "you." In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. The wine had been laced with something else. Su County Magistrate had plotted against him. The girl before him was evidently coerced and was shivering uncontrollably. Having grown up alongside his sister, basking in her affection, he understood the fragility of a girl's honor. Even if he were to perish, he would not tarnish the purity of this girl. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "Leave." The girl trembled further, "But my father." "Do not fear, just follow my lead," Chen Chen reassured, his heart heavy with distress, finding it difficult to speak gently. With a swift motion, he toppled the screen, yanked the covers down, and pulled the girl off the bed. Hurry! The girl hastily fled the room. Chen Chen, in a fit of rage, shattered several items, then sat cross-legged on the bed, displaying a visage of agony, feigning the use of internal energy to recuperate. Mira mortals. I possess internal energy. System 112. They believe the dosage is insufficient and have lit incense for you. They intend to send that girl back shortly. Shall I continue with the antidote? Chen Chen. Yes, proceed. I shall handle the performance. When will the prince arrive? System 112. No news yet, but it should be soon. Chen Chen. Alas, I find myself rather bored. Shall I sing you a song? System 112. No. Chen Chen. Unrelated to love and desire, I await your return. With a flourish of my brush, the waves crash upon shore. System 112. System 112 was nearing madness, contemplating the urge to deliver a hefty blow to knock him unconscious. System 112. Song Chungbi has returned to I Ching. Chen Chen. Very well, I shall cease my singing. System 112. Thank you, O Divine One, for your life-saving grace. Chen Chen. First, let us activate the pain receptors, my dear. It seems the prince is on the verge of madness. Early yesterday morning, Song Chungbi rode swiftly, and by that night, he arrived at Silver City. The soldiers, witnessing the prince's well-being, swiftly quelled the rumors and cheered triumphantly. Before dawn, Song Chungbi donned his armor to inspect the troops, personally executing several spies from enemy states, sparing only 2 to return with messages. As blood spattered, an unsettling wave of anxiety surged within him. After the executions, he whispered a few instructions to his trusted aides and mounted his horse to return swiftly. The steed, seemingly attuned to his emotions, galloped tirelessly, yet the journey was long, and by the time he reached Yicheng, darkness had already enveloped the land. Lu Ying, her face contorted in anguish, knelt before him, pleading for punishment, and offered her dagger to Song Chungbi. Indeed, something had gone awry. Song Chungbi's brow furrowed deeply. Song Chungbi, you say the princess has been abducted. Have you found any traces? Lu Ying, no, those culprits must be highly skilled, leaving no evidence. However, the princess left this behind. As she spoke, Lu Ying cautiously produced a pear seed from her bosom. Song Chungbi took it, scrutinizing it for a moment, his brow easing slightly. He surmised how Chen Chen had escaped and where she had fled. Song Chungbi mounted his horse. Rise, lead me to the residence of the county magistrate of Yicheng. Lu Ying, yes. Magistrate Su's residence is the most magnificent in Yicheng, and with a single inquiry, they quickly found their way there. 2 servants brandished their blades to block their path, but Lu Ying let out a lion's roar. His Highness Prince Jean is here. Do not be disrespectful. The shout, though not thunderous, concealed profound inner strength, causing both men to tremble and drop their weapons. Song Chungbi did not even glance back and strode directly inside. Chapter 58. Wrath Magistrate Su was anxiously peering out the window, his heart racing. A subordinate returned to report that the individual had been regulating his inner energy for a while, but as the incense burned low, he finally succumbed. Has the young lady been brought in? Yes, she has, and he has already begun to undress her. Magistrate Su's eyes sparkled with delight, and he waved his hand, generously rewarding his subordinate. Return and investigate further. Yes, Magistrate Su was euphoric, already envisioning a bright future for himself when he suddenly heard commotion outside. Not good, my lord. Prince Jean has arrived. Magistrate Su found it absurd. Nonsense. Did not Prince Jean just descend from the Greatly Court, personally presiding over executions? Before he could finish, a shadow loomed overhead. The man bore an aristocratic visage, yet his eyes were icy. If the earlier young noble was a pampered scion of a wealthy family, this one was a harbinger of death, forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Lu Ying gripped her blade fiercely and declared, "Bold magistrate, why do you not kneel before Prince Jean?" Her lioness roar caused Magistrate Su to fall to his knees, his gaze fixated on the jade pendant at Song Chungbi's waist. Su's voice trembled, "My lord, please forgive me." Song Chungbi's voice was low and laced with menace. "Where's Lin Yinchen?" Magistrate Su paused momentarily before hastily indicating the direction of Yun Chen's chamber. Yet, recalling his own deeds, he feared being entangled in them, deceitfully asserting, "He is at my residence. But he has taken a liking to my youngest daughter and insists on pursuing her." Song Qingbi had been traveling tirelessly for 2 days, exhaustion evident in his eyes. Now, this individual, stuttering and failing to convey the essence of the matter, ignited his fury. "Take me there," Song Qingbi commanded. Sioux County magistrates scrambled to guide the fearsome prince to the room where Yun Chen resided. Right here. With a thunderous crash, the door was thrust open from the outside, revealing a scene of chaos. The garments of the youth and maiden lay strewn about, the bed curtains askew, a stark white glimpse reminiscent of spring's first light. The screen had been toppled in Yun Chen's frenzy, and upon entering, Song Qingbi was met with this disarray, a sharp throb pulsing at his temple. The cold wind from outside ruffled Yun Chen, momentarily halting his movements, bringing him back to lucidity. The first thing he did upon regaining consciousness was to pull the blanket over the woman's body. Why was she still here? Hadn't he ordered her to leave? What had transpired? First, cover her up. Unbeknownst to Yun Chen, this instinct to shield the woman from view bore a striking resemblance to the actions of one protecting their beloved. A glint of cold light emanated from Song Qingbi's eyes, the surrounding air thickening with a palpable tension. The next moment, the already toppled screen was kicked aside, producing a resounding crash. Yun Chen had no time to react. Intense pain coursed through him as he was roughly hoisted onto someone's shoulder. His stomach collided with Song Qingbi's shoulder, prompting him to retch. Before he could even voice a sound, he was unceremoniously thrown onto a horse, his head striking the saddle, instantly splitting open a wound and causing him to briefly lose consciousness. Without casting a glance in his direction, Song Qingbi mounted the horse and returned to the inn. With a resounding thud, Yun Chen was unceremoniously dumped into a barrel filled with water, swallowing a mouthful that filled his lungs, leaving him gasping for breath. As he reached for the edge of the barrel, a cold, firm hand shoved him back down, plunging him into the depths once more, enveloped in overwhelming fear. His lungs feeling as though they might burst. The assailant denied him the chance to emerge from the water. Just as Yun Chen felt he was on the brink of death, a sharp pain in his scalp signaled that he was yanked from beneath the surface. Weakly gasping for air, Yun Chen opened his eyes to behold a stern countenance. The chilling malice was almost tangible, his thin lips curling into a cruel smirk. Song Qingbi gripped Yun Chen's throat, leaning towards his ear to whisper slowly, "Did you have your fun while I was away?" Soaked in cold water and trembling, Yun Chen's eyes regained clarity. He recalled how a Sioux County magistrate had schemed against him and remembered Song Qingbi's arrival, treating him with utter disregard as he was tossed onto the horse. But what did he do, and how was it related to Song Qingbi? By what right did he question him so? He was a man, not his consort. Why could he not indulge himself in revelry? Yun Chen's hair disheveled and his eyes filled with humiliation. In the next moment, rather than begging for mercy, he managed a weak yet defiant smile. If the prince had arrived a tad later, I would have enjoyed myself even more. Song Qingbi regarded Yun Chen, the feigned coolness dissipating into boundless resentment. He had lost his mind. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene and seeing Yun Chen shielding the woman with his hand, Song Qingbi was consumed by jealousy, wishing he could eradicate everyone in sight. He tightened his grip around Yun Chen's neck, causing him to tilt his head back, exposing his vulnerable throat. "Say that again," he demanded. Noticing the fury simmering in Song Qingbi's eyes, Yun Chen let out a cold laugh. "What? Has the prince truly fallen for me?" "Silence," Song Qingbi retorted, aware that the man was utterly defenseless, with just a slight exertion of force. He could easily snap his neck. Yet, Yun Chen glared defiantly at him, refusing to plead for mercy. Just as Yun Chen seemed on the brink of death, Song Qingbi's grip on his neck slightly loosened. Leaning closer, like a sharp-edged iceberg, he mockingly whispered, "It appears the princess has yet to grasp her true identity. Perhaps I should instruct you on how to fulfill your role as a proper princess." The chains clinked as they fell onto his pale wrist. Yun Chen let out a pained cry as his jade pendant fell from his waist, shattering into numerous cracks, dim and obscure. Chapter 59. The Iron Chains at Dawn. Yin Shun was once again roused from his stupor. Several times he yearned for death, yet someone pried his mouth open, placing herbal fragments beneath his tongue to sustain his life. For a full 3 days, whenever Song Chungbi would momentarily depart, Yin Shen's jaw would be seized. His mouth filled once more. Fear engulfed him, and he began to unconsciously yearn for escape, desperately calling for his father and sister. Song Chungbi bound his hands to the bed with chains, watching as he strained against them to their limit, only to crash to the ground with a humiliating thud. A deep ache filled Song Chungbi's heart, but he deemed this as retribution. As long as Yin Shun obediently stayed by his side, he could have whatever he desired, but he would not allow a repeat of that fateful day. Finally, Song Chungbi rose. He unceremoniously tossed the half-conscious youth into the water, scrubbing vigorously, yet feeling as though he could never cleanse the stains away. This time, lacking the elixirs of Penggu, Yin Shun remembered everything. Indeed, Song Chungbi wanted him to remember. As Yin Shun regained consciousness, his eyes burned with resentment as they fixed upon Song Chungbi. "Kill me," he demanded, desiring death. Song Chungbi chuckled softly, concealing the pang of heartache in his gaze. "But I am not ready to part with you just yet. What shall I do?" Song Chungbi. Yin Shen's voice was hoarse and anguished as he cried out desperately, "Kill me, kill me." Before he could finish his plea, he was yanked from the water and unceremoniously thrown onto the ground like a discarded dog. Pain surged through his body as he heard Song Chungbi's voice beside him. "Did you not inquire if I had fallen for you? Allow me to clarify. I have. Thus, you now belong to me. Understand this clearly and remember well. You are mine, and only mine. Should you ever dare to touch another, I will make you wish you had never been born." Despair pooled in Yun Shen's eyes, accumulating over 3 days of humiliation, culminating in a final flicker of madness. He opened his mouth and bit down fiercely on his own tongue, only to find that Song Chungbi had anticipated this move. He merely broke the skin, and before Yin Shun could inflict further harm, Song Chungbi pressed his fingers against his cheek, forcing his mouth open. This maneuver genuinely startled Song Chungbi. Song Chungbi wore a grim expression as he picked up a corner of clothing from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Raising his gaze, he threatened fiercely, "The royal residence requires a princess. Should you perish, your sister shall have to marry in your stead. You dare." The thought of his deceased mother made his sister his sole line of defense. Yin Shen's eyes instantly turned crimson. His already weakened body surged with a sudden strength as he grasped Song Chungbi's wrist, shouting in fury, "Song Chungbi, direct all your wrath at me. If you dare to harm my sister even a fraction, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit." Song Chungbi pried his hand away, pinning him to the ground, a blood-stained smile curving upon his lips. "Very well, I shall direct my ire towards you. As long as you live, nothing shall befall your sister. It is only just." Song Chungbi ought not to wield this matter as a threat against Yin Shun. Yet, the determination with which Yin Shun had bitten his tongue earlier left Song Chungbi's heart chilled and breathless. Had he not been vigilant in preventing further actions, he dared not imagine the outcome. He would not allow Yin Shun to die. Yet, Yin Shun could only belong to him alone, untouched by anyone else. The scenes from the previous night replayed in Song Chungbi's mind, igniting a tumult of jealousy, his hand resting upon Yin Shen's waist. This time, Yin Shun offered no resistance, for he understood that any defiance would result in his sister suffering. He could accept death, but his sister must not endure any hardship. It was not until evening that Song Chungbi regained a semblance of composure. He lowered his gaze to the unconscious youth, removing the fabric from his mouth. However, as he did so, Yin Shen's lips remained parted, unable to close, saliva mixed with blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. A jolt of alarm surged through Song Chungbi as he lifted Yin Shun and laid him upon the bed. He placed a piece of ginseng beneath Yin Shen's tongue, and gradually, the pallor on the boy's face began to recede, though he still appeared ghostly pale, devoid of color. Song Chungbi felt his forehead. Indeed, he was burning with fever. The sorrow in Song Chungbi's eyes could no longer be concealed as he enveloped Yun Shen's hand, gently channeling his internal energy into him. his voice hoarse. Be more obedient from now on. Do you understand? Do not provoke me in such a manner again. I fear I might not be able to restrain myself from harming you. As the energy flowed steadily into him, Chen slightly opened his eyes, emitting a pained sound. The overwhelming stimulation muddled his memories, leading him to believe he was still at the magistrate Su's residence. Go! Hurry, leave! His lips parted to utter a faint plea, go. Song Qingbi leaned closer to listen, realizing Chen was softly urging someone. Do not be afraid. Your father will not blame you. The youth's expression in the throes of a nightmare was one of anguish. Song Qingbi called his name. Chen awakened. Chen remained with his eyes shut, his brows tightly knitted as if wrestling with some inner turmoil. Leave. No matter what, I shall not harm you. Hurry and go. Song Qingbi, unsure of what was transpiring, tightened his grip on Chen's hand in a gesture of comfort. Yet, this very action incited Chen's fury. He suddenly cried out, Why do you hold me? Do you wish to die? Leave. His body, too frail, could not withstand the exertion, and before he could finish his exclamation, his head drooped, and he fell unconscious. The youth collapsed in an instant, lifeless and motionless. Song Qingbi, filled with trepidation, swiftly embraced the figure in his arms, ensuring that the breath still lingered within. Only then did he exhale in relief. He gently wiped the cold sweat from the individual's forehead, seated himself at the bedside, his brow furrowed in contemplation, reflecting on Chen's recent murmurs in his slumber. After a protracted silence, Song Qingbi called out, Lu Ying. Yes. The figure clad in black armor appeared. Instinctively, Song Qingbi drew the blanket to cover Chen's shoulders and commanded, Go to the county magistrate's office and investigate what transpired that day. Understood. Chapter 60. The Truth System 112 had lingered in the chaotic realm for 3 days. Upon emerging, it was initially devoid of any attachment to the world. But upon witnessing Chen, battered and confined to the bed, it involuntarily exclaimed in dismay. System 112. How could the Master God be so unkind? It had previously believed Song Qingbi to be somewhat superior to Qin Renhao, yet now the little host was left in such a state of distress. No S-level Master God exhibited humanity. Chen, you have finally arrived. System 112. Do not weep. I shall exchange my faith points for a calming potion. Chen, I am famished. Hasten to trade some of your faith points for a large sweet potato. Both voices ceased simultaneously. Before long, Chen was munching on the sweet potato while soothing his little system. Chen, I am aware of my limits. I am merely performing. As he is investigating the truth, is he not? System 112. You could have sent him to investigate on the first day. Why prolong it for 3 days? Chen, Shyness, JPG. Chen, I admit I possess a modicum of selfishness. However, the damage inflicted in a single day differs vastly from that over 3 days. Only in this manner can I evoke the utmost guilt within him. Do you not desire faith points? System 112. I knew he would use that to deflect. Having finished his sweet potato in the spatial realm, Chen returned to his body, beginning to groan. Lu Ying had yet to return. It suddenly dawned on Song Qingbi that the youth had not ingested any sustenance for 3 days. He requested a bowl of shredded meat porridge from the innkeeper, cradled Chen in his arms, and fed him mouthful by mouthful. There was no need for any emetic, having just devoured a basket of roasted sweet potatoes. Chen could barely manage a few sips before he heaved violently. Song Qingbi felt as though the youth was still opposing him, threatening, I have warned you. Should you perish? Chen anticipated the conclusion of his statement. Without allowing him to finish, Chen straightened up and opened his mouth to accept more porridge. This time, he endured the relentless contractions in his stomach, forcing himself to swallow. Yet the vitality that once animated his every action had dissipated, rendering him akin to a compliant marionette. It took more than half an hour to consume the bowl of porridge, and Chen, fatigued to the point of being unable to keep his eyes open, succumbed to slumber after being administered a fever-reducing herbal concoction, nestled against Song Qingbi's shoulder. He fell asleep so swiftly that his slightly parted lips had yet to allow the osmanthus candy within to dissolve, leaving it resting upon his tongue. After observing for a moment, Song Qingbi rolled the candy into his mouth, savoring the sweet, fragrant essence. Before long, Lu Ying returned, accompanied by a woman. Song Chengbi donned his robe and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. The girl trembled as she knelt in the corridor, bowing her head and uttering, "Your Highness." Lu Ying clasped her fists, stating, "There are discrepancies between Su Tsong's testimony and that of his household servants. This girl is Su Tsong's youngest daughter, Your Highness. You may wish to interrogate her personally." After speaking, Lu Ying showed no mercy, lowering her voice to threaten the girl. "Speak. What transpired that day? Should you utter a single lie, I shall bring ruin upon your entire family." The girl, prostrate on the ground, quivered as she replied, "I will tell you everything. It was my father who sent me into the room to serve that young master." Upon hearing this, Song Chengbi's pupils constricted. Overwhelmed by an oppressive aura, the girl wept. "Your Highness, do not kill me. I speak only the truth. Yes, it was my father who forced me into the room to serve the young master. When he permitted me to leave, I fled, but soon after, my father sent someone to light incense and summon me back." Song Chengbi's hand, which hung at his side, tightened into a fist as he contemplated a dreadful possibility and nearly faltered in his stance. "What incense?" he demanded. "The kind that my father said was necessary for Lin Gongzi, a martial artist, to enhance the effects of the drug mixed in the wine," she stammered. "Enough!" Song Chengbi roared, his head spinning, his voice trembling. "He has nothing to do with you." The girl shook her head vehemently. "The young master treated me kindly. Even when he lost his senses, he still sought to restrain himself and kept reassuring me not to be afraid." Her words struck Song Chengbi's heart like a series of sharp daggers. That night, anger and jealousy had clouded his judgment. He had blindly accepted Su Tsong's words without a single inquiry, dragging the youth here to commit such acts without hesitation. Indeed, he had always arrogantly believed in certain truths, trusting his own eyes and judgments. His heart was tainted and darkened, leading him to doubt the purity and innocence of the young man's heart. Thus, he repeatedly inflicted harm upon him. Suddenly, a thud echoed through the room, the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. "Yin Chun." Song Chengbi's heart sank as he hurriedly pushed open the door. Upon entering, he beheld the battered youth lying unconscious on the floor, blood trickling from his forehead as his hand weakly pressed against the ground in an attempt to rise. Song Chengbi swiftly gathered him into his arms and gently laid him on the bed, pressing a handkerchief to his bleeding forehead. "Do not move." Upon hearing Song Chengbi's voice, the youth recoiled as if faced with a great danger, trembling as he clutched his head, his eyes wide with panic and devoid of focus. In a state of fear and helplessness, he cried out, "Do not come near me. Do not touch me." Regret filled Song Chengbi's eyes like a tangible weight. One hand supported Yin Chen's unstable form, while the other hovered protectively beside him, his voice quaking, "I will not harm you. Please do not be afraid. Do not harm my sister. Song Chengbi, I beg you, do not harm my sister." "Very well. I promise you anything." As these words left his lips, the youth relaxed slightly. However, this relaxation brought another wave of dizziness, and Yun Chen's vision darkened as he collapsed again, but Song Chengbi was quick to catch him, cradling his neck and gently laying him flat on the bed. After 3 days of relentless torment, both the youth's body and spirit bore severe scars. Song Chengbi had never felt so desolate, sitting at the bedside, watching over the young man. However, each episode of terror experienced by the youth, each desperate murmur of pleading, felt akin to a dull blade relentlessly grinding against his heart. Suddenly, Song Chengbi rose, swallowing the bitterness of blood rising in his throat. He sought to procure another of those potent pills from Peng Guoxian, hoping to erase the memories of these harrowing days. Yet, Peng Guoxian swiftly informed him that it was impossible. Not only would repeated consumption of such a domineering elixir harm the youth's frail body, but its effects were fleeting, having already passed 3 days since its last use. Was it truly too late to salvage the situation? Song Chengbi collapsed once more, the color draining from his face as he buried it in his palms, murmuring apologies. "If only I could have another chance, I would cherish you from the very beginning." But there are no ifs. In the name of love, he had tragically transformed into the very figure the youth loathed the most. Beep. Song Chengbi's strategy value, 10. Current strategy value, 90, chapter 61, dread system 112. So it was this that caused you to endure in silence for 3 days. You have my sympathy. Yin Shun, it wasn't so much silence as it was swallowing down other frustrations. System 112. I concede your earlier point. You are indeed the most dedicated host. Allow me to treat you to duck neck. Yin Shun. Yin Shun. Yes, you've truly worked hard. Cluck, cluck, cluck. At this moment, Kaifeng City remained undisturbed. And Lin Shangshu was still alive. The plot could not proceed further for the time being. However, with 90 points of strategy value secured, Yin Shun could indulge freely, provided it did not involve matters of state. Evidence proved that the seemingly innocent and adorable host harbored a potent desire for revenge. Though he had been made ill by Song Chengbi, the affliction was not severe. Nonetheless, Yin Shun insisted on redeeming firewood from System 112, stubbornly enduring 3 days and nights of fever. Even as he felt himself nearing a boiling point, Yin Shun persisted in demanding more heat. System 112 could only patiently explain that humans are not water and thus cannot reach 100 degrees. Yin Shun's illness was grave enough that Song Chengbi hesitated to lift him into the carriage. Naturally, he also could not bear to leave his side, unprecedentedly delaying their return to Silver City. He diligently attended to Yin Shun, caring for him through 3 long days until the fever finally subsided, though fatigue began to creep into his eyes. However, the moment the youth opened his eyes and beheld him, he trembled with renewed terror, his chest heaving rapidly as if he might faint at any moment. Memory struck like a serrated knife, slicing into Song Chengbi's heart. He recalled, in a fit of rage, how he had thrown the youth into a wooden barrel, nearly drowning him. The pampered young master, cloaked in lavish attire, was overshadowed by a great fear. Upon seeing Song Chengbi, it was as though he were cast back into that barrel. Each attempt to escape met with a forceful pushback down. With a heavy heart, Song Chengbi withdrew, leaving Lu Ying to attend to him. Lu Ying helped him lie down, repeatedly assuring him that the prince was not present, which seemed to lessen the youth's tremors. Outside, Song Chengbi watched with a bleeding heart. The following day, a minor uprising occurred at the border barracks, necessitating his return. Yet, after days without rest, compounded by emotional exhaustion, he suffered a grievous wound. His arm pierced through by a spear, bleeding profusely. The traitor was captured, and Song Chengbi dispatched his deputy, Chen Fenghu, to conduct the interrogation while he returned to his tent to tend to his wounds. The tip of his spear had been poisoned, and after the military doctor bandaged him, he urged Song not to rush back into action. However, Song paid no heed to the advice. By the time he returned to the inn in Ichang, it was already the latter half of the night. With a vigorous stride, Song Chengbi ascended the corridor, but his steps faltered slightly, prompting Lu Ying to extend a hand for support. "Your Highness," she said. "I am fine," he replied, removing his cloak. "How is he? Did he cry out? Has he eaten?" Lu Ying replied. The princess trembled a bit upon waking, but soon calmed down. He did not eat much, appearing to have a poor appetite. Song Chengbi nodded thoughtfully. He gently pushed open the door and entered the room, where moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the serene face of the sleeping youth. Yin Shun lay in peaceful slumber, his brow and eyes relaxed, his profile resting on the pillow. Fearing to disturb him, Song Chengbi held his breath and knelt beside the bed, his fingers tracing the contours of the boy's features in the air. Suddenly, Yin Shun, sensing the metallic scent of blood in his dreams, opened his eyes wide. Upon meeting Song Chengbi's gaze, the prince was momentarily thrown into disarray and turned to flee. Yet, Yin Shun did not afford him a moment to react. With a sharp cry, he scrambled to escape from the bed, tears cascading down his cheeks. "No, no." Lin Yinshun, in a swift motion, Song Chengbi embraced him tightly. "I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way. Do not be afraid. I will never harm you again." However, being held by him proved to be even more terrifying for Yin Shun, who froze in place, his chest constricting as if plunged into water, the color draining from his face. Realizing the severity of the situation, Song Chengbi urged, "Breathe." Yin Shun breathed, but Yin Shun was incapable of doing so, his complexion growing increasingly pale, resembling that of a corpse. In a desperate attempt to help, Song Chengbi patted his back. Yet to no avail, he resorted to pinching the nape of his neck, watching helplessly as the boy slumped into his arms, his chest collapsing. Bending down, Song Chengbi breathed into him several times before Yun Chun gradually returned to normalcy. He had transformed the boy into this state with his own pride, arrogance, and prejudice, sowing the seeds of suffering, and now he reaped the bitter fruits of his actions. Yin Chun, when will you recover? I implore you for a chance to speak, to utter a heartfelt apology. The following morning, as Yin Chun neared consciousness, he felt someone lift him and force a bowl of bitter herbal soup down his throat. He struggled, attempting to push away the vile concoction, but the bowl remained stubbornly at his lips, and he swallowed it all. Darkness enveloped him as he weakly waved his hands, yearning to grasp the faint glimmer of light before him. Yet, soon his awareness faded back into chaos, and ultimately, he grasped nothing, his hands falling limp, only to be caught by Song Chengbi, who gently cradled him in his embrace. Song Chengbi's fingers brushed against Yun Chen's eyelashes. He gazed intently at the sleeping youth's face, lingering for some time before rising to carefully change his clothes, wrapping him in a thick cloak, and lifting the sleeping figure into the carriage, where soft cushions awaited. Beside Yun Chun, a furnace crackled with the warmth of precious beast charcoal, exuding a gentle fragrance reminiscent of snow-laden pine branches, devoid of any acrid scent. This tranquility was exquisite. Song Chengbi shut his eyes, indulging in a self-deceptive enjoyment of the moment's serenity, convincing himself that the youth was merely asleep and would soon awaken to nestle in his arms, smiling brightly and engaging him in conversation. However, this illusion was fleeting. Suddenly, he heard a faint cough from the person in his embrace. His arm instinctively tightened as he anxiously leaned down. The individual had not awakened. The jolt of the carriage had merely caused an involuntary cough. Just as Song Chengbi was about to exhale in relief and close his eyes once more, he noticed a dark, viscous medicinal fluid seeping from Yun Chen's lips. He hurriedly attempted to wipe it away, yet it continued to flow despite his efforts. After several futile attempts, despair overwhelmed him. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, brutally tearing at his chest. With a quivering voice tinged with sorrow, Song Chengbi implored, Yin Chun, please don't do this. You may hate me, strike me, scold me, or even end my life, but do not torment me like this any longer. Beep. Song Chengbi's strategy value has increased by 2. Current strategy value, 92, Chapter 62. Anomaly. 3 days later, the carriage arrived at the frigid frontier. Silver City, the closest town to Xixia, lay adjacent to vast, untamed wilderness, both a desolate landscape and a treasure awaiting discovery. Most of the soldiers under Song Chengbi's command resided in Silver City, where they practiced in the mornings and farmed in the afternoons, spread across the surrounding villages. The military encampment occupied the foremost boundary position, with supplies transported from the rear, ensuring daily drills. Song Chengbi decided against bringing Yun Chun to the front line, opting instead to place him in his own residence in Silver City. Peng Gu, a skilled practitioner, first checked Yun Chun's pulse and administered acupuncture, delicately advising Song Chengbi to refrain from appearing before Yin Chun for a while, suggesting he return once the youth felt better. Song Chengbi acquiesced, arranging for someone to remain by Yun Chun's side while he returned to the barracks. Within the confines of his residence, Yun Chun was well catered for, enjoying meals and comfort. Although Song Chengbi claimed he would not return, he skillfully scaled the walls, descending quietly once Yin Chun was fast asleep, embracing him tenderly and bestowing gentle kisses. When Yun Chun was on the cusp of waking, he would silently depart, leaving no trace of his visit, as if he had never been there at all. After several such encounters, Yin Chun's lips became chapped, eating became painful, and Peng Gu tactfully suggested it was merely heat in his body, recommending more cooling herbs to alleviate it. Yin Chun nodded in agreement, inwardly thinking that perhaps it would be better to clear the prince's kidney heat instead, chuckling softly. Yin Chun inquired, "What news from Kaifeng?" System 112 responded, "Chaos is imminent. Your father has begun to act recklessly. However, Song Qingbi has assured that every effort will be made to protect Lin Yunmiao's life. Chen Chen smirked. Well, at least he knows his place. My dear, I need you to disseminate some information. System 112 queried, what information? Chen replied, spread the word that His Highness Jin cares deeply for the princess, valuing her life above his own. Let that reach Kaifeng, so my father is aware. System 112 remarked, let me see. This is quite simple. I can manage it using Lu Ying's strategy value. Chen chuckled. I know what you're implying, you stingy little system. System 112. What is the purpose of this message? Chen, of course it is to stir things up. The naive young master is repeatedly exploited by his father, ultimately leading to profound despair towards this world. Wouldn't our dear prince be heartbroken? System 112. Chen. Oh, dear little system, please assist me. Chen, all right. It will indeed take some time for things to become chaotic over there. The message can be released for now. During this period, I must focus on maximizing Song Qingbi's strategy points. However, maintaining this detached relationship will not suffice to gain those points. Chen touched the corners of his mouth, which were close to being worn away, and prepared to play his next card. That evening, after Peng Gu finished his injections, he observed Chen's gaze and noted that the once unfocused light in his pale eyes had become significantly clearer. He changed the medication and, after having Chen drink it, cautiously broached the subject of Song Qingbi. The young man, reclining on the couch, had grown noticeably thinner, yet seemed less resistant. A few days later, after drinking the medicine, Chen suddenly inquired, when will Prince Jin return? The prince, who had been peeling the roof, nearly shed 2 streams of tears. That night, Song Qingbi bathed and dressed himself with great care, his heart racing as he entered Chen's room. Leaning against the bed, Chen gazed at him, his voice trembling slightly with concealed emotion. My prince. Song Qingbi carefully observed the young man's expression, noticing no signs of panic, and edged closer, sitting on the bed to gently touch his dark hair. Chen, but Chen suddenly averted his gaze, beginning to unfasten his garments. One by one, he removed them all. His already captivating eyes now radiated a hint of affection, and as he lowered his brows, he appeared enchanting, making it impossible for anyone to resist falling into his charm. Ignoring Song Qingbi's astonishment, Chen entwined his arms around his neck and softly murmured, my prince. Then, defying all norms, he pressed his lips against Song Qingbi's. Song Qingbi's heart raced. Did he initiate the kiss? Had he been forgiven? No. Even if Chen had forgiven him, he should not be kissing him, nor should he be undressing in front of him. Could it be that he felt even a slight affection for him? Contemplating this possibility, a glimmer of light filled Song Qingbi's dark eyes, dispelling the weariness of the past few days as he choked out, Chen. Indeed, Chen could not fathom any other possibilities. Song Qingbi's heart softened repeatedly, becoming utterly muddled. He gently embraced Chen, reciprocating his kiss, and whispered tenderly, be good, don't rush. System 112, what are you doing? At this rate, you'll ruin your character. Chen, I'm stirring things up. Darling, look, has the main system issued a warning? System 112, no. Why not? This blatant character breakdown. Why hasn't the main system determined it? Chen, rest assured, I have my reasons for acting this way, and I am the most dedicated host. I want ruin my character. System 112, Chen, it's just that my dear has to make a few more trips. System 112, Without even asking a single question, the System 112 succumbed to darkness and was transported to the chaotic realm. Chapter 63, Medicinal Bath. The following morning, Chen awoke in the medicinal vat, the unpleasant odor of the concoction assaulting his senses. It was quite pungent. He merely frowned slightly before being lifted away and thoroughly cleaned. On the 3rd morning, when Chen awakened once more, he was greeted by the delicate fragrance of flowers. Glancing down, he noticed he was still in the vat, yet the thick, dark medicinal liquid was adorned with numerous plum blossoms. Chen paused, poking at the petals with his fingers. Song Qingbi chuckled softly behind him, drying his hair and kissing the corner of his lips. Is it still unpleasant? He asked. Chen replied, no. Then let us soak a little longer. Your body is too weak, Song Chungbi insisted. I mean good. You must be hungry. What would you like to eat? I shall have it brought to you. However, Yin Chun fell silent. He lifted his head, the warmth of steam rendering his youthful lips rosy and his teeth gleaming white. Unexpectedly, he asked, Your Highness, do you love me? Song Chungbi's heart skipped a beat, taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Nevertheless, he quickly knelt, gazing sincerely into Yun Chen's eyes. Yes, I love you. I have committed many wrongs. Before he could finish, Yun Chen lowered his gaze, interrupting him. That is good. A lump formed in Song Chungbi's throat. The boy had become obedient, yet simultaneously withdrawn, an unsettling premonition creeping into Song Chungbi's heart. After their meal, as Song Chungbi prepared to leave for an urgent matter, Yun Chen clutched his sleeve. Despite the boy's gentle grip, Song Chungbi immediately sat back down, enveloping him in his arms as if cradling a fragile treasure. What troubles you? He asked softly. Yun Chen remained silent, tugging at his collar before leaning in to kiss Song Chungbi. The latter was taken aback, but hastily returned the kiss. Yun Chen placed his pendant into Song Chungbi's hand, offering it as a gift. At this point, Song Chungbi would not disappoint the boy's affections. However, not long after, he suddenly halted, hearing the muffled sound of Yun Chen's suppressed sobs. Alarmed, Song Chungbi withdrew, asking what is wrong. What does it hurt? Yun Chen continued to cry. And in a state of urgency, Song Chungbi rushed to summon Penggu. Just then, Yun Chen spoke, his face concealed as he wept uncontrollably. Song Chungbi, if you treat me this way, you must not bully my sister. The filthy, disgusting things you do to me, I endure. But please, do not treat my sister like this. Upon hearing those words, Song Chungbi's mind was thrown into turmoil, his body swaying slightly, in an attempt to threaten the boy. He had mentioned that the royal residence required a princess consort, and if Yin Shan were to perish, Lin Yunmiao would be brought in. It became clear that the boy's recent compliance and affection were merely a response to his reckless words. Gazing at the boy who was nearly choking on his tears, Song Chungbi felt a profound anguish welling within him. He could not recall how he managed to lull Yun Chen to sleep, but upon exiting the room, he felt lightheaded, blood surging in his mouth. Upon returning to the military camp, Song Chungbi spent the entire afternoon in a daze. He had initially believed that Yun Chen's bold kiss indicated a hint of affection towards him. Yet, he realized he had been utterly mistaken. Song Chungbi lowered his head, his eyes filled with pain and struggle. Before Yun Chen's arrival, he had never believed that such purity existed in the world. Growing up in a royal family amidst bloodshed, he assumed that the world was shrouded in darkness. Thus, when that radiant young man entered his life, his first instinct was not to draw near, but to devise ways to extinguish his light, to pull him into his own murky depths. Yet what was the outcome? Despite repeated attempts to harm him, the boy's fervor remained unquenched. The young man continued to protect those he cherished in his own manner, unwavering in his conviction. Though jade may shatter, its whiteness cannot be altered. Song Chungbi stood in a daze for a long time, then harshly slapped himself. He could not face Yun Chen again and chose to remain in the military camp, unwilling to return. Ding! Song Chungbi's strategy value. 2. Current strategy value. 94. System 112. I see why the character has T-collapsed. You've been waiting here. Little host, you are truly remarkable. Is the second world about to achieve a grand slam? How exhilarating. System 112. Kaifeng City is about to descend into chaos, perhaps in 3 to 5 days. Your father has already learned of the prince's affection for you, and has dispatched someone to keep watch. Yin Chun, understood. System 112. These days should serve as the final setup. What do you plan to do? Yin Chun. Naturally, I shall seize the moment to indulge a bit. System 112. You may be disappointed. The main deity is currently quite troubled. Yin Chun. Then let me revel in my misery. Chapter 64. Pleasing Song Chungbi intended to spend the night in the military camp. Yet that evening, he found himself compelled to return to the Silver City residence. Dismounting his horse, he appeared weary and inquired, "Where is he?" "Penggu," Xian replied. "That child inquired about the prince several times tonight. Suddenly, he became unwell, smashing many items. I feared he might injure himself, so I administered a bowl of calming tea. He is now asleep. Song Qingbi steeled himself against his fatigue and entered Yun Chen's room. The chaos on the floor had yet to be cleared, and as he stepped inside, he heard soft sobs. Hastily, he approached the bed and bent down to check on him. Yun Chen was not asleep. His weary face bore traces of tears. Upon seeing Song Qingbi, his eyes initially shone with surprise, but upon closer inspection, that surprise was tinged with disdain and helplessness. The boy detested what Song Qingbi had done to him. However, in that moment, the youth believed that if he did not endure such actions, his sister would bear the burden of all he loathed. Song Qingbi's heart bled. He gently patted Yun Chen's back, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain his trembling breath. "Do not cry. Nothing will happen tonight." Yet, as his words fell, Yun Chen's frail body began to tremble violently. Kneeling on the bed, he deliberately exposed his neck, tears streaming down one by one. "What have I done wrong?" Song Qingbi pulled up his clothing in a gesture of deep sympathy. "You have done nothing wrong. The one at fault has always been me. It is I who have transformed you into this state." Sensing that Song Qingbi was reluctant to remain, Yun Chen was engulfed by fear. He reminisced about the alluring demeanor within the brothel, seizing Song Qingbi's hand and placing it against his cheek, guiding it down to his neck with deliberate seduction. "Then why will nothing happen tonight? My lord, you profess your love for me. You can only love me alone." Song Qingbi withdrew his hand, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. "Yun Chen, I love you, but I will not harm you. I certainly will not harm your sister. Trust me, will you?" Yet, time and again, promises were made and trust was shattered. The youth had long ceased to believe in him. Yun Chen, undeterred, clumsily looped his arms around his neck, a mischievous smile gracing his features. "Do not leave tonight, my lord." It was evident to Song Qingbi what was being learned here. He felt on the brink of madness. Even the act of breathing felt painful, and he firmly removed Yun Chen's hands from himself, his tone growing stern. "Do not do this to me." Yun Chen fell back onto the bed, staring at him in stunned silence. As Song Qingbi turned to leave, a sudden thought struck him, and he abruptly looked back. Sure enough, Yun Chen was barefoot, chasing after him. He knew he could not let Song Qingbi depart, oblivious to the chaos strewn across the floor. As he leaped from the bed, a sharp pain shot through his foot, causing him to tumble to the ground. In an instant, his hands and feet were pierced, his knees throbbing in agony. Shards of porcelain embedding into his fair skin, blood flowing like a river. "Yun Chen!" Song Qingbi rushed to lift him. In his pain, Yun Chen clenched his hands tightly, blood streaming down his wrist. Song Qingbi grasped his wrist. "Let go." Yun Chen looked up at him, and seeing the urgency in Song Qingbi's eyes, a smile played on his lips. "Does my lord wish for me to release my grip?" "Be good, let go. Tonight, my lord, do not leave, and I will release you." Song Qingbi furrowed his brow, watching as Yun Chen tightened his hold, more blood trickling from his delicate wrist. "I will not leave. Let go, Yun Chen. Please let go." Receiving Song Qingbi's answer, Yun Chen let out a bitter laugh, opening his palm. The shards had embedded deeply into his skin, flesh torn, blood gushing forth. Song Qingbi had never imagined he would one day faint at the sight of blood. He commanded his servants to clear the debris and personally extracted the embedded porcelain shards, applied medicine, and bandaged the wounds. Once these tasks were completed, the youth once again wrapped his arms around Song Qingbi's neck. Through the late hours of the night, Yun Chen, with sleepy eyes, repeated, "My lord, say you love me." "I love you." "Not quite. Say you love only me." Song Qingbi understood the underlying meaning of the youth's words. His eyes reddened, swallowing down the bitter taste of resentment. He uttered the truth, though it pierced his heart. "I love only you." Beep. Song Qingbi's affection value increased by 1. Current affection value 95. After countless repetitions, the youth finally relaxed, his eyelids heavy, hands gradually slipping from Song Qingbi's neck. Song Qingbi carefully cradled his injured hand, embracing him tenderly, gently stroking his hair. "What must I do for you to trust me?" Chaos loomed over the capital. "I have sent someone to protect your sister. Once the storm passes, I shall bring her to your side. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 65. Feigned death 3 days later. Chaos indeed engulfed the capital. It was as if a nation had reverted to its nascent days of warlords vying for power, with the imperial guard in disarray. Several prominent generals, under the pretext of quelling a rebellion, entered the city, collaborating from within and without to open the city gates. The emperor had anticipated this turmoil, yet still summoned Song Qingbi to return with troops to safeguard the capital. On that clear morning, Yin Chun felt himself being lifted. A bitter medicinal concoction was once again poised to be poured down his throat. He instinctively reached out to push it away. But a large hand pressed down on him. "Be good, drink the medicine, and sleep for a while." Yin Chun shook his head. Song Qingbi continued to coax him. "Drink it, and when you wake, you will see your sister." Yin Chun paused, momentarily taken aback, then opened his mouth, allowing Song Qingbi to administer the potion. The effects of the medicine were swift. Yin Chun felt as though a weight of iron had settled upon him, pulling him down, while a veil of fog enveloped his vision. Song Qingbi offered him a piece of candy, tenderly kissed him, ensuring that every trace of bitterness vanished from his mouth. The dosage was substantial, enough to render Yin Chun in slumber for 7 days. Should Song Qingbi not return by then, Peng Wuxian would administer another bowl of medicine. Waiting for the prince's arrival. Before long, Yin Chun was rendered immobile, his body succumbing inch by inch, his eyes unable to close before he slid down against Song Qingbi's chest. The potency of the drug was such that he appeared to have suddenly passed away, sinking into a profound stupor. Unable to bear the sight of Yin Chun in such a state, Song Qingbi averted his gaze, only to feel a sudden, restless stir from the person in his arms, like a desolate struggle of a young beast. Looking down, he saw Yin Chen's eyes rolling back, his body growing cold, and he emitted sounds of distress. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, and Song Qingbi shouted in alarm, "Lin Yinchen." Peng Wuxian hurried in, feeling Yin Chen's pulse before swiftly producing silver needles, his brow furrowed with concern. "Lay him flat. Lay him flat." Song Qingbi's voice was hoarse, laden with urgency. "Did you not say the medicine was harmless? What is happening to him?" Peng Wuxian's voice trembled slightly. "It should be harmless. But why is he so cold? Your Highness, use your internal energy to warm him." Song Qingbi grasped Yin Chen's hand, his eyes fixated on him. Fear coursing through him as he unleashed his internal energy, flooding it into Yin Chen's body. Peng Wuxian felt the faint pulse, barely flickering, and without further hesitation, he swiftly applied a series of needles to seal off a majority of the meridians, just managing to sustain his breath. "Your Highness, quickly lift him up. Induce him to expel the medicine." With great care, Song Qingbi raised the cold, limp figure, watching as he expelled the remnants of the medicinal concoction, then slumped back into his embrace, emitting faint, pained sounds. Yet at last there was a hint of warmth. "It's all right now," Peng Wuxian assured. "He is stable. Once the pulse normalizes, we can remove the needles tonight. No more of this medicine." Song Qingbi nodded, signaling for everyone to leave. He sat in a daze for a moment, trembling fingers wiping the remnants of the medicine from Yin Chen's lips, burying his face into the boy's shoulder. Feeling his warmth, Song Qingbi's voice, laced with pain, carried a hint of sorrow. "You nearly scared away half my life." He allowed the army to depart first, remaining by the bedside for an entire day, until the moment came when he had no choice but to leave. Song Qingbi had all sharp objects replaced in the room. He bent down and gently kissed Yin Chen's lips, whispering, "Wait for my return." Yin Chen replied, His strategy value has reached its limit. It's time to let him go." Although Yin Chun felt hurt, Song Qingbi would still be concerned. However, the strategy value had stagnated. System 112 lamented, "I was so frightened by you yesterday." Yin Chen responded, "I need to ascertain whether his strategy value has indeed peaked, dear. Otherwise, we won't be able to fill our faith value later. Also, I was unconscious from the medication, making it difficult to coordinate with my father's schemes." System 112 agreed. Yun Chun continued, "Let the storm come with greater ferocity. We shall simply wait in silence." System 112 affirmed, Do you have any films?" Yun Chun inquired. System 112 sought the main system's permission and downloaded a few free movies for Yun Chun to enjoy. The two of them munched on duck necks while watching Frozen in the system's space. 3 days later, System 112 denied Yun Chen's unreasonable request to purchase a princess dress akin to Elsa's and informed him, "Your father has sent someone to retrieve you." Emerging from the system's space, Yun Chen feigned waking up, helplessly hugging himself and staring blankly against the headboard. A shadow silently descended before his bed. Yun Chen was momentarily stunned and opened his mouth to call out, but the figure pulled aside a black veil and exclaimed, "Young master." It was him, the bodyguard of Yun Chen's father, the very one who had brought him back from the brothel. Yun Chen asked, "Did my father send you to rescue me?" The bodyguard affirmed, "Yes, young master. Yet you ride slower than I do. Has my father no one else by his side?" Yun Chen queried. The bodyguard retorted, "You're not still holding a grudge, are you? The guards outside are too vigilant. I cannot take you out. Please cooperate with me, young master." Yun Chen replied, "I cannot leave. Prince Jean is treacherous. Having escaped from the capital to here, he is undoubtedly plotting rebellion. If I leave, he will capture my sister to torment her." The bodyguard's task was solely to escort the young master back, and as for the method, Lord Lin had not specified. Thus, the bodyguard fabricated a lie. Song Qingbi is already dead. Yun Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling an indescribable sensation within him. He opened his mouth to speak. The bodyguard interrupted. "His followers are still in rebellion. Lord Lin fears for your safety and has tasked me with bringing you back." Yun Chen regained his composure and numbly nodded. "All right. What about my sister?" The bodyguard replied, "The young lady is waiting for you at home." The bodyguard produced a pill, saying, "The shadow guard outside is too troublesome. Young master, take this. It will allow you to feign death for 3 days. Once chaos ensues in the residence, I can escort you out. The young lady misses you dearly." System 112 interjected, "Your father is truly despicable. He knows that Song Qingbi has a divine physician under his command. And instead of using a common feigned death drug, this pill will leave you with very little time left." Yun Chen remarked, "Then isn't that splendid? This time, I won't even need to purchase the death evasion package." System 112 conceded, indeed. It sighed, "Oh, poor young master. Who could have imagined that he would ultimately be harmed by his own father?" The bodyguard urged, "Hurry and take it. Don't you wish to see the young lady soon?" Yun Chen accepted the pill, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it. The bodyguard, seeing him swallow, immediately concealed himself in the inner room, holding his breath. Moments later, Yun Chen felt a violent tumult within his very core. He pressed his hand against his chest, his eyes wide with agony as he yearned to call for help. Yet a mouthful of crimson erupted from his lips, and he collapsed from the bed, struggling briefly before his breath ceased. Lu Ying, hearing the commotion, rushed in and swiftly cradled the princess, calling out for Peng Gu Xian to come forth. However, their frantic efforts proved futile after a prolonged struggle. Lu Ying lamented, "How could this happen so suddenly?" Peng Gu Xian, filled with sorrow, gently placed Yun Chen's icy hand back onto his abdomen, sighing, "When the prince was present, I dared not speak too freely. This child's health has been poor ever since he served as an alchemist for the prince. While such a turn of events was within the realm of possibility, I never anticipated it would occur so soon. Perhaps it is due to his own unresolved burdens, which have ultimately taken a toll on his internal organs." Notification: Peng Gu Xian's influence value is now 100, current influence value 100. Lu Ying, resigned to the harsh reality, let tears stream down his face as he tenderly wiped the blood from Yun Chen's countenance, laying him flat upon the bed and covering him with a quilt, choking back sobs as he declared, "I shall report to the prince." Notification: Lu Ying's influence value is now 100, current influence value 100. Yun Chen, with a hint of mischief, exclaimed, "Ah, successful procurement." System 112 responded, "Alas, you possess no heart." Chapter 66. Compromised Peng Gu Xian dispatched individuals to gather rare materials to fashion a coffin for Yun Chen. He meticulously sealed several vital meridians with needles, ensuring that Yun Chen's body would not decay for a time before placing him within the coffin, awaiting the prince's return. The collection of materials inevitably invited outsiders, and chaos ensued within the estate as guards seized the opportunity to abscond with Yun Chen's remains. At this juncture, Song Qingbi was in the capital. The prefect of the palace was imprisoned, while Lin Xiangshu and other conspirators languished in the Yushu Tai awaiting interrogation. The emperor sought to restore the title of Prince Jin to Song Chengbi as a vast net emerged, tightening for a final reckoning. Song Chengbi personally presided over the interrogation of the traitors in the Dali Temple. Just as he was about to administer punishment to the prefect, Deputy General Chen Hu burst in, whispering urgently in Song Chengbi's ear. Suddenly, Song Chengbi shot to his feet, his eyes aflame, sending objects tumbling from the table. He turned to exit, prompting the Dali Temple minister to hastily follow. "Where are you going, my lord?" "Stand back," Song Chengbi bellowed, shoving the minister aside with astonishing force. Fortunately, Chen Hu, quick of reflex, caught the frail court official and softly advised, "Do keep your distance." Chen Hu followed Song Chengbi back to the palace, where a swift steed awaited. "My lord, you are still injured. Please tread carefully on your journey." The clamor filled Song Chengbi's ears as he seized the reins and mounted, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The strain within his heart, coupled with the blood that had been coughed up, weighed heavily upon him. Such a succinct phrase, blood spilled, life extinguished, crashed upon Song Chengbi's heart like a boulder. As he urged his horse forward, a desperate shout pierced the air. "My lord!" Lu Ying, having changed mounts thrice along the way, arrived in a flurry. Dismounting and kneeling before Song Chengbi, "My lord, the princess's body has been stolen." Song Chengbi's grip on the reins tightened, his hand now bloodied as he demanded, "What did you say?" The fireflies bowed their heads, blood pooling beneath them. "I have failed in my duties, unable to protect even the princess's corpse. Please grant me death." "My lord." The incessant stream of news, however, brought a measure of calm to Song Chengbi. If Yin Shun had truly perished suddenly, the body would not have been so swiftly stolen away. The proximity of the two pieces of news indicated deliberate malice at play. His youth had not yet departed from this world. Song Chengbi's expression shifted as he commanded, "Rise. Follow me to the censorate." Dust swirled around them, garments fluttering in the breeze. Song Chengbi had never ridden so swiftly through the capital, and only his young charge could ride with such speed. The censor, upon recognizing his highness, quickly cleared a path, guiding Song Chengbi to the place where Minister Lin was confined. As the censor instructed someone to fetch the key, Song Chengbi seized the bars of the cage and twisted, bending the iron as if it were mere fabric. What manner of man is this? Minister Lin had no time to react, his fear palpable as he was yanked by his collar and lifted off the ground, only to receive a powerful blow to the face. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his injured eye in agony. Yet soon, with his remaining eye, he discerned the identity of his assailant, Song Chengbi. For a moment, Minister Lin was stunned, then he erupted into laughter. It seems the rumors hold some truth. Song Chengbi, his fury barely contained, pressed his foot against Lin's chest. "Where is Lin Yinshun?" Minister Lin replied, "Your Highness, such a question is unnecessary. My son is naturally at my estate." "Once more, where is Lin Yinshun?" "Ah, Your Highness, you appear quite agitated. One cannot interrogate a prisoner in such a manner." Minister Lin pushed Song Chengbi's foot off his chest, wiping the blood from his face. "If I confess now, it is certain death. If I remain silent, there exists a sliver of hope. Shouldn't we sit down and discuss terms?" Song Chengbi warned, "Should you harm him in the slightest, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." He knew he ought not to reveal his vulnerabilities to Minister Lin. Yet, the mere thought of Yinshun's suffering, feeling pain, or facing death ignited a fury within him that clouded all reason. This was a game of wits, and only those wholly indifferent could hold the upper hand. Minister Lin, evidently, was one who grasped the reins firmly. "In that case, Your Highness, first restore my name and reinstate me to my position, allowing me to return home. My son has always looked up to me. Witnessing his father imprisoned would surely weigh heavily on his heart. Do you think I would consent? But I made arrangements with my subordinates before my capture. As long as I do not return, they will send pieces of Yunshun's body to you, one after another. A most generous gift, would you not agree?" "Ha ha ha." Song Chengbi released his grip, pushing Lin away, his chest heaving with rage. The censor followed closely behind, calling out, "Your Highness?" Song Qingbi had never compromised in his life. Yet in this moment, he swallowed the bitter taste of blood and closed his eyes. Do as he says. Yes. Chapter 67. Injured when Yun Chen awoke, a searing pain coursed through every inch of his body, as though he were a battered bellows. Each breath accompanied by a rush of blood. Merely opening his eyes drenched him in sweat, and a pained sound involuntarily escaped his nostrils. Awake? A familiar voice resonated above him. Yun Chen, momentarily stunned, disregarded his agony and turned his head to look, relief flooding his misty eyes as he exclaimed, "Father." He had believed he had returned to the minister's residence. Yet this was neither the minister's abode nor the capital. He was in Nanjing, far from Dongjing and Kaifeng. Minister Lin had cut a few strands of Yun Chen's hair as a means of coercion and had fled here, gathering his old subordinates, preparing to make a resurgence. Gently caressing Yun Chen's face, Minister Lin displayed a pained expression. "My son, it is good that you are awake." Tears welled up in Yun Chen's eyes. "Father, your eyes." Minister Lin wore a black eye patch, and streaks of white had begun to adorn his temples, causing Yun Chen to ache for him. "My eyes were injured during the quelling of the rebellion. It is of no consequence." As Yun Chen regained a modicum of strength, he nodded slightly. "Father, what my sister?" Upon hearing this, Minister Lin's expression grew somber. "Miao has been captured by the rebels." "What?" Yun Chen, momentarily forgetting his pain, struggled to sit up, nearly tumbling off the bed. "Who has taken my sister?" Minister Lin still needed to leverage his son to intimidate Song Qingbi. Seizing the opportunity, he revealed, "It was Prince Jin, Song Qingbi. His power is formidable, and I cannot rescue Miao at this moment." Yun Chen's mouth opened in shock, his insides twisting painfully, rendering him momentarily speechless. Minister Lin, aware of his son's condition, feared for his life and brought over some ginseng slices, urging, "Suck on this." Yun Chen remained still, prompting Minister Lin to force his mouth open and clumsily insert the ginseng. With his lungs compromised, he was too weak for a potent tonic. The moment the ginseng touched his tongue, Yun Chen curled up in pain, his consciousness slipping away. Seeing him faint, Minister Lin abandoned the pretense, casting a cold glance at him before departing the room. Yun Chen did not lose consciousness. Rather, he was immobilized by the pain. He expelled the ginseng slice and watched Minister Lin's indifferent figure retreat, confusion swirling in his mind like a tempest. Song Qingbi? Wasn't he already dead? Hadn't his sister been waiting for his return home? Why were his father and the guard statements at odds? Summoning all his strength, he descended from the bed, his vision darkening in waves. Driven by a haunting conviction, he painstakingly made his way to the window and pushed it open to gaze outside. The area was swarming with guards, sealing off the room completely. As Yun Chen peered out, two armored guards swiftly brandished their swords at him. Back inside, he collapsed to the floor, feeling as though his body had shattered, limbs devoid of sensation. After a prolonged period of unconsciousness, he slowly rose. This was not the minister's residence. The confusion in Yun Chen's eyes deepened. System 112. Your prince has covertly surrounded this place. Lu Ying has attempted to break in several times to rescue you, but has been thwarted. Would you like my assistance? Yin Chen, no. It took great effort for my father to detain him. System 112. Do you have other plans? Yin Chen, how can I return to trust Song Qingbi without witnessing my father's madness with my own eyes? If I were to die in a daze, Song Qingbi would merely carry my regrets and thrive without me. System 112. I see. To be honest, this is not your first time in prison, is it? Yin Chen, shyly Yin Chen. Dear, if the two sides confront each other, call my name so I may prepare myself. Minister Lin's escape this time is aimed at rallying his old troops for a comeback, but in reality, it is merely a desperate struggle. The Emperor and Song Qingbi have already discreetly controlled his former forces. Now, with the army pressing towards Nanjing, Minister Lin is like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to hop for long. Soon, Minister Lin's wolfish ambition will be thwarted. System 112. It's about to begin. Yin Chen, here it comes. Yin Chen slowed his breathing and lay still on the bed, as if he had fainted, ignoring the clamor and chaotic footsteps outside. Minister Lin was in a dire state. grasping Yun Chen's wrist in an attempt to drag him out, but found him unresponsive. Dead? After cursing a few times, he checked for a pulse beneath Yun Chen's nose, stopping his tirade upon confirming the boy was still alive and rudely hoisted him away. Outside the courtyard, Song Chungbi gripped his sword, his expression grave. The city had fallen, and this estate became a sourceless waterway. Minister Lin could escape no longer. Rather than sending men inside, Song Chungbi stood outside, awaiting Minister Lin's final negotiations. Suddenly, the main gate swung open from within, inviting Song Chungbi inside alone. The soldiers, hands on their blades, ready to rush in. But Song Chungbi raised a hand to halt them. "I shall enter alone." He entrusted his sword to his deputy and dismounted, entering through the estate's grand door. As he rounded the screen wall, Song Chungbi was instantly shaken by the sight before him. In the courtyard, a table was set, and a youth lay motionless upon it. Oblivious to life or death, a sharp dagger gleaming silver, poised against the throat of the unconscious boy. Minister Lin hid behind the table, clutching the dagger. Upon seeing Song Chungbi enter alone, a hint of madness crept into his smile. The Prince Jean has arrived. Song Chungbi closed his eyes tightly, striving to avoid looking at Yin Chun. Then, lowering his voice as if to ensure no one outside could hear, he said, "Release him, and I will spare your life." "Minister Lin, at this stage, would I believe your deceitful words?" Song Chungbi scoffed coldly. "What do you want?" Minister Lin bared his teeth, his tone utterly deranged. "Of course. I want you dead, to accompany me in death." Song Chungbi shot him a disdainful glance, filled with revulsion. "What, is the prince too precious to die? Very well. Since the prince is so cherished, my son, being of little worth, might as well accompany me to the grave." With that, Minister Lin twisted the dagger in his hand, carving a piece of flesh from Yun Chen's shoulder. Yun Chen, in pain, opened his eyes, hoarsely calling, "Father." Song Chungbi's heart tightened, ready to rush forward. But the dagger returned to Yun Chen's throat. "Don't come any closer." Yun Chen gazed at his father in terror, his body trembling violently, blood gushing uncontrollably from his shoulder. "Why, father?" Song Chungbi clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the tumult in his chest, and uttered in a gentle voice, "Chen'er, do not fear. You will be unharmed. You have truly fallen in love with him." Lin Shangshu's madness intensified, and he laughed maniacally, declaring, "Prince Jean, I demand your suicide now, to accompany me in death." As he spoke, he raised the dagger, and a crimson line appeared instantly around Yun Chen's neck. "Stop!" Song Chungbi's pupils constricted. "Very well, do not harm him. I shall comply." Chapter 68. Severe illness. Yun Chen heard everything. He shook his head desperately, struggling to sit up, but Lin Shangshu pressed down on him with a firm hand, leaving him only able to emit muffled cries of protest. "No, please no." Song Chungbi reassured him. "Do not weep. I promised you would be safe." He took the dagger handed to him by his guard and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own heart. Lin Shangshu, taken aback by Song Chungbi's sudden action, stared at him in shock. In that moment of distraction, a deafening crack reverberated in the air. Lin Shangshu barely registered how Song Chungbi had acted before his wrist went numb, causing him to cry out in pain. With his sleeves billowing, Song Chungbi withdrew the dagger from his chest without a glance, advancing 2 steps before delivering a powerful kick that sent Lin Shangshu crashing into the surrounding wall, creating a large indentation. Lin Shangshu's chest caved in as he spewed blood, collapsing lifelessly moments later. The Imperial Guards rushed in from outside, apprehending all remaining accomplices. Song Chungbi gathered Yun Chen in his arms, shielding his eyes with his large hand to prevent him from witnessing the corpse. "Do not look," he urged. In the midst of the chaos, Yun Chen trembled, clutching his sleeve, burying his face against his blood-soaked chest. Sensing the boy's shivers, Song Chungbi's heart raced with anxiety like never before. He kissed Yun Chen's forehead repeatedly, whispering, "Chen'er, do not fear. It is over, it is over." Yet, Yun Chen could not help but tremble, pain coursing through his neck as he slipped into darkness. When he regained consciousness, Yun Chen felt less pain enveloping him. He opened his eyes to find himself nestled in a warm embrace. As he stirred, a hand grasped his, a warm current flowing from that hand into his body, dispelling the chill and agony. Song Qingbi. It was Song Qingbi who had saved him. Yun Chen remembered that Song Qingbi had plunged the dagger into his own heart to rescue him. Yun Chen shifted, struggling to turn and assess the severity of his wounds. However, as he moved, a hand pressed him down gently. A low, soothing voice above him murmured, "Chen, do not fear. It is over, be good." Yun Chen paused, recalling the relentless nightmares that had haunted him these past days. Each time he reached the depths of those nightmares, that gentle voice would resonate, gradually pulling him back from the abyss. Tears streamed down Yun Chen's face, landing on Song Qingbi's arm. The warmth of the droplets, uncertain whether they were tears or blood, caused Song Qingbi to stiffen momentarily before quickly supporting Yun Chen upright. "Yun Chen, what is it? Where does it hurt?" Yun Chen lifted his gaze, meeting a pair of weary eyes that had clearly shed tears. His dazed expression startled Song Qingbi, who turned to call for Penggu Xian. But a hand fell upon his chest. Yun Chen's voice was hoarse and filled with a raw, visceral energy, requiring great effort for him to articulate. "Does it hurt?" Song Qingbi paused momentarily, grasped his hand, and quickly shook his head. "It's nothing. My internal energy protects your heart. It's merely an exterior wound." Yun Chen muttered indistinctly, then leaned back against his shoulder once more. In recent days, he had been plagued by nightmares, visions of his father wielding a knife against him. He wished to avoid discussing the matter of Lin Shongshu, softly murmuring, "My sister." Song Qingbi gently tucked his dark hair behind his ear, speaking in a hushed tone as if any louder would harm the youth in his embrace. "Lin Yunmiao is temporarily residing at my estate. I informed her that your father, Lin Shongshu, met an untimely death while quelling a rebellion, a heroic figure deserving of a grand burial." Yun Chen closed his eyes briefly and replied, "Thank you." Song Qingbi tenderly brushed the sweat from his forehead, suppressing the lump in his throat. "She is waiting for your return. You must take your medicine and recuperate well. Only then can you reunite with her, understood?" Yun Chen nodded gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. "All right." Yet, Song Qingbi knew the truth. The boy would likely never fully recover. A bittersweet sensation pooled in his throat, yet he was compelled to maintain a gentle smile, which was perhaps more painful than death itself. Veep, Song Qingbi's affection value 1. Current value, 97. Chapter 69. Do not weep system 112. Wu Yun Chen, if you truly care for me, buy me a Princess Elsa dress, and I shall dance for you. System 112. Please no. Yun Chen, I can indeed dance. As I dance, shadows of clarity emerge. How does one not know it is in the mortal realm that speaks of us? System 112. Why must you be in the mortal realm? Yun Chen, look at you. Still disbelieving. Yun Chen, forget it, dear. How many days do you think I have left? System 112. Perhaps 10 days to half a month. Succumb to pulmonary failure. However, this is not a death evasion package. If you wish to extend your days, I can assist with that. Yun Chen, it's fine. I likely won't need it. System 112 was left speechless, the words "it's fine" striking a painful chord in its heart. Could the young host still be withholding his blade? Inside the room, the bitter scent of medicine had long been replaced by the fragrance of flowers, thanks to Song Qingbi. Yun Chen, weak and weary, drifted in and out of consciousness, barely able to consume anything. Song Qingbi relinquished all responsibilities, entrusting matters to his deputy, and remained steadfastly by Yun Chen's side. Yun Chen reveled in the role of a charming yet perilous consort, expressing great delight. Yet this time, he exhibited remarkable obedience. Whatever Song Qingbi offered, he accepted willingly, swallowing even the most bitter of potions with determination. On one occasion, perhaps due to the extreme bitterness, as Song Qingbi offered him a candied fruit, Yun Chen entwined his fingers around his neck, lifting his face to claim the sweet directly into his mouth. The soft touch of his tongue brushed against Song Qingbi's thin lips, leaving him momentarily entranced. As 7 days passed, Penggu spoke to Song Qingbi. This child possesses a strong will to live. He may endure for a while longer, but it is best not to reveal too much to him. Song Qingbi nodded, yet the dimness in his eyes barely flickered with light. Yun Chen, unable to be alone, was about to return after hearing Pungu's words when he suddenly caught a faint rustling sound from within the room. Song Chungbi's heart raced as he hastily pushed the door open, only to find the young man propped against the bed frame, having managed to stand. Upon noticing Song Chungbi's entrance, Yin Chun lifted his gaze and unconsciously offered a faint smile, saying, "Look, I can stand up now." Song Chungbi was acutely aware that Yin Chun could collapse at any moment. Yet he found himself entranced by the boy's gentle smile. Moments later, he returned the smile, affirming, "Chen'er is remarkable. You can stand now. Just a couple more days of rest, and you shall be able to walk." Yin Chen nodded, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. While Song Chungbi maintained a cheerful facade, his heart raced like a drum, and he subtly approached the youth, discreetly shielding him. "It's time for your medicine. Please sit down." Yin Chun complained softly, but gradually eased himself onto the bed, allowing Song Chungbi to breathe a little easier. After administering the medication, Yin Chun grimaced at the bitterness, slightly parting his lips, seemingly waiting for Song Chungbi to feed him a sweet treat. Song Chungbi was momentarily taken aback, a wave of sorrow washing over him. How could he bear to keep the youth waiting? He quickly placed a candied fruit in his mouth, pressing his lips against Yin Chun's as the sweet aroma enveloped their lips. "You cried. Does your chest hurt?" Yin Chen asked. "No," Song Chungbi replied. "You are able to rise from your bed today, which brings me joy." Yin Chen responded with a soft "oh," and with great effort, he raised his hand to pat Song Chungbi's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Song Chungbi drew him into his embrace, warming his slightly cool body. "Rest for a while." Yin Chun leaned against his shoulder, fatigue overtaking him due to his weakened state, and he was on the verge of falling asleep. As Song Chungbi held him securely, he suddenly heard the boy mumble with his eyes closed, I must recover quickly." Song Chungbi stiffened, tears that he had just swallowed flowed freely once more. Notification: Song Chungbi's favorability value increased by 1. Current favorability value, 98, Chapter 70. The congratulatory message 3 days passed, and Song Chungbi was summoned by Lu Ying, who informed him that the emperor's decree had arrived. Reluctantly, he had to leave temporarily, fervently instructing Lu Ying to keep a close watch over the young man. Lu Ying assured him, her eyes wide as she observed Yin Chun on the bed. "Your gaze is rather bothersome," Yin Chun remarked. Once Song Chungbi had walked away, he shifted slightly and whispered to Lu Ying, "What decree has the emperor issued?" Lu Ying replied, "Nothing significant. Today is the prince's birthday, a routine congratulatory message." "Oh," Yin Chen realized, his eyes blinking in surprise. A smile broke across his face. "I shall write a congratulatory message for the prince as well." Lu Ying cautioned, "It will be better to wait for the prince to return before doing so." Yin Chun frowned slightly. "If he returns, it won't be a surprise. Please help me over to the table. I feel much better now and one tea fall." Lu Ying's expression twisted as she grappled with her concerns, but ultimately relented. Instead of allowing Yin Chun to stand, she lifted him and carried him directly to the table in the outer room. Seated at the table, Yin Chun inwardly criticized Lu Ying for being overly cautious. Was there truly nothing to worry about? He rummaged through his belongings, retrieved paper and pen, dipped it into the ready ink, and began to compose a congratulatory message while deep in thought. He wrote to his elder sister every year, his skill honed through practice. Song Chungbi, observing him, would undoubtedly be astonished by his literary talent. Yet before long, a haze began to cloud Yin Chen's vision, and his wrist felt as heavy as if burdened by iron. Was it merely writing a few characters? How could his body react in such a manner? Gritting his teeth, Yin Chun stubbornly lifted his wrist, determined to complete the piece. However, the pen seemed to have a mind of its own, tilting downward and leaving a long ink streak across the white paper. Soon, the ink began to spread ominously, obscuring all of Yin Chun's sight. In the moment before he collapsed, he felt a rush of blood in his throat and heard Song Chungbi's anxious voice calling his name. "Yin Chun." Then, everything faded to black. When he opened his eyes again, the fragrance of flowers could not mask the bitter taste of the medicinal brew. Yin Chun attempted to speak, but the effort triggered a painful cough. Someone gently propped him up, tenderly patting his back, while a cloth swiftly yet gently wiped away the blood he coughed up. Blinking in confusion, Yin Shun murmured, wasn't I at the desk writing a birthday message for Song Qingbi? Why did I collapse? He couldn't help but reflect on the events of the past few days. When he had tried to stand, Song Qingbi had visibly tensed, and Luing had not allowed him to walk even a step, directly carrying him back to the desk. What was wrong with his body? Song Qingbi's voice was slightly hoarse, yet remained gentle. You're awake. Yin Chen asked, what happened to me? Song Qingbi replied, the weather has changed recently, and you caught a chill. You also ate very little this morning, which caused you to faint. Yin Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Song Qingbi. The latter averted his eyes slightly and cleared his throat, saying, I saw the congratulatory message you wrote, and I liked it very much. But you haven't finished it. I will fetch the paper. Can you continue writing? After a moment of silence, Yin Chen suddenly said, all right, I will go write. Song Qingbi shook his head, his voice extraordinarily soft. You can write here as well. I had a low table made for you, which I will bring to your bedside shortly. Yin Chen asked, am I going to be all right? Song Qingbi's throat tightened, and a smile tugged at his lips as he gently caressed Yin Chen's cheek. Of course, you will be just fine. Yin Chen's eyes felt heavy with tears as he pushed his hand away. You're lying to me. You're deceiving me. Everyone is lying to me. You are lying to me. My father is lying to me. Everyone is deceiving me. He buried himself under the quilt, curling up and sobbing softly. For nearly half an hour, as Yin Chen cried, Song Qingbi felt as though his heart had been gouged out. In the evening, Song Qingbi brought food. But no matter what he said, Yin Chen refused to open his mouth. The youth lay with his eyes closed, silent and still. Throughout the day, Song Qingbi tried to feed him, but Yin Chen ignored him, the slight color that had returned to his face draining away once more. Trembling, Song Qingbi called out, Yin Chen, please eat something. Liars. They are all liars. Yin Chen gritted his teeth and waved his hand, knocking the bowl from Song Qingbi's grasp. Yet in the next moment, Yin Chen's eyes widened as he beheld Song Qingbi collapse to the ground, his face ashen and his breath faint, unconscious. Yin Chen, is he truly pretending? System 112. Indeed, he had no time to use his internal energy to protect his heart. The injury is grave. Yin Chen paused for a moment, noticing blood seeping from Song Qingbi's chest, and hurriedly leapt from the bed to staunch the wound. Song Qingbi, how could you? Luing. After calling out, Yin Chen suddenly fell, crashing onto his own injury. System 112. A snapshot, me and my charming yet cold little host. Chapter 71. Bitter cold upon learning of Song Qingbi's serious injury, Yin Chen found himself devoid of strength to create further turmoil. When Song Qingbi awakened, his first instinct was to ascertain Yin Chen's whereabouts. As he moved, a cold hand rested upon the back of his own, and the boy's weak voice whispered in his ear, I am here. At the sound of this, Song Qingbi felt as though his very soul had returned to his body, and he slumped downwards. Yin Chen sat at the side of the bed, his brow furrowing as he prepared to call for help, only to be embraced by Song Qingbi, who pulled him into his arms. I am fine, do not be afraid. Yin Chen ground his teeth, retorting, who is afraid? A soft laugh escaped Song Qingbi as he gently stroked the boy's dark hair, soothingly murmuring, it is I, this prince who fears. Yin Chen cast his gaze downward, his voice dwindling. I'm going to die, am I not? Song Qingbi fell silent. He wished to spare the boy the harsh truth, yet he could not bring himself to utter another falsehood. From his silence, Yin Chen gleaned the answer. I will gradually deteriorate, become unrecognizable, a mere shadow of myself. You will not. Song Qingbi grasped his chin and leaned in to kiss him. You will always be beautiful. Yin Chen pushed him away, the force causing fresh blood to rise in his throat. Yin Chen, I wish to see my sister. I wish to see my sister now. I fear that in a few days, I shall be unable to even stand and speak with her. Song Qingbi, very well, I will have Lin Yumiao brought here. Yin Chen nodded. He felt so cold, and for now, Song Qingbi was someone he could trust, so he nestled into his embrace, seeking comfort and gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Song Qingbi's hand rested gently on his frail back, caressing him softly. Sleep now. When you awaken, you will see your sister. Those words provided an undeniable sense of reassurance. Yin Chen's eyelids grew heavy, his body relaxing as his mouth slowly parted. Song Qingbi leaned down, softly kissing his lips. 2 days later, the carriage bearing Lin Yunmiao arrived. Song Qingbi assisted Yun Chen in bathing, helping him don a red riding outfit, his black hair elegantly tied up. The young gentleman's long eyelashes, high nose, and playful glint in his phoenix eyes made him especially captivating. When he lowered his gaze to Song Qingbi, he radiated youthful exuberance. Every glance at him pierced Song Qingbi's heart, yet he could not bear to avert his gaze. He knelt beside the bed, helping him into his boots, and said to the boy, "She should be arriving at the door soon. I will help you up." MHM. Song Qingbi gently cradled the youth in his arms, ensuring he was steady before slowly releasing his hold. Noticing a slight anomaly in his condition, the youth leaned against him, leaving the rest to be explained by him. Yin Chen bit his lip lightly, refraining from responding as he endeavored to maintain his balance. Before long, footsteps echoed, and a young lady hurriedly entered, lifting her skirt. Her gaze instantly locked onto Yin Chen, tears spilling down her cheeks as she rushed to embrace him. "Chinner, are you all right?" Yin Chen extended his arms, pulling Lin Yunmiao into his embrace as well. Brushing aside the hair from her shoulder, he replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me? Sister, are you well?" Lin Yunmiao nodded, unable to contain her sobs as she confessed, "The prince has treated me very well. Chinner, now that father has departed, it is just the two of us left." At her words, a tumult stirred within Yunchen's chest, and his throat felt sweetened. He quickly raised his sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, the crimson staining his red riding attire, rendering it nearly invisible. Yet, he could no longer maintain his footing. His vision began to darken, as though consciousness would slip away at any moment, compelling him to lean against Song Qingbi, as instructed. Song Qingbi promptly supported Yunchen's faltering body, addressing the bewildered Lin Yunmiao. "Yunshen has caught a chill. Let us refrain from discussing such matters for now." Understanding her father's passing weighed heavily on Lin Yunmiao, she nodded without suspicion, watching as Song Qingbi carefully laid Yunshen down on the bed. "You both," Lin Yunmiao began. Song Qingbi nodded, affirming, "I am enamored with Yunshen, and he has consented to be my princess." Lin Yunmiao paused, turning her gaze to Yunshen. With Song Qingbi's hand enveloping his, Yunshen felt a gradual transfer of energy, clinging to the last vestiges of his awareness. He smiled faintly and kissed the back of Song Qingbi's hand, declaring, "Yes, I am already his princess." Upon hearing Yunshen utter those words, Song Qingbi's pupils constricted sharply. He understood it was a facade, a deception meant for Lin Yunmiao. Yet, to hear the youth speak those words, his soft lips brushing against his hand, filled Song Qingbi with a sense of fulfillment. Ding! Song Qingbi's favorability level 1. Current favorability level 99. Receiving her brother's affirmative response and witnessing Song Qingbi's tender actions, Lin Yunmiao's doubts and worries began to fade. After escorting Lin Yunmiao away, Song Qingbi turned back to find the youth's tear-streaked face turned to slumber. Kneeling beside the bed, he gently murmured, "She has departed." Yunshen opened his eyes and softly acknowledged, "Yes, she is gone. I too must depart." Yunshen gazed at Song Qingbi, recalling the confrontation of that day, when his father had shouted, "You truly have fallen for him." Had he genuinely fallen for himself? It seemed so, but what did it matter now when death loomed? Closing his eyes, a tumult surged within his chest, this time stirred by Song Qingbi. Mistaking Yunshen's closed eyes for slumber, Song Qingbi reached out to draw him into his embrace, only to hear the youth's soft lips part as he spoke the congratulatory message. Song Qingbi leaned closer to hear. "What did you say?" Yunshen replied, "The congratulatory message is not yet complete. Please bring it to me." Song Qingbi swallowed his sorrow and replied, "First, let us rest. We can finish it tomorrow, shall we?" Yunshen insisted, "The congratulatory message." "All right," Song Qingbi said. "Do not move. I will retrieve it at once." Song Qingbi unfolded the small table and retrieved the unfinished congratulatory message, bending down to grind ink at the bedside. Yunshen grasped the brush but could only manage a few strokes, completing the task with scant effort. Song Qingbi took the brush from him, unable to suppress his curiosity as he glanced at the characters on the paper. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and he stood frozen in place. The message was a chaotic jumble, rendering it nearly illegible. Yet, at the end, for characters were penned with utmost sincerity. Princess Jin's writing. Song Chunbi blinked vigorously, dispelling the mist in his eyes, and confirmed those 4 characters before turning to Yun Chun. Dressed in red, the youth's complexion appeared as pale as snow. Yun Chun smiled at him, radiating the bright charm reminiscent of their first encounter. What are you dawdling for? Your princess is feeling rather cold. At that moment, Song Qingbi seemed to come back to life, akin to a bewildered child just learning to walk. He stumbled and knelt, enveloping Yun Chen's frail body in his embrace to warm him. As he held him, he began to weep softly. Ding! Song Chungbi's strategy value increases by 1. Current strategy value 100. Chapter 72. Departure. World Settlement Notification. Song Chungbi strategy successful. Faith value 7,000. Lu Ying strategy successful. Faith value 1,000. Peng Gu Xian strategy successful. Faith value 600. Other character strategy successful. Total faith value 7. Congratulations, host. You have received a total of 8,607 achievement points in faith value issued by the Heavenly Tao. Ding. Please use the system's space items promptly, as in used items will be cleared. System 112. You can leave this world at any time. Would you like to bid farewell to the prince? Yin Shun. I would like to, but my body is too weak to do so. System 112. A farewell. It simply means to say goodbye to each other solemnly, not a breakup. Yin Shun. I see. Then let us skip the farewell and just leave. System 112. All right. The following day at dawn, Song Chungbi opened his eyes to find the youth in his arms feeling quite cold. He grasped the boy's hand, channeling his inner energy into him, but the warm currents sank like stones into the abyss without any response. Gently stroking the boy's hair, he spoke softly. You are being disobedient again. Rising, he loosened the boy's clothing and carried him to a warm medicinal bath. Song Chungbi arranged the boy comfortably, then meticulously placed flower petals into the tub, his tone tender as he gazed down. Young master is truly delicate, unable to withstand even a hint of bitterness. The plum blossoms have faded, and now the pear blossoms are in bloom. Do you like them? You should, I hope. Song Chungbi carefully trimmed each petal, sitting by the tub, kissing the back of the boy's head. Suddenly, his voice caught in his throat. You 1T wake up again, will you? As his words echoed, silence enveloped the room. The wound on Song Chungbi's chest split open, a surge of blood rising to his throat as he collapsed beside the tub. 3 days later, a new grave was erected on the outskirts of the capital. Song Chungbi chose not to inter the boy within his ancestral shrine, but rather in a spacious area suitable for galloping horses. He was free, not meant to be confined anywhere. His hand brushed against the epitaph as he spoke many words, ultimately departing in a state of profound disarray. 3 days passed, and behind the grave, a new tomb emerged, resembling a guardian with outstretched arms, eternally safeguarding his light. A sudden chime resonated as the familiar darkness enveloped Yun Shun, returning him to the cold floor of his prison. The longer he lingered in the realm of tasks, the more severe the toll on his psyche became. This time, the duration was longer than before, plunging Yun Chun into a state of unconsciousness upon his return. The guard could not easily open the cage, instead watching anxiously over the fainted youth. The boy possessed striking features, his delicate brow and eyes reflecting the creator's favoritism. Now, he lay on the ground, eyes shut, a thin sheen of sweat adorning his forehead, as beautiful and fragile as porcelain. The guard, alarmed, hastily manipulated the control panel outside the cage to check Yun Chen's physical status. Just as he entered the authorization on the panel, a prominent figure arrived. The guard promptly straightened his posture and bowed. Your Highness, open the cage. Yes. As the cage opened, the guard assumed the prince would once again utilize the healing pod for mental rejuvenation, as he had previously. However, the esteemed individual entered, bending down to lift the unconscious boy, leaving the guard with a cold, indifferent silhouette. 7 days later, a specially marked hover vehicle arrived at the prison. The prince moved with an air of noble elegance. He descended first, then turned back to carefully carry Yun Chen down, gently placing the still sleeping boy on the ground. The guard inadvertently witnessed the prince kiss the corner of the young offender's lips, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. his heart racing. I saw nothing, nothing at all. Please, no silencing. Only when the prince departed did the guard finally breathe a sigh of relief, leaning against the table, swallowing hard. As Chen Chen awoke, he found the guard's flustered demeanor amusing, exclaiming, "Hey, aren't we both offenders?" The guard turned, his expression complex, eyes fixed intently on Chen Chen. Yet, why does he appear so melancholic? Did I somehow invade his dreams? Chen Chen was captivated by that sorrowful gaze throughout the afternoon, even eating less than usual. After a while, he couldn't help but boast, "This time, I only slept for 7 days." Yes, you're impressive," the guard replied. "Now that's more like it." Chen Chen chuckled, showing off the bowl of rice he had not finished. "Take me back to the task world." "Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit more?" the guard inquired. Standing tall, Chen Chen retorted, "Only the weak require rest." Before he could finish, the guard decisively pressed the button, sending Chen Chen off without further discussion. Chapter 73. The Little Rose of the Blood Hunter at Dawn in the Rose Manor. A young man sat on the edge of his bed with closed eyes, while the butler, Lex, respectfully dressed him in a deep crimson robe. After fastening the last button, Lex's gaze was filled with reverence for beauty as he silently stepped aside, carefully admiring the young man, a masterpiece of nature. "All done, young master," Chen Chen acknowledged with a sound, rising to gaze at his resplendent reflection in the mirror. In this world, he was a vampire with pale red eyes, and indeed, his countenance was genuinely exquisite. The beauty radiates with a striking vibrancy. While ordinary individuals donning such intricate patterns and vivid colors appear ostentatious upon wearing them, Mu Yunshin's visage diminishes all extravagance to mere insignificance. "Yunshin, I am truly beautiful." System 112. Do refrain from exclaiming or laughing. It may unravel your character. Having just entered the task realm, the host could not immediately assimilate the information, hence System 112 felt compelled to guide Yunshin on the necessary course of action. Following the script provided by the system, Yunshin cast a calm glance over his shoulder, his voice flowing coolly from his lips. "Lex, what are the arrangements for today?" Enchanted by this melodious voice, Lex's heart raced as he respectfully and fervently replied, "Count Muhan awaits you downstairs, having selected a suitable blood servant for your needs." System 112. You were once human, but have since transformed into a vampire. Your thirst for blood has escalated to a perilous level, threatening your very existence. A blood servant must be chosen. Yunshin, is the main deity, perhaps, to be my blood servant? In this realm, vampires require human blood for sustenance. The vampire aristocracy places great emphasis on image and blood hygiene, refraining from the indiscriminate slaughter of humans for blood. They utilize wealth as a means of exchange or bait, nurturing high-quality blood servants and solidifying their relationships through contracts, ensuring mutual benefit. Nevertheless, blood servants inherently occupy a position of vulnerability. Should the main deity serve as his blood servant, he would seize the opportunity to exert his influence over him. Suddenly, a familiar metallic sound echoed in Yunshin's ears. Ding! The S-level strategy world has automatically optimized and upgraded. The main deity's corruption value is at 100, placing the host in mortal peril. Ding! Wei Bojian's current strategy value is 0. Ding! Wei Bojian's current corruption value is 100. Yunshin, what? Is it too much to handle? System 112. The main deity is not a blood servant. He is a hunter of the blood clan, currently watching you from outside the window, poised to strike. Yunshin, on what grounds would he attack me? Is he my brother? System 112. The system projected a screen for the little host. Outside, the cold, dark gaze of the blood clan hunter was fixated on the feeble, yet stunning vampire, eliciting envy from both mortals and deities alike. Yunshin, oh dear, it's over. The main deity is not merely a minor blood servant, but a hunter wielding a crucifix to slay vampires. Disappointment washed over him as he lowered his gaze, a hint of sorrow flickering within his pale, red eyes. This fleeting emotion was captured by the dark pair of eyes outside. Ding! Wei Bojian's corruption value rises to 1. Current corruption value at 99. Yunshin, am I alive? System 112, yes. Quick, we still have a chance. Let's gather the world information. Mu Yunshan is the sole heir of Duke Mu Yuan and the Duchess, a child born of vampires yet possessing pure humanity. At the age of 20, a sudden calamity struck. Duke Mu Yuan and the Duchess fell victim to a treacherous plot by Blood Clan hunters, losing their heads for a bounty. To seek vengeance, Mu Yunshan embraced a curse, enduring immense suffering to transform into a formidable vampire, determined to confront the hunter couple. Yet, he was a step too late. The hunter couple met a tragic end at the hands of a werewolf, leaving behind a tender child. Unable to exact vengeance on their murderer, the notion arose to avenge the child of the very foe. Thus, Mu Yunshan drove away the werewolf and took the child back with him. He intended to transform Wei Bojian into his blood servant, inflicting torment and cruelty upon him to avenge his parents. However, as Wei Bojian grew into adolescence, Mu Yunshan hesitated to act. Yunshan contemplated. Perhaps he genuinely wished to save the child. After all, he was merely over 3 years old. The sins of the parents should not be borne by the innocent child. Yet Mu Yunshan found it difficult to overcome his own moral dilemma, concocting myriad justifications even for the act of saving him. System 112 remarked, "This aspect was not documented, yet it seems quite reasonable." Yunshan chuckled. Previously human, he had become a vampire and was deeply reluctant to drink human blood, leading to an increasingly severe thirst for blood. Count Mohan, his uncle, could not bear to see his nephew suffer and pressured him multiple times to sign a contract with Wei Bojian. Unbeknownst to them, having just brought the child back, the prospect of harming him became even more remote. Despite treating Wei Bojian harshly, it was during his moments of profound pain and solitude that Wei Bojian stood by his side. Furthermore, the price for a hunter to become a blood servant was considerably steeper than that for an ordinary person. Ultimately, Mu Yunshan could not bring himself to harden his heart and expelled Wei Bojian instead. Yunshan pondered, why was his darkening value so elevated? System 112 responded. After Wei Bojian returned, the other hunters told him that you were the one who killed his parents. Yunshan acknowledged. That scene did indeed resemble his actions. It was evident that the werewolf had cast aspersions upon him. Logically, if Yunshan merely revealed the truth to Wei Bojian, his darkening value would surely diminish significantly. Yet, the complexity of this world lay in the fact that Mu Yunshan would never voluntarily cleanse himself of the slander, for he harbored a deep, fervent wish that the hunter couple had indeed perished at his hands. How could he possibly absolve himself? To lower the darkening value, one must shatter their persona. Without sacrificing one's facade, the darkening value could not be reduced. What a splendidly optimized S-Class world, indeed. System 112 mused. Yet I do not comprehend why. Without any action on your part, Wei Bojian's darkening value dropped slightly. Yunshan replied, I am aware. System 112 took out a small notebook. Share your insights with me. I shall learn and optimize the system as well. Yunshan jested. It must surely be my striking visage that dazzled him. Shy JPG System 112 quipped. How many years should the host be silenced for? Chapter 74. The Little Rose of the Blood Hunter 2. Count Muhan awaited Yunshan's descent in the dining hall below. Count Muhan, Yunshan's uncle, was also a vampire, having lived for several centuries. Yet, due to the prolonged lifespan of vampires, he still appeared to be in his early 30s, exuding an air of nobility and beauty. Hearing footsteps on the staircase, Count Muhan lifted his gaze. The young man, clad in a flowing crimson robe, adorned with a pure white lace collar around his slender neck, approached him gracefully. Delicate, pale fingers, entwined with soft pink ribbon roses, rested gently in the butler's palm as he advanced step by step. System 112 conceded. All right, I admit, what you say is indeed plausible. Primarily, he is simply too beautiful. Such beauty could indeed reduce the darkness within, even if just by a single point. Yunshan, not quite, I just reviewed the information. His darkness diminished because of my earlier expression. System 112, oh. Yunshan, Wei Bojian grew up beside Mu Yunshan. He is aware that the latter is to choose a blood servant, and that he will be completely replaced, which naturally leads to a profound sense of loss. The steward informed Yunshan that it was time to select the blood servant. At that moment, a hint of sorrow flickered in Yunshan's eyes. Consequently, Wei Bojian mistakenly believed that Yun Chen was reminiscing about him, prompting a slight decrease in his darkness levels. Yun Chen, had I not displayed that expression, I would have likely been doomed by now. System 112. So that was the case. Yun Chen, in any event, I cannot perish, so step aside. I shall provoke him a bit. System 112. A group photo featuring me and my little schemer host. Count Muhan beckoned Yun Chen to sit, and then gestured, allowing 10 young boys to enter, heads bowed. Yun Chen had initially intended to merely humor Count Muhan regarding the selection of a blood servant, planning instead to return to his treatment for the bloodthirst affliction. However, the last boy to enter caught Yun Chen's attention, causing a flicker of interest in his gaze. This child was frail and slight, shorter than the others, exuding a pitiful aura reminiscent of Yun Chen's first encounter with Wei Bojian. Years ago, the young Wei Bojian had been sprawled in a pool of blood, his small face etched with fear and panic, trembling from the cold. Yun Chen's gaze lingered on the boy for a moment before Count Muhan immediately said, "You, come here." The boy trembled slightly and nervously approached, lifting his delicate face. Young Master Mu. Count Muhan, aware that his nephew was once human and thus reluctant to drink human blood, had specifically sought out this child. The boy bore a resemblance to Wei Bojian and had a rather tragic background. Count Muhan whispered to Yun Chen, "This child's mother suffers from a terminal illness and requires a substantial sum for treatment. It is hoped that a contract could provide the needed funds." Upon hearing this, Yun Chen fell silent for a long time. For one who was once human and later became a vampire, choosing someone to serve as a blood servant was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, the medication was insufficient to alleviate his increasingly severe bloodthirst. After a prolonged pause, Yun Chen slowly blinked, his long eyelashes gracefully falling, creating a breathtaking sight. "Let it be him. Thank you, uncle." The boy, realizing he had been chosen, instantly displayed a look of joy and repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Yun Chen extended his hand, resting it upon the boy's, and returned to his chamber. System 112. The main deity has always desired to be your blood servant. He is quite enraged now, nearly crushing the crucifix. Yun Chen, that is precisely the effect I was aiming for. Upon entering this world, Wei Bojian's hatred towards Yun Chen stemmed from the death of his parents. Naturally, one would wish to eliminate those responsible for their father's murder. To avoid being killed, Yun Chen needed to manipulate and infuse new elements into his hatred. Once back in his room, Yun Chen sat behind the desk, donning an exquisitely beautiful expression devoid of emotion. "What is your name?" Mu Yun Chen was not like this when he was human. However, ever since he bore the weight of hatred and accepted the curse of vampirism, he had become taciturn. Lin Xian. Lin Xian's voice trembled incessantly, causing Yun Chen to furrow his brow slightly as he perceived the shadow of another youth behind him. He had never shown kindness to that boy, for he was the offspring of his enemy. Yet, when he brought the child back, intent on draining his blood, the little one shivered and innocently clung to him, viewing him as a savior. He could not bring himself to be cruel. He thought to himself, perhaps he would seek revenge when the child grew a bit older. Thus, the child slowly matured at his side. Deep down, Yun Chen harbored affection for the boy, but due to his lineage, he maintained a cold demeanor, neglecting and mistreating him to mask his own vulnerabilities. In that moment, Yun Chen glimpsed the shadow of Wei Bojian through Lin Xian. He momentarily lost his focus, his gaze softening as he unconsciously uttered words he had longed to say to Wei Bojian but had never voiced. "Do not fear, I shall not harm you." Ding. Lin Xian's strategy value is 50. Current strategy value is 50. System 112. The main deity has bitten his lip. Yun Chen, after all, I have raised him for so long and have never spoken to him in such a manner. System 112. You do this for Yun Chen, yes, to instill in him a rather unattainable obsession, allowing him to seek revenge in a different way. Ha! System 112. Let us just say he is a white lotus turned black. One must not easily trust a handsome man. Yun Chen's reassurance proved effective. Lin Xian felt less anxious, though still dared not meet Yun Chen's gaze. Lowering his head, he followed the teachings of Count Muhan, slicing his finger and extending it towards Yun Chen. "Please, Young Master Mu, have a taste. Yun Chen's gaze fell upon his finger, observing droplets of crimson blood rolling forth. His throat began to tighten. Soon, Yun Chen's body also began to suffer, the intensifying thirst for blood making him yearn for those droplets. Just as Yun Chen parted his lips, preparing to soothe his parched throat and alleviate the pressure in his chest, he noticed the youth before him suddenly sway and collapse. In the next instant, a tall figure appeared before Yun Chen. Wei Bojian, clad in a black hunting outfit, was characterized by broad shoulders and a slender waist, his physique tall and striking. After 6 years apart, the youthful hunter stood upright, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Recognizing him, Yun Chen's expression faltered. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wei Bojian had already closed the distance. His long fingers swiftly grasped Yun Chen's neck, akin to a rose steeped in blood, his voice dangerously lethal. Mu Yun Chen. It seems you are well. Chapter 75. The Little Rose of the Blood Clan Hunter 03 Vampires never submit without resistance. Yun Chen's light crimson eyes darkened, revealing a gaze filled with utmost disdain. He swiftly evaded Wei Bojian's grip, almost instantaneously moving to Lin Xian's side. Yun Chen bent down to lift the unconscious boy and gently laid him on his soft bed. This tender gesture ignited Wei Bojian's fury. He witnessed the extraordinarily beautiful vampire frown deeply, filled with distaste as he removed the lace from his neck, twisting it with his long fingers until it shattered into tiny fragments. Wei Bojian understood why Yun Chen acted in such a manner. It was a reflection of his own past experiences, which he found repulsive. Gritting his teeth, Wei Bojian muttered, "Yun Chen, you truly have not changed at all." It was not merely the disdainful gaze he directed toward Wei Bojian, but also his appearance that remained unaltered. For an extended period, Wei Bojian had looked up to this young man who had resided in the Rose Castle for as long as he could remember. This individual was the master of the castle. The servants within had informed him that he was a blood servant raised by the master, and upon reaching maturity, a formal contract would be signed. Enduring contempt in this place, Wei Bojian was always met with disdainful looks from the master. He was too feeble to resist such indifference, relegating him to secretly gazing at those beautiful, pale red eyes, yearning to grow up swiftly. After all, in this castle, only he could become the master's blood servant. Once the contract was signed, he would receive the gentle protection of his master, and the servants would no longer dare to belittle him. Over time, the young Wei Bojian came to perceive the role of a blood servant as a mark of honor. This yearning intensified during his adolescence. He could not help but fantasize about the vampire embracing him from behind, his icy fangs piercing his skin, drawing blood from his body, while his tongue tenderly licked away the remaining droplets. On a stormy night etched in his memory, with howling winds and torrential rain, Wei Bojian, terrified of thunder, cowered beneath the master's bed, trembling. Suddenly, Yun Chen entered, drenched and with eyes as red as blood. Wei Bojian knew the moment had arrived. Overcoming his fear of thunder, he emerged and knelt at the young man's feet, presenting his neck, "Master." Yet, before he could finish his plea, he was met with a forceful kick to his chest that sent him sprawling. In disbelief, he looked up to see the young man's lips moving as he uttered a single word, "Get out." That night, Wei Bojian was expelled from the castle. Kneeling in the rain, overwhelmed by fear and despair, he cried out, pleading with his master not to abandon him. Eventually, he lost consciousness and was rescued by an elder from the Hunter Association, where he learned of his true identity. It turned out that this vampire was his enemy, the one who had murdered his parents and sought to make him his blood servant. The reason for the absence of a contract had become clear to Wei Bojian through the master's loathing gaze. He was a hunter, deemed a filthy and despicable species in the eyes of vampires. Thus, he was unworthy even to be a servant. After 6 years of rigorous training, Wei Bojian had undergone a profound transformation, becoming a top hunter feared by vampires across the continent. Yet Yun Chen still regarded him with disdain. Without lifting his eyelids, Yun Chen commanded, "Get out." However, Wei Bojian merely scoffed, audaciously taking his seat, draping an arm over the back of the chair, his muscular form exuding confidence as he provocatively replied, "What if I refuse?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yun Chen made his move, and the two engaged in combat. The Wei Bojian of Yer would have been no match for Yun Chen, but 6 years had elapsed, and no vampire in this land could stand against him now. Yun Chen merely sought to drive him away, harboring no intent to kill. His wrist flickered slightly, causing the lace rose on the back of his hand to become incredibly sharp, aiming directly at Wei Bojian's shoulder with a swift cut. Wei Bojian, endowed with remarkable agility, evaded the strike like a leopard, swiftly drawing a silver dagger from his side. In a mere instant, the dagger twirled rapidly in his palm. Within just a few exchanges, Wei Bojian gained the upper hand, leaving a long, crimson gash along Yun Chen's cheek. Yun Chen was taken aback by his newfound prowess, but it was too late. In the next moment, he was forcefully pushed against the wall, a sudden pain stabbing through his chest. His pupils dilated in shock as he looked down to find a wooden cross piercing through his skin, embedding deeply into the vicinity of his heart. This cross was a torturous weapon designed to torment purebred vampires. While it appeared to be made of wood, it was intermingled with silver, a substance that vampires dread most. Though the quantity was insufficient to be fatal, it effectively curtailed the formidable abilities of a vampire. Wei Bojian released his grip, observing as Yun Chen emitted a pained groan. Dark, vampiric blood oozing from his chest. Yun Chen attempted to extract the cross, but his body gradually succumbed to weakness. Something was seeping away from within him, rendering him immobile, his voice feeble. "What have you done to me?" Wei Bojian gazed down at him, the hatred in his eyes palpable, and spoke with deliberate clarity. "I had originally intended for you to perish, but now I have changed my mind. I want you to taste my suffering, my helplessness. Mu Yun Chen, this is what you owe me. I shall return to you all that I have endured, multiplied." Chapter 76. The Little Rose of the Bloodline Hunter 04. Yun Chen's eyes widened in agony, his body trembling in pain. He could only watch helplessly as Wei Bojian hoisted him onto his shoulder and leapt out of the window, departing from the manor. The cross lodged in his chest caused the bleeding to cease rapidly, yet his body continued to shiver with cold. Wei Bojian was carrying him away at an alarming speed, the fleeting shadows of trees blurring past him, lulling Yun Chen into increasing drowsiness until he ultimately lost consciousness. System 112. This is dire. Yun Chen, what's wrong? System 112. That cross is meant to combat purebred vampires. Yun Chen was not born a vampire. He had accepted the curse of purebred vampirism in pursuit of vengeance. The cross that pierced his chest could not only harm purebred vampires, but also counter the curse itself. Yun Chen, so I haven't lost my powers. I've reverted to being human, correct? System 112, precisely. The cross pierced through the heart, a grievous wound for any human. However, the main deity considers the little host merely a powerless vampire, one with remarkable endurance. The little host will be tortured to death. Yun Chen, that cannot be. I cannot die. Is there any way out? System 112. I am uncertain what to do, Wales. Increasing the corruption value of the main deity yields an additional 1,000 faith points upon successful completion. Yet, a corrupted main deity is truly terrifying. System 112. Perhaps we should restart. Changing worlds would incur a deduction of 8,000 faith points. Though it is a pity, but at least the soul remains unscathed. The little host must leave the prison in good health. Yun Chen, of course, would never relinquish his faith value. After pondering for a moment, he addressed the system. My dear, could you utilize my faith value to exchange for something? System 112, what is it? Yun Chen, I wish to acquire a true ancestor's curse. The curse of a true ancestor is far more potent than that of an ordinary pureblood vampire, thus ensuring I shall not revert to humanity. System 112. Let me check. Quite well. It requires only 1,000 faith values. System 112. Moreover, even the true ancestor's curse cannot endure for long. It will gradually dissipate under the cross of the main deity. Gradually dissipate. This implies he would not immediately transform into a human, but would instead, with the passage of time, slowly regress into a frail mortal. Yun Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed. Even better, procure it for me. The true ancestor's curse brings forth greater suffering. System 112 activated the pain perception shield and granted Chen Chen the curse. System 112. However, if the true ancestor's curse also fades, Chen Chen, no worries. The goose won't strike with lethal intent. He wishes for me to experience the anguish he felt when he was regarded as an outcast. System 112. Is that so? What kind of creature is this? One that flutters towards fire? This entity is not documented in the world data. Chen Chen. It is merely an endearing term for my son. I have nurtured him for 15 years. If not for merit, then at least for toil. Oomph. He even refuses to call me father. System 112. Wei Bojian returned home with Chen Chen. It was then he realized that Chen Chen had fainted. So he seized the collar of Chen Chen's garment and dragged him into the bathroom. Unconscious, Chen Chen was tossed into the bathtub. Upon impact, his crimson robe unfurled against the porcelain white of the tub, like a bouquet of red roses blooming amidst white snow, combined with Chen Chen's exquisitely beautiful yet blood-streaked face. It resembled a breathtaking masterpiece from the medieval era. When Wei Bojian rose, he too was momentarily dazed by this overwhelming beauty. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was a demon clad in splendid attire. Such a fiend ought to return to hell. How dare it don such opulent clothing? With eyes full of loathing, Wei Bojian suddenly became frenzied, tearing away Chen Chen's outer robe to reveal a snugly fitted shirt beneath. The collar was adorned with tiny diamonds, and the soft lace at the cuffs encircled his wrists, accentuating a beautiful waistline. This was the garb of a vampire noble. Hypocrisy, with even greater hatred in his eyes. Wei Bojian continued to unfasten the intricately designed buttons of the embellished shirt. Losing patience, he forcefully ripped the garment apart, unveiling skin pale and stained with blood, alongside a cross that was almost entirely embedded in his chest. A flicker of excitement passed through Wei Bojian's gaze. Huh. When you murdered my parents and brought me back to deceive and torment, did you ever anticipate this day? Did you ever foresee that this cross would pierce your heart, sealing your prideful vampire abilities? Wei Bojian grasped Chen Chen's chin, observing the way his brows furrowed tightly, even in unconsciousness. This sight involuntarily reminded him of the countless agonizing nights he endured in the castle. You have finally experienced my suffering, albeit just a fraction of it. Ding. Yu Bojian's corruption value. 10. Current corruption value. 89. Chapter 77. The little rose of the blood hunter 05. Suddenly, Yu Bojian drew out a dagger. How can we simply remove your splendid attire? It is your face that must be marred to truly reflect my anguish, to do justice to the term demon. Chen Chen sighed. Well, having come this far, my first thought is to ruin my face. The goose is still too young. System 112. Chen Chen continued, my dear. For the sake of the goose's mental and physical well-being, I must guide him a bit. System 112. Why do I have a foreboding feeling? Where is that chanting voice coming from? Chen Chen exclaimed, Darling, quickly send me a small electric current. I need to awaken. System 112. Coming right up. In the next moment, Chen Chen opened his eyes from unconsciousness. He found himself lying in a bathtub, with Yu Bojian hovering above him, playing with a silver dagger. Upon recognizing who it was, a chill swept through Chen Chen's gaze, and instinctively he attempted to rise, only to be pressed back down by Yu Bojian's grip on his neck. This time, there was no covering on Chen Chen's neck. The instant Yu Bojian's fingers brushed against his skin, the disdain hidden in Chen Chen's icy eyes surged forth, and he hoarsely shouted, Don't touch me. This loathing was all too familiar. Ah, how could he have nearly forgotten? Because of his contemptible hunter lineage, Yu Bojian despised any contact with him, deeming him unworthy even to be his lowly servant. Yu Bojian let out a cold laugh, his rough fingers deliberately caressing Chen Chen's delicate neck. What is the matter? Feeling disgusted? Chen Chen found himself unable to move, witnessing the son of his enemy shamelessly humiliate him, his eyes reddening to the brink of shedding blood. Get away. Just get away. Unbeknownst to him, this expression of futile rage was precisely what Yu Bojian yearned to see. His fingertip deliberately pressed against the corner of Chen Chen's lips, relishing the hatred intensifying in his eyes, a smirk curling at his own lips. As the laughter faded, a chilling voice lingered in Yun Chen's ears. Yu Bojian laid aside the dagger with a sneer. So, this is what you fear. Yun Chen paused for a moment, biting his lip, a wave of dread coursing down his spine. Yu Bojian, however, had unexpectedly stumbled upon a new realm of enjoyment. He slowed his movements, methodically removing all of Yun Chen's clothing, unabashedly scrutinizing his body, truly reveling in the fury and resentment reflected in his gaze. Having savored the moment, Yu Bojian retrieved another crucifix, this one crafted from pure silver, glimmering with a silvery sheen. He toyed with the crucifix, his tone dripping with mockery. I would love to see you swallow this. You've already consumed one heart. Where else can you find something to devour? Yun Chen, utterly devoid of the ability to resist, could only gaze in astonishment as Yu Bojian gripped his shoulders, flipping him over. His head struck the edge of the bathtub, and an excruciating pain surged from behind. Yu Bojian grasped the proximal end of the crucifix, twisting his hand, causing Yun Chen's back to tense, emitting a pained sound. Struggling, the humiliation in Yun Chen's eyes threatened to overflow, his hoarse voice resembling a lament, desperately and angrily proclaiming, Yu Bojian, I will kill you, kill you, kill you. Witnessing Yun Chen in such a state, Yu Bojian's hand faltered. In his memory, Yun Chen had always been aloof and regal, never having displayed such a loss of composure. Was it that, more than the injury, more than the pain, more than death, you feared the tarnishing of your noble vampire lineage? It seems I have discovered the perfect means of revenge against you. Yu Bojian retracted the crucifix, wiping away the blood that clung to it. He then seized a larger crucifix and hung it upon the mural adorned with pink roses. Ding! Yu Bojian's darkening value increased by 10, current value, 79. Ding! Yu Bojian's strategy value increased by 10, current value, 10. Chapter 78. The Little Rose of the Bloodline Hunter 06. It was not until dawn approached that Yu Bojian removed his crucifix from the mural. The vampire had been dragged from the bathtub, now lying naked and unconscious on the cold floor of the room, hair disheveled, dark red blood mingling with other substances trailing to his ankles. Yu Bojian took 2 steps back, regarding him with disdain, unable to suppress memories of Yun Chen from the night before. The look of humiliation, the expression of agony, and that pallid yet strikingly beautiful face. Once, he could only crawl at his feet, secretly gazing up at him. Yet last night had completely reversed that dynamic. Indeed, it is easy to slay a vampire, but for a demon like you, to kill you would be too lenient, if not for a fatal wound. A vampire is difficult to slay, hence I can relish in tormenting you. Do you now regret it? Do you still take pride in your noble vampire lineage? As dawn approached, the blood hunters prepared to prey in the church. Yu Bojian cast a scornful glance at him, mercilessly kicking aside the hand that hung limply at his side, the rose entwined around his wrist unfurling into soft, pale lace. Yu Bojian nonchalantly stepped on it and departed. System 112. I'm back. You know, I've been living a life that is hardly human. Woe is me. Yun Chen, I intended to advise you that we are both driven by faith, but you are not human, having never lived a human life. System 112. All right. Yun Chen, alas, I've lost too much blood. I'm parched. Let us exchange Lin Sienna strategy points for a meal. ID like some milk-flavored sunflower seeds. System 112. All right. As System 112 emerged, it noticed the primary deity strategy points had shifted by 10, delightfully adding to its own faith value deposits to redeem a high-quality afternoon tea for Yun Chen, complete with a chocolate millefeuille. There are many types of systems under the will of heaven, yet most are not merely a string of data. They may be small creatures that have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. They sign contracts with the will of heaven, fill in the faith value they require, and then transform into systems to accompany their hosts into the world, continuing until they attain the faith value they have specified. Yun Chen, so, are you a small animal as well? What are you? System 112. I seem to have forgotten. The main system has sealed our memories. However, I believe I ought to be a fierce beast. Yun Chen, oh. In any case, since Yun Chen is currently fainted on the ground, he might as well temporarily enter the system space and indulge in a slice of cake with a small fork. He takes dainty bites, eating quite obediently, System 112. Cracking sunflower seeds suppresses the urge to ruffle the little host and clicks his tongue several times. I can understand the decrease in your darkening value. But why is the strategy value fluctuating? Did he not despise you utterly? The reduction in the darkening value is because Wei Bojian has tasted Yun Chen's suffering. This serves to alleviate the pent-up anger within him. Yet, with such a high darkening value, the strategy value should not be rising, as System 112's data analysis evidently suggests. Yun Chen licks the fork, his eyes curving with delight. It is because he loves me. System 112 is momentarily taken aback. For an instant, it feels a bit dazed, thinking that Yun Chen's smile is far more alluring than that of the vampire, 100 times more beautiful, especially when he utters those words. His confidence and radiance shine through, a hint of arrogance that cannot conceal his youthful brilliance. System 112 cannot help but scrutinize him closely, only to discover chocolate smudged on his teeth. Seeing that System 112 remains silent, Yun Chen assumes disbelief and elaborates. Look, your data analysis indicates that the youthful Wei Bojian yearns to become my blood servant. System 112. Indeed, but that's because the people in Rose Castle scorn him. He cannot withstand such indifference. Thus, he wishes to become his master's blood servant as swiftly as possible to earn their respect. Yun Chen. If he desires to be noticed, he could transform into a vampire or, at the very least, seek out a werewolf, rolling in the mud beneath the moon, lamenting his fate. Why bother being my blood servant? Yun Chen. He merely covets my body, how base. System 112. Perhaps you should first wipe the hazelnut crunch from your teeth. Nevertheless, System 112 comprehends. The reason Wei Bojian, despite his elevated darkening value, can still raise the strategy value is that he has long harbored feelings for Mu Yunchen that he ought not to possess. However, Wei Bojian himself is unaware of these emotions. Coupled with his subsequent blindness from hatred, he is even less capable of seeing clearly. Thus, it stands to reason that Wei Bojian's strategy value should continue to rise. System 112. Hurry, hurry, Wei Bojian is returning. Yun Chen. Quite timely indeed. I have just finished eating. I must strike a captivating pose to entice him further. System 112. I am indeed not human. But do take a look. Is that what humans say? Chapter 79. The little rose of the Blood Clan hunter, the Ross Conan experiences but 2 seasons. And it is on the cusp of entering the snowy period. A gust of cold wind sweeps by, and Yun Chen opens his eyes. Upon awakening, he first stares in bewilderment, but the waves of pain coursing through his body ignite a fire of rage within his light red eyes. He has been so humiliated by the son of his enemy. He ought to kill him. He should have killed him long ago. The crucifix adorned with silver upon his chest constrained his movements, and Yun Chen trembled with rage, struggling to rise from the floor. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon his bare hands, and his heart lurched violently. Where was his rose? This sudden surge of anxiety caused dark crimson blood to surge forth once more, momentarily clouding Yun Chen's vision, and his body swayed, collapsing onto the soft pink lace beneath him. At that very instant, Wei Bojian stood at the doorway, his heart skipping a beat. He beheld the beautiful youth, drenched in blood, his fair cheek pressed against the pink lace, with delicate shoulders quivering slightly, and his pale red eyes appearing slightly unfocused. What a striking tableau it was. During the morning's routine prayers, Wei Bojian had been lost in reverie. He could not help but replay the details of the previous night in his mind, the dual ecstasy of physical and psychological fulfillment lingering tantalizingly, while the scene before him electrified his senses. What does it feel like to be toyed with by someone you despise? Shame? Anger? Before I bring about your demise, let this serve as your penance for the pain you have inflicted upon me. Wei Bojian loosened his collar and stepped into the room. He observed the youth trembling, his hands frantically groping the floor for something. Wei Bojian bent down, intrigued, and picked up the soft pink ribbon. Is this what you seek? Yun Chen abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Give it to me. His voice was low and hoarse, suppressing his fury. Yet the blood seeping from his chest betrayed the turmoil within his heart. What could be so precious? He had never shown an affinity for such things before. Wei Bojian curled his long fingers around the ribbon, tugging at it, only to find the glare directed at him even more intense. Do you wish for it? He stared at the youth on the floor for a moment, a cold smile curving his lips, then took the ribbon and bound the youth's hands behind him. Chen understood his intentions and struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Wei Bojian, how dare you? Wei Bojian scoffed derisively, tying the other end of the ribbon around the youth's ankle. What is there that I would not dare? Wei Bojian resided in an old building, empty save for himself, devoid of even a bed, with bare walls stripped of any decoration. Yet the night before, he had brought back a breathtaking mural. The roses depicted therein unfurled, transforming into soft, pink lace ribbons. Wei Bojian admired the artwork for a moment before hanging his own crucifix within the frame. Ding! Wei Bojian's dark value is 9. Current dark value 70. Ding! Wei Bojian inner value is 10. Current value 20. It was not until noon that Wei Bojian untied the pink ribbon and discarded it, along with the unconscious figure to the side. He had to leave for a while, not out of desire but necessity. As a seasoned vampire hunter, he bore the responsibility of instructing the newly inducted hunters of the association. Wei Bojian cast one last glance at him, pressing the crucifix deeper into his chest, coldly whispering in his ear, "You would do well to behave until my return." Yu Bojian departed, and Chen opened his eyes. The cross was diminishing the curse bestowed by the true ancestor, and the hue of Chen's crimson eyes gradually lightened. Yet, the resentment within him thickened. With a body battered and bruised, Chen struggled to crawl forward, his trembling fingertips grasping the rose he held dear. In that fleeting moment of contact, a solitary tear escaped his eye. He laboriously raised his hand, entwining the delicate lace flower upon the back of his hand, his voice hoarse and pained. "Father, mother, it's all right. I will kill him." Chapter 80. The Little Rose of the Blood Clan Hunter System 112. Woe is me. How could the malevolent master bully my host in such a manner? Yet, it is rather exhilarating. The binding, indeed, is of Yu Bojian's own making, narrowing the path unnecessarily with this very strap. It seems impossible to even consider forgiving him now. Chen, actually, it's still System 112. Would you care for a slice of cake? Chocolate hazelnut millefeuille. Chen frowned, kissing the petals on the back of his hand, tears cascading down one by one. You have no idea of the suffering I have endured. Yu Bojian had left, but could not resist the urge to glance back. Though the cross held immense power, he was still apprehensive that Chen might find a way to escape. Should he succeed, the entire vampire empire would rally to protect him, complicating any attempts to recapture him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Bojian lightly leaped onto the terrace of the second floor of the old building, then nimbly climbed to the window of the third floor. Peering inside, his heart skipped a beat. Was he crying? Once a proud and frigid vampire, he now lay dejected on the floor, gingerly tying the lace ribbon back onto the back of his hand. The moment the ribbon returned to him, it blossomed into a resplendent rose. Its petals unfurled softly to either side, as if offering solace to the young man in its own tender way. In the next moment, the shattered youth lowered his gaze, his delicate lips kissing the rose, tears streaming down his cheeks. He appeared profoundly sorrowful. Yu Bojian's hand gripped the window ledge, suppressing the impulse to enter and embrace him. Was this not precisely what he wished to witness? This was the very demon who had slain his parents and imprisoned him for 15 years, harboring disdain for him throughout that time. Yet, why did witnessing his tears invoke such a pang of heartache? Suddenly, an uncanny thought emerged in Yu Bojian's mind. Had he not seen this scene before? For some inexplicable reason, it felt as though this moment had played out many times over in his memory. Ding! Yu Bojian strategy value. 10. Current strategy value. 30. As the metallic chime resonated, System 112, munching on seeds, inadvertently bit his hand. Ouch! How could he? Chen, a beauty's tears, one can't help but be mesmerized. It's natural for a bit of strategy value to drop. System 112. Why do I feel a hint of belief in that? Terrifying. Chen, alas, to maintain my facade, I cannot reveal the truth to the goose. I must unveil it piece by piece. Yu Bojian had been brought back by Mu Yunxian when he was very young. At that time, with the passing of his parents, Mu Yunxing found himself enveloped in despair, with only the flames of hatred sustaining his existence. Though he could not avenge himself upon his enemies, it seemed illogical to bring back the child of his adversaries. System 112. Are you suggesting that Mu Yunxing brought him back, not merely to save him, but to salvage his own soul? Yunxing, indeed. When I first brought Wei Bojian back, Mu Yunxing often curled up on the ground in tears. The origins of that rose were steeped in the taboos of the Rose Castle, a relic that no servant dared to touch. Just moments ago, Yunxing perfectly replicated the actions described in the background information. Naturally, the memories sealed deep within Wei Bojian would stir. System 112. Astonishing. Yunxing, to put it plainly, Mu Yunxing lives because Wei Bojian still breathes. Yunxing, as long as Wei Bojian exists, Mu Yunxing's hatred remains unquenched, thus he cannot succumb to death. However, now chuckles. System 112. The little host's cold laughter is rather intimidating. It must be an illusion. Yunxing, all right, darling, his strategy points should remain unchanged for now. I have some plans to set in motion. System 112. What do you intend to do? Wei Bojian departed, burdened with thoughts, while Yunxing smiled faintly and cryptically remarked, "Of course, I plan to flee. Do you think you returned to see me out of love?" System 112. You haven't finished your cake. Yunxing, I nearly forgot. You're truly kind. System 112. Yunxing wiped away his tears, gritting his teeth to rise. To gain strength, he had accepted the curse of the true ancestor, a torment unmatched in its severity. Although he could not yet touch the crucifix nor extract it from his chest, he resolved to leave this place. Even if death awaited him outside, it was preferable to remaining here, a helpless witness to that madman's humiliation. Yunxing struggled to stand, only to find his robes torn to shreds by Wei Bojian. He understood that this was deliberate. Upon turning, he spotted a black hunting attire belonging to Wei Bojian hanging on the bathroom wall. "Look, your clothes are in tatters. Want to escape? You can either go out naked or wear my hunting attire. You despise me as lowly, don't you? Then I will make you don my clothes, forcing you to remember this humiliation at every moment." Trembling with rage, Yunxing bit his lip and ultimately took up the hunting attire. His eyes brimmed with loathing as he donned the garment piece by piece. Leaning against the wall for support, he felt the weight of humiliation pressing upon his heart. In the next instant, blood gushed forth from his chest in torrents. It was no longer the dark crimson of a vampire, but rather a bright red akin to that of a human, staining Wei Bojian's black hunting attire with splotches of blood. "Yunxing, do you find it beautiful? A gift for the goose's children's day." System 112. Starting the heart's torment from a young age. Chapter 81. The Little Rose of the Blood Clan Hunter 09. The icy season on the Rossiter continent is fast approaching. Each year, as the seasons shift, terrifying gales and storms sweep across this land. As Chen Chen stepped out from the residential area of the Hunter Association, his slender and exquisite neck gracefully adorned with a black hunting attire that accentuated his lean waist, his strikingly beautiful face, smeared with an otherworldly blood, undeniably drew the gaze of many. Yet, he merely lowered his eyes and trudged forward. Each step he took was a struggle, as if he were traversing upon the cold edges of a blade, his body aching to the point of dissolution into mere vapor. Yin Chen mused, I seem to be in the wrong role. I'm a vampire, not a mermaid. His every movement was fraught with difficulty, akin to walking through the flames of hell, his body on the verge of transforming into a crimson lotus. System 112 remarked, "Well, enjoy yourself." As Yun Chen walked, he engaged in a discourse with System 112 regarding the fundamental qualities of an actor. The system listened to his musings, stating that as long as he refrained from singing, he could say whatever he wished. Yun Chen replied, "This is rather cumbersome. I shall distill the art of acting into a rap. Hey, at 18, I'm making a mark. Half a golden, award-winning actor." System 112 interjected, "Please don't." Thus, Yun Chen gradually made his way into a dense thicket. As night fell, the increasingly frigid winds made him shiver, and when the wild gales howled past, he struggled to maintain his footing. seeking refuge against a tree to fend off the biting cold. Step by step, he advanced, the prolonged absence of sustenance causing his mind to grow hazy. He should have collapsed long ago were it not for the curse of the true ancestor. Without having endured such immense suffering to temper his will, Chen Chen would not have managed to drag his battered body out of the Hunter Association into this wilderness and towards his Rose Manor. Uncertain of how much time had passed, just as Chen Chen felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness, he glimpsed a small wooden cabin. It was a dilapidated structure, but it could at least provide some shelter from the raging winds. System 112 warned, "The Master God has discovered your escape and is tracking you by scent." Chen Chen queried, "Scent? What scent?" System 112 replied, "He has left a scent on your hunting attire, and he is now following closely behind you." Chen Chen exclaimed, "Wow, he truly is quite the hound. I even deliberately walked slowly, waiting for you to find me, fearing you might lose track. It turns out you've already marked your territory. I underestimated you." System 112 responded, "Indeed. What shall we do now? How can we escape?" Chen Chen reassured, "It's all right. I never intended to truly flee." System 112 inquired, "Then why the elaborate effort?" Chen Chen explained, "Of course, I must collaborate with him in this performance. Wei Bojian is currently intent on making me experience his suffering. The more I endure, the more his darkness diminishes." Wei Bojian had once been expelled from the manor by Mu Yunshin. At that time, Wei Bojian was merely a youth, possessing the bloodline of a hunter. Mu Yunshin's uncle could not bear to witness his nephew suffer from the affliction of bloodlust, yet the nephew stubbornly refused to select a human as his blood servant. Thus, Count Mu Han exerted pressure, insisting that Mu Yunshin enter into a contract with Wei Bojian. The Count proclaimed that since he was the son of an enemy, and given that Mu Yunshin was unwilling to harm humans, he might as well use him as a blood servant. That fateful night, Mu Yunshin once again defied his uncle's wishes and was cast out into the night by his furious relative, drenched as he returned to his castle. At that moment, Wei Bojian emerged from beneath the bed, deliberately exposing his neck. Given Mu Yunshin's grave illness, this act undoubtedly provoked his ire, prompting him to deliver a fierce kick and resolutely decide to send Wei Bojian away. Concerned for Wei Bojian's safety in the outside world, Mu Yunshin knocked him unconscious and discarded him near the Hunter-S Association. However, Wei Bojian soon regained consciousness and stubbornly sought to return to the Rose Manor. Helplessly trudging through the biting cold wind for 3 days, Mu Yunshin mused, "He wishes for me to endure the same arduous journey, only to appear before me at the brink of hope and drag me back." System 112 responded, "Ah, I see. Wait a moment, drag back? What a splendid choice of words." Mu Yunshin replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, his plan is rather clever, yet I have no desire to grant him the satisfaction. What should I do?" System 112 exclaimed, "Yes, that's precisely it. Such an unexpected display of twisted affection. How exhilarating." Chapter 82. The Little Rose of the Bloodline Hunter. Upon returning home, Wei Bojian discovered Mu Yunshin was missing. He rushed into the bathroom, only to find that the clothes he had hung on the wall were gone, garments he had meticulously prepared to humiliate him. Not only for humiliation, he had left behind a scent to track him. A vampire with a heart pierced by a cross could not move swiftly. "I want you to flee, to tread the path I once took. I shall linger behind, savoring your suffering and your fleeting hopes, only to emerge when you are on the brink of hope, dragging you back into darkness, irretrievably lost." A cold smile curled upon Wei Bojian's lips, and the heart within his chest surged with the thrill of vengeance. Without a moment's pause, he followed the unique scent marked by the hunters. By dusk, he caught sight of that lean, dark figure. This year, the wind seemed fiercer than ever, and the youth appeared exceedingly frail, his body resembling a withered leaf, swaying as if it might detach from its branch at any moment. Several times, Wei Bojian feared Mu Yunshin would collapse, yet he stubbornly leaned against a tree to rest before continuing onward. Logically, the cross should have limited his abilities, but he was a powerful vampire. He should not be moving so slowly. Could he truly be ill? Wei Bojian furrowed his brow, drawing closer, at times standing directly behind Mu Yunshin without any cover, even making sounds, yet Mu Yunshin remained utterly oblivious. A vampire should not be so lethargic. Perhaps he truly was unwell. Just as this thought crossed Wei Bojian's mind, he saw the youth reach out to push open the door of a cabin. In that instant, as the door swung open, The youth seemed to have reached his limit, losing consciousness and collapsing forward with a dull thud. He fell too swiftly to struggle, lying motionless. As Wei Bojian's heart tightened, he could no longer contain himself and rushed over to assist Yun Chen, only to find a young man's face ashen, devoid of any color, and his body astonishingly hot. He was indeed gravely ill. Wei Bojian gently patted Yun Chen's face, yet received no response. Reluctantly, he lifted the unconscious figure and laid him on the dusty bed of the wooden cabin. Even such a movement failed to rouse Yun Chen, and Wei Bojian felt the palpable frailty of the vampire. Had he not once been in a similar plight? Buffeted by the howling winds, he had stumbled into this very cabin, seeking refuge, hands clasped over his ears as he endured a night of thunderous terror. Now, this vampire was experiencing the same excruciating agony, perhaps even more intensely than he had. Wei Bojian should have felt joy, yet his emotions were entangled in complexity. Ding! Wei Bojian's darkening value increased by 5, current darkening value 65, Yun Chen. My father is on the brink of death. How could you only reduce my darkening value by 5 points? System 112. What did you just say? You sound like you're sending a telegram. Yun Chen. Nothing. I was merely praising the goose for its kindness in reducing my darkening value. What a significant reduction it is. System 112. Yun Chen. Little system. Set the iron pot over the fire. Tonight, I shall stew myself right here. System 112. System 112 found the little host to be rather childish, yet understood Yun Chen's intent well enough, providing a fire stick to warm him up. After all, a vampire is not human. Surely it could withstand a little extra warmth? As long as it did not reach the boiling point. Wei Bojian waited for a while, but instead of witnessing the vampire awaken, he observed Yun Chen's feverish body convulsing weakly, slumped on the bed, barely clinging to life. Wei Bojian frowned and called out, Mu Yun Chen, wake up. Yet, there was no reply. The young man's forehead was slick with sweat, his body intermittently twitching, eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed in distress. Wei Bojian propped him up against himself, his gaze clouded with confusion. Was he truly dying? If he perished, so be it. After all, he was the enemy responsible for his parents' demise. Why should he feel concern? Wait, was he actually worried about him? A flicker of terror crossed Wei Bojian's eyes as he instinctively leaped back, as though this half-alive vampire were a fearsome beast. Hastily retreating several steps away from him, Yun Chen, once held in his embrace, fell heavily to the ground. His head struck the floor, emitting a soft whimper from his chest. Subsequently, his body slid lifelessly from the bed, motionless. He was truly on the brink of death. Wei Bojian's pupils contracted, his brow furrowed tightly, his heart twisting in anguish. No, you cannot die. You have only endured a single day. You have yet to taste even a fraction of my suffering. Yes, I want you alive, not because I desire your existence, but to continue tormenting you, to witness your fury and helplessness. For only in this way can my own pain be alleviated. Upon reaching this moment, Wei Bojian finally overcame his internal struggle, the worry in his eyes surging forth. He hurriedly approached and gently lifted him, placing him upon the bed. The room was devoid of anything. There existed but a singular method to save the vampire. However, Yun Chen implored, My dear, cease my breathing for a moment. System 112 responded affirmatively. Wei Bojian hesitated briefly, only to feel the already faint breath of the other cease entirely, his chest no longer rising and falling. Wei Bojian leaned into check beneath his nose. A sharp pain pierced his heart as he cried out, Mu Yun Chen. A thunderclap resounded above. In that instant, Wei Bojian had no time for contemplation. He swiftly drew a dagger and slashed his own wrist. Crimson blood gushed forth, yet he did not even furrow his brow, frantically cradling Yun Chen. He positioned him in the crook of his arm, his hand deftly grasping Yun Chen's chin to pry open his mouth, allowing his own blood to flow down his throat. Yet the young man remained with his eyes tightly shut, as if his throat were sealed. The blood filled his mouth and trickled out the corners. Wei Bojian's eyes reddened, and he bent down, pressing his lips against Yun Chen's, urging the blood into his throat. Mu Yun Chen, swallow it, swallow it. Ding! Wei Bojian's darkening value increased by 5. Current darkening value 60. Chapter 83. The little rose of the blood hunter Yun Chen was gravely ill, drifting in and out of consciousness. His nostrils filled with the sweet, metallic scent of blood. Before him lay a pitch-black mist. It was uncertain how many times he had awoken when he heard the thunderous roar. The thunder raged, as if wishing to rend the heavens asunder, each explosive sound resonating throughout this land. Though Chen Chen felt exceedingly weak, his body possessed an unusual comfort, soft and languorous, as though receiving a long-awaited satisfaction. He felt as if he were floating, lying upon a soft cloud. Chen Chen turned his head, bewildered, glancing around. Where was this? Was it a dream? With a rumble, he sensed movement beside him. He turned his head to peer down from the bed, vaguely discerning Wei Bojian's curled form, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Indeed, it was a dream. Otherwise, how could Wei Bojian be sleeping at the foot of his bed? Thunder struck again. The boy must be frightened once more. Chen Chen recalled that fateful day when his parents were slain by werewolves. It had been a similarly stormy day. He understood Wei Bojian's fear, yet he had never extended a hand to comfort the child, nor offered a single word of solace. This filled Chen Chen with profound guilt, rendering him unable to face the innocent youth. He was reluctant to acknowledge the boy's innocence. But what connection did the sins of his parents have with a mere 3-year-old child? Fortunately, he was now in a dream. He could atone for his past mistakes within this realm, and in doing so, compensate himself. Chen Chen slowly descended from the bed, encircling Wei Bojian's body with his arms from behind. Wei Bojian's eyes fluttered open, his body stiffening momentarily. He had indeed harbored a deep fear of thunder in his childhood. Though he had once been timid, 6 years of trials had transformed him. He was no longer the shrinking, fearful boy he once was. Curled up in this spot, he found himself in a state of weakness due to considerable blood loss, compounded by the fact that Chen Chen had been drifting in and out of consciousness. He dared not truly leave. Yet, as he closed his eyes for a brief moment of slumber, he was suddenly enveloped from behind. Instinctively, he assumed Chen Chen intended to harm him. His back tensed, adopting a defensive posture, and a fierce glimmer ignited in his gaze, ready to sever the man's throat if necessary. Unbeknownst to him, this demeanor only conveyed fear to Chen Chen. With a soft sigh, Chen Chen reached out to caress his hair, whispering gently in his ear, "Xiao Jian, do not be afraid. The thunder will soon pass." Wei Bojian's pupils dilated momentarily as a realization struck him, causing his heart to race violently. He had indeed acknowledged his fear of thunder. Wait, what had he just called himself? Xiao Jian. No one knew the tumultuous waves those 2 syllables could stir within him. For 15 years, he had longed to be near this person, and for 6 years, he had nurtured a deep-seated hatred towards him. Love and hate intertwined, forming an immense agony that incessantly eroded his very blood and bones. Had it been 6 years prior, to hear himself called Xiao Jian would have made him willing to die for the man. But now it was too late. Realizing that he could no longer overpower him, that his hatred ran deep, was this why he sought to appease him? To plead for his life in such a laughable manner? Impossible. Mu Yinshen, your fate is to be extinguished by my hand. Wei Bojian coldly curled his lips into a smirk, turning his body to pierce through the facade of this man. However, when he turned, he found that the one embracing him had unknowingly drifted back to sleep. The young man's eyes were tightly shut, his lips slightly parted. The elegantly curved, thin lips were stained with his blood, a vivid crimson that was undeniably tempting. His brows, previously furrowed in discomfort, had now relaxed into tranquility. As Wei Bojian shifted, Chen Chen's hand slipped softly from his body, falling motionless to the ground. The young man's breathing was steady and even, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, all suggesting he was lost in a pleasant dream. So, he had merely held him in a dream? Indeed, such a proud and noble person would rather succumb alone in the wilderness than beg for mercy from him. Even when subjected to humiliation beneath him, he would only bite his lips, gazing at him with eyes filled with hatred, silently weeping once he departed. Such a person, how could he ever seek to please him? Yet, in his dreams, he called him Xiao Jian. You despise me so, yet you would occasionally feel compassion for me in your dreams. Wouldn't you? Wei Bojian paused, a sense of belated grievance surfacing slowly in his eyes as he gently wiped the blood from the young man's lips. "But what of it? You murdered my parents and tortured me for 15 years without cause. I am resolute in my intent to end your life. Perhaps I might show some mercy, allowing your death to be less grotesque." Beep. Wei Bojian strategy value 10. Current strategy value 40. Chapter 84. The little rose of the Blood Clan hunter. When Yun Chen awoke, the dawn had already broken. He propped himself up and surveyed the desolate little room, confusion evident in his light crimson eyes. The only memory that lingered was of a tumultuous night, when he had struggled to push open the door of this very dwelling, after which all was shrouded in darkness. Furthermore, he had experienced a remarkably vivid dream, in which a child lay curled up beneath his bed, trembling at the sound of thunder. In that dream, he had done what he had long yearned to do, but had never had the courage to attempt. He held the child closely, gently soothing him, assuring him that there was nothing to fear. The dream felt extraordinarily real, and a flicker of tenderness crossed Yun Chen's gaze. Yet, as he lowered his head and caught sight of the rose tattoo adorning his hand, that tenderness was abruptly snuffed out, replaced by a surge of profound hatred. "How dare you use my rose to commit such an act? I shall personally see to your demise. I will." Yun Chen gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently as blood seeped from his wound once more. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to rise, maintaining an air of indifference as he exited the wooden cabin. "I must return to the castle swiftly. Count Muhan will surely know how to extract this cursed cross." "Yun Chen, my dear, has our little hunting dog caught up with us?" System 112. That name is quite apt. System 112. He has gone back to pray and should return this afternoon, just as he did yesterday. Yun Chen. Yet truly his blood is exquisite. I long to feign death and drain him completely. System 112. Do you wish to reflect on what you just said? Yun Chen. How embarrassing. Yun Chen entrusted System 112 with his body, traversing through the thicket and into the depths of a mountain. Meanwhile, he sat in the system space, munching on seeds alongside System 112. Yun Chen. This world is quite challenging. I cannot afford to break character. Wouldn't Wei Bojian detest me for this? Crunch, crunch, crunch. System 112. Indeed, the task bestowed by the heavens is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps we should switch to another world? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Heavenly path. Could you refrain from snacking while speaking of such matters? Yun Chen. My dear little system, I cannot proceed towards Rose Castle any longer. I fear Muhan will truly find me. Please assist me. System 112. What assistance do you require? Yun Chen. I peruse the World S records, and the werewolf responsible for the deaths of Wei Bojian's parents resides between the Hunter S Association and Rose Castle. I shall pretend to be lost, and you will guide me to him. System 112. Let me check. Indeed, the werewolf, named Banks, lives not far from here. However, he is formidable. What if he takes action against you? Yun Chen. That won't happen. If he seeks faith points, then he must trust me. System 112. Understood. Wei Bojian has misconstrued Yun Chen's actions as the cause of his parents' demise. Thus, his corruption value cannot drop below the passing threshold. What Yun Chen had previously done was merely to elevate that value to 60. Now, the truth must be unveiled. However, given the constraints of his persona, he cannot directly explain the situation to Wei Bojian. It seems he must rely on the true perpetrator to clarify the facts. Yun Chen. Use my faith points to procure a cleansing agent to temporarily mask my scent. System 112. Hey, no need to waste faith points. Just use a vacuum bag to wrap yourself up. Yun Chen. Understood. I see you are quite the frugal little assistant. Is it possible that you're a Pichio? System 112 set a course for Yun Chen, and after finishing their sunflower seeds, they arrived at the modest cottage of the werewolf Banks. Night had fallen, and a fierce wind howled. Lost, Yun Chen sought a place to rest until dawn, when he could resume his search for the Rose Manor. Fortunately, this mountain was not desolate. Ahead lay a small bamboo hut overrun with vegetation. Initially believing it to be abandoned, Yun Chen began to part the thorns, preparing to enter the fenced yard when suddenly a shadow darted past, knocking him to the ground. Yun Chen fell, his back hitting the earth, and he turned his head to cough. As he coughed, a mist escaped his lips, and when he turned back, He found himself staring into a pair of green vertical pupils. The man before him was strikingly handsome, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His powerful physique resembling a moving mountain. This was the werewolf Banks. At that moment, Banks grasped Chen Chen's neck with a fierce intent, coldly uttering, "Damn vampire?" Chen Chen struggled briefly, attempting to break free from his grasp, the moonlight illuminating his pale face. The green vertical pupils flickered, and the pressure on his neck suddenly eased. Could it be him? Chen Chen. Indeed, he remembers me. Darling, quickly check his basic strategy value. System 112. I need to consult the main system. Just a moment. System 112. 30. Bank strategy value is not 0. Chapter 85. The Little Rose of the Blood Hunter 13. The main system had set permissions, and one could only view a character's strategy value upon encountering them in the world, as these values could be exchanged for goods. If the strategy values of all characters were to be redeemed, the entire dimension would face collapse. System 112. How did you know his strategy value wasn't 0? Chen Chen. Honestly, I believe that in this world, not only is his value not 0, but everyone who has beheld my beauty must also drop some strategy value. System 112. Don't say that. You might be onto something. The 40 strategy points from Bojian were likely accumulated long ago, but later repressed by hatred. Thus, when a little host diminished his 40 points of dark value, the strategy value increased by 40. System 112. So you are safe. Chen Chen. Not necessarily, darling. Let us not forget, Banks is a cunning werewolf. System 112. What shall we do then? This optimized S-class world is destined to hinder the little host's freedom. If this world were to be completed smoothly, he would have amassed enough faith points to be freed. Chen Chen. Do you remember that song? System 112. Please, don't be so profound. It frightens me. System 112. Which song? Chen Chen. At 18, I've already made my mark, akin to a half-golden, award-winning actor. I'm about to perform a scene, taming this werewolf brother. System 112. Halt. Chen Chen, feeling aggrieved, fell silent, his long eyelashes casting a shadow over his lightly flushed crimson eyes. Banks felt his heart race for a moment before completely loosening his grip. He helped Chen Chen to his feet, a warm smile blossoming on his face. It turns out you are a noble vampire. My apologies. I mistook you for one of those insatiable hunters. Chen Chen, you were just coldly calling me a damn vampire moments ago. Such a cunning big wolf dog. Banks lost. Are we? Come in. Let me pour you a drink to warm you up. Banks led Chen Chen into his humble abode, retrieving a bottle of vodka from the cupboard. He poured a glass for Chen Chen and thoughtfully added a few drops of water. Then, tilting his head back, he downed the remaining pure vodka in the bottle. Hey, why aren't you drinking? Chen Chen, thank you, but I'm not thirsty. Banks set the empty bottle down, showing no signs of inebriation, and unabashedly scrutinized Chen Chen from side to side. He recalled vividly that over 20 years ago, he had slain a pair of poachers. This vampire seemed to be seeking revenge as well, but had arrived too late, taking away the bloody child left behind by the poachers. He remembered distinctly because that vampire was as beautiful as a celestial being, and the image of him bending down to cradle the blood-soaked child was breathtaking beyond measure. More than 2 decades later, as this figure reappeared before him, Banks felt his heart race once more. Beep. Banks attraction value. 10. Current attraction value. 40. However, it appeared that the young man did not recognize him. Yet, given his abilities, he should not have been so easily subdued. Banks, are you injured? Chen Chen regarded him warily. It was merely a minor wound. Yet, from the breath with which he spoke, Banks surmised it was not a trivial injury. A glimmer of greed flickered in Banks' eyes, momentarily vanishing as he skillfully masked his tone, addressing Chen Chen politely. Werewolves and vampires have been at odds for centuries, but I have resided in these mountains without harboring any animosity towards vampires. You may stay here for the night, in my usual guest quarters, and descend at dawn. The wind outside is quite fierce, and venturing down at night is perilous. With a blink, Banks, his slit pupils appearing sincere, added, "This mountain only has my solitary dwelling, and we werewolves treat our guests remarkably well." As he spoke, he covertly kicked a leg bone beneath the cupboard. Chapter 86. The little rose of the Blood Clan hunter Chen Chen pretended not to notice, relaxing his furrowed brow and nodding slightly. Banks then retrieved another bottle of vodka, cheerfully proclaiming, "Come, my guest, let us share a drink." System 112. There is no poison in this, but it has been laced with a bit of Banks' blood. Chen Chen, why add blood? System 112. Werewolves can cast enchanting spells on those who consume their blood. He has ulterior motives towards you. Indeed, a treacherous and cunning werewolf. Understanding the sensitivity of vampires to blood, he diluted it significantly before adding it. Moreover, Chen Chen's curse is gradually weakening, and his sense of smell is no longer as acute. Chen Chen, wow, is it so stimulating? System 112, I knew it. Chen Chen, it's fine. Our little wolf cub desires various things, but the little hunting dog will not permit it. When the time comes, do remove my sack, dear. System 112, all right. Chen Chen lifted his glass, inhaled its aroma, and took a small sip. Indeed, it was wine, devoid of any other substance. He relaxed slightly and took a hearty gulp. The oppressive sensation in his chest alleviated somewhat by the potent liquor. Banks observed him drink, his gaze betraying an insatiable hunger, glimmering greedily as he fixated on Chen Chen. Ding, bank strategy value. 20, current strategy value. 60, system 112. The main deity is locked onto your location and is on his way. Chen Chen, excellent. A little skirmish to warm up the main deity. Chen Chen, darling, when Banks activates his skill later, please help me neutralize it, using his strategy value. System 112. Understood. Deducting 10 strategy points, leaving Banks with 50. Banks, it's late. Come with me. I'll take you to the guest cabin. Chen Chen nodded, his eyes betraying no intoxication as he rose to follow him inside. After taking a few steps, the large man leading the way suddenly turned around, scratching his head with a sheepish chuckle. I forgot. I haven't tidied up yet. This is his home. Chen Chen had no intention of prying into his privacy and calmly replied, I'll wait for you outside. However, Banks' green eyes bore into Chen Chen's, his tone elongated and softened. Why not come in, and we can tidy up together? Chen Chen wanted to refuse, yet inexplicably blurted out, all right. Banks then draped his arm over Chen Chen's shoulder, guiding the slightly unsteady Chen Chen into the room. His arm was as thick as a tree trunk, wrapping around Chen Chen's waist, and with one hand, he lifted him effortlessly onto the bed. Banks knelt beside the bed, his green eyes unable to hide their greed, fixating on Chen Chen as he cast a spell of seduction, his voice low and enticing. Touch me. Chen Chen paused for a moment, then turned his head and reached out, his gaze unfocused as he traced his fingers over Banks' muscular chest. Chen Chen, wow, it's so big, it moves. System 112. So this is why you wanted me to help you stay sober, right? What an innocent country boy. System 112. Weibo Jian is about to arrive. Chen Chen, wait, why the rush? I just touched it, and I haven't even felt his abs yet. System 112. Stay alert. The main deity is already at the window. Chen Chen. All right, activate my pain inhibition. Daddy is going to teach this naughty goose a lesson. System 112. Teach him a lesson. But why activate your pain inhibition? Chen Chen. Grant me a favor. For today, you're the most beautiful. Banks gazed at the delicate, fair hand before him, then at the soft lace entwined around his own wrist, his heart racing ever faster. Darling, exert some strength. Chen Chen, stained with the blood of a werewolf and grievously injured, found himself utterly unable to resist the allure, his hand wandering to caress Banks' sculpted abdomen. Chen Chen hiss. System 112. Don't make such sounds. Banks grasped his chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Say you love me. Enchanted by those emerald eyes. Chen Chen slowly yet resolutely replied, I love you. Ding, Banks affection value 10, current affection value 60, system 112. Wei Bojian has seen it all. Chen Chen, a little chaotic scene, please excuse me. Chapter 87. The Little Rose of the Blood Hunter. Banks, unable to restrain himself, leaned down to kiss those beautiful eyes. Yet, just as he was nearing the young man's lips, a sudden buzz echoed in his mind, and a chilling sensation coursed from his jaw to his neck, where a long gash was inflicted by silver. Wei Bojian had searched for Chen Chen all afternoon. He even dared to venture to the Rose Castle in his pursuit. But the elusive figure of Chen Chen remained hidden. His scent vanished without a trace. This area was often prowled by werewolves and beasts. Perhaps Chen Chen had been taken away, dragged to a distant place beyond his ability to track, or submerged beneath water. The thought drove Wei Bojian to the brink of madness. It was not until the moon rose that he finally caught a whiff of his marked scent again. He sprinted up the mountain, but what he witnessed was not the severely injured and fading Chen Chen. Instead, he found him feigning allure, tilting his head back to expose his throat, proclaiming his love to the brawny, simple-minded werewolf. Those 3 words struck Wei Bojian's heart like daggers. A wave of sanguine fury surging within him. Was he not supposed to return to the Rose Castle to seek assistance from Wuhan? How had he ended up here? Entangled with this werewolf? Or had they been entwined long before? The young hunter was enveloped in a cloud of rage, his eyes glowing a deeper crimson than any vampire's. In a fit of fury, the elite blood hunter overpowered Banks, rendering him defenseless. Banks had no choice but to flee, abandoning the dwelling. The moment Banks departed, his charm dissipated, and Chen Chen quickly regained his clarity. He beheld Wei Bojian, dagger in hand, embodying a vengeful deity, emanating an aura of chilling bloodlust, nearly bringing Banks to his demise on multiple occasions. Chen Chen stared in astonishment. When had the boy, curled beneath his bed, become so formidable, so powerful that none could challenge him? Chen Chen, a vampire born of humanity, understood the heavy toll of gaining strength. He had embraced this path himself, and this boy, as if bound by fate, had followed in his footsteps. Chen Chen's thin lips pressed tightly together, a wave of helplessness rising within him. He could have accepted the curse for the sake of his parents' vengeance, bearing the immense suffering they endured. When the time comes to seek vengeance for oneself, why does one feel utterly powerless, devoid of the courage to start anew? Perhaps it is the burden I owe you. On that fateful rainy night, I failed to avenge my enemies, selfishly dragging you away to keep the flames of hatred alive within me. This is my transgression, and now I must bear the bitter consequences. Chen Chen closed his eyes, his fingers gingerly grasping the delicate rose, his fingertips curling slightly. Wei Bojian had driven away the werewolf, his crimson eyes aflame with rage. He roughly yanked Chen Chen from the bed, the force almost snapping his wrist. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent of werewolf blood, his body trembling with fury. You drank his blood. Chen Chen lifted his head, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Of course. Why wouldn't he? Wei Bojian was left dizzy with anger at the sight of his smile. Veins throbbed on his forehead as his irate voice reverberated in Chen Chen's ears. Am I so despicable that you would rather drink that monster's blood than mine? Ding. Wei Bojian's darkening value increased by 10, current value. 70, system 112. Ah, the darkening value is rising. Chen Chen, it's all right, little system, I knew it would increase again. So I had you prepare to block my pain in advance. System 112. Yes, I will protect you. Chen Chen's gaze fell upon Wei Bojian's hand gripping his wrist, and the hatred and disgust in his eyes became palpable as he coldly uttered, "Get away." This familiar look of revulsion had haunted Wei Bojian for 15 years, driving him to madness. He seized a dagger and carved a deep wound into his own arm, forcing Chen Chen to look up by pulling his hair. Realization dawned on Chen Chen, his pupils constricting fiercely as he clenched his jaw. Yet, he could not resist the wrath of Wei Bojian. Wei Bojian pried his mouth open and poured his own blood down Chen Chen's throat. The blood choked him, and he coughed violently. The taste of his enemy's son's blood stirred waves of nausea within his stomach, compelling him to double over in an attempt to expel it. Wei Bojian held his chin firmly, ensuring he swallowed every drop before releasing him. Mockery gleamed in his eyes, his chilling voice sending shivers down Chen Chen's spine. Mu Chen Chen, what does it feel like to drink my tainted blood? Anger or disgust? Huh, I see you must be enjoying it. Due to the physiological nature of vampires, consuming blood brought an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Chen Chen, in humiliation, bit down on his lip. This could not continue. When would he finally muster the courage to end his own life? Why was he still hesitating? With a self-deprecating smile, seizing the moment of regained strength from having just consumed Wei Bojian's blood, His fingers twisted the rose into fragments. As the petals fell from his grasp, Chen Chen's heart shattered into pieces. Yet, he would rather endure heartbreak than allow Wei Bojian to defile the beauty of that rose. Wei Bojian felt a sharp pang in his heart at this unexpected sight, but his anger remained undiminished. He grasped Chen Chen's hair, shouting, "Is it exhilarating? Look up." Chen Chen's throat was exposed as he was yanked. Yet this time, he regarded his assailant with the same sardonic gaze and chuckled softly. "I should have killed you long ago." "What did you say?" Chen Chen replied, "When I murdered your parents, I should have taken your life as well." Upon uttering these words, he noticed Wei Bojian's eyes darkening inch by inch, unleashing a tempest of fury. He understood that the person before him was the very enemy responsible for his parents' demise. Yet, when the confession slipped from his lips, Wei Bojian's anguish felt palpable, as if a dagger had plunged deep into his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Notification: Wei Bojian's darkening value increases by 10, current value. 80. Wei Bojian trembled, seizing Chen Chen's throat tightly. "Say that again." Chen Chen raised his voice, articulating each word deliberately. "Wei Bojian, when I killed your parents, I should have also killed you." Wei Bojian's fingers clenched fiercely. He watched as the vampire before him slowly tilted his head back and closed his eyes, resembling a swan resigned to its fate. The tragic and desperate beauty of impending death stirring something within Wei Bojian's heart. He released his grip. The young man fainted, collapsing softly into Wei Bojian's arms. Regaining some composure, Wei Bojian observed the scattered rose petals on the ground and suddenly grasped the situation. "You wish to provoke me, to lead me to slay you?" "Mu Chen Chen, I was too lenient before, foolishly considering sparing you a complete corpse. Now, I regret that decision. I shall ensure you comprehend the essence of true despair before your final breath." Notification: Wei Bojian's darkening value increases by 10. Current value: 90. Chapter 88. The little rose of the bloodline hunter. After Chen Chen lost consciousness, Wei Bojian effortlessly hoisted him over his shoulder, the weight pressing against the crucifix. As Wei Bojian moved, the object stirred within Chen Chen's chest, causing the unconscious youth to furrow his brow, cold sweat trickling down as he endured the excruciating pain. However, due to the proximity of Wei Bojian's shoulder to his heart, he could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Unable to retreat to the system space, Chen Chen swayed back and forth on his shoulder. Fortunately, the pain was muted by System 112, otherwise Chen Chen would have been utterly incapacitated. "Chen Chen, look, I'm swinging." System 112. The main deity's darkening value has skyrocketed, and he seems to be enjoying himself. "Ah, youth is truly splendid." "Chen Chen, I can't hold it in, I'm going to vomit, ugh." System 112, don't vomit here. Quickly, aim for your hunter's back. Moments later, the swaying sensation ceased as Wei Bojian carelessly tossed him onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, Chen Chen felt himself being lifted again, once more draped over the man's shoulder. "Chen Chen, darling, I can't see anything right now. Where are we?" System 112. He has brought you back to the Hunter Association, into a church. System 112. He went inside to fetch something, a hammer and nails. He intends to. System 112. Oh no, he plans to crucify you. Chen Chen, how thrilling. The beauty ploy has failed. It seems I must resort to the strategy of self-inflicted suffering. System 112. So you were employing the beauty tactic all along? Chen Chen, am I not beautiful? Chen Chen, you see he is forcing me. Just adjust the pain sensitivity to 95%, leaving 5% for a sense of pain, allowing my father to cooperate with this unreasonable scoundrel in a performance. System 112. The deities of the S-class world are all ruthless upon arrival. They thrust a cross into the little host's heart, and now they seek to nail him alive. How infuriating! Let him act. Let him perish. Chen Chen, perhaps just 30%. I feel somewhat cowardly. 20% would suffice as well. System 112. How about we set it directly to 1%? Chen Chen, wonderful. Unconscious for an indeterminate duration, Chen Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain piercing his palm. He let out a muffled groan, slowly opening his eyes, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Chen Chen lay feebly against Wei Bojian's shoulder, surrounded by an overwhelming stench of blood. One of his hands was seized by Wei Bojian and cruelly nailed to a towering cross in the center of the church. The iron nail pierced through his pale palm, driving deep into the wooden post as crimson blood flowed down his wrist. Not the dark red blood of a vampire, but a vivid red akin to that of a human. Yet, Wei Bojian did not spare a glance at Chen Chen. Without hesitation, he seized his other hand, his sinister visage devoid of any compassion. His thin lips formed a sharp line as he forcefully struck the iron nail with a hammer. With a sickening sound, the nail bypassed the bone and pierced through Chen Chen's palm, embedding itself into the wood. Chen Chen's legs buckled beneath him, the pain causing him to falter. However, his palm remained affixed to the iron nail, and as his body began to plummet, the nail's grip on his hand intensified, delivering excruciating agony. Chen Chen screamed in torment, his body convulsing violently, blood surging from his chest. This ordeal was beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Wei Bojian was unaware that Chen Chen was not a pure vampire, but a product cursed after birth. The wooden cross, laced with silver, plunged into his heart, sealing away most of the true ancestor's curse. Such punishment was unbearable even for the nearly immortal vampire, and Chen Chen, at this moment, could almost be regarded as human. Awakened? The mocking voice rang out, yet Chen Chen did not lift his face to glare at him in hatred. Is it painful? Wei Bojian observed the veins bulging on his forehead and the beads of cold sweat accumulating, his brow furrowing slightly. But this time, Wei Bojian would not relent. He knew vampires were not so easily vanquished, and thus a cold smile crept onto his lips. Stop feigning. You didn't react this way when I drove the cross into your chest. Back then, Chen Chen was still a vampire. However, now, the curse had diminished significantly, and humans are far more fragile than vampires. The intense pain made Chen Chen tremble uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the vengeance he sought, having previously endured the agony of the Blood Clan's curse, he might have truly fainted from the pain. System 112. Are you all right? This looks terribly painful. Chen Chen, really? Let me see. System 112 projected an image for Chen Chen. In the scene, a handsome youth clad in a black hunting outfit stood with arms outstretched. His complexion was ashen, with rivulets of blood slowly coursing down his porcelain-like skin on his hands and neck, winding gracefully. The young man gasped in agony, the redness in his eyes gradually fading into a translucent shade akin to obsidian. Yet, that vitality seemed to be ebbing away, fragile as if he could perish at any moment. Chen Chen, hiss, I look so beautiful. System 112, hiss indeed. Chen Chen, hey, don't say that, it frightens me. Chapter 89. The little rose of the blood hunter enduring the wave of pain. Chen Chen tilted his head back, gasping for breath, cold sweat and blood staining his robe, clinging to him uncomfortably. Wei Bojian glanced at him coldly, sneering. Enough, vampires are not so delicate. With great difficulty, Chen Chen raised his gaze, weakly uttering, kill me. Wei Bojian, kill you? I could easily do so, but if I did, how would you ever comprehend the torment I have endured? Wei Bojian grasped his neck, intentionally pressing down on Chen Chen's arm, causing fresh blood to seep from his palm once more. Observing Chen Chen's expression of anguish, Wei Bojian chuckled coldly. Is that painful? Let me tell you, this place is a small chapel. Every morning, newly inducted blood hunters come here to pray. At these words, Chen Chen was taken aback. His body began to tremble violently, his eyes filled with shame, rage, and humiliation. Wei Bojian seized his chin, scoffing. If they see a vampire nailed here, what do you think they will do? Or what kind of gaze do you think they will cast upon you? Unable to contain himself, Chen Chen thrashed violently, emitting a low growl akin to that of a trapped beast. Wei Bojian, let me down. Afraid? Wei Bojian's lips curled into a smile. So you too fear being scrutinized with disdain? You too dread being regarded as an outcast? Why, then, did you treat me as you did? Oh, I see. Because you are the son of a noble vampire duke, always accustomed to others catering to you. How could you possibly understand what it is to be met with cold stares? Do you know what I have endured over the past 6 years in my quest for vengeance? Do you have any idea how I transformed from obscurity to a high-ranking hunter, suffering countless torments along the way? Wei Bojian sneered. Those born with everything can never comprehend. As these words fell, Yun Chen's chest heaved violently, as if his soul were being lofted high. How can I not understand? It was your parents who destroyed my home. And now, you come to obliterate me, to annihilate me. Yun Chen felt as though the world around him spun wildly. His soul cleaved in agony. He longed to grasp Wei Bojian's neck and strangle him, his arms thrust forward, the stakes shaking violently. Seeing Yun Chen's sudden stillness, Wei Bojian's pupils dilated. Before he could react, he caught the young man, just as he began to lose consciousness, his eyes rolling back, his body going limp, teetering on the brink of collapse. With his hands pinned to the stake, a fall would rend his palms apart. Wei Bojian's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly supported him. Vampires possess formidable regenerative abilities, capable of healing puncture wounds in their palms. However, should their limbs be entirely severed, the restoration may prove to be a daunting task. Such a striking vampire, he would not mind indulging in him a few more times. If there were any imperfections, it would certainly detract from his allure. Indeed, his concern lies not in the ruin of his hand, but rather in the potential loss of beauty. Notification: Wei Bojian's strategy value is 10, current strategy value is 50. At this moment, Yun Chen had succumbed to pain, his head drooping to rest against Wei Bojian's shoulder. He was utterly drained of strength, unable to maintain his stance. After a brief contemplation, Wei Bojian lifted the enormous cross along with Yun Chen and relocated them to a position against the wall. He angled the cross so that Yun Chen could recline upon it without slipping off, while still allowing the praying hunters to clearly see his face. Subsequently, Wei Bojian adjusted Yun Chen's head to a more favorable position, admiring his handiwork. I was once an anomaly among vampires, and you, by the time the sun rises tomorrow, shall also become an anomaly among blood hunters. Are you prepared to savor the gift I have bestowed upon you, esteemed vampire lord? Wei Bojian mockingly patted his face, curling his lips in a cold smirk as he departed, awaiting the dawn's ultimate judgment. Chapter 90. The Little Rose of the Blood Clan Hunter as Dawn Broke. Novice hunters gradually entered the church to offer their prayers. They beheld a figure lying on the tilted cross, drenched in blood and barely breathing. "Who is that?" they exclaimed. Of course, it is a vampire. Only the most wicked of vampires would be nailed to a cross. Look at his chest. That is Wei Ge's cross. It is Mu Yunchun, the nemesis who killed Wei Gu's parents. Kill him. Slay him. In an instant, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted. Awakened by the clamor, Yunchun opened his eyes. He had lost a significant amount of blood, feeling dizzy and engulfed in darkness. Yet he could distinctly hear the voices cursing him. Suddenly, someone struck him with a silver cross, hitting his forehead. It broke the skin, but only a trickle of blood escaped. Perhaps he had little blood left to bleed. In quick succession, another individual leaped onto the platform and frivolously touched Yun Chen's face. His skin is surprisingly supple. It had been said that Mu Yunchen was exceptionally handsome. And indeed, he possessed striking features. Another person reached to caress his lips, prompting Yun Chen to turn his head, furrowing his brows as he weakly retorted, "Get lost. Insulting me? Even at death's door, you remain defiant. You should have considered this day when you murdered Wei Ge's parents." As the words fell, a chilling glare erupted from Yun Chen's eyes, directed at him. To Wei Bojian, the gaze appeared feeble and devoid of menace. Yet to these young hunters, it was a brazen provocation. A youth clad in black hunting attire approached, gripping Yun Chen's neck with malice. "You are the one who killed Wei Ge's parents, aren't you?" Yun Chen replied. "Is the little hunting dog watching?" System 112. Indeed. Yun Chen fixed his gaze upon the youth. "I did not slay them, but you know not the depths of my desire to do so with my own hands. They are poachers. They are the most despicable breed of hunters." Suddenly, Yun Chen grinned. "Indeed, I was the one who killed them." At that moment, blood covered the entire room. On the bed, the walls, the cabinets, the chandelier. The youth raised his hand and struck Yun Chen's face, forcing it aside. "Shut up, you demon!" With that slap, others realized this vampire truly lacked the ability to retaliate. Thus, they all rushed over, beating him, striking him, hurling insults at him. Suddenly, someone knocked down the cross and began to undress him. Such beauty wasted in death. Why not let us savor the flavor before you perish? Chen Chen recognized their intentions, a surge of panic flickering in his eyes, and he angrily shouted, "Let go! How dare you!" In an instant, someone blindfolded him. Ding! The strategy value of Wei Bo Jian is 10, current strategy value 60. The metallic sound rang out, and Chen Chen began to understand the situation. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he began to struggle dramatically. Yet, no matter how he fought, it was futile. The violent tearing came with sharp pain. Chen Chen's body convulsed, pain radiating from his hands, chest, and every inch of him. Before him was an impenetrable darkness, and in his ears the derisive laughter of the young hunters echoed, each laugh like a blade piercing his skin, dragging him irrevocably into the abyss. After an indeterminate time, the pain faded. Chen Chen still found his vision obscured by cloth. Someone supported his neck and fed him sweet, warm blood. Gradually, he became more aware, tears streaming down his cheeks. Despair surged forth as he curled up, desperately trying to wipe away the filth. Yet, his hands were pinned down. Any movement elicited a weak, broken sound from his throat. The last time he had fallen into the abyss of despair, he had relied on the young Wei Bo Jian to struggle through. This time, however, it was Wei Bo Jian who had personally pushed him over the edge. System 112. Do not cry, I have returned. System 112. It was Wei Bo Jian just now, no one else. He appeared at the last moment to prevent others from touching you, and then cover the platform. Chen Chen, I know. As soon as the metallic sound of the strategy value rose, Chen Chen realized he was envious. With 60 points of strategy value, Wei Bo Jian could not truly allow anyone else to touch him. System 112. Then you, Chen Chen. I know, but Chen Chen does not. I don't care. I don't care. I'm already beneath the wheels, and I cannot be soothed any longer. Thus, Wei Bo Jian continued this for 3 consecutive mornings. Each time dawn broke, Chen Chen would be insulted and tormented. He screamed and struggled, but it was all in vain. At the end, that person would pour blood into his throat, sustaining his life. Chen Chen, thoroughly tormented and engulfed in despair, ultimately resigned himself, no longer even struggling. If the blindfold were to be lifted, one would see a void of lifelessness in his eyes, akin to a marionette with severed strings, broken and devoid of vitality. Chen Chen, enough. System 112. It seems the little host is planning something. He is about to call me dear. Hiss. Chen Chen, dear little system. Please check on Banks and convey my message to him. System 112. No problem. Chen Chen. Phew, it's about time for me to take the lead in this game. Chapter 91. The little rose of the blood hunter. On that day, Banks engaged in a skirmish with Wei Bo Jian on the mountain, sustaining a cut on his jaw. It was not that Banks was incapable of defeating the hunter. Rather, he had employed a particularly challenging skill against the vampire. If he had fought earnestly, the hunter would undoubtedly have been at a disadvantage. After his escape, the icy season enveloped the Rost continent completely. A thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the rivers. He seized a handful of snow to cleanse his wound, his mind persistently replaying the weapon of that hunter. It seemed somewhat familiar. 2 silver daggers, identical in design and pattern, did not appear to belong to one individual, but rather to two. 2 individuals. Banks's vertical pupils froze momentarily, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth agape. That vampire had allowed that wretched child to grow up. Did he comprehend the implications of his actions? On that day, in a mountain cabin, the vampire had sustained severe injuries, presumably inflicted by that little wretch in a quest for vengeance. Banks's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an unseen force. Thus, the reason the vampire had fled to his cabin, injured, was due to being pursued by that little wretch. Yet, instead of aiding him, he had harbored intentions of. Guilt instantaneously seized Banks's heart. Years ago, in a bid to avoid conflict with the Hunter Association, he had unjustly tarnished that vampire's reputation. Little did he know it would lead to such dire consequences. Ding, Bank strategy value. 10, current strategy value. 70. Banks could no longer attend to his wound. In a flash, he dashed towards the church district where the Hunter Association resided. He lay in wait for a full 3 days before finally uncovering a flaw in the guard's watch, seizing the opportunity to slip into the hunter's church under the cover of moonlight. System 112. Banks has found you. Chen Chen, great. Chen Chen reclined on the slanted grand cross, a black cloth covering his eyes. He lay motionless, as though he had already departed from life, his head drooping limply to one side. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, and someone nudged his shoulder. Wake up, wake up. Though merely 3 days had passed, Chen Chen felt as though 3 interminable years had elapsed. He sensed someone touching him and assumed it was Wei Bojian come to humiliate him once more, yet his weakened body could only respond with an instinctive flinch. However, this single motion sent waves of pain throughout him, the scent of blood rising and infiltrating Banks's nostrils. Banks's hand hovered in the air, his green vertical pupils brimming with sorrowful emotions. He could not fathom that his past whims had wrought such devastation upon this vampire. That night, not only did he fail to rescue him, but he had nearly inflicted harm upon him instead. I am sorry. I had no idea it would lead to this. I will rescue you. Do not be afraid. Beep. Bank strategy value. 10. Current strategy value. 80. Banks first laid the cross flat on the ground, then knelt with one knee, bowing his body down. He dared not directly extract the iron nails from Chen Chen's palm. Instead, he cautiously pulled the base of the nail from the wooden post. Chen Chen winced in pain, yet due to his extreme weakness, there were no signs of awakening. After removing one, Banks knelt down and stretched over Chen Chen's head to extract another nail. Chen Chen, this angle. First, help me take off the blindfold, brother. System 112. Isn't that just pectoral muscles? I can have those too. He might have 8, but I can conjure up 16. Humph. Once both hands were freed, Banks unfastened Chen Chen's blindfold. He vigorously slapped his face. Wake up. Are you still alive? Can you hear me? Banks was both anxious and worried. Thus his strength was considerable. While pain could be suppressed, the dizziness from the shaking was beyond the realm of pain. Initially, Chen Chen intended to feign unconsciousness a bit longer until Wei Bojian arrived, but the forceful slaps made him feel nauseous, prompting him to pretend as though he had just awakened from a faint, slowly opening his eyes. Chen Chen, quick, help me wake Wei Bojian. I'm so scared. I might be taken to the wolf's den as a little bride. System 112. Somehow, I feel you're not scared at all. You even seem a bit excited. Though System 112 offered its playful critique, it proceeded to act. Generally, summoning the main deity is a challenging task that requires a considerable amount of strategy value. However, having traversed numerous worlds, System 112 was adept at conserving both time and strategy points. It swiftly exchanged its meager 0.01 faith value for a large stone, hurling it against Wei Bojian's window. Then, it utilized another 0.01 faith value to create a toy wolf's claw, leaving a long trail of footprints in the pristine snow. With a loud thud, the wind and snow shattered the window, rousing Wei Bojian from the darkness. He stood up, intending to close the window, but his vigilant gaze caught sight of the tracks in the snow. A werewolf. This is bad. The werewolf has entered. Wei Bojian's heart sank heavily. He pressed down on the window's edge and leaped down, following the footprints all the way to the church. Chapter 92. The little rose of the Blood Clan Hunter 20 Banks supported Chen Chen's neck, displaying a look of joy. You're still alive. That's wonderful. I'll take you outside. He had feared he had caused the young man's demise. Chen Chen breathed heavily, infused with the scent of blood, and weakly questioned, Why? Why did you save me? We merely met once in the fence cabin. Why would you take the risk to venture into the hunter's territory for my sake? Banks discerned his confusion and pointed to his own face. Take a good look at me. More than 20 years ago, do you remember who I was? The werewolf who preceded you? Chen Chen looked up in bewilderment. After a few moments of silence, the confusion in his eyes dissipated, yet his expression remained emotionless. So it was you? System 112. Wei Bojian has arrived, right at the window's edge. He heard your conversation, but did not enter. Chen Chen, all right. Chen Chen was aware of his arrival, which is precisely why he spoke so deliberately. Wei Bojian must have been immensely curious about his relationship with Banks. Wei Bojian also understood that if he were to inquire about this matter with Chen Chen, he would undoubtedly elicit not a single truthful word. Indeed, Chen Chen's nonchalant remark, "So it was you," successfully left the irritable Wei Bojian engulfed in confusion. He was even willing to freeze in the snow, clinging to the window to eavesdrop, all in pursuit of clarity regarding their connection. Upon the high altar of the church, Banks aimed to remove the nail embedded in Chen Chen's palm. However, as soon as he made a move, he saw Chen Chen nearly fainting from the pain, compelling him to gently place Chen Chen's hand back on the ground. Banks stated, "I heard that those two wretches once auctioned the heads of high-ranking vampires in the underground black market. They were your kin, weren't they?" Chen Chen remained silent. Yet Banks discerned the answer from the tremors of his body. Banks exclaimed, "I was right. You sought vengeance against those two wretches, didn't you?" His excitement was palpable. Had Chen Chen not appeared so fragile and on the brink of death, Banks would have vigorously shaken his shoulders. Why? Why did you not eliminate that little wretch? But instead let him go. Chen Chen continued to remain silent, though his dark eyes seemed unfocused, as if ensnared in a reverie. Banks gazed at him, his vertical pupils flickering with a horrifying realization, trembling as he uttered, "It was I who first took action against those two wretches. You were unable to slay your enemies, so you sought retribution through that little wretch. Yet, in the end, you refrained from striking him down and chose to raise him. Am I correct? Am I not?" Banks's voice rose in volume as Chen Chen turned his face away, the ensuing silence deafening. Shaking uncontrollably, Banks exclaimed, "That is the child of your enemies. How could you possibly raise him?" But soon, clarity dawned upon Banks. Although the blood coursing through the poacher's child was of lowly origin, he was still an innocent child, far too young, barely past the age of babbling. Yet, weren't vampires the most cunning and selfish of species? Of course. Before becoming a vampire, he was human. Banks rubbed his face vigorously, filled with remorse, saying, "I am truly sorry. I should not have cast such filth upon you, causing you so much harm. You must be torn and in anguish, having saved and raised the child of your enemy, only to be grievously wounded by that ingrate. Fear not, I shall rescue you." Outside, Wei Bojian was utterly rigid, resembling a statue frozen within the snow. What did this mean? What were they discussing? Was it not Mu Chen who had killed his own parents? How had he become the son of his enemies? The deceitful werewolves indeed spun such absurd lies. "Do not touch him," Wei Bojian shouted, witnessing the werewolf's robust arm make contact with Chen Chen's body, attempting to pull him into an embrace, his mind momentarily blank. He charged forth, forcefully colliding with Banks, sending him sprawling. Upon recognizing who it was, Banks' gaze darkened, and he immediately retaliated, the two engaging in a tumultuous scuffle. The moon hung in the sky as Banks loomed larger than life. Wei Bojian felt a surge of unease. In a moment of vulnerability, he was clawed by the werewolf, leaving 3 long streaks of crimson on his shoulder. Banks looked disdainfully at the grown-up wretch before him, exclaiming, "Do you even know who you are hurting? Had he not taken you away all those years ago, you would have perished beneath my claws." Wei Bojian's eyes burned with rage. "You lie." Banks, cornered by Wei Bojian, scoffed nonchalantly. "It seems he told you nothing at all. Your parents were poachers who slaughtered his kin to sell on the black market. By the time he came for vengeance, I had already dispatched those wretches, leaving only you, a mere bastard." Wei Bojian felt a searing heat course through his veins. Desperately shaking his head, impossible. Yet, with Banks' words, fragments of hazy childhood memories began to crystallize. "Why such agitation? Have you fallen for him?" Banks sneered, delivering a fatal blow to Wei Bojian's fragile psyche. "You should have seen the beauty of him lifting you from the bloodied ground." Ding! Wei Bojian's darkening value 80. Current darkening value 10. Wei Bojian roared, "Shut up." After taking a punch that left his cheek sunken, the two resumed their brawl. Chapter 93. The Little Rose of the Blood Clan Hunter Chen Chen. This fight might last until dawn. Do we have any sunflower seeds left? System 112. Plenty. Here you go. Chen Chen. Honestly, I still think Wei Bojian's physique is more aesthetically pleasing, with a more even and fluid line. Just look at his legs, his back, his waist and hips. System 112. Please use language the system can comprehend. Thank you. Yin Chen. Ah, the goose finally remembers who the culprit is. My dear father's quite pleased. Crunch, slurp, this tea is delightful. System 112. Is Banks on the verge of being killed? Should we lend a hand? His faith points are substantial. It would be a waste if he were to perish. Even if we cannot complete the quest, Banks' points can be exchanged for many things. Killing him would truly be a squander. Yin Chen. No need to worry. My wolf brother is quite capable and will manage on his own. Banks had approached to save the vampire. However, after exchanging blows with Wei Bojian, he sensed the latter's heart was stirred by the vampire's presence. This wretch had fallen for the vampire. Now that the truth was revealed, he likely would not harm the vampire again. Confirming that the young vampire was safe, Banks refrained from risking his life against this formidable opponent. Indeed, before long, Banks began to retreat while engaging in combat. System 112. How does he deduce everything? I'm a system. The sunflower seeds in System 112's hand suddenly lost their appeal. Yin Chen, come on, if you're not eating, just give them to me. System 112, go away. Who says I'm not eating? At that moment, Wei Bojian's eyes were blood red, feeling as though his very soul was being torn apart. The boiling blood within him coursing chaotically, driving him towards madness. His eyes bled with fury as he saw Banks leap from the window, and in a sudden surge, he pursued. That was his enemy. As soon as one foot stepped onto the window ledge, a muffled grunt echoed from the platform behind him. The sound was feeble, yet it struck Wei Bojian like an arrow to the heart, rendering him motionless. He whirled around, and the sight before him pierced his eyes with profound agony. Yin Chen lay on the ground, his hands impaled by iron nails. His head tilted to one side, his eyes possessed an abyssal stillness, while the dried blood clung to his jaw, neck, and all exposed skin. Wei Bojian's heart momentarily ceased, only to be followed by waves of excruciating pain that intensified with each passing moment. He staggered forward, collapsing to his knees with a thud, and cautiously cradled Yin Chen's upper body in his arms. As Yin Chen was lifted, his half-open eyes closed completely, a minuscule yet significant gesture that caused Wei Bojian's heart to stop for an instant. A chilling wave swept through him. He called out to Yin Chen, but received no reply. In a frenzied desperation, he bit into his wrist, hoping to send every drop of his blood down Yin Chen's throat. However, Yin Chen was incapable of consuming such a torrent of blood. The excess choked him, causing him to cough violently, his frail form resembling a withering leaf on the verge of falling. Tears streamed down Wei Bojian's face as he gently stroked Yin Chen's back, whispering reassurances, I won't force you. Do not be afraid. When Yin Chen coughed, his body tensed involuntarily, and after the fit subsided, he suddenly went limp in Wei Bojian's embrace. Trembling with anxiety, Wei Bojian held him securely, his voice hoarse. What he said, is it all true? You did not kill my parents. Yin Chen lowered his gaze, summoning all his strength to produce a chilling smile. I did. Wei Bojian shook his head, pain evident in the depths of his pupils. You lie. I remember. He recalled the blood that gushed forth when his parents' hearts were torn from their bodies. The monstrous figure of a werewolf advancing step by step towards his younger self. In the final moments of that memory, he was lifted by warm hands, his eyes gently covered. He also remembered every night spent in the castle, when that savior-like youth curled upon the ground, his thin back trembling and weeping in sorrow and despair. It was the rainy season on the Ross continent. Amidst the thunderous roars, little Wei Bojian witnessed Yin Chen faint from crying, collapsing on the ground as if lifeless, instilling a deep-seated fear within his very soul. Thus, he realized, it was not the thunder that frightened him. It was your tears. Ding, Wei Bojian strategy value, 30. Current strategy value, 90, Chapter 94. The little rose of the blood hunter Wei Bojian found it increasingly difficult to quell the surging sorrow within him. He delicately wiped the blood from the corner of Yin Chen's lips and gently lifted the now weightless figure. Outside, the heavy snow fell in flurries, and Wei Bojian's back arched like a bow, tightly protecting Yin Chen in his embrace. Yet Yin Chen remained stiff and shivering from the cold. Yin Chen's body stiffened, and the scabbed wounds on his palms and chest reopened, blood seeping forth. Vivid crimson droplets fell onto the pure white snow, resembling blooming red plums, strikingly beautiful in their eerie splendor. Feeling the cold tremors of Yun Chen, Wei Bojian wished to hasten his pace, yet quickening his steps only exacerbated Yun Chen's discomfort. Within his chest, his heart was being tugged back and forth, and his throat was filled with a metallic sweetness. At last, Wei Bojian managed to bring him back to his residence. He gently laid him on the carpet, then hurried to close the windows and ignited the fireplace, long neglected. After a brief absence, he returned with a doctor carrying a medical kit. Wei Bojian's abode lacked a bed. Yun Chen lay on the carpet, covered by a thick cashmere blanket, maintaining the position he had assumed when he departed, his eyes tightly shut and utterly still, the heavy scent of blood pervading the nearly sealed room. With a heart full of trepidation, Wei Bojian approached, kneeling beside him and softly calling out to Yun Chen. He noticed Yun Chen's eyelashes fluttering slightly, indicating he had not yet succumbed to slumber, merely reluctant to open his eyes. In that moment, it felt as though an invisible hand had grasped Wei Bojian's heart, squeezing it painfully. He clutched at his clothing, and the 3 wounds inflicted by Banks tore open anew. Yet his thoughts and gaze remained solely on Yun Chen. Oblivious to the pain of his reopened wounds, he sorrowfully confessed, "I am sorry. It is my fault that you have become this way." 20 years prior, his parents had caused him to lose loved ones. 2 decades later, he was the one who had subjected this divine and noble being to humiliation and suffering. The greatest anguish lay in the realization, after committing those unforgivable acts, that he had come to understand his own heart. He had fallen in love with him, not merely out of guilt, nor solely from the indulgence of this period, but through this corporeal existence. He glimpsed a pure and enchanting soul. Wei Bojian reached out, wishing to touch Yun Chen's face. However, as his fingertips brushed against Yun Chen's skin, he recoiled in fear, wincing in pain, his brow furrowing deeply as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Wei Bojian hastily withdrew his hand, shaking his head fervently. "I will not touch you. I shall never touch you again." His voice softened instinctively, "But you are injured now. If this continues, your hand will be rendered useless. Allow the doctor to help you remove the nails, shall we?" Upon receiving permission, the doctor promptly approached with his medical kit. He meticulously examined Yun Chen's wounds and informed Wei Bojian, "The flesh around the wound has begun to decay, with numerous adhesions. Removing them will be extremely painful, and he appears quite weak. He may not withstand it." Wei Bojian stared blankly at Yun Chen, and upon hearing this, his heart twisted painfully. The flesh had indeed decayed. Vampires are not so easily slain, yet they too can feel pain. Just look at what he had done to him. Yun Chen quipped, Oh, vampires aren't so easily killed. Look at your father now. How much does he resemble his former self?" System 112 lamented. "Woe is me." Yun Chen retorted, "What is the matter? Have you run out of seeds?" System 112 replied, "Woe is me. The curse has vanished. You are now human." System 112 continued, "This is too tragic. Torment him. Make him suffer. Let him see death. Let him witness it now." Yun Chen admonished, "Calm down, little system." Wei Bojian turned back, the snow on his shoulders accentuating the anguish in his eyes, rendering him a pitiable sight. His voice was steeped in sorrow, almost pleading. "Could you spare him the pain?" The doctor, a newcomer to this place, noticed that Yun Chen was also clad in a dark hunting outfit, leading him to believe they were either close friends or perhaps brothers. The doctor nodded eagerly, stating, "He can chew on some anesthetic leaves to alleviate most of his pain. Such leaves are rare, but I have a few. I shall fetch them." The doctor's residence was nearby, and he swiftly returned with several fuzzy leaves in hand. Upon entering, he found the desolate young man in black still kneeling on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the frail figure. Wei Bojian observed the fine beads of sweat forming on Yun Chen's forehead and could not help but raise his hand. Yet in the next moment, his hand lingered in the air before silently retracting, the regret in his eyes thick and palpable. The doctor felt a surge of urgency in his heart. "Quickly, let him consume it. I will tend to the wounds on his hands." Wei Bojian seemed to awaken abruptly from a dream, turning to accept the leaves. He brought them to Yun Chen's lips, his voice choked with emotion. Mu Yun Chen, please eat this. Your hands need the doctor's attention. It will hurt. Yun Chen, eyes closed, remained silent. This silence deepened Weibo Jian's torment inch by inch, and he pleaded, I was wrong. It is all my fault. I understand that you cannot forgive me. Once you recover, I will let you take my life with your own hands. I beseech you, do not punish me with your own body. As his words fell, Yun Chen's eyelashes fluttered, and his thin lips moved slightly. Was he attempting to speak? Weibo Jian wiped away his tears and bent down in surprise to listen, only to hear Yun Chen's weak, hoarse voice disdainfully utter a single word. Leave. Chapter 95. The little Rose of the Blood Clan hunter Weibo Jian stood frozen for a moment, a grim smile suddenly emerging, though his body swayed slightly. He swallowed all bitterness and replied gently, Very well. I will leave. Please do not be upset. Weibo Jian gestured for the doctor to rest, then feigned his own departure. Shortly after, he quietly returned, clutching the leaves and settling into a corner of the room. Half of his handsome profile was shrouded in shadow, utterly still. Even his breathing light and slow, as if he were not present in the room at all. Weibo Jian waited patiently until Yun Chen's eyelashes ceased their trembling and his breathing gradually calmed, before carefully shifting his ankles. He procured a cup, lacerated his arm, allowing his blood to fill the vessel, then crushed the leaves, mixing them with his own lifeblood. Kneeling beside Yun Chen, he tentatively called out, Mu Yun Chen? Yun Chen, once his frail body succumbed to slumber, found it difficult to respond to even the slightest external stimuli. Weibo Jian gently brushed his eyelashes, and upon seeing him remain unresponsive, he cautiously propped up his upper body, pressing the cup against his thin lips, administering his blood infused with the anesthetic leaves. If Yun Chen were still a vampire, he might have instinctively swallowed upon tasting the blood. But now, Yun Chen's curse had vanished entirely, leaving him as a mere mortal. He found himself in a state of stupor, struggling to awaken, yet instinctively repulsed by the taste before him, reaching out to push the cup away. However, his hand felt leaden, as if something were dragging him down, and any movement sent a piercing pain coursing through his body. Weibo Jian could not fathom why he was so reluctant to drink his own blood. If Yun Chen were conscious, perhaps he would refuse, given that he was the offspring of his enemy and a hunter of the vampire lineage, loathed by his kind. Yet now, Yun Chen was devoid of any awareness. Should he not instinctively swallow, as he had done days prior? Weibo Jian sensed something was amiss, but could not discern the cause. His heart tightening with anxiety as he coaxed softly, It's quite palatable, my dear. Just swallow. The acrid scent of blood returned to his mouth, and Yun Chen instinctively attempted to push it away, gasping in pain and promptly coughing. In a flurry, Weibo Jian set down the cup and rubbed his back, watching helplessly as the blood poured into Yun Chen's mouth and was subsequently coughed out. In desperation, he resorted to holding it in his own mouth, gently grasping his chin to guide it inside. A few times, Yun Chen's long eyelashes fluttered as if he might awaken, causing Weibo Jian's heart to race with panic, urging him to flee. After several attempts, perhaps due to the herbs brought by the doctor, Yun Chen's body began to soften. Gradually, the tension in his furrowed brow eased under the influence of the medicine, his features relaxing, lips slightly parted, and his body sliding down against Weibo Jian's chest. Weibo Jian promptly supported Yun Chen's neck, gently laying him down on the ground. He rose to fetch a clean handkerchief, dampening it with warm water to carefully wipe away the dry blood from Yun Chen's face and neck, murmuring, "You will be all right. I can provide you with blood indefinitely. Once I tend to my wounds, I shall remove the cross from your chest, and then you may take my life, if you so wish." Yun Chen replied, all right. System 112 interjected, "However, if he removes it, you will be doomed." Yun Chen queried, "Huh?" System 112 explained, "Once removed, the sealed curse will reactivate. The original body was afflicted by a curse meant for a regular pure-blooded vampire. But remember, you altered it to that of the true ancestor using your faith value. The faith value supersedes all, provided by the heavenly path. Sufficient faith can alter any circumstance. even the very fabric of the task world. Chen Chen acknowledged, "I remember." System 112 cautioned, "Given your current state, the curse of the true ancestor will bring you excruciating pain." Chen Chen responded, "Wow, is that true, little system?" System 112 retorted, "No, why are you so excited? The curse of the true ancestor is exceptionally intricate. Beyond mere physical torment, there is also the anguish of the soul, which cannot be mitigated by pain insensitivity. Are you willing to forsake your life?" Chen Chen whimpered, "Will you protect me, Father?" System 112 remained silent. Chen Chen reassured, "Oh, fret not. I shall be fine. After all, it's not my pain, heh." Chapter 96. The little rose of the bloodline hunter Wei Bojian descended the stairs to summon the doctor. The doctor had not yet retired. After all, the injured young hunter appeared exceedingly frail. The doctor found himself unable to sleep, haunted by the image of the iron nail that had pierced the young man's palm, waiting at home for Wei Bojian to summon him, silently cursing the one who had inflicted harm upon the youth. When Wei Bojian knocked on the door, the doctor hurriedly opened it and returned inside. Kneeling to examine Chen Chen's eyes, he observed that the young man's dark irises were completely unfocused, yet they exhibited a slight involuntary contraction in response to the movements of his hand. The doctor turned to Wei Bojian, who was washing a handkerchief, and inquired, "Is there any left? Feed him some more." "Yes." Wei Bojian quickly approached, supporting Chen Chen as he poured the remaining blood from the cup into his mouth. After administering all the anesthetic leaves, Wei Bojian was struck by how astonishingly limp Chen Chen's body felt. Were it not for the faintest hint of breath, one might assume he had already succumbed to death. His voice trembled slightly. "He won't be in danger, will he?" The doctor shook his head, assuring him that he would be fine, and retrieved supplies from the medical kit to cleanse Chen Chen's wound. The medication dripped onto the rotting injury, and beads of sweat formed on the doctor's forehead as he carefully extracted the iron nail, using a small knife to excise the surrounding necrotic tissue, before applying medicinal powder and a coagulant. Indeed, Chen Chen exhibited no reaction, simply lying with closed eyes in the doctor's embrace. However, Wei Bojian felt a sharp pang of anguish at this sight, his heart convulsing in rhythm with his rising pallor, as if he were the one injured, not Chen Chen. The doctor expressed his sympathy, stating, "His hand is severely injured. The difficulty of suturing is immense. It is likely that it will be rendered useless." Wei Bojian's complexion paled even further, and he shook his head, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "It won't happen. His hand will not be worthless." Vampires possess formidable self-healing abilities. Once he removes the cross, he will recover. Yet, Wei Bojian could not disclose Chen Chen's true identity to the doctors at the Hunter Association. After the doctor finished treating the wound and bandaging it, dawn was approaching. Wei Bojian expressed his gratitude and saw the doctor off, returning with a face marked by exhaustion. The treatment of Chen Chen's left hand had been manageable, but when it came to the right, the frail body in his arms suddenly trembled, furrowing its brow and breaking into a cold sweat. This was Chen Chen testing the limits of Wei Bojian's strategy values. At this moment, Wei Bojian's darkening value remained at 10, while his strategy value was 90. System 112 reported. Data indicates he is exceedingly worried and guilt-ridden, even fantasizing about sharing your pain. Yet there are no signs of a drop in strategy value. Chen Chen responded with a disdainful humph. System 112 commented, "It seems the main deity is in for a calamity. A great calamity." Wei Bojian cradled the back of his head with one hand, gently caressing his back in a comforting manner, managing to endure until the doctor completed the bandaging. After the doctor departed, he knelt on the ground, gazing at Chen Chen's serene face for a long while before carefully placing a kiss upon his forehead. "I will help you remove the cross. Once it is gone, you will gradually regain your vampire powers. At that time, you will seek vengeance against Banks and then return to allow Chen Chen to deal with me personally." Removing the cross would indeed be painful. While the effect of the anesthetic leaf lingered, Wei Bojian gently unfastened Chen Chen's garments, removing them carefully. He used a handkerchief dampened with warm water to cleanse the dried blood crusted on his chest. It was then he noticed that the small cross had nearly embedded itself entirely within Chen Chen's heart. Wei Bojian's hands trembled uncontrollably, and he hesitated several times, contemplating retreat. Yet, He knew that once the anesthesia wore off, the pain would only intensify. This man had saved himself from calamity. But all Wei Bojian could offer in return were wounds that grew progressively more grievous. How could he dare to hope for your love? He could only wish for you to be resolute this time, to plunge the dagger into my heart. Summoning his courage, Wei Bojian's fingers hesitantly grasped the short end of the cross. Chen Chen exclaimed, "Foster father." System 112 responded, "Here, here, I will do my utmost to protect your soul. But you must not allow him to fully extract it. Do you understand?" Chen Chen replied, "I understand." Outside, the sky was darkening on the verge of dawn. Wei Bojian realized he could no longer afford to hesitate, and his fingers tightened slightly. However, just as the cross began to emerge, the man on the ground suddenly tensed. His eyes flying open, Wei Bojian swiftly halted, his heart racing as he cradled Chen Chen in his arms, frantically asking, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Yet the person in his embrace seemed unable to hear his words. The young man's pupils dilated, his body convulsing as if he were enduring immense agony. A singular, tortured sound escaping his throat, while bile trickled from his lips. System 112 had shielded him from most soul attacks. Yet the disorienting sensation of having his soul thrust high and then cleaved downwards left Chen Chen on the brink of unconsciousness. This time, Chen Chen was not fainting. His eyes remained wide open, tears cascading down from the corners. System 112 remarked, "You are responding very strongly to the dizziness." Chen Chen retorted, "Not strongly, ugh." System 112 continued, "You should have informed me sooner. I would have exchanged an antiemetic for you in advance." This particular antiemetic required a full 100 faith points. Nevertheless, System 112, disregarding the cost, took the initiative to procure it for Chen Chen. As System 112's voice faded, Chen Chen felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach. He instantly felt much better, the sensation of weightlessness dissipating, and he revived, deliberately convulsing to display his condition to Wei Bojian. Chen Chen exclaimed, that cost me 100 faith points, you doggo man. I'll make you pay for this." System 112 quipped, "So you're the stingy one, Horatio." This was not merely a matter of pain. Wei Bojian wiped the vomit from the corner of his lips, unsure of how to proceed, and repeatedly assured him that he would no longer touch him. He could not bear to see the unfocused gaze in Chen Chen's eyes, yearning to hold him tightly, to rub his back in comfort. However, as he averted his eyes, unable to meet Chen Chen's gaze, a vision of those unfocused black eyes emerged unbidden in his mind. Wait, black eyes. The continent of Rostert had never known vampires with ebony irises. Wei Bojian's body suddenly froze. A realization dawned upon him. His neck turned stiffly, as if wound up like a toy, creaking audibly, mustering all his courage to meet Chen Chen's gaze once more. He was human. Wei Bojian's spine stiffened sharply, as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. No wonder he had resisted his own blood so vehemently. He was a human transformed into a vampire by a curse. The crucifix did not limit his abilities. Rather, it sealed the curse that resided within him. Thus, his previous actions towards him were not directed at an immortal vampire, but rather at a fragile human, one who could shatter at the slightest touch. Wei Bojian's pupils trembled violently, his blood crystallizing into sharp, icy blades. These blades clamored and howled, clawing their way through his skin from within. Wei Bojian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his back arching in a painful curve, his voice trembling with a sorrowful wail. "You should have killed me. You should have ended my life long ago." Ding! Wei Bojian's corruption value 2, current corruption value 8. Ding! Wei Bojian strategy value 2, current strategy value 92. Chapter 97. The little rose of the bloodline hunter Wei Bojian was acutely aware that his crucifix was designed to combat pure-blood vampires. If used against a human-turned vampire, the removal of the curse would likely result in the human bleeding to death, even if by some chance he survived. Removing the crucifix would mean he would have to endure the bloodline's curse anew in his current weakened state. Such an outcome would be utterly devastating. Wei Bojian dared not approach the crucifix again. He tightly embraced the trembling Chen Chen, draping the cashmere blanket that had fallen to the ground around him. Wei Bojian had only pulled the crucifix out slightly, but inserting it back would yield opposite results. He could offer no assistance, only holding Yun Chen tightly in anguish, waiting for him to endure this resurgence of the bloodline curse. Yun Chen initially suffered from mental dizziness, incessantly vomiting, followed by physical pain. By the time the curse subsided, his body burned with fever, yet he felt as though he had been pulled from water, drenched in sweat. Wei Bojian carefully opened Yun Chen's eyes to inspect them. Those orbs remained black, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of red light. This indicated that Yun Chen had merely experienced an infinitesimal portion of the curse. Yet even so, Yun Chen was already in a wretched state. Had he fully removed the crucifix, Wei Bojian shuddered at the thought. He discarded Yun Chen's soaked clothing aside, then found some fever-reducing tablets to administer to him before cradling him to the bathroom for cleansing. Fortunately, Yun Chen had little strength left after taking the medicine. He became increasingly drowsy and offered no resistance. Otherwise, getting water on his wounds would only prolong the recovery process. After the cleansing, Wei Bojian dried him off and gently carried him back, wrapping him in a soft blanket, his hand brushing against Yun Chen's forehead to check his temperature. It was still burning. He could not consume his blood. He needed sustenance from the human realm to regain strength. Wei Bojian set about preparing a bowl of porridge. He understood that if the young man were awake, a look of disgust would surely cross his face, followed by the violent act of hurling his bowl to the ground and demanding he leave. Fortunately, at that moment, the youth was in a daze, unable to recognize anyone, allowing Wei Bojian to seize the opportunity and gently coax him into drinking. Subsequently, Wei Bojian sat beside him, cautiously tending to his needs. Yet, it seemed Yun Chen was somewhat cold, instinctively curling his body for warmth. It was then that Wei Bojian realized his window was broken, allowing the chilling wind to seep through. In a flurry, he rose and hastily picked up the discarded clothing on the floor, intending to block the draft with it. Yun Chen, ding, your Children's Day gift has arrived. System 112, what gift? Yun Chen, isn't it right here in my hands? Just watch. The goose is about to be moved to tears. At this moment, dawn had broken. The heavy snowfall from the previous night had ceased, and the sun hung high in the sky. It was a rare, sunny day during the harsh winter on the continent of Rost, with light that was both bright and gentle. However, such illumination brought no warmth. The wind remained fierce and frigid. Wei Bojian reached out, intending to use the hunting attire he had removed from Yun Chen to cover the window, when suddenly his vision was assaulted by a glaring patch of blood. The dark fabric was stained, making it difficult to discern the color. Yet, as Wei Bojian held the garment up to the light, the crimson stains became painfully evident. His fingertips trembled, and his spine stiffened. Wei Bojian was unaware of the profound sorrow that gripped him as he smoothed out the fabric. When he lifted it to the sunlight, the blood on the chest area appeared vividly red. After enduring pain, one often overlooks details that are to their detriment. Yet under the sun, darkness cannot hide, and those details emerged with clarity. He recalled deliberately hanging this hunting attire in the bathroom, then shredding Yun Chen's robe, forcing him to don the clothing marked with his scent. He had watched as Yun Chen stumbled through the forest, needing to lean against trees to steady himself, ultimately collapsing at the threshold of the cabin. From that moment onward, Yun Chen had become a fragile human. Had he not? Wei Bojian swayed slightly, gripping the window ledge, and in a daze, felt his very insides twist in anguish. By the time he regained his composure, tears had already streamed down his face. Ding. Wei Bojian's darkening value 1. Current darkening value 7. Ding. Wei Bojian's pursuit value 1. Current pursuit value 93. Chapter 98. The little rose of the blood hunter Wei Bojian changed into another piece of clothing to seal the window and returned to Yun Chen's side, carefully enveloping him in his embrace. He knew that if he did not hold him now, he would never have the chance to draw close again. Wei Bojian pressed his thin lips into a straight line, meticulously tracing Yun Chen's exquisite features with his gaze. Then, with reverence, he tenderly placed a kiss on his brow. However, as this kiss landed, the anguish in Wei Bojian's eyes coalesced once more. He retrieved a clean handkerchief, diligently wiping the area he had kissed, as if he were a heretic unwilling to desecrate his own deity. Yin Chen was unwell, alternating between fever and chills. Although the cashmere blanket was soft, its thickness rendered it stifling, causing him considerable discomfort. Whenever a comfortable warmth approached, Yin Chen instinctively gravitated towards it. Wei Bojian, observing the youth's frail form inch closer, felt his heart soften like melted wax, and a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Yet, that surprise was swiftly overshadowed by anguish. At this moment, the crucifix embedded in Yin Chen's chest could not be removed, no matter the circumstances. Wei Bojian was acutely aware of the fragility of the human heart. If it remained, Yin Chen would inevitably succumb to his weakened state or succumb to infection. This predicament was excruciating. However, Wei Bojian knew that the true sufferer was the young man curled in his embrace. The crucifix that once represented his pride now pierced Wei Bojian's vision with a profound torment. He felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, leaving him breathless and pained in his chest. He choked out, "Please recover quickly, and then kill me, would you?" The room fell into a heavy silence, devoid of response. He wished for nothing more than for Yin Chen to rise, to scold him, to punish him, or even end his life. Yet, all he received in return was silence. The agonizing guilt brewed to its zenith in the stillness, an infinite suffering pressing upon his heart. Yet he found no outlet for his despair. Suddenly, Wei Bojian drew a dagger and, in a fit of desperation, plunged it into the palm of his left hand. His face was etched with cold resolve as he ruthlessly twisted his wrist, tearing through flesh. Blood momentarily pooled before gushing forth as he withdrew the blade. "Because I must care for you, I will first pierce one hand. The other hand and my heart shall await your recovery, so you can personally rend them apart, all right?" After speaking, Wei Bojian gazed down at the gaping wound in his palm, and though pain lingered, a semblance of relief washed over him, even eliciting a subconscious smile. System 112, Yin Chen, you're a psychopath? Yin Chen. In truth, he is inflicting pain upon himself in an attempt to alleviate his own suffering, with less pain. His darkness will be harder to dispel. System 112. What should we do then? Yin Chen. It's simple. I'll visit you to help him regain his strength. Yin Chen, I'm coming. System 112. Wait a moment. As two voices echoed simultaneously, Yin Chen slipped into the system's realm, inadvertently stepping onto a large, furry wolf paw. Yin Chen. So, do you prefer the type like Banks? System 112. Please, let me explain. As Yin Chen articulated, Wei Bojian's inner turmoil found no avenue for release, leading him to mutilate his own palm as a means of solace. Just as he began to find a semblance of relief in the pain of his hand, he suddenly sensed the nearby figure's breath falter. He whirled around to find Yin Chen's lips pale, the color draining from his face, life visibly ebbing away at an alarming rate. Yin Chen, Wei Bojian cried out his name in a frenzy. The brief respite in his heart vanished without a trace, replaced by a renewed sense of dread. He could not let him die. No, he must not perish. In a frantic rush, Wei Bojian bent down to offer his blood to Yin Chen, attempting every conceivable method to save him. Ultimately, he found himself kneeling on the ground, repeatedly calling out Yin Chen's name. Realizing that his blood had marred Yin Chen's face, Wei Bojian hastily tore his clothing, disregarding his wounds, and wrapped his left hand carelessly to mask the overwhelming scent of blood. Once secured, he used his uninjured right hand to gently pat Yin Chen's cheek, feeling an intense heat searing his palm. "Wake up, Yin Chen. I implore you to awaken." Had he passed away? No, he could not succumb so easily. It was utterly unjust. He must survive. Yet, in such depths of despair, what firm belief could sustain him to live on? Suddenly, a thought struck Wei Bojian, and sorrow flickered in his eyes. However, he dared not waste a moment. He leaned closer, adopting a feigned indifferent tone. "Yin Chen, it must be painful to lose your kin." Each word he uttered felt like a blade piercing Yin Chen's heart. Yet, he had to persist. Swallowing down the bitterness in his throat, he coldly continued, "It would be better if you died. Go ahead and perish. If you die, you can no longer seek revenge. nor can you personally eliminate your enemies. As those words fell, Chen Chen's faint, nearly extinguished breaths miraculously began to revive. Wei Bojian hurriedly gave him a few more breaths, rubbing his back repeatedly. Confirming that he was alive once more, Wei Bojian, in a state of disarray, covered his face. What I just said was untrue. I do not wish for you to die. I love you so dearly and have wronged you in so many ways. How could I ever wish for your death? A wounded sob escaped Wei Bojian's throat, filled with unbearable agony. Ding! Wei Bojian's darkening value increased by 1. Current darkening value is 6. Ding! Wei Bojian's strategy value increased by 1. Current strategy value is 94. Chapter 99. The Little Rose of the Blood Tribe Hunter Chen Chen. The goose has finally grown up. Understanding the reason for my survival. System 112. The optimized version of S-grade world guarantees at least 2,000. The baseline has been secured, and there is hope for a full conquest. Little Host, you are magnificent. Little Host is about to be released from prison. Hey, once the Little Host is out, will you leave me? System 112. I will miss you so much. Chen Chen. But still, I prefer sleeping in a bed. My back hurts a bit. System 112. Data shows that since Wei Bojian loved to sleep under your bed as a child, he has grown accustomed to sleeping on the floor. Hence there is no bed in his room. Chen Chen. I know that, but why is this window leaking wind? System 112. Oh, the window. It might have been broken by the wind. Who knows? It certainly wasn't me who smashed it. Chen Chen got it. You did it. No wonder Wei Bojian was summoned without losing a single strategy point. Oh, this wolf claw is used to leave footprints in the snow as a guide. I thought the little system was quite adventurous. How dull. Chen Chen. Sigh. I need to think of a way to return to my grand castle. System 112. Indeed, there isn't even a single person to gain strategy points from here. I've nearly run out of sunflower seeds. What should we do? At that moment, 2 joyful little dogs chimed in unison within the confines of the system space. Let us return for supplies. System 112 responded, but how do we go back? The Rose Manor is the territory of vampires. What reason could possibly compel a hunter to venture into such a perilous place? Chen Chen replied, simple, just watch me. Wei Bojian's household remedies were primarily for personal use. He treated himself rather carelessly, relying on potent medications that aimed to alleviate symptoms while leaving a host of side effects. Such treatments posed a significant risk to Chen Chen's frail constitution. He descended to seek out a physician and procured high-quality antipyretic medicine, which he administered to Chen Chen. Once Chen Chen fell into a deep slumber, Wei Bojian checked his temperature several times before venturing out to gather some ingredients. He prepared a few soft, delicate pancakes. Uncertain of why he chose this dish. Perhaps it was due to their ease of consumption, hoping they would aid Chen Chen in regaining some strength. During the harsh winter months, vegetable supplies were scarce, and after a lengthy search, he finally acquired a small zucchini. However, upon purchasing it, a sudden pang of discomfort gripped his heart, accompanied by ominous premonitions. He hastily tossed money to the vendor, neglecting to collect his change, and rushed home. Upon entering, Wei Bojian immediately made his way to Chen Chen's side. Fortunately, Chen Chen lay quietly asleep, his breathing steady, and all seemed well. Wei Bojian sighed in relief and, despite his own fatigue, proceeded to the kitchen, adding a few more eggs to the mixture, hoping to enhance its nutritional value and expedite Chen Chen's recovery. Once prepared, he brought the bowl over, propping Chen Chen up against the wall, gently offering the food to his lips. You must be hungry. Have a little something, he coaxed tenderly, reminiscent of how he had persuaded him to eat porridge before. However, Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Upon meeting those misty black orbs, Wei Bojian was startled and quickly set the bowl aside, supporting Chen Chen as he leaned against the wall, repeatedly assuring, "You eat on your own. I want to touch you." Yet, Wei Bojian soon realized that although those dark eyes were fixed upon him, they were devoid of focus, resembling a beautiful, lifeless doll displayed in a shop window. As he leaned closer for a better look, he discovered that Chen Chen's pupils were completely unfocused. A wave of sorrow washed over Wei Bojian as he understood that Chen Chen had not truly awakened. Kneeling once more, he lifted the bowl, his voice low yet gentle. Please have a little something, my dear. Yun Chen stared blankly at him, as if seeing no one at all, slowly parting his lips to allow Wei Bojian to feed him. He chewed languidly, but could manage only a few bites. After swallowing a few morsels, his eyelids grew heavy again, as if he might fall back into slumber at any moment. Given his meager intake, Wei Bojian supported his chin, encouraging him to eat a few more bites. After setting the bowl aside, he offered him some water. At that moment, Yun Chun's weary eyelids fluttered open, and his hand slowly rose as if to grasp something. His hands were wrapped in white gauze, faint traces of blood seeping through, a sight both shocking and heartbreaking. Weibo swiftly avoided the wound and grasped his wrist, taking care to ensure he did not come into contact with anything. Gently, she whispered in his ear, "Do not move. Your hand is injured." Yun Chen's eyes were half closed, and in discomfort, he attempted to withdraw his hand, his lips moving as if to utter something. Weibo leaned closer to listen, catching Yun Chen mumbling indistinctly, "Rose, my rose." Rose? Weibo was momentarily taken aback, the image of a delicate pink ribbon emerging in her mind. She recalled how Yun Chen had used it as a weapon, and how she had, in a rather despicable manner, bound his hands and feet with that very ribbon. It seemed he was searching for that item. Could it be of great significance? Regardless of its importance, she resolved to help him find whatever he desired. Where could it have fallen? Was it lost in the church? Suddenly, Weibo froze, recalling Bank's fence cottage. Just days prior, she had found Yun Chen there, forced to make him drink her own tainted blood. Just moments before she intended to take him away for humiliation, Yun Chen had torn the ribbon to shreds, his gaze filled with despair. It was not lost. It had already been reduced to fragments. It must have been something of great importance, and Yun Chen had destroyed it, fearing he would tarnish its essence. Weibo looked at Yun Chen, guilt and anguish etched across her face, choking out, "There is no rose." Yet Yun Chen disregarded her words, pulling his hand back to tear at the bandage wrapped around it. "My rose is hidden away. It is beneath this." Weibo grasped his wrist, fearful he might hurt himself, her tone intentionally firm. "There is no rose. Your hand is injured. Do not move." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze met a pair of tear-filled eyes. Yun Chen's eyelashes trembled, tears cascading down his cheeks, his pitiful appearance shattering Weibo's resolve to scold him further. "You." Yun Chen's voice quivered, obscured by tears. "Who are you? Why am I here? I want to go home. I want to find my rose." Weibo inhaled deeply, enveloping him tightly in her arms. Wiping away his tears, "Do not cry. I will take you home." Chapter 100. The little rose of the Blood Clan hunter outside. The cold was biting, and Weibo was reluctant to take the ailing Yun Chen out. While he slept, she borrowed a carriage from the association and inquired about where to find the anesthetic leaves. One morning, Yun Chen awoke in his slumber to the overwhelming scent of blood, struggling to open his eyes, only to have someone cover them with a hand. System 112. He went to the cliff's edge to find the anesthetic leaves and fell quite severely. He did not want you to see. "Yun Chen, send me a screenshot." System 112. Sure thing. Yun Chen. It's not that he is too injured to show me. He is just ashamed of his face being hurt. Once he recovers, he'll let me see. System 112. Yet again, I have not analyzed the little host. Yun Chen felt someone lifting him. Cool, thin lips brushed against him. A hint of plant-like essence flowing into his throat. Faintly, Yun Chen sensed the identity of the approaching figure, his brow furrowed. "Let me go." Yet soon, his body began to betray him, his voice trailing off into a feeble whisper. Wei Bojian observed him struggle momentarily before his eyelids drooped heavily, his form leaning to one side. He hastily caught him, laying him gently on the ground, ensuring his breathing was steady, before retrieving the thick clothing he had prepared in advance to dress Yun Chen. Wei Bojian cradled Yun Chen into the pre-warmed double-deck carriage, then guided the horse-drawn vehicle towards the vampire's territory. This realm was not one that a hunter like him could traverse freely, especially not with a carriage boldly entering. Wei Bojian carefully lifted Yun Chen from the carriage, checked his breathing once more, then sheltered him in his arms, leaping deftly over the estate's sidewall. This was Yun Chen's residence. Since his disappearance, Count Muhan had been anxiously searching for him, oblivious to this place, resulting in the estate falling into disrepair. Wei Bojian held him tightly, soon arriving at the most exquisite castle within the estate, where he opened a window and climbed inside, gently placing Yun Shun on his grand bed. Kneeling beside the bed, Wei Bojian brushed aside the strands of hair from Yun Shen's forehead, softly calling out, "Yun Shun, I have brought you back. Can you hear me?" Yun Shun lay with his eyes closed, unresponsive, his complexion and lips somewhat pale. It seemed he had not yet reached the moment of awakening. Wei Bojian turned, skillfully igniting the fireplace in the room, then tidied up the surroundings. He remembered he needed to find a rose for Yun Shun, but despite searching the castle multiple times, he couldn't locate a ribbon identical to the one he desired. With no other option, he decided to pick a real rose from the estate instead. Fortunately, the roses bloomed in every season here, returning with the flower. He sat by the bed waiting, but as noon approached, Yun Shun still had not awakened. Wei Bojian grew increasingly anxious, leaning closer to touch his forehead, finding it burning hot. The potent medicine had indeed worked, and he had only dared to bring Yun Shun back to the estate after confirming his fever had broken. Perhaps the bitter cold during the journey had exacerbated his illness. Wei Bojian understood Yun Shen's frail state, yet he had done all he could. What should he do now? Could he merely watch as his life ebbed away, inching towards death? A profound sense of helplessness spread through his chest, constricting his breath. Suddenly, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps outside the door. It was the voice of Count Muhan. Wei Bojian's muscles tensed, silently unleashing an astonishing control over his body as he concealed himself atop the room's chandelier, as delicate and unnoticed as a feather landing softly. Creaking, Count Muhan pushed the door open and entered with a somber expression. That day, he had sent a youth to serve as a blood servant for Yun Shun, believing Yun Shun had accepted him, only to discover upon his return to the castle that the boy lay unconscious on the bed, while Yun Shun had vanished without a trace. He had searched the entire continent, yet found no sign of his nephew. Perhaps his nephew had hidden himself away. Perhaps he should not have pressed him. Count Muhan had come this time to assist his nephew in tidying up the room. However, upon entering and discerning the identity of the figure lying on the bed, he gasped in shock. Yun Shun. Count Muhan swiftly teleported to the bedside. Noticing the pallor of Yun Shen's face, trembling as he reached out to touch his cheek. Yun Shun, where have you been? How could you be so injured? Wake up. Yun Shun, do not frighten your uncle. Count Muhan was still unaware of the unfolding events and reached out to shake Yun Shen's body. When Wei Boang's pupils suddenly constricted, "Do not touch him." Count Muhan looked up, and a staff burst forth from his sleeve, hurtling towards Wei Boang with great speed. Instinctively, Wei Boang evaded, but the chandelier above shattered upon impact, and both turned their gazes towards the defenseless Yun Shun, still in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 101. The little rose of the blood hunter Count Muhan was close enough to act first, swiftly moving his nephew and the bed to a secure location. Wei Boang landed on the ground, anxiously observing Yun Shun. The Count's eyes were cold and sharp, his voice laced with venom. "It is you." Wei Boang stood atop the shattered crystal chandelier, his voice hoarse. "It is I, Count Muhan. What have you returned for?" "Wait, you were the one who abducted Yun Shun." Wei Boang pressed his lips together tightly. Indeed. Count Muhan's staff flew towards him again, and this time, Wei Boang did not evade, being struck and hurled against the wall. The force of Count Muhan's strike was severe, and believing Wei Boang to be fatally injured, he was taken aback when the young man slowly rose from the ground, picking up the Count's staff, wiping the blood from it, and respectfully returning it. Count Muhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Wei Boang bowed his head, resembling a child who had erred gravely, sorrowfully stating, "I am sorry. I harmed him. You may kill me." Count Muhan glared at him. He had already made his move, but he had not anticipated the young man's newfound strength. He had previously warned Yun Shun to eliminate him sooner. Allowing him to live would only result in endless troubles. Yet, his stubborn nephew insisted on protecting him, repeatedly arguing with him. Had he truly killed Wei Boang? Would Yun Shun be angry with him upon waking? Most likely. Count Muhan sighed, lowering his gaze to assess Yun Shen's injuries. How did this happen? Fortunately, Vampires possess remarkable healing abilities. The Count began to unbutton his nephew's clothing to treat his wounds. As he did so, Count Muhan's body suddenly stiffened, and he jerked his head up to find Wei Boang kneeling before him. A buzzing filled Count Muhan's ears as he trembled, flipping Yun Chen's eyelids open. Upon seeing the unfocused black pupils, he shuddered all over. Forgetting his staff, he approached Wei Boang, delivering a punch and gripping his collar. Shouting in fury, "Do you realize what you are doing? He is a vampire, transformed by a curse. Do you wish to kill him? Your parents murdered his. Yet he is determined to save you. I should have let him kill you long ago." Wei Boang, bereft of spirit, was yanked up by him, surrendering all resistance. "It turned out, my parents have taken the life of your dearest kin, and I believe I can comprehend your anguish. For now, the one I cherish deeply has fallen victim to my own hands. Even if Count Muhan refrains from action, he shall never absolve himself of his transgressions." Ding. Weibo Jian's darkening value. 2. Current darkening value. 4. Ding. Weibo Jian's value. 2. Current value. 96. System 112. This is dire. Your uncle intends to kill him. If the main deity perishes, all foundational faith will be lost. Yin Chen, fear not. My uncle intends to rescue me and cannot slay him just yet. System 112. Is there still hope for you? Yin Chen, you clearly haven't paid attention to the world's backdrop. You lazy little system. System 112, sure. Keep it down, keep it down. Count Muhan trembled with rage, nearly succumbing to the impulse to sever his adversary's neck. Suddenly, a muffled groan resonated from behind. Cursing under his breath, Count Muhan cast aside Weibo Jian and returned to the bedside, cautiously observing the individual lying there. Weibo Jian dared not approach, collapsing to the ground, clutching at his own heart in distress. Yun Chen opened his eyes to behold Count Muhan's visage. The familiar surroundings signified his return to the castle. A fleeting moment of astonishment crossed Yun Chen's features. Surely, Weibo Jian would not have brought him back. Given his presence here, it was likely that Weibo Jian had met his demise. Yun Chen understood that his survival amid suffering had been owing to that child. Fate is indeed an inescapable force. Now the child is gone, and so too must he be. Gazing at the anxious Count Muhan, a slight smile graced Yun Chen's lips. "Uncle." Count Muhan tenderly caressed his hair. "Yun Chen, do you suffer greatly?" Yun Chen's hand, wrapped in bandages, could not reach out to comfort Count Muhan. He could only muster the faintest of spirits to reassure. "It's nothing. I am not in pain. I should have departed long ago." Count Muhan fervently shook his head, grasping Yun Chen's wrist, whispering in his ear, "Yun Chen, listen to your uncle. You shall not perish. The only threat to your life is this crucifix. It must be removed." Yun Chen was well aware of this. However, extracting it would require him to endure the curse of the true ancestor anew, a burden he could not withstand. Count Muhan, "No, there's a way, by signing a high-level contract. You can have your blood servant share the burden of the curse's harm." Yun Chen silently regarded him, then smiled faintly. "In truth, I have long wished to depart. Uncle, please let me go." With that, Yun Chen's strength waned, his eyes slowly closing as he succumbed to slumber. Indeed, on this continent, who besides the Yun Chen, once sustained by hatred, could endure the curse of the true ancestor? Should the blood servant perish midway, Yun Chen would face an even more violent backlash, one that could claim his life in an instant. Count Muhan, pained, closed his eyes in despair. In this moment of utter hopelessness, Weibo Jian's voice suddenly echoed forth. His voice trembled, yet one could discern the overwhelming surprise and hope embedded within his tone. "Did you just say that a blood servant can share the burden of his curse?" Chapter 102. The Little Rose of the Blood Hunter. Once humans entered into a high-level contract with vampires, they became the most devoted servants. They would bear all the pain and suffering for their masters, including curses, until their demise. However, he was not a vampire now and could not forge such a contract with you. But he was. Wei Bojian was reluctant to mention the incident where he had withdrawn the cross a small distance. He understood that Yun Chen was still a vampire, yet more fragile than a human. Yun Chen's body could not endure much longer. Count Muhan bent down and lifted Chen Chen, and Wei Bojian immediately followed him to Count Muhan's estate. Deep within the estate, there lay an altar. This was the place for forging high-level contracts. The altar was adorned with intricate inscriptions, and Count Muhan carefully placed Chen Chen down in a certain spot, turning back to Wei Bojian, saying, "I truly wish to flay you alive. But remember, once the contract is complete, I shall withdraw the cross. When the curse descends, no matter how painful it is, you must not lose consciousness. Otherwise, the curse shall befall you. Do you understand?" Wei Bojian nodded at Count Muhan, yet his gaze never strayed from Chen Chen. Just as Count Muhan was about to activate the altar to assist the unconscious Chen Chen in completing the contract ceremony, he suddenly heard Wei Bojian say, "Is there a lace ribbon? Can we find another one like it for him?" Count Muhan frowned. "What ribbon?" Wei Bojian replied, "The one that wraps around the hand, which can be used as a weapon, a pale pink rose." Count Muhan paused for a moment. Then his expression turned to one of anger. "Have you touched his rose?" Wei Bojian took a step back, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest, perhaps fearing he could not bear the truth when it arrived. Wei Bojian lied. I lost it." Count Muhan gritted his teeth, murmuring, "That was his mother's neck ribbon." Chen Chen accepted the curse while holding that ribbon, which is why that rose became a weapon. "Retrieve it, do you hear?" Wei Bojian swayed slightly, nearly collapsing upon the altar. That ribbon was, in fact, a relic of his mother. He had used it to do such things. How heartbroken he must have been when he destroyed it. Ding, Wei Bojian's darkening value is 2. Current darkening value 2. Ding, Wei Bojian's strategy value is 2. Current strategy value 98. At last, Wei Bojian fell to the ground, his gaze fixed on the enormous disc atop the altar, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Chen Chen lay beside him. He reached out, wishing to touch Chen Chen's fingers, but at that moment, Count Muhan activated the altar. Wei Bojian's heart seized painfully, his body curling as he felt the blood within him being drawn out, flowing along the altar's patterns toward Chen Chen's body. After an unknown duration, that blood was rain-fused back into his being. The hunter's bloodline was inherently unappealing to vampires, and with this high-level contract signed, Wei Bojian had effectively lost half of his life. He was enveloped in a chilling cold, his eyes flickering, and upon noticing Chen Chen peacefully slumbering beside him, his brow unfurrowed, free from any torment. Only then did Wei Bojian exhale a breath laced with blood, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If only I could bear this burden for you. I cannot allow you to suffer even the slightest pain. This is all I owe you." As the contract concluded, Count Muhan opened the altar door and carried Chen Chen away. Wei Bojian collapsed upon the altar, hearing the Count's final admonition. "Do not lose consciousness, do you understand?" Wei Bojian felt himself nodding, yet in reality, he was utterly still, his pupils slightly unfocused, struggling to turn his head. He glimpsed through the swirling snowflakes as Count Muhan bore Chen Chen back to the castle. In that fleeting moment when their figures vanished, a sudden rigidity seized Wei Bojian's spine. He watched helplessly as his hands lost control, spreading apart, a sharp pain piercing his palms as if an invisible force had nailed him to a cross. System 112. Despite everything, I am that invisible force. Chen Chen, he. System 112. A photo op, me and my vengeful little host. Then, Wei Bojian's bones shattered under the force of a hammer, splintering into countless fragments. These shards tore through his skin inch by inch, revealing the crimson texture beneath, and the blood that gushed forth transformed him into a mere specter of blood. Such agony was beyond the endurance of an ordinary soul. He remained oblivious to how his hunter bloodline intensified the curse, only aware that Chen Chen endured similar torment, tears mingling uncontrollably with the flowing blood. In the next moment, Wei Bojian's soul was hurled high into the air. The piercing screams sliced through his eardrums like blades. Even Wei Bojian could not withstand such a mental assault. Blood continuously trickled from his throat as he let out a wretched cry. Accepting the curse could lead one to faint, and indeed, losing consciousness might be seen as a respite. Yet at that moment, if he succumbed, Chen Chen would bear the pain. No, absolutely not. Wei Bojian strained to keep his eyes open, his fractured voice calling out Chen Chen's name, resolutely enduring everything with an astonishing clarity of mind. Chapter 103. The Little Rose of the Blood Hunter. After signing the contract with Chen Chen, Count Muhan carried him into a warm and comfortable room, unhesitatingly removing the crucifix from his chest. Chen Chen merely frowned slightly, offering no further reaction as he continued to sleep soundly. Count Muhan then let out a sigh of relief, tending to his nephew's wounds and staunching the flow of blood. The young boy who had nearly become Chen Chen's blood servant stood nearby. Count Muhan addressed the boy. Lin Xian, do you remember what I told you? From now on, you will take care of him, and you must embody the role of his blood servant well. Lin Xian nodded eagerly yes. At that moment, Chen Chen lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, his delicate features pale. One hand rested quietly on his abdomen, and strands of hair fell across his forehead, a beauty so poignant it could break one's heart. Lin Xian stole a glance at him, recalling how gently he once reassured her not to be afraid. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Ding! Lin Xian's strategy value is 60. Current strategy value is 60. Chen Chen, System 112. Stock replenished successfully. Chen Chen, System 112. Crunch, 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 delightful indeed. System 112. Currently, Wei Bojian is just 2 strategy points short, while Banks is 10 points short. Chen Chen, wow. System 112. If you achieve a grand slam in this world, you shall be liberated. Chen Chen, hooray! After Count Muhan's instructions were complete, he quietly awaited by the bedside. The curse persisted for a full 3 days. In truth, if he could endure the first day, his little nephew would regain some strength. By then, even if Wei Bojian succumbed, Chen Chen would suffer but would not perish. Count Muhan expressed his concerns for Wei Bojian, fearing he might not withstand the first day. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wei Bojian would endure for 3 days? Following the curse's conclusion, Wei Bojian was covered in blood, nearly unrecognizable. Even in such a state, he managed to steal a glance at Chen Chen before completely losing consciousness, collapsing motionlessly outside the room. Count Muhan harbored a desire to eliminate him, but could not act just yet. For vampires cannot freely enter into high-level contracts. Once a high-level contract is established, a vampire is bound to consume only the blood of this high-level blood servant for a time. Count Muhan had him administered the finest coagulating agent, cast into the coldest cellar, and disdainfully replaced the carpet at the room's entrance. System 112. Your uncle intends for Lin Xian to masquerade as your high-level blood servant. Chen Chen, is there a problem? The little one is quite adorable. With a lovely derriere, I wish to pinch that sweet face. System 112. You have never expressed a desire to pinch my face. Is my backside not appealing? I can elevate it higher than my head. Can he? System 112. Ahem. What I mean is, if he prevents Wei Bojian from seeing you, how will you accumulate the final 2 strategy points? Chen Chen, rest assured, I have a plan. Upon awakening, Chen Chen beheld the noble vampire Count seated beside his bed. Count Muhan lowered his gaze, his slender fingers perusing a tome with an ancient cover. Hearing the commotion, he promptly set the book aside and assisted Chen Chen in sitting up. You're awake. Do you feel unwell? Chen Chen did not feel discomfort. Rather, he experienced an illusion of lying amidst the clouds. He dazedly surveyed his surroundings, pressing his hand against his chest, his voice slightly hoarse. I'm still alive. Count Muhan nodded. I took a risk by allowing you to endure the curse anew. That child bore considerable burden for you. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned cold. He is still alive. Count Muhan seemed to recall something, displaying a hint of compassion. Alive, I did not expect that. Such a frail child could exhibit such formidable resolve. A frail child? Chen Chen did not perceive Wei Bojian as small in any regard. Thus, the uncle was not referring to Wei Bojian, but rather another individual. Count Muhan called out, Lin Xian, come in. Chen Chen turned his head, his gaze landing on the entrance, where a frail youth entered with his head bowed. Chen Chen recalled him, slowly blinking. Lin Xian. Lin Xian paused for a moment, the joy on his face utterly uncontainable. You remember my name? Ding! Lin Xian's favorability value 60, current favorability value 60, system 112, perform well. I'll indulge myself for now, crunching and slurping. Chen Chen regarded the youth, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. However, Count Muhan anticipated his nephew's suspicions and had already instructed Lin Xian on what to say. Observing Lin Xian's emaciated form, Chen Chen's bewilderment deepened. You endured the curse of the true ancestor for me? Lin Xian replied with a quiet affirmation, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. Count Muhan said that if I could help you bear the pain, it would cure my gravely ill mother. Upon hearing this, a wave of bitterness surged within Chen Chen. He raised his hand to gently caress Lin Xian's soft hair. Perhaps only the obsession for one's dearest could sustain one through such a hellish curse. System 112. If you don't at least poke his cheek with your finger, I'll start believing you're acting. Chen Chen, I'm performing splendidly. My hands lack strength and naturally fall. Little system, please check if Wei Bojian is still outside. System 112. No, he is still unconscious. Your uncle is preparing to deceive you into believing that you have slept for a month. So Lin Xian has already healed from his injuries. Chen Chen. All right then, it appears I have met my match. With Wei Bojian absent, there is little purpose in my performance. So I feigned weakness and tilted my head to sleep once more. Chapter 104. The little rose of the bloodline hunter to care for Chen Chen. Count Muhan had brought Chen Chen's butler, Lex, to his castle. With Lin Xian and Lex alternating in serving afternoon tea, Chen Chen and System 112 occupied themselves in the space, watching films and munching on sunflower seeds, eventually succumbing to a bout of heat, rendering even herbal tea ineffective. System 112. I believe our discomfort stems from watching too many comedies. Let us select a tragic film to induce some tears. Chen Chen. Sounds good. System 112 played the year's top 10 heart-wrenching films, but each time, tears brewed. Chen Chen stifled them. Chen Chen. Look, the actor broke character, haha. System 112. The little host is impervious to emotional appeal. Chen Chen, dear. Wei Bojian should be waking soon. Choose a death-evading package for me using bank's favorability points. System 112. What kind do you desire? Chen Chen. I want a customized package that causes this curse on me to falter, gradually consuming my senses then my life. He wishes to save me, so I'll make sure he cannot, and I shall perish under this curse. Heh. After all, at present, all the suffering could be borne by Wei Bojian in place of Chen Chen. However, the loss of the five senses is a feeling, painful yet not entirely so, a suffering that Wei Bojian could not replace. System 112. Understood, but losing your senses is a profoundly sorrowful experience. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Chen Chen, yes. Yes, bring it on in the chaotic space. System 112 thought to itself that he was indeed a childish boy. It had expended 20 favorability points from banks to grant Chen Chen the customized package he desired. This bespoke package is exceedingly thoughtful, accompanied by a serene meditation book. Chen Chen inquired, is it truly so distressing? On that day, Chen Chen dined with Count Muhan, and as he elegantly wielded his knife and fork to savor a tender steak, System 112 informed him that Wei Bojian had awakened. Count Mu scolded him. And now Wei Bojian dares not approach you. He merely peeks through the window, added the system. All right, understood, replied Chen Chen. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Chen refrained from languishing on his bed with his legs crossed. Instead, he seated himself at his desk and picked up a book, as if this had been his routine for days. Outside, the snow fell in a flurry, blanketing the world in white, and he remained utterly tranquil. Turning the pages and casting his gaze downward, the scene outside resembling a serene painting adorned with soft, feathery snowflakes. System 112 observed the young host from a spatial perspective, feeling a gentle warmth in its heart. The essence of the soul is the pinnacle of human existence, even when encased in a different form. The innate qualities of the soul remain unmasked. Is my adoptive father present? I beseech you to provide me with some comic illustrations. I cannot comprehend this book, for it hardly resembles one. Chen Chen implored. How many years for the mute curse? System 112 retorted, seated at his desk. Chen Chen perused comics while Wei Bojian peered in through the frosty window. Days passed in a serene stillness. It appears there has been no progress, noted System 112. Do you not understand? Though it seems there is no advancement, in truth, there is none at all, Chen Chen explained. I am merely buying time for the young werewolf. He added, he is hardly young. Thank you, replied the system. Where is Banks at present? Chen Chen inquired. Banks has been closely monitoring your updates and frequently loiters in the underground black market, likely seeking a fine blade to exact vengeance on Wei Bojian for you. System 112 disclosed. The underground black market, you say? I suspect his intentions extend beyond merely wanting to kill Wei Bojian. Banks aims to assist Chen Chen in retrieving the heads of his parents, which are auctioned off. The werewolf brothers, indeed. I am utterly devastated. That afternoon, the snow continued to swirl. Lin Xian summoned his courage and addressed Chen Chen, who had been ensconced in his room, absorbed in comics for several days. Master, shall we venture outside? The flowers are quite fragrant. Chen Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes softening as he looked at Lin Xian, as if he beheld another youth within him. A smile unconsciously graced Chen Chen's lips. Very well. Ding, Lin Xian's affection points, 30. Current affection points, 90. Chen Chen's fingertips brushed against the palm of Lin Xian's hand. The back of Lin Xian's hand, devoid of roses, appeared empty. And as Chen Chen turned his face away, he could not conceal the sorrow that lingered in his expression. Wei Bojian, crouched outside the window, recalled the despicable deeds he had committed and struck himself hard across the face. Guided by Lin Xian, Chen Chen arrived at Count Mu's estate, standing upon a stone-paved pathway, gazing at the blossoms. Banks has found what he sought, and, astonishingly, it is. System 112 began. Enough. I know he seeks the heads of my parents. My dear, let us employ the death evasion package. It is the hour of the hunt. System 112 exclaimed. Kill. Chapter 105. The Little Rose of the Blood Hunter. System 112 administered a package to Chen Chen. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if his soul had been abruptly extracted, hovering above and observing himself. He found it increasingly difficult to control his body, standing in a daze. Lin Xian, a timid young boy, had become more vivacious during his days alongside Chen Chen. He approached with a small flower, presenting it with innocent enthusiasm. Is it beautiful, master? Chen Chen gazed at the naive youth, mustering his strength to form a smile. It is beautiful. Upon seeing Chen Chen smile, Lin Xian's joy blossomed, and he eagerly set off to find more flowers to show his master. Suddenly, Lin Xian sensed that the person behind him had not followed. He quickly turned around to find Chen Chen standing still in his dark crimson robes, his visage pale, swaying slightly. Master, Lin Xian called out, rushing to support Chen Chen, only to be obstructed by a figure clad in black. Wei Bojian, his blood servant, had sensed something amiss with Chen Chen before Lin Xian did. Noticing Chen Chen's forced smile and his unsteady stance in the biting wind and snow, he acted swiftly, catching Chen Chen in his embrace just before he fell, exclaiming, Chen Chen, wake up, what is wrong with you? Why was he in distress? Hadn't he already endured the curse? How could there be a problem? Chen Chen, cradled between Wei Bojian's arms, felt his strength dissipate as he slid down, his eyes fluttering shut, watching him slip into unconsciousness. Wei Bojian felt as if his heart was about to explode from anxiety. He swiftly lifted Chen Chen and dashed toward the castle. Who are you? Let go of my master. Count Muhan, Count Muhan, Lin Xian cried, unable to catch up with Wei Bojian, watching helplessly as he whisked the unconscious Chen Chen back to their chamber. As soon as Chen Chen was laid upon the bed, someone grasped his chin firmly. Warm blood flooding into him. Now a vampire, he instinctively swallowed as his curled form gradually relaxed. He sensed a gentle hand caressing his face, kissing his lips, and then felt the warmth of someone nestled beside him, sobbing softly. The sound of that sorrowful weeping was heart-wrenching, reminiscent of a child with little sense of security, fearful of losing a beloved family member. However, when Chen Chen awoke, he found Lin Xian standing by his bedside, holding a cup of fresh blood. Chen Chen pressed his hand against his chest, feeling a heaviness. What happened to me? Lin Xian, aware of the grave issue concerning his curse, had already shed tears moments before. Count Muhan had instructed him not to disclose anything to Chen Chen. Thus, he fought to suppress his quivering voice, stifling his sobs. Master, you are simply too exhausted and fainted. Please drink some of my blood. Yin Chen watched as tears streamed down Lin Xian's cheeks. Memories flooded back of the young boy who had stood before him countless times, pleading with tear-filled eyes for him to drink his blood, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Yet, Yin Chen's remorse was solely directed towards that innocent child and the timid, fragile youth he had later become. It was not until adulthood that he was pushed into the abyss by Wei Bojian. Yin Chen sank into reminiscence. He felt dazed, engaging in an action he had long desired yet never undertaken. He reached out to take the cup, a fleeting smile gracing his lips as he uttered, "Thank you." Xiao Jian. A dull thud echoed from outside. Wei Bojian fell into the snow. He felt no pain, his arms, marked with scars, spread wide as tears welled in his eyes, lying rigidly in the snow while gazing at the snowflakes drifting from the sky above. He was conscious and still called him Xiao Jian. Thus, you truly wished to treat me well, did you not? Yet my parents committed such heinous sins. You cannot afford to show compassion towards the child of an enemy. I once claimed you could not fathom my suffering, but how could I ever comprehend yours? Ding. Wei Bojian's darkening value increased by 1. Current darkening value. 1. Ding. Wei Bojian's value increased by 1. Current clear value. 99. Chapter 106. The little rose of the blood hunter Yin Chen drank from the cup, leaning back against the bed with his head slightly tilted back. His fair neck devoid of any adornments, its lines exquisite and beautiful. He slowly closed his eyes, his youthful lashes softly descending, his lips regaining their crimson hue from the blood, blooming into a gentle red. His long, pale hands rested upon his abdomen, his wrist encircled by a band of pure white lace, reminiscent of petals embracing a delicate bud. Yin Chen, I feel wonderful. System 112. Silence. Yin Chen, when will Banks arrive? I feel like I'm starting to go blind. Upon awakening, Yin Chen noticed a significant decline in his vision. After consuming that cup of blood, he felt slightly better. However, it seemed that soon, even Wei Bojian's blood would be of no avail. The curse was gradually eroding his body. System 112. He is already devising a way in, but Wei Bojian has been by your side the entire time. System 112. Though I am reluctant to admit it, it is a fact. The main deity is too powerful and harbors intense hostility towards Banks, making it exceedingly difficult for him to enter. Banks traced the information from years ago in the black market to locate the werewolf who had captured the vampire's head. He reclaimed the head, intending to return it to Yin Chen, ensuring his loved one would not be dismembered. Yet, he circled the manor several times without finding an opportunity to enter. System 112. Alas, it seems I must give up on this 1,000 faith points. Yin Chen, it's actually not difficult to enter. System 112. Do you have a plan? System data analysis indicates that as long as Wei Bojian is present, Banks will never have the chance to connect with Yin Chen. Without direct contact, it is challenging to maximize the Gonglir value. Yin Chen, what if Wei Bojian were absent? System 112. But that's impossible. The main deity's demise yields 8,000 faith points. Sacrificing 8,000 for a mere 1,000 would be too costly. Yin Chen, what I mean is, without him as a person. Oh, just trust me. Little system, I guarantee you'll earn the faith points. Just remember to treat me to some small cakes. System 112. No problem. Yin Chen. So, if I can ensure with absolute certainty that Banks can enter, could you exchange the small cakes for me in advance? Shy JPG System 112. Agreed. You cunning old fox of the deep mountains, while I am but a naive little system of the mountain village. Yin Chen did not rush to proceed, instead lying in bed for 3 days, nurturing his feelings. System 112. Do you really consider munching on sunflower seeds and sipping herbal tea as cultivating emotions? I understand. You merely wish to deceive the main deity for more of his blood. Banks have been wandering outside for 3 days, nearly freezing to death. You have no heart. Yin Chen, shoo. Lin Xian is coming in. I shall commence now. Soft footsteps approached, halting by Yin Chen's bedside, breaths kept low. Lin Xian, holding the blood entrusted to him by Count Muhan, whispered, Master, are you asleep? Yin Chen opened his eyes, wanting Lin Xian to set down the cup first. But the sudden darkness before him caused him to choke back his words, his brows knitting together. Why is it so dark? Lin Xian stared at him blankly. Glancing at the rare sunny day outside, Master, you. Nervously, Lin Xian raised his hand, waving it in front of Yun Chen's unfocused, light red eyes. Yun Chen sensed something amiss. He reached out before him, and indeed grasped a small hand that was swaying in front of him, his heart sinking. It is not night. Is it? Lin Xian, unsure how to respond, anxiously exclaimed. I will fetch Count Muhan. The hurried footsteps receded, and Yun Chen's body trembled slightly. He was unwilling to believe that he had lost his sight, stubbornly rising to feel his way to the window for a glimpse outside. Yet, after barely taking 2 steps, he stumbled and fell forward. A gust of cold wind swept past, but instead of hitting the ground, he collided into a cool embrace. Wei Bojian caught Yun Chen. Disbelief etched in his gaze, raising his hand to wave before him. Yun Chen's pupils showed no reaction, his eyes half open, voice trembling. Uncle, is that you? Wei Bojian's heart ached at the quivering tone of Yun Chen. He remained silent, lifting Yun Chen and placing him back onto the bed. Retrieving the cup of fresh blood Lin Xian had set on the bookshelf, offering it to Yun Chen's lips, mimicking Lin Xian's voice. Master, please take a sip of my blood. Count Muhan and Lin Xian soon arrived. They paused at the doorway, taken aback, witnessing the black-clad youth, cloaked in the snow, kneeling by the bed, carefully feeding Yun Chen. After finishing 1 cup, without hesitation, he used a dagger to cut his wrist, coaxing Yun Chen to drink another cup of blood. Yet even so, Yun Chen's light red eyes remained unfocused. Wei Bojian gazed at him, his anguish no longer concealable, accumulating into a heavy gloom in his eyes, tears cascading down one by one. Chapter 107. The little Rose of the Blood Clan Hunter, due to Yun Chen's deteriorating health. Constantly in need of the blood of his blood servant, Count Muhan reluctantly agreed to Wei Bojian masquerading as Lin Xian to stay by his side. System 112. Banks is outside the window. Yun Chen. Alas, now let us enjoy the birth of an award-winning actor. Thank you. Thank you all for your affection. System 112. When will he mature a bit? Enveloped in darkness, Yun Chen felt discomfort and called out for Lin Xian. Hearing his call, Wei Bojian hurried to his side. Master, I wish to take a seat at the desk. Banks, perched outside the window, observed the harmonious scene before him. A flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Yun Chen's intention was to ease the werewolf's concerns, encouraging him to enter boldly. Supported into a chair, Yun Chen's hand searched for the book he had previously perused. Wei Bojian deliberately nudged that very book closer to Yun Chen. As Yun Chen's fingertips brushed against the textured cover, he momentarily paused. Soon, his slender fingers glided over the pages, lingering on each one with a sense of nostalgia. He could sense his hearing diminishing. Perhaps in a few days, his sense of touch would fade as well. Yet, he had long been meant to depart. A look of acceptance graced Yun Chen's face, and Wei Bojian, witnessing it all, bent over in anguish. Sitting before him was his beloved, yet he could not embrace him, forced to masquerade as another to earn the right to stand by his side. Moreover, he was powerless to save him, only able to watch helplessly as his cherished one walked steadily towards oblivion, a fate he had wrought himself. A bittersweet smile curved Yun Chen's lips, his back relaxing against the chair as he spoke. Lin Xian. Wei Bojian pressed his hand firmly against his chest, suppressing the tumult within. Master, I am here. Yun Chen rose, extending his hand to stroke his hair in the direction of his voice. Is your mother's condition improving? Wei Bojian replied, yes. Yun Chen chuckled softly. That is good. You must be her pride. Please send my regards to her. With such an implicit hint, Banks could not possibly remain oblivious. Indeed, a sudden gust swept through the window. Yun Chen instinctively tugged on Wei Bojian, pulling him behind himself. Who goes there? Banks glared at Wei Bojian, his voice rich and magnetic. It is I, Banks. Though Yun Chen's hearing had waned, that voice was unmistakable. It is you. System 112. Ah, the Schrodinger's hearing. Is it Film Emperor? Yun Chen. Hee, do not flatter me so. It makes me shy. System 112. No one is flattering you, you know. Wei Bojian glared at Banks, his eyes rapidly morphing into a vivid crimson. He was consumed with a desire to slay him. Yet, Yun Chen was holding his wrist, and at this moment, he was Lin Xian, not Wei Bojian. With Banks still alive, Yin Chen felt an even stronger conviction that Wei Bojian had perished, adding layers to his acceptance as he slowly inquired, "Banks, what brings you here?" At that, Banks withdrew his penetrating gaze from Wei Bojian, glancing at the bundle in his hands. "I have something to deliver to you." Yin Chen asked, "What is it?" In his grip, Banks held the severed heads of his parents, and as he looked up at Yin Chen, he was met with those vacant, bewildered crimson eyes, stirring a profound discomfort within him. He should have been a carefree human boy. Ding, Banks' affinity value, 20. Current affinity value, 90. Banks strove to suppress the tremor in his voice. "It is something of great significance. I only wish for you to see it." Yin Chen remained silent for a moment before addressing Lin Xian. "You may step outside first." Wei Bojian, "Master, I must stay by your side." Banks cast a significant eye roll at the pitiful tone he emitted. Were it not for Yin Chen, the two would have long been at each other's throats. Banks spoke in a hushed tone, "It pertains to your parents. Outsiders cannot witness it." Yin Chen likely surmised it was related to his parents, his lips pressed tightly together, his tone growing more resolute. "Lin Xian, you step outside first." Wei Bojian bit his lip. He walked out, intending to stand at the doorway and keep watch on Banks. Banks exclaimed, "He hasn't even left yet." Wei Bojian shot him a glare, but could only pull the door open and step outside, leaving Banks and Yin Chen alone in the room. Banks approached, gently assisting Yin Chen to sit back down. "You should remain seated." Yin Chen nodded and sat, his voice trembling slightly. "What are you going to give me?" Wei Bojian had departed, yet Banks found himself at a loss for words. He opened the package, choking back tears as he took Yin Chen's hand, guiding his fingers to gently rest upon his parents' faces. These heads had been acquired by a werewolf family after being auctioned on the black market by poachers. The werewolf family displayed them as grotesque ornaments at their entrance, one on each side for over 2 decades. Banks' heart ached intensely, his large hand shielding Yin Chen, lest he succumb to overwhelming sorrow. Chapter 108. The little rose of the Blood Clan hunter Yin Chen's fingers brushed over his mother-esque visage, his body trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks. Banks hurriedly wiped his tears away, deceitfully assuring Yin Chen they were bought as collectibles, kept in a box. Yet all these reassurances felt so hollow. The werewolves who acquired the vampire heads would not have simply stored them in a box. "Forgive me, had I known they murdered your kin. I would have ensured you took matters into your own hands, never allowing the burden to fall upon you, leading you to such despair." Ding, Banks' favorability points 5. Current favorability points 95. Yin Chen, "Thank you." Banks, "Shouldn't I be the one apologizing? Why do you thank me?" Yin Chen lifted his wrist to wipe away the tears on his face. "Thank you for avenging them. Thank you for bringing them back to me. And thank you for allowing me to touch their faces before my sense of touch fades completely." Banks' eyes widened in realization. "So, you have never blamed me." Ding. Banks' favorability points 5, current favorability points 100. Yin Chen stood once more. It was time. He needed to leave. Yin Chen fumbled to place a dagger into his boot, then cradled his parents' heads in his arms. "Accompany me to the graveyard, Banks." Banks nodded vigorously. He wished to lift the frail young man, but reconsidered and instead supported him as they exited the room. Wei Bojian initially intended to stop them, but upon seeing what Yin Chen held in his embrace, he froze, engulfed by anguish and regret, every cut upon his body screaming for attention. By the time he regained his senses, Banks and Yin Chen had already departed. He appeared ashen, akin to a condemned prisoner, despairingly treading into the thick snow, as though stepping into the very end of life itself. A persistent mist clouded his eyes, and through the haze, he beheld Yin Chen kneeling before a gravestone, with the towering figure of a werewolf standing nearby. Wei Bojian dared not approach any closer, remaining at a distance. He watched as Banks assisted Yin Chen in opening the grave, placing 2 severed heads side by side within. Subsequently, Banks leaned close to Yin Chen's lips, seemingly listening intently to something, before shaking his head vehemently. He grasped Yin Chen's shoulders, his mouth moving in silent discourse, though the words eluded comprehension. Sensing something amiss, Wei Bojian hastily pressed forward through the swirling snow. Yet, as he drew near, deliberately making a ruckus in the snow, Chen Chen remained unresponsive. He had slipped beyond the reach of sound. With a swift motion, Wei Bojian hurled his dagger at Banks, striking him deeply in the throat. Banks staggered back, clutching his neck, yet a hollow smile spread across his face. "You will reap your just deserts." His expression contorted in anguish. He gasped. "You have brought about his demise. You shall face retribution." Wei Bojian retorted, "He will not perish." Chen Chen chimed in, "Oh dear, you claim I shall not die? I shall show you otherwise in mere moments." System 112 lamented, "Oh, could you not die? It grieves me so." Chen Chen replied, "My dear, do you recall that we are on a mission?" He then mused, "Ah, a song suddenly comes to mind. May I sing it for you?" System 112 protested, "Oh, must you really?" Chen Chen insisted, "But this song encapsulates the essence of this moment perfectly. It could serve as background music, enhancing the atmosphere, truly." System 112 acquiesced. "Is that so? Then I wish to hear it." Chen Chen began to sing, "Frosty leaves flutter, gracing my face. My rebellious child, piercing my heart. Your words are like ice picks stabbing deep within. Father is truly wounded." System 112 exclaimed, "This is so fitting for the occasion, enhancing the mood. You should just hurry and die." Banks cast a cold glance at Wei Bojian, as if regarding a corpse, then turned and vanished into the snow. Wei Bojian, with his dagger, sliced open his wrist and steadied Chen Chen, bringing it to his lips. Chen Chen, now unable to hear, could only feel Wei Bojian's bloodied wrist brush against his lips, urging him to drink. Yet, Chen Chen pushed his hand away, and, in the next moment, a familiar loathing flickered in his eyes. "Get lost." Banks had informed him. Wei Bojian stood momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of helplessness and remorse. Chen Chen leave. He hastily retreated a step, fearful of provoking him. When the next heartbeat, he witnessed Chen Chen move. The action was swift, and a resolute gaze ignited in his unfocused crimson eyes. He drew a silver dagger from his boot, without a hint of hesitation, plunging it directly into his own heart. Wei Bojian's mind rang with an echo, and he perceived the world around him falling silent. A sharp pain seizing his heart as blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Yet he was oblivious to everything else, kneeling in the snow, cradling Chen Chen's collapsing form, and cried out, "Chen Chen." Chen Chen pressed the dagger against his heart, allowing it to pierce through, yet a smile graced his lips as his bewildered eyes gazed into the void, whispering, "Father, mother, I have avenged you." Wei Bojian was his esteemed blood servant. By plunging the dagger into his own heart, he had effectively slain Wei Bojian. The choice of silver was deliberate, for he was prepared to depart this world. Little did he know how powerful Wei Bojian had become. This strike would not claim his life. Wei Bojian cradled his limp body, struggling against excruciating pain, desperately imploring, "Chen Chen, do not sleep. I can save you. I can bring you back." In his final moments, Chen Chen opened his eyes. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he seemed to discern Wei Bojian's blood-soaked face, faintly hearing the anguish in his voice. He had avenged himself. He was truly on the brink of death. Chen Chen slowly extended his hand, brushing against Wei Bojian's jaw. "Shaojian." Wei Bojian froze momentarily, collapsing into the snow, clutching Chen Chen's body tightly. "I am here." Chen Chen murmured his gratitude. "Thank you." Wei Bojian's face was as pale as snow, shaking his head repeatedly. Why? Why thank me?" Blood seeped from Chen Chen's mouth, his voice fragmented, requiring Wei Bojian to hold his breath to hear. "Thank you for being with me through those arduous times. Without you, I would not have survived." Chen Chen continued, but then paused. "Forget it, there are no ifs." He closed his eyes, his hand falling into the snow, breath ceasing. That bloodied hand resembled a rose, its petals gently caressing his wrist. Wei Bojian, momentarily stunned, tightened his embrace around Chen Chen, crying out his name in agony. He bowed his head, trembling as he stroked Chen Chen's hair. Chen Chen's final words unleashed torrents of pain from Wei Bojian's dark eyes, spilling like ink upon the vast expanse of snow. "So, I once offered you such significant companionship. I was once your reason to live. I have destroyed it all with my own hands. You wish for my death, do you not? Very well, I shall comply." Beep. Wei Bojian's darkening value is 1. Current value is 0. Beep. Wei Bojian strategy value is 1. Current value is 100. Wei Bojian withdrew his dagger. First, he pierced his right hand, and then, one stab after another, he mutilated his own heart. In the final moment of life, he instinctively spread his arms wide, shielding Chen Chen from the biting wind and snow. Chapter 109. The Rough Man's Fragile Side. 01 is Class Optimization World Liquidation Reminder. Wei Bojian strategy successful. Faith value 8,000. Bank strategy successful. Faith value 2,000. Other character strategy successful. Total faith value 3. Congratulations, host. You have received a total of 10,003 achievement points in faith value from the Heavenly Path. Beep, please utilize the system space items promptly. Unused items will be cleared. System 112. Ooh, your faith value has reached 20,000. You may be released from prison now. In the system space. System 112 conjured 2 hands. One hand frantically devoured the remaining sunflower seeds, while the other tenderly caressed Chen Chen's hair, sneakily brushing against his smooth little face. I never imagined you would achieve this so swiftly. You are truly remarkable. When I first encountered you, I thought you were merely a child, but you have proven to be incredibly intelligent and composed. I admit, you are the most dedicated host and the best one I could have. Oh, how I adore you. Crunch, crunch, slurp, Chen Chen replied. Are you certain your affection is directed towards me? Warning. Host is incorrectly filled in the faith value information. Soul detention mode will activate in 5 seconds. Warning. Host is incorrectly filled in the faith value information. Soul detention mode will activate in 4 seconds. Warning. Host is incorrectly filled in the faith value information. Soul detention mode will activate in 1 second. Chen Chen. System 112. System 112. No. Why did you trigger the soul detention mode? You entered 200,000 faith values. Chen Chen sat there in a daze, his fair skin and disheveled black hair framing his striking, untainted eyes as he blinked. I entered 20,000. System 112. You added an extra 0. Chen Chen. Suddenly, Chen Chen leaped up, clutching his hair and exclaiming, Oh no, I added an extra 0. What should I do? Can I still be released? System 112. Once soul detention mode is activated, you must remain in my system space until you accumulate the faith value you set. If you fail midway. Chen Chen anxiously interrupted. What happens if I fail? System 112, infuriated, caused the entire system space to tremble. All your faith values will be reclaimed, and you will be exiled to the chaotic space for 1,000 years. My memory of you will also be erased, and I will forget your existence. Initially, System 112 believed its anger stemmed from Chen Chen's reckless disregard for his own life, carelessly entering an incorrect faith value. However, upon uttering these words, it realized the crux of the matter. If he failed, it would forget him. It did not wish to forget him. Chen Chen collapsed onto the ground, his frail body swaying with the system space as he cried softly, Save me. I do not wish to be exiled or sent to the chaotic space, my guardian. System 112. I cannot save you. You must continue to undertake tasks to earn the 200,000 faith values to atone for your mistake. Chen Chen sobbed. I will first enter the imperial prison, then the heavenly prison. I will write the word tragic in your space. System 112. Enough of the tears. After deducting taxes and the faith values consumed during your world tasks, you currently possess 551, 485 faith values. You are still a distance away from the 200,000 mark. Rest here for a moment before undertaking another task. Chen Chen nodded, curling up on the ground, appearing utterly pitiful. System 112's heart softened, conjuring a hand to stroke his back, only to hear his soft, tearful voice murmur, with soul detention. Will the food I exchanged remain intact? System 112. Chen Chen, are you feeling down? No, you must be cheerful, System Z. How about I sing you a song? The joyous drums herald the festive spirit of the year. System 112 has finally taken the initiative it long desired. It maximized the pain threshold and unleashed a formidable iron fist, striking its host without hesitation, rendering him unconscious. The task world is profoundly taxing on mental fortitude. Resting within the system's space pales in comparison to the outside world. If he continued this incessant chatter, even completing 200,000 tasks would leave him mentally impaired, reduced to a fool. Yin Chen, caught off guard, was knocked out, his voice abruptly silenced. His curled form lost all strength. Tenderly lifted by a pair of hands and laid flat upon the ground. With his eyes tightly closed, he lay in a milky, white expanse. His slender waist and long legs accentuated his physique, transforming the prison garb of the empire into a semblance of ethereal allure. In this muted state of silence, he exuded a subtle melancholic charm, reminiscent of a delicate rose that had weathered a storm, now weary and disheartened. At this moment, he appeared utterly relaxed, stray locks cascading over his forehead, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, his soft, rosy lips slightly parted in unguarded vulnerability. System 112 observed for a considerable time, before reaching out to gently elevate his chin. Ding! Upon entering sole confinement status, the host's rest period must not exceed 3 days. Ding! Rest period concluded. Please access world information promptly to complete the task. System 112 wished he could sleep a while longer. Yet the commands of the main system were absolute, leaving it with no choice but to gently rouse him. Wake up, it's time to go to work. Yin Chen stirred awake, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Barely able to express his morning irritation before his soul was automatically thrust into a new body by the main system. Chapter 110. The delicate flower of a rough man in the heart of Shaoa village flows a small river, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, characterized by its simple red brick and green tile architecture. At midday, under the blazing sun, the wheat stood golden. With only a few days until the wheat harvest, the village youth found themselves with some leisure time, gathering to smoke and drink. As the alcohol flowed, trouble brewed. A group of tall youths seized a seemingly frail boy, dragging him along the ridge towards the pond. The boy, covered in dirt, wept as tears streamed down his muddy face from the pain. Lu Dequan could hardly tolerate this sight. He kicked the boy in the abdomen and venomously remarked, "What are you crying for, you worthless brat? Didn't you think of saving face when you climbed into someone else's bed?" The boy clutched his stomach in agony, cold sweat trickling down. His body hunched under the relentless sun like a cooked shrimp. Lou Urquin soon joined, witnessing the boys chastising the youth as if it were an everyday occurrence. With a derisive snicker, he joined in, bending down with a swagger to grasp the boy's short hair. "Oh, isn't this our village's top scholar? Couldn't he manage to climb onto Yin Chao's bed and ended up with a broken leg?" Zhou Yongqiang chimed in, "Scholar, you're nothing but a pathetic creature who can only lie in bed." Wang Liang spat, "Pa, with hair that long, you look like a woman. Disgusting." Lou Urquin fixed a fierce gaze on the boy's eyes. Just as he was about to strike his face, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as a glint of cold light emerged from the depths of the boy's gaze. In a fleeting moment, a chill swept through the air, only to dissipate swiftly. Yet, Lou Urquin swallowed hard, dismissing the figure before him with a flick of his hand, concealing his own trepidation beneath a veneer of disdain. Wasn't he supposed to be a coward? How could there be a glimmer of murderous intent in his gaze? How unsettling. System 112. I am aware of your desire to eliminate him, but hold your horses. Your persona is on the verge of collapse in the recesses of the system space. Yin Chen awoke with a delayed sense of irritation, grumbling under his breath. Nevertheless, he adhered to System 112's guidance, silent and tearful, his head bowed. Meanwhile, System 112 diligently introduced him to this peculiar world. System 112. You are a villager from Shaoa Village. In your youth, your exceptional academic prowess caught the attention of a wealthy couple who took you in and brought you to the city. Yin Chen, so I've been sent back? System 112. Indeed, not only have you been sent back, but you are also restricted from leaving this village, as the mistress believes you have seduced the master. Yin Chen, so did I seduce him? System 112. No, the master is quite the deviant. You are an innocent victim. However, you did indeed find your way to the bed of Yin Zhao, the main deity. Yin Chen. Oh, am I that captivating? System 112. Please do not flatter me. It frightens me. Yin Chen. So, is Yin Zhao utterly entranced by me, ready to perish in my embrace? System 112. Not quite. He tossed you into a water tank to help you regain your senses. Yin Chen. Little system, Have a little mercy on me, will you? Having endured a beating, Chen Chen cowered, cradling his head, unable to even beg for mercy. Gradually, the youths lost interest and dispersed, unaware that this was merely the boy's self-protective instinct. Years of humiliation had taught him that when one lacks the strength to resist, it marks the beginning of a nightmare. System 112. Gu Yanzhao passed by. Noticing you by the pond, his fists clenched in fury, as though he wished to push you in to let you drown. Chen Chen, he loathes me so. What should I do? I feel quite anxious. Am I too late to enroll in swimming classes? System 112. Chen Chen. All right, little system, tell me where's base stats? System 112. Please hold while I inquire with the main system. Beep. Gu Yanzhao's corruption value. 100. Beep. Gu Yanzhao's conquest value. 0. Chen Chen. Such a high corruption value. Yet we have no enmity. Is it solely because I invaded his bed? System 112. He is homophobic. Chen Chen, wow. Homophobic, meaning deeply closeted. It appears our Yin Zhao has a story to tell. Intriguing. As Chen Chen gradually absorbed the intricacies of this world, he busied himself by the pond, adopting a delicate and fragile posture. With his knees deliberately pressed to the ground, one shoulder resting on the earth, he bent at the waist, dipping his hands into the water to cleanse the mud from his face. His pure cotton white shirt, soiled yet revealing a soft, resilient waist with each movement, caught the attention of Gu Yanzhao, who abruptly halted, perceiving not a fragile boy, but a glaring force of nature. Chen Chen, quickly, can you check his physical readings? Is there any reaction? System 112. None. Chen Chen. That shouldn't be the case. He passed away too young, didn't he? System 112. In terms of confidence, my little host is unmatched by anyone in this world. Truly. Chen Chen, using one hand to splash water on his face, turned sideways towards Gu Yanzhao, his shirt slipping down to reveal his fair, graceful collarbone. System 112. There's a reaction. Just a little. Ding. Gu Yanzhao's darkening value 1. Current darkening value 99. That is more like it. He has found the point of entry into this world. System 112. What point of entry? Chen Chen, you wouldn't understand. Homophobia and being deeply closeted have always been the best of friends, complementing each other. I can gradually enlighten my dear Yanzhao. System 112. Please speak normally. I'm frightened. As Chen Chen dried his face, a smile formed on his lips. The reflection of a youth in the water was a stark contrast to the rough men around him. His skin was fair, his large eyes sparkling, and his lips, slightly chapped, were a vibrant red. When he smiled, a pair of shallow dimples appeared on his cheeks. Chen Chen, ouch, I have fallen in love with myself. I am a delicate daffodil. La 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 la. System 112. Go away with your daffodil nonsense. You're disturbing my ears, you trumpet flower. Chapter 111. The delicate bundle of roughness 03. Chen Chen, like a cat, splashed water on his face until the sun had baked his back to the point of smoking before rising. He first checked to see if anyone was around, and upon confirming that everyone had left, he got up, dusted himself off, and trudged back with his head hanging low, nearly burying his face in his chest. Gu Yanzhao had originally been standing sideways behind a tree. Eventually, he felt there was no need to hide from Chen Chen and stepped onto the path. However, Chen Chen walked past him with his head down, completely oblivious to his presence. System 112. Then don't ask me to project for you. And what else with the request for a transparent projection? That feature doesn't exist. Chen Chen, wow. His appearance and physique truly match all my fantasies of a rugged man. Gu Yanzhao was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his features strikingly handsome. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and the hard muscles beneath the thin cotton fabric were tantalizing. Sweating profusely, Gu Yanzhao decided to remove his shirt, the action bursting with hormones, revealing beautifully defined abs and a commanding aura, all illuminated by the sunlight with a faint golden sheen. Chen Chen, divine light, a male bodhisattva. System 112. Oh, a male bodhisattva, huh? You and T say that when he is tormenting you. Chen Chen, true. But doesn't he have to kneel between my legs before he torments me? System 112, what? Is that something you can say? Moreover, when Chen Chen passed by him, he secretly caught a whiff. There was no scent of sweat, only the sweet aroma of wheat. Heaven knows, he is truly too kind to the offender. Next time, I'll fill in 2 million faith points. Haha. As Chen Chen pondered, he was unexpectedly seized by the back of his collar, causing him to fall backward unceremoniously. Chen Chen did not extend a hand to assist him, merely looking down with a scoff, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Upon recognizing the figure, Chen Chen's face instantly flushed, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. His eyes brimming with shame. Rubbing his sore arm, he mumbled, "Going home." Chen Chen sneered, "Is it home you're returning to? Or are you off to find another bed to crawl into?" Chen Chen kept his gaze lowered, sitting on the ground awkwardly, mechanically rubbing his arm. They deemed the situation dull and turned to leave. However, Chen Chen was not so easily dismissed. He bent down, gripping Chen Chen's collar, lowering his voice menacingly. "My younger siblings will be on holiday soon. If you dare show up at my place again to engage in such activities, don't blame me for reaping you like wheat with a sickle." With that, he forcefully shoved Chen Chen away. Chen Chen hit the back of his head, pain shooting through him, tears cascading down his cheeks, though he dared not make a sound. Chen Chen observed everything keenly. This young man was indeed unlike the others in the village. Having just returned from the city, his skin had yet to be scorched by the relentless sun. Though appearing frail, he was well-nourished. His delicate, rosy skin and slightly longer black hair, in contrast to the crew cuts of the locals, accentuated his handsome features. With a slender waist and shapely hips, his long, straight legs added to his allure. This youth exuded no aggression, appearing utterly innocent. When he first returned, rumors circulated among the villagers, bullying him, and Chen Chen had intervened on several occasions. However, that changed when a frail woman came forth, weeping as she accused him of betraying their support for his education by seducing her husband, nearly leading to their family's ruin. Though it was a one-sided account, Chen Chen did not entirely believe it, yet succumbed to pressure and reduced his assistance. Just yesterday, he had witnessed Chen Chen entering his home, displaying such a seductive demeanor. Chen Chen thought to himself, "Wretched creature, just like your mother." He grimaced in disgust before hastily departing. Chapter 112. The delicate flower of a rough man, Chen Chen sat on the ground for a moment, waiting for the dizziness to subside before he made his way along the country road to his residence. Upon reaching the iron-barred entrance, he heard a warning from System 112 echo in his mind. As the system concluded its message, a small broom, typically used for cleaning, flew out. Chen Chen sidestepped just in time. An ear-piercing scream erupted from within the house. "Get out, you fickle traitors! You spineless fools!" Chen Chen pondered. System 112 continued. Chen Chen's father passed away when he was very young. His mother, Lu Yuan, resorted to many scandalous acts in the village to raise him. In those days, many of the village men were utterly enchanted by Lu Yuan, secretly supporting the young Chen Chen, allowing him to grow up without hardship. This explains Chen Chen's disdainful remarks about Chen Chen's mother. System 112 added, "Later, when Chen Chen was sent back, Lu Yuan descended into madness. If one were to say that a person in darkness has never seen light, that would be understandable. Yet, Su Yunxing, driven by determination, sought the support of affluent families to pursue his education, even going so far as to relocate to the bustling city. The villagers regarded Su Yunxing as a future luminary. Thus they vied for the widow's favor, assisting her with farm chores and tending to her livestock, even expressing a desire to adopt Lu Yuan as their godmother. Lu Yuan held her head high, buoyed by the villagers' attention. However, the unforeseen return of Su Yunxing shattered their hopes. The villagers promptly resumed their bullying, dredging up old grievances to settle scores. Lu Yuan, who believed she had finally escaped the clutches of darkness, found herself plunged into a profound abyss, trapped in a dead end that drove her to madness. Yunxing quietly entered, calling out, "Mother." Lu Yuan, in a fit of rage, attempted to strike him, but he opened his arms to embrace her, his voice trembling with emotion. "Mother, it is I, Yunxing." The frail woman paused, looking up. Despite her weakened state preventing her from laboring in the fields, her exquisite bone structure remained, though the once clear beauty of her eyes had become clouded. Yunxing gently caressed her back, saying, "Mother, I have returned. I will protect you. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yueyuan regained her composure, enveloping her son in a tight embrace as she sobbed, I know you are innocent. I will always believe in you. It is our fate to suffer, my dear. Yunqing reassured her, do not cry. Mother, I will safeguard you. After lulling his mother to sleep, he rose to tidy the yard, intending to prepare a meal for her. Upon entering the kitchen, however, he found it utterly bare. Grabbing a charred fan, he began to fan himself vigorously, requesting the system to activate the air conditioning. The system responded, air conditioning is unavailable. Shall I provide you with some ice cubes to hang on you instead? Yunqing agreed and instantly felt the oppressive heat dissipate, his skin cooling inch by inch. Refreshing, a quintessential rural cooling system. He cast aside the fan and closed his eyes, emitting a sound of satisfaction. The system suggested, now would be an opportune moment to peruse the world background information. Yunqing recalled, indeed. In this realm, Lu Yueyuan's health was frail, and Su Yunqing's condition was equally dire. Even performing minor labor left him breathless, akin to a wheezing bellows. The stark emptiness of the kitchen underscored their dire need for a pillar of support. Desperation drove Su Yunqing to seek assistance from Gu Yanzhao, believing him to be a decent person who would be willing to engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yunqing mused, it seems the original owner also discerned Gu Yanzhao's true nature. Yet, I never anticipated that he would be so adept at masquerading, convincing even himself of his supposed heterosexuality. The system remarked, why is it that my data fails to reveal this? Yunqing chuckled. Because humans are intricate carbon-based beings, and emotional factors cannot be excluded from data analysis. He resolved, well then, in order to stave off hunger for my mother and me, I must endure humiliation and seek alms. The system noted, very well, Gu Yanzhao resides directly behind your building. Yunqing interrupted, who said I intended to seek him out. The system queried, why not? System 112. Then you, Yin Chen, with my beauty like a blooming flower, if he does not appreciate me, there are plenty who will. I am a man of principle. Chapter 113. The rough man's delicate side, 05 Yin Chen patted his trousers and exited the kitchen. Upon stepping out, his expression transformed entirely, his head drooping pitifully, in stark contrast to the confident demeanor he had just displayed. Yin Chen did not immediately resort to begging. Instead, he hurried to the backyard, picked up a dull axe, and began chopping firewood, creating a clattering noise that successfully attracted the attention of Gu Yanzhao, who lived behind him. Afterward, Yin Chen discarded the axe, sat on the ground, wept for a while, and then dejectedly made his way out. System 112. What a principled man. Yin Chen, As Yin Chen ambled along the rural path, where cobblestones met dirt, he hesitated, circling a few times before selecting a household. He stood at the door, torn between hesitation and resolve, before finally knocking. The door was opened by Lu Feng, a man of Lu Yuan's generation, weathered and sunbaked, appearing dark and emaciated. System 112. He is the father of Lu Dequan and Lu Erquin. Yin Chen, I know. After all, we're both bound to receive a beating. I'm merely here to annoy those two. System 112. Upon seeing Yin Chen, Lu Feng's eyes brightened slightly, and he ungraciously placed a hand on Yin Chen's shoulder. Who sent you here? Your mother? Yin Chen instinctively attempted to evade his rough hand, but restrained himself, biting his lip as he spoke to Lu Feng. Uncle Lu, my mother is ill. I wish to borrow a chicken to make soup. Lu Feng's gaze roamed over Yin Chen's delicate neck and exquisite features, feigning a troubled expression. You know that the chickens, ducks, and pigs in the village are communal property. Your family neither contributed financially nor physically, hence you cannot expect to receive a chicken. Yin Chen, I beg you. Lu Feng's eyes darted about like beads on an abacus as he replied. How about this? Come inside. I will check if there are any eggs left and give you a basket to take home. Yin Chen, is Gu Yanzhao following? System 112. He is. Yin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in gratitude. Gu Yanzhao observed the slender figure being enveloped by a dark arm before being ushered through the wooden door, which was then bolted from within. Gu Yanzhao muttered a curse under his breath, calling him a wretch. It became clear that this individual merely sought to climb in a bed, and with whom was of little consequence. Gu Yanzhao's face darkened, a menacing aura emanating from him. Lu Dequan and Lu Erquin both called him brother, and he could not stand idly by while this little hussy entered to disrupt another's family. Thus, he stepped forward and knocked forcefully on the door. Gu Yanzhao's strength was vastly different from Yun Chen's. His knock resonated, waking half the village, including Lu Dequan and Lu Erquin, who had been napping inside. They hurried to the door, and many onlookers began to gather. Lu Erquin, rubbing his eyes, asked, "What is wrong, Yanzhao? Today isn't our turn to feed the pigs. What is the urgency at this hour?" "Gu Yanzhao, where is your father?" "Lu Erquin, my father's taking a nap. I'll go fetch him." "Father?" Lu Erquin opened the door, only to see Lu Feng indiscriminately undressing a youth. Yun Chen had been pleading for mercy, attempting to evade, yet his strength was insufficient to break free. His shirt buttons had been undone, and Lu Feng's rough, dark hands starkly contrasted with the youth's delicate, fair skin. Lu Erquin's eyes widened in shock. "Father, what are you doing?" Lu Dequan, a few years older than Lu Erquin, immediately grasped the situation and quickly covered his younger brother's mouth. The crowd watching continued to swell. Lu Dequan, now mature, understood the nature of his father's character, recognizing that some matters cannot be resolved with a single hand clap. A wave of nausea surged within him. Yet, in deference to his father's reputation, he shouted, "Su Yunchen, have you lost your mind over men? You've climbed into my father's bed, haven't you? You've become addicted to seducing men." Lu Erquin, now aware of the situation, pointed an accusatory finger at Yunchen and began to curse. "You're just like your mother. I will end your life today, ridding the world of your kind." The villagers, gathered at the doorway, began to murmur disparagingly about Yun Chen's family, unclear the full context. Lu Feng, now aged, relied on his two sons for support. He wished to protect Yun Chen but feared offending his sons, remaining silent behind the bed, watching as his younger son dragged Yun Chen over, delivering blows. Lu Dequan despised his father's behavior but felt helpless to escape the shadow of his lineage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood aside, allowing all the filth to be poured onto Yun Chen's head, thus preserving his family's reputation. Everyone in the village knew of Yun Chen's frail constitution. Fearing the consequences of a fatal outcome, Gu Yanzhao immediately shouted, "Enough," though Lu Erquin had not landed many blows. Gu Yanzhao's declaration prompted him to merely curse as he dragged the curled-up Yun Chen out of the room. "Don't let me see you again." Yun Chen fell onto the bluestone path. A kick landed on his stomach, causing him to bend over in pain, the scorching sun bearing down as onlookers pointed and whispered. System 112. The main deity seems to be leaving. Yun Chen. He cannot depart. If he does, all my efforts will be in vain. My dear, hurry and bring forth some blood. System 112. Understood. Suddenly, someone remarked, "This little wretch is spitting blood." Gu Yanzhao, initially intending to leave, halted abruptly upon hearing this, turned around, and pushed through the crowd. He beheld Yun Chen curled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes vacantly half open. Gu Yanzhao's heart constricted sharply. If a life were truly lost, the Lu family would face imprisonment and retribution. However, the village elders, with a scant regard for legal principles, deemed it justifiable to punish an interloper who disrupted another's family, believing that even death would be no great loss. Gu Yanzhao bellowed, "Make way." Ignoring the surrounding jeers and protests, he bent down and lifted Yun Chen, striding out. Yun Chen's cheek pressed against his chest, fingers clinging to his collar, soaked in sweat, his blood staining Gu Yanzhao's clothing in splotches. "It hurts," he murmured. Gu Yanzhao frowned and quickened his pace. He transported Yun Chen to the village's small clinic, where the medical staff, upon seeing a patient spitting blood with dilated pupils, immediately shook their heads, declaring they could not provide treatment, and instructed him to take Yun Chen to the county hospital. Gu Yanzhao cursed under his breath, placed Yun Chen onto a three-wheeled agricultural vehicle, and hurried towards the county hospital. Chapter 114. The Tough Man's Delicate 106. Yun Chen. If I truly suffer from gastro-bleeding, he could very well shake me to death in this tricycle. I might as well have someone carry me on a bicycle instead. System 112, alas. The main deity with a corruption value of 99. What need is there for a bicycle? System 112. You're feeling nauseous again, aren't you? Allow me to provide you with some assistance. Chen Chen, oh, I adore you. Chen Chen believed the little system would furnish him with an antiemetic. To his surprise, the sophisticated potion required only the most basic materials. System 112 provided Chen Chen with a heap of expanding cotton, effectively immobilizing him in the vehicle. Chen Chen, let me express my gratitude to you. After enduring considerable hardship, Chen Chen finally reached the county, where he was lifted and jostled towards the emergency room. Fortunately, the distance was short, and he was placed upon a hospital bed, whisked away for urgent care. Guyan Zhao went to register him, and then pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, covering all of Chen Chen's medical expenses. Chen Chen, oh, my dear Chen Zhao, you seem to possess quite a fortune. System 112. Even the deity of village is still a deity. All deities are formidable. When Guyan Zhao was in high school, his parents passed away. With his younger siblings still in their infancy, he had to abandon his studies and return to the village to care for them. From a young age, Guyan Zhao demonstrated remarkable capability. Human beings are creatures driven by self-interest, naturally reluctant to extend a helping hand in times of need, yet they are often eager to embellish the prosperous. The villagers rushed to assist him, and Guyan Zhao, living up to their expectations, not only ensured his siblings received an education in the city, but also undertook the management of the desolate mountain behind the village, promoting ecological farming for the benefit of the entire community. He could have left Shaohe village, but out of gratitude for the villagers' support, he chose to remain, becoming a pillar of strength for the older generations of Shaohe village. Chen Chen, little system, they're about to save me. Concoct something to mask my gastric bleeding. System 112. Certainly. Once the emergency treatment concluded, Chen Chen was wheeled out within 4 drip and placed in a shared room with 8 beds. The cries of children, the coughs of the elderly, and the raised voices of middle-aged individuals on their phones created a cacophony that buzzed in his head, leaving his complexion considerably pale. It was at this moment that Guyan Zhao entered, and upon seeing Chen Chen's ashen face, he swallowed back his harsh words. Sitting down to inquire gently, "Are you feeling any better?" Chen Chen, disturbed by the surrounding noise, shut his eyes momentarily. Guyan Zhao, misinterpreting his silence as indifference, felt a surge of irritation and exclaimed loudly, "What do you mean by this? If it weren't for my exhausting efforts to bring you here, you would have perished on the way." Chen Chen was jolted awake by Guyan Zhao's outburst. He gazed around in confusion, his voice hoarse and frail. "Where am I?" Realizing he had not yet fully regained consciousness, Guyan Zhao felt a twinge of remorse for his earlier misjudgment. He pressed his lips together, temper now entirely subdued, his tones softening into something tender. "You are in the county hospital. You suffered gastric bleeding due to an assault and nearly lost your life." Chen Chen paused for a moment, suddenly trembling. "How much did it cost?" Guyan Zhao furrowed his brow. His first inquiry was not about discomfort or grievance, but rather about the cost incurred. Guyan Zhao, "Not much, just put on my tab. You should rest." Chen Chen stared blankly at Guyan Zhao for a moment, then shook his head, seemingly preparing to rise. "My mother should be waking up. I must return to fetch the eggs." "What eggs?" Guyan Zhao inquired. Chen Chen removed the needle from his hand, his long legs dangling over the edge of the bed, the pristine tips of his feet touching the grimy concrete floor as he attempted to stand. Guyan Zhao grasped his wrist firmly. "Do not move. This is medication, and I have paid for it." Yet Chen Chen remained undeterred, muttering incoherently, "Uncle Lu said he would give me eggs. I'm going to get the eggs." Guyan Zhao was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending the situation. He sought out Lu Feng, who likely only intended to entice the boy with food. Lu Feng had deceived him, claiming there were eggs at home, which was how he had lured the young man inside. No wonder the boy had been struggling upon his entrance. Beep. Guyan Zhao's darkening value is 9, current darkening value 90. Guyan Zhao pressed him back onto the bed, a fleeting flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "You must lie down and finish this bottle of medicine. I shall deliver the eggs to your home." Chen Chen gazed at him in disbelief. "Really?" Guyan Zhao nodded. Chen Chen looked at him intently, his eyes filled with gratitude. Guyan Zhao felt a twinge of discomfort and reached for the porcelain cup on the bedside, placing it in Yun Chen's other hand. Indeed, drink some water. But, Yun Chen began. Drink as I instruct. No need for further discussion. Gu Yanchao interjected. At that moment, a timid little voice piped up from behind. Big brother, that is my cup. Gu Yanchao paused, turning to see a small child looking at him fearfully, akin to a cornered bandit, his face flushing crimson. This scene did not escape Yun Chen's notice, who unconsciously smiled softly. He extended the porcelain cup toward the child, speaking gently. Do not be afraid. I merely took it by mistake. I would never take your belongings. Please take it. The child, upon seeing Yun Chen, lost his fear, his eyes curving like small crescents as he chirped, It's all right. The handsome brother can drink. Yun Chen was momentarily stunned, meeting Gu Yanchao's gaze. The title of handsome brother was indeed well-deserved. Yun Chen's skin was a creamy white, his lashes long, and his dark eyes seemed perpetually shrouded in mist, glistening with moisture. His gaze was pure and clear, yet in Gu Yanchao's eyes, it felt like an irresistible hook, relentlessly tugging at his heartstrings. System 112. He is not right. Yun Chen replied, It is not that he is not right. Let me put it this way. He is gay. Yun Chen continued. Even a straight man could be swayed by this little body of mine. How much more so for him? He simply desires my form. How vulgar. System 112. Gu Yanchao was the first to avert his eyes, yet his body betrayed him, compelling him to turn away and raise his voice to mask his embarrassment. You stay here. I shall go deliver food to your mother. Yun Chen, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying him. System 112. You saw him get up. You intend to tease him, do you not? Yun Chen protested. I did not. I am merely a naive youth from a mountain village. I know nothing. How shy. System 112. The memories of the deceased have returned to torment me. Yun Chen stirred, prompting Gu Yanchao to threaten. You can only come down after the medication is finished. Otherwise, you must reimburse me for all the expenses incurred at the hospital. Taken aback, Yun Chen promptly retracted his feet and lay back down, obediently leaning against the headboard. His pitiful demeanor struck a chord in Gu Yanchao's heart. In haste, Gu Yanchao exited and resolved his issues in the hospital restroom. Upon leaving the hospital, he stood under the scorching sun for a moment and suddenly slapped himself. What was wrong with him? Chapter 115. The rough man's delicate heart. Yun Chen spent 2 nights at the county hospital. Gu Yanchao did not appear, leaving him without funds for meals. Fortunately, the kind-hearted elderly and young patients in the ward often brought him food from the cafeteria. The moment Gu Yanchao departed, Yun Chen's stomach pain subsided. He engaged in delightful conversations with the elderly lady and played chess with the old man, thoroughly enjoying himself. To amuse the children, he cleverly used System 112 to perform magic tricks with jelly. He brought the jelly into the system's space, and when he produced it again, only the shell remained. The children, unaware that the jelly had vanished into Yun Chen's mouth, joyfully exclaimed that the handsome brother was a magician. System 112 remarked, When will you mature a little? Yun Chen replied, What's wrong? Is the jelly not tasty? System 112 responded, It's delicious, hee. Yun Chen accumulated quite a bit of strategy points. Biting into a large vegetable bun while pondering in his mind, Dear, what is he up to? He shouldn't be farming, right? System 112 answered, Crunch, crunch, crunch. Gu Yanchao borrowed a few films from Liu Erquin to watch. He is trying them out while watching, but he is struggling and questioning his life choices. Yun Chen scoffed, Why watch those fake films when you have a living one right here? System 112 quipped, Do you want to hear what you just said? Yun Chen chuckled, Hee hee. How wonderful. Good days are on the horizon. On the 3rd morning, Gu Yanchao came to arrange for his discharge. His expression was exceedingly complex, dark and intimidating. Yun Chen followed behind, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, and tentatively called out, Yanchao Ge. The man ahead abruptly turned, his face fierce. Do not call me that. It was indeed he who had brought this upon himself. Truly a wretched being tempting another's partner. Gu Yanchao seized him by the collar, and seeing his hunched shoulders and pitiful look only fueled his unbridled anger. Tempting me? Then I shall show you the consequences of such actions. Let us see if you dare to climb into another's bed again. Gu Yanchao clenched his jaw and dragged Yun Chen to the restroom. The county hospital lacked partitions. but there was a small compartment designated for the elderly and infirm. Without a second thought, Guyan Zhao pulled him inside, pushing him against the creaking wooden panel. Yun Chen gasped, barely finding his footing before Guyan Zhao silenced him with a kiss. Mimicking the scenes from films, Guyan Zhao clumsily attempted to kiss him, lacking finesse. Nonetheless, it was evidently effective for Guyan Zhao himself. He believed he had performed admirably. Yet upon witnessing the tears streaming down Yun Chen's face and the swelling of his lips, he menacingly threatened, "Dare to utter a word outside, and see if your family can ever have a morsel to eat again." In an instant, Yun Chen's complexion drained of color, his lips clenched tightly, suppressing any sound. After marking his territory, Guyan Zhao pressed down on Yun Chen's head, forcing him to crouch. Yun Chen felt something prick his face through the fabric, and in fright, he attempted to flee, only to be yanked back by his hair. Guyan Zhao's scornful voice echoed above him. "What are you pretending for? Do you think I am unaware of how repugnant you are? Wasn't this precisely your intention last time?" Yun Chen's body stiffened, trembling slightly. Su Yinchun was not gay. During his university years, he had even dated a delightful girlfriend. Unfortunately, after just a year, calamity struck. That day, he found himself in Guyan Zhao's bed, not for any illicit reason, but simply to seek a support system for himself and his mother. He had no time to wallow in self-pity or to concern himself with others' judgments. His survival was paramount, and he would employ any means necessary to protect his mother from harm. Guyan Zhao continued speaking above him. "Here's your chance. Please me, and perhaps your mother will enjoy chicken soup at every meal." At these words, Yun Chen ceased his struggles, slowly raising his eyes to meet the towering man before him. Wasn't he this precisely what he desired? To establish a connection with Guyan Zhao, ensuring his mother would have warm meals. So why hesitate? Could that fragment of pride sustain him? Did he still long for that girl? Yet how could he ever be worthy of her now? Yin Shan bit down hard on his tongue, the taste of blood igniting the courage to take this step, closing his eyes and gently pressing his cheek against the rusted, bloodstained scythe. Ding, Guyan Zhao's favorability value. 10. Current favorability value. 10. Chapter 116. The rough man's delicate pet 08 fertile soil, with just a casual scattering of seeds, would see wheat ears sprouting vigorously. Times have changed. The wheat now yields to mechanized harvesting. Villagers pool their resources to rent a harvester, seizing the agricultural season while saving on labor. Over time, the experience of wielding a sickle to reap the wheat has faded into memory. Guyan Zhao, reminiscent of those days, picked up a sickle to try his hand at harvesting. As he raised the sickle to cut the golden stalks, the sun bathed his back in warmth, and sweat dampened his hair. An hour later, Yin Shan leaned over the trough, retching. As he heaved, his legs buckled, but Guyan Zhao caught him, urging, "Hurry and wash up." Ignoring him, Yin Shan continued to rinse his mouth at his own pace. Had he not endured enough? Was there no dignity left to be spared? Guyan Zhao believed he had finished harvesting the wheat, yet, to his surprise, some grains remained. Watching Yunshin's leisurely demeanor distressed him, as the grains were on the verge of shedding their husks. Without hesitation, he reached out to assist. His large hand splashed cold water haphazardly onto Yunshin's face, causing him to cough and tighten his chest, triggering another wave of dry heaves. Guyan Zhao was reluctant to squander too much time on him, half supporting and half dragging him out of the hospital, ultimately tossing him onto an agricultural tricycle. Yun Chen's back ached painfully from the fall, and he quietly asked Guyan Zhao if he could lay down some straw. Guyan Zhao shot him a cold glance, starting the engine while mockingly retorting, "How about I lay down 20 layers of duck-down quilt for you, Princess P?" Yun Shan was momentarily taken aback and fell silent, curling up to shield his eyes. Perhaps considering Yun Shan had just been discharged after a gastric hemorrhage, Guyan Zhao made an effort to navigate smoothly, driving steadily over the flat terrain. Yun Shan endured little suffering, huddled in the shade of Guyan Zhao's shadow, his eyes fluttering shut as he nearly succumbed to slumber. Before long, the tricycle came to a halt, and a rough hand patted his face, startling Yun Chen awake as Guyan Zhao pulled him down. Guyan Zhao produced a banknote and pressed it into Yun Chen's hand, frowning as he instructed, "Go wash your face, and then take this money to the village shop to pay for the rental of the machine." The crops in the village and on the back mountain were tended collectively, with each household contributing labor and resources, sharing the harvest together. Chen Chen's family, lacking both funds and strength, received no share. Clenching the money tightly, Chen Chen looked up at Gu Yanchao with misty, grateful eyes. Gu Yanchao discreetly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring they were alone before smirking at Chen Chen. "No need to thank me. This is your reward for this time." Chen Chen was momentarily stunned, the gratitude in his eyes fading into desolation. Gu Yanchao gave him a gentle shove, urging, "Hurry up." With his legs feeling weak and his feet unsteady, Chen Chen turned back, tears streaming down his cheeks one by one. Upon returning home, he found the kitchen stocked with an array of ingredients, showing signs of recent cooking. Louis Weiyuan sat on the bed at the end of the room, gently combing her long hair with a brush. Chen Chen approached, took the comb from her, and tenderly helped his mother with her hair. Louis Weiyuan smiled blissfully, affectionately urging her son, "Chen Chen, stop fooling around and go study. Your father is here to take care of me." Chen Chen realized that his mother still regarded him as her little boy. Perhaps Gu Yanchao's cooking had reminded her of the time when his father was still alive. Respecting his mother's wishes, Chen Chen set down the comb, embraced her, and retreated to his small room. He dusted off his neglected desk and polished the family photo of the three of them. Once, it was his father toiling in the fields who upheld their household. Later, his mother, in her own way, provided him shelter, her fragile shoulders supporting their little world. Now, it was his turn. Lying on his bed, Chen Chen quietly wiped away his tears, clutching the slightly faded old photograph as he drifted off to sleep. Chen Chen, phew, that was exhilarating. System 112. Do you know you've choked back my tears? Chen Chen, foster father. System 112. Understood, I'll apply some ice packs for you. Chen Chen, much cooler. Sigh, if Lu Yuan's life improves, mine will be miserable. System 112. I see no signs of your misery. You seem rather eager. Chapter 117. The Tough Guy's Delicate Side. Gu Yanchao's darkening disposition remains significantly high, yet his strategy value has already shifted by 10 points. Chen Chen silently contemplated a strategy in his heart. Gu Yanchao was unlike anyone from his previous world. His darkness primarily stemmed from a fear of unusual gazes, with very little originating from Chen Chen himself. Therefore, he could momentarily disregard his dark value and maximize his strategy points. Affirming his thoughts, Chen Chen relaxed his body and soon drifted into a deep slumber. System 112 assisted him by applying ice packs and circulating cool air, making his sleep extraordinarily comfortable. When Chen Chen regained consciousness, a rough, large hand was pressed against his forehead. After Gu Yanchao had given Chen Chen some money, he called a few young men to the back mountain to harvest vegetables. In the summer, vegetables grow rapidly and need to be collected every few days. Otherwise, they would rot and become waste. Once they finished gathering the vegetables, they descended to the spring to till the soil, clearing away weeds in preparation for planting rice. While tilling, Gu Yanchao spotted a yellow eel, a nourishing delicacy. He couldn't help but think of Chen Chen's frail frame, delicate skin that left an imprint with a mere touch. Not needing it for himself, he decided to save it for Chen Chen. With swift reflexes, Gu Yanchao seized the eel and found a large stone to press it down. In the evening, the vigorous young men carried baskets down the mountain, distributing the vegetables from house to house. Any excess scraps were mixed with bran to feed the pigs, while larger potatoes were set aside, and smaller ones were boiled to feed the chickens and ducks. When Lu Erquin saw 3 yellow eels pressed in Gu Yanchao's basket, his eyes sparkled, and he reached out. "Give me one, Brother Yanchao. I love this." Gu Yanchao swatted his hand away. "If you want to eat, catch your own. This is mine." Lu Erquin wanted to grab it, but his clumsy hands failed him. He pouted, saying, "I won't share any more of my movies with you." Gu Yanchao snorted, nearly retorting that he didn't need them, but fortunately caught himself in time. "Your quality is too poor. I'm not interested." By the time they finished their tasks, night had already fallen. Lu Erquin pulled Gu Yanchao to the small shop for cigarettes. Upon arriving, they discovered that Chen Chen hadn't come to pay that day. Gu Yanchao lost interest in smoking, idly passed the time, then declared he was tired and turned to head to Chen Chen's home. He quietly slipped into Yun Chen's room without disturbing Lu Yueyuan. Yun Chen lay on his side, sleeping lightly. Gu Yanchao, thinking he might be ill again, reached out to touch his forehead and then brushed his hand against his cheek. Not warm. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he noticed a photograph clutched in Yun Chen's arms. Curiously, he pulled the frame free to examine it, revealing a little boy standing between his parents, innocently gazing upward with a cherubic face. Quite adorable, he thought. Startled by the sudden thought, Gu Yanchao tossed the photograph onto the table, nudged Yun Chen, and tugged at his ear, exclaiming, "Hey, wake up. It's time to eat." The boy on the mat groggily opened his eyes and wiped his mouth. "What meal?" Gu Yanchao turned on the light, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Thinking about food right after waking up, what a lofty ambition. Upon recognizing who had entered, Yun Chen pressed his lips together, sat up, and adjusted his shirt that had rolled up to his chest. "I'm sorry. I fell asleep. I'll go pay right now." Gu Yanchao's gaze returned from Yun Chen's midsection, replying, "Never mind, the door is closed. We can go tomorrow." Yun Chen nodded. "All right. Gu Yanchao, by the way, I brought you something delightful. It's in the kitchen basket. You can prepare dinner for you and your mother." Yun Chen nodded, groggily rising to his feet, uncertain of what had been brought over. Perhaps a chicken? He pondered this as he politely expressed his gratitude and slipped on his shoes to head to the kitchen. Gu Yanchao leaned against the wall, casually observing him while chewing on a wheat stalk. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the rustling sound of the bamboo basket being moved, followed by a muffled gasp from the young boy. Then a thud as something fell to the ground. Gu Yanchao had intentionally frightened him for amusement. He strolled over, ready to tease Yun Chen for his timidity, when suddenly he felt a weight on him as Yun Chen leapt onto him, wrapping his legs around Gu Yanchao's waist. Panic etched on his face. There's a snake. A snake. Gu Yanchao, annoyed, tried to push him down, insisting it was not a snake. Yun Chen burst into tears, clinging to him tightly, his feet refusing to touch the ground. "Please, get it away. I'm terrified of snakes." Gu Yanchao hissed, "Don't call me brother." But Yun Chen, lost in his sobs, pressed his tear-streaked face against Gu Yanchao's neck, his tears falling onto his shoulder. "Please get them away." Fearing that his cries would attract others, Gu Yanchao lifted Yun Chen, cradling him as he carried him to the room. Yun Chen continued to sob uncontrollably, nearly gasping for breath. Gu Yanchao's heart softened, and against his better judgment, he soothed him. "The snake can't get in here. Stop crying. I'll take care of it." With that reassurance, Yun Chen finally loosened his grip. Gu Yanchao secured the door and returned to the kitchen to deal with the 3 slippery eels strewn across the floor. Was it really necessary to be so frightened? Gu Yanchao rubbed his neck, recalling the moment when the delicate boy had leaped into his arms, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. In a good mood, he deftly pinned the eels to the cutting board to clean them, mumbling to himself, "How can you look so much like a snake and scare that little princess? I suppose I'll have to stew you to make it up to him." After cleaning the eels, he placed them in a bowl, adding half a jar of rice wine and a bit of ginger before sealing them in a pot. Chapter 118. The delicate boy of the rough man having ignited a fire in his heart, Gu Yanchao rushed to check on Yun Chen in the room. Yun Chen was seated at the desk, lost in thought while gazing at a group photo. Gu Yanchao cleared his throat, causing Yun Chen to flinch, his shoulders tensing and a tuft of hair standing on end. Gu Yanchao's gaze softened involuntarily. With such an innocent and unassuming appearance, how could he have learned to seduce men so effortlessly? Yet, he certainly knew how to entice. Heavy makeup could never awaken primal desires. Only a collision at the soul level could achieve that. Just his easily startled nature and that melancholic, serene aura made Gu Yanchao long to pull him close and tease him mercilessly. After all, releasing him would only lead him to another bed. Moreover, the issue of his attraction to men was something Yun Chen had instigated. He had to take responsibility, didn't he? Gu Yanchao, searching for conversation, inquired, "What are you looking at?" Yun Chen carefully tucked away the photograph, replying, "Nothing. Have you caught a snake?" As Gu Yanchao stepped inside, he raised his hand to caress Yun Chen's tear-streaked eyelashes. "That's an eel, not a snake." Yun Chen felt the unpleasant odor lingering on Gu Yanchao's hands and frowned slightly, pushing away the hand that sought to touch him. "You should wash your hands." With a playful scoff, Gu Yanchao feigned a pinch to his cheek. "Not washing, so what?" Yun Chen fell silent, his brow furrowing deeper, a hint of irritation flickering in his eyes. Yet, even his displeasure appeared charming. This slight scowl ignited an unexpected mischief in Gu Yanchao. "Are you upset?" He leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees to scrutinize Yun Chen, exclaiming, "I washed, but the smell of eel is hard to wash away." Yun Chen, though speaking softly, firmly stated, "There, soap." Gu Yanchao retorted, "I don't like using that. Besides, you tasted something even smellier today, didn't you?" Yun Chen, initially gazing at him, abruptly turned away in silence, adopting a posture that suggested he would no longer engage with Gu Yanchao. All right, I'll wash." "You're quite demanding, princess." Gu Yanchao conceded. "If I wash, can I sleep here tonight? You seem to have quite a few demands yourself." Yun Chen replied, still silent. Gu Yanchao interpreted this as tacit approval and leisurely exited. He felt that using soap was somewhat excessive, so he simply shed his shirt and trousers, swiftly rinsing himself with water and soap foam. In truth, even if Yun Chen had refused, he would have assumed consent. This was his domain. Feeling rather pleased, Gu Yanchao emerged bare-chested, retrieving the steamed eel. Water droplets cascaded from his dark hair down his back, ultimately disappearing into the waistband of his loose trousers. Sensing footsteps approaching, Gu Yanchao straightened his back, showcasing his physique. He believed Yun Chen was admiring him, while Yun Chen was merely taken aback by his culinary skills. System 112. "Isn't that what you said? Sounding so genuine?" Yun Chen, shy JPG. Gu Yanchao proceeded to stir-fry 2 more dishes. Yun Chen arranged the meal and delivered it to his mother, then set up a small round table in the open courtyard, where they dined under the moonlight. Lu Yuan, not fond of eel, left all of it for Yun Chen. Yun Chen scrutinized the eel-like contents in his bowl, shaking his head in refusal. "I want to eat it." Gu Yanchao replied, "If you want to eat it, I will." Yun Chen, feeling as though he had been saved, relaxed his brow slightly and pushed the bowl towards him. "Do you need vinegar?" Gu Yanchao, captivated by the expression that revealed Yun Chen's thoughts, grinned. "This is nutritious. If I eat it, someone won't be able to sleep tonight." Yun Chen silently pulled the bowl back. Gu Yanchao chuckled and ruffled Yun Chen's hair, adopting a tone meant to coax a child. "Close your eyes. I'll let you taste a little bit. It's delicious." Yun Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, closing his eyes. "Open your mouth," Gu Yanchao instructed. Gu Yanchao gazed at the tightly sealed crimson lips of the youth. Under the moonlight, the boy appeared strikingly beautiful, his eyes shut yet his delicate eyelids trembled with tension. Unable to resist, Gu Yanchao leaned in and planted a fervent kiss upon his lips. Ding! Gu Yanchao's strategy value increased by 10, current strategy value 30. The youth opened his eyes, a mix of shame and astonishment in his expression. "What are you doing?" Seizing the moment, Gu Yanchao swiftly placed a piece of eel meat into his mouth. Yun Chen, startled by the slippery texture, instinctively opened his mouth to retch. But Gu Yanchao deftly supported his chin, admonishing him, "Don't waste food, chew it." With great reluctance, Yun Chen chewed and swallowed, finding no delight in the taste. However, the corners of his eyes flushed with a rosy hue. Just as he contemplated trying another bite, he overheard Gu Yanchao muttering, "Is it really that unpalatable? Erquan loves this stuff. I should have given it to him." Yun Chen swallowed his words, pressing his lips into a thin line. The mention of that name extinguished his appetite entirely. He merely stirred his chopsticks a few times before declaring himself full. Food must not be wasted. Gu Yanchao, accustomed to his carefree demeanor, failed to notice Yun Chen's change in mood, devouring what was left and lecturing him on the importance of valuing food. Disinclined to engage further, Yun Chen stood and walked toward the room. Gu Yanchao cleared the table and began washing the dishes, oblivious to any underlying issues, and called out, "Don't forget to take your medicine." "Oh," came Yun Chen's muffled reply, suggesting he had already retreated into his room to lie down. Gu Yanchao suddenly paused, realizing a troubling thought. He had prepared the meal, washed the dishes, and that delicate little prince had only taken a few bites, one of which he had personally fed him. Wait, who was serving whom? Gu Yanchao placed the dishes into the sink, deciding against washing them. However, leaving them out in the sweltering heat overnight would surely result in spoilage. That delicate personage struck him as someone entirely unaccustomed to manual labor. Could they possibly wash them clean? Gu Yanchao picked them up again and, as he washed, murmured to himself for reassurance. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Soon, I'll have him serve me in other ways. After finally calming himself, Gu Yanchao tidied the dishes and made his way to Yun Chen's room. As he approached, ready to demand some service in return, he discovered that Yun Chen had already taken his medicine and was fast asleep on the bed. Su Yun Chen? Gu Yanchao plopped down onto the bed, deliberately making noise, yet Yun Chen did not stir. He reached out, giving the boy's face a few gentle pats. But Yun Chen merely frowned in a sleepy haze, remaining undisturbed. At this point, Gu Yanchao had deduced the situation. The medication prescribed by the hospital likely contained sedative components. He found the idea of engaging with someone in such a state quite unappealing, akin to being with a lifeless corpse. Gu Yanchao was now filled with regret, immense regret for having consumed 3 pieces of eel that night. Yet, all he could do was suppress the rising frustration within him and stare longingly at the ceiling. Chapter 119. The delicate spoiled boy of a rough man 11 the following morning. When Yun Chen awoke, Gu Yanchao had already departed. There was an endless array of tasks awaiting in the fields. Although Yun Chen had been away from the countryside for quite some time, he still remembered the rhythm of life here. In the early hours of 4 or 5 in the morning, summer unveils its most refreshing moments, with the dawn just beginning to break. If one seizes this time to accomplish a bit more, they can rest comfortably at home during the sweltering midday heat. Yun Chen rises to wash up, placing 2 ears of corn and 2 sweet potatoes in the steamer, while simultaneously preparing a pot of mung bean porridge. Yun Chen inquires, "Is the system available? Where has Gu Yanchao gone?" System 112 responds, "He has gone to tend his rice paddies. He is about to transplant the seedlings." For the elderly here, a trip to the mountains is quite strenuous. The youth lack Gu Yanchao's experience, thus the burden of technical expertise falls solely on him. Clearly, the original owner had a commendable eye for reliable support. Yet, who could have known he was also deeply closeted? According to the developments of the previous world, Su Yunqing was once dragged from his bed by Gu Yanchao and submerged in the water tank. After the news spread, he succumbed to illness shortly thereafter. Lu Yuan, lacking any support, frantically rushed to the city seeking justice, only to be met with tragedy when struck by a vehicle. Yunqing sighs, "I'm about to tire." System 112 replies, "You do not need to transplant seedlings. Did you not find someone to rely on? Is my host really expected to provide warmth for him without any return?" Yun Chen counters, "It's true that I don't have to work, but am I the kind of person who is idle and indulgent?" System 112 quips, "Next time you enjoy sunflower seeds, make sure to clean up the shells yourself." Yun Chen, propping his legs in a relaxed manner, adds wood to the fire, chuckling, "Indeed, I prefer not to labor, but relying solely on beauty will not elevate my value in his eyes to a passing grade. Furthermore, my willingness to work could evoke an innate sense of crisis in Gu Yanchao. He might wonder why I am willing to labor. Does he believe I no longer intend to depend on him? Am I not living well?" System 112 observes, "That seems to be your primary concern." Yun Chen grins, "You caught me." Continuing, Yun Chen expresses, "Dearest little system, I require your assistance with one more task." System 112 asks, "What is it?" Yun Chen requests, "Incorporate a subtle gay version into those little films, ensuring it is not too explicit, but rather gentle, preferably with a transitional element." System 112 responds, "Understood." As the sweet potatoes cook, Yun Chen uses chopsticks to retrieve the steaming vegetables and serves them to Lu Yuan. After sipping a few mouthfuls of porridge and informing his mother, he heads to the village's small shop to pay the rent for the machine. The shopkeeper regards him with suspicion for a moment before impatiently tossing him a notebook, stating, "Write your name. If you can't write, just draw. How forgetful of me to overlook that you are the village's top scholar." Ignoring the shopkeeper's sarcastic remarks, Yun Chen opens the notebook and signs his name. He notices the entire notebook filled with crooked scribbles, save for Gu Yanchao's name, which is neatly inscribed, albeit with strokes that betray a hint of inexperience, resembling that of a primary school student. Upon finishing his signature and stepping outside, he encounters Liu Erquin, who approaches with a cigarette in his mouth to buy matches. Startled, Chen Chen turns and flees. Liu Erquin, tossing the cigarette behind his ear, calls out, "Hey, stop!" Having been thoroughly intimidated by Gu Yanchao after the last incident that left Chen Chen hospitalized, Liu Erquin hesitates to cause trouble. Yet, seeing Chen Chen run ignites an instinctual urge to chase, and soon both are sprinting in pursuit of each other. Chen Chen, little system, quickly, "Retrieve Gu Yanzhao's coordinates for me." System 112, understood. The two traversed the cobblestone path, sprinting across the fields, until they reached the edge of the pond. Exhausted, Chen Chen collapsed on the ground, and Liu Erquin seized him by the collar. "You rascal! Why are you running like a rabbit?" "I never said to." Suddenly, Chen Chen let out a piercing scream, clutching his head with both hands. Before Liu Erquin could comprehend the situation, he was abruptly yanked aside and fell into the pond with a splash. Struggling for breath like a waterlogged spirit, he clambered out, only to see the towering figure of Gu Yanzhao. "Brother Yanzhao?" Gu Yanzhao cast a sidelong glance at Chen Chen and delivered a sharp slap to Liu Erquin's head. "I told you not to cause trouble. Are you incapable of listening?" Liu Erquin widened his eyes. "I didn't hit him. Gu Yanzhao, I saw it with my own eyes." Instinctively, Liu Erquin turned to Chen Chen, who was sticking out his tongue and rolling his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, he had fallen into a trap. The shock on Liu Erquin's face gradually twisted. "Brother Yanzhao, he made a face at me." Gu Yanzhao glanced back at Chen Chen, observing his rolled eyes, and gave Liu Erquin another slap. That was a sign of pain. "Liu Erquin, I brother you. Gu Yanzhao, get lost. Or I'll have your actual brother deal with you." Filled with indignation, Liu Erquin cursed a few times in frustration before finally retreating. Chapter 120. The rough man's fragile darling Gu Yanzhao helped Chen Chen to his feet and noticed him hunched over, frowning. "Is your stomach acting up again?" Chen Chen shook his head, yet remained bent over, unable to stand straight. Gu Yanzhao, unwilling to carry him, scooped him up under his knees and laid him on a tricycle laden with green beans. As Gu Yanzhao observed Chen Chen lying there, he suddenly chuckled. "Now you truly resemble a princess atop a pea." Chen Chen shot him a weak glare. Gu Yanzhao gently ruffled his hair, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "You can still glare, so must not be serious. Stop crying. I'll take you home to rest." The term brother appeared to have a soothing effect, as Chen Chen ceased his tears and nestled quietly in the cart, looking obedient. Gu Yanzhao seemed to forget the way he had just slapped Liu Erquin, lightly patting Chen Chen's head as he started the vehicle to return home. Upon entering, Gu Yanzhao encountered Liu Yuan sitting in the yard. The moment she spotted Chen Chen being carried back, she became distraught, weeping as she struck Gu Yanzhao's shoulder. "What have you done to my son? Put it down." Naturally, Gu Yanzhao had no intention of reacting to a woman in distress. He endured her slaps while carrying Chen Chen inside and laying him on the bed. "Liu Yuan, what happened to my son?" "Gu Yanzhao, he was working in the fields and suffered from heat stroke. I brought him back to drink some water." Liu Yuan paused for a moment. "Heat stroke? Water?" Gu Yanzhao patiently explained. "Yes, just heat stroke. Please fetch some water quickly." Liu Yuan wiped her tears and hurried to bring water. Gu Yanzhao prepared the medicine and assisted Chen Chen in drinking it, carefully observing his complexion. If he were to vomit blood again, they would likely need to take him to the hospital in the city. Fortunately, after taking the medicine, Chen Chen nestled into his embrace, drifting off to sleep without further complaints of pain or spitting blood. He merely appeared profoundly aggrieved. Gu Yanzhao felt a pang of sympathy and gently caressed his back. Liu Erquin was still quite young, and he had not finished his thought when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his hand. Looking down, he discovered that the youth in his arms had bitten his finger. Chen Chen released his grip, his drowsy gaze lingering on him. Can we refrain from mentioning him? Feeling the moistness of his fingers, Gu Yanzhao's spine stiffened momentarily. So, it was indeed because he had mentioned Liu Erquin that Chen Chen had become displeased last night. Leaning closer to Chen Chen's ear, he whispered, "Are you jealous?" Chen Chen closed his eyes and huffed. "What do I have to be jealous of?" Gu Yanzhao could not suppress his laughter, the corners of his lips involuntarily curling upward. All right, I promise I won't mention him again. Chen Chen replied. It's not that I can't call you brother. It's just that he can call you that, right? The little princess was quite possessive, and Gu Yanzhao's heart melted at the sight. He ruffled Chen Chen's hair, soothing him. From now on, only you can call me brother. No one else, especially not that fool. Chen Chen blinked, then buried his face in his chest, his warm breath gently brushing against his shirt as he mumbled. Ding. Gu Yanzhao strategy value 10, current strategy value 40. Ding. The main system reminds the host that the target's corruption level is quite high. The strategy value is for reference only. As Gu Yanzhao embraced the soft figure, he was lost in pleasant thoughts when suddenly a hand pushed him away. Chen Chen coldly extricated himself from his embrace, curling back on the bed, presenting him with his back. Gu Yanzhao was taken aback. What did I do wrong? He poked Chen Chen's shoulder, but found he had already fallen into a steady slumber. Chapter 121. The delicate one beneath the rough exterior, what could he do now? He couldn't wake him. Gu Yanzhao gazed at Chen Chen for a while, his expression darkening as he retrieved the plastic bag containing the medicine, counting how many more doses were needed. He realized there were still 2 days left. Reflecting on his past, he recalled how he used to work in the fields all day and then collapse in a bed, hardly able to remember such matters for months on end. It seemed this situation was truly inescapable. Once you began, there was no stopping. The key was that the instigator lay curled up on the bed, sleeping soundly like a rabbit, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Gu Yanzhao licked his dry lips and took his scythe outside, swinging it aimlessly through the air. Foster father. System 112. Understood. Projecting for you. It's just a scythe. After all, I could do it too. I can even wear it on my waist. Can he? Chen Chen. Little system. Can I request a 3D projection? System 112. That function is not available. Chen Chen. Can't touch it. I'm not happy. Once Gu Yanzhao had finished, he hurriedly left, while Chen Chen lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. System 112. Don't make that noise. Since he was alone in the room, Chen Chen dove into the system space. His head rested upon a wolf's paw exchanged from the previous world, his legs crossed in a languid manner. System 112. Complying with his unreasonable demands, connected several straws to create an exceptionally long one, allowing him to recline and sip on iced tea. Chen Chen chuckled, hee, quite comfortable. System 112 replied, you still find amusement? Did you hear the main system's notification today? The main deity's corruption level is exceedingly high, and the Gonglir value is not to be considered. Dressed in the grayish-white shirt of the imperial prison, Chen Chen swayed his pearly toes and remarked, I did hear. Reducing his corruption level by 10 or 20 points would be simple, but lowering it to a more manageable level would be quite troublesome and would depend on his own efforts. System 112 inquired, depend on himself? Chen Chen continued, I have studied his data. Part of his corruption stems from his rejection of homosexuality, while another part arises from his own fears. He added, we could say the first part is the tip of the iceberg, while the true monstrous entity lies beneath the surface of fear. Chen Chen mused. It is not impossible to reduce it. The rural information is relatively isolated, so exposing him more to the outside world should suffice. System 112 responded, I don't quite understand, but the little host's analysis is indeed impressive. Chen Chen then asked, by the way, it seems the original owner's phone was stolen. Could you help me retrieve it, dear? System 112 assured, no problem. For a small village, every day of summer was bustling. The young men of Shaha village toiled in the mountains all day, returning in the evening with vegetables on their backs, while distributing the produce from door to door. Lu Erquin noticed a heap of pond snails at the bottom of Gu Yanzhao's basket. Lu Erquin's eyes brightened. I love these. Please share some with me. Gu Yanzhao, lost in thought, swiftly pulled his basket back as a black claw reached into it, exclaiming, these are mine. If you want some, go collect your own. Eels won't eat them. Surely, the pond snails would be willing to share a bit. He had failed to notice Lu Erquin's jealousy the previous night. Today, he thought to bring back some pond snails to appease him, hoping to avoid swinging the sickle at empty air in the evening. Lu Erquin pleaded, Yanzhao, please give me a few. Gu Yanzhao lifted his basket and left, leaving behind the remark, that sounds awful. Don't call me brother again. Lu Erquin was left bewildered. With a mournful face, he ran to seek comfort from his own brother, only to be reprimanded by Lu Dequan. Who told you to cause trouble everywhere? Lu Dequan, irritated by his ungrateful younger brother, began to dredge up past grievances. When father had a bit of money, he wanted you to go to school, but you refused. Now look where that has led you, with nothing but losses at your age. What future can you have here? Lu Erquin, exasperated by his brother's words, retorted. What good does education do? Look at Su Yunqing. He topped the province, and what did he do? Came back to feed pigs and farm. That was a provincial top scorer, and you speak of him as if he were worthless. Lu Dequan frowned tightly, disdainfully proclaiming, forget it. You wouldn't achieve anything worthwhile anyway. Lu Erquin had faced 2 reprimands, both because of Su Yunqing. The youth squatted on the ground, smoking, grinding his teeth in frustration, his anger simmering. You, Su Yunqing, had better not fall into my hands. Chapter 122. The rough man's delicate side. That evening, Gu Yanchao headed straight to Yun Chen's home. Upon his entrance, he beheld Lu Yuan, her long hair cascading as she sat in the courtyard, while Yun Chen knelt behind her, assisting in the delicate task of arranging her tresses. Lu Yuan, catching sight of Gu Yanchao, greeted him with a warm smile. Xiao Chao has arrived. Our Chen Chen has finished her homework. You two should enjoy some time together. Gu Yanchao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Yin Chen, who, with a hint of anxiety, gestured towards him. Setting down the basket, Gu Yanchao replied with a smile. No need to worry, Aunt Lu. We'll play for a while, and then prepare dinner. You can simply await your meal. Lu Yuan nodded, gently patting Yun Chen's hand, instructing, Chen Chen, this is our home. Do not let Xiao Chao lift a finger, understand? Understood, Mom, Yin Chen affirmed. Lu Yuan returned, cradling a small red mirror. Gu Yanchao, adopting a lordly demeanor, plopped onto a stool, exclaiming, Indeed, this is your home. Why am I always being tasked with chores? Get up, Yin Chen commanded. Gu Yanchao chuckled. After a long day of toil outside, is it too much to ask to sit for a moment? I shall not budge. With a sudden crack, the rickety stool, already on the verge of collapse, gave way beneath the weight of his robust frame. Yin Chen tugged at him, insisting, I told you to get up. Gu Yanchao brushed off the dust from his clothes, gathered the broken pieces of wood, and grumbled, the quality is truly poor. One wonders who crafted this. I did, Yin Chen replied. The craftsmanship is decent, but the wood is substandard. Tomorrow, I shall procure better timber for you, Gu Yanchao remarked. He handed the basket to her, filled with an assortment of treasures, field snails, vegetables, meat, corn, and freshly picked bayberries and green beans. As Yin Chen surveyed the bounty, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she lowered her gaze, appearing more subdued. Since being returned to the village, she had struggled to secure food, resorting to secretly foraging for tiny, overlooked potatoes on the mountain. The meager finds were mostly given to her mother, whose frail health deteriorated further without proper nourishment. In desperation, Yin Chen had devised the precarious plan of enticing Gu Yanchao for assistance. Initially fearing failure, she had not anticipated the shift in his demeanor following a confrontation, leading him to become a source of support. Reflecting on the moment when Gu Yanchao referred to her mother as Aunt Lu, a warmth began to soften her expression. If he truly cared for her mother, she was willing to embrace this arrangement. Thank you. I shall prepare dinner, Yin Chen stated. Gu Yanchao was about to question her gratitude, considering their relationship a mere transaction, but upon meeting her slightly reddened eyes, he found himself speechless, captivated by her almost tearful expression. The words he intended to speak vanished from his mind as he gazed at Yin Chen, unable to shake the dazed look from his face even as she walked away. Yin Chen mused to herself, it is fortunate he is handsome, otherwise, he might truly seem foolish. System 112 interjected, Yin Chen, there's no helping it. I simply possess this charm. It is not his fault. Please retract your tail. It is soaring high. System 112 admonished. As Yin Chen bantered with the little system, she bent to kindle a fire. The evening air was not particularly cool, and the task of gathering kindling brought tears to her eyes from the smoke. She coughed loudly a few times, but the man outside remained stubbornly unresponsive, as if he were a statue. Yin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, and suddenly his gaze fell upon the vibrant green snap beans in the basket. A glint of mischief flickered in his clear, bright eyes. He first steamed the corn, then sautéed the meat with potatoes, serving it to Lu Yuan before stepping out to prepare a meal for Gu Yanzhao and himself. Chen, with rather clumsy knife skills, chopped the snap beans and tossed them into the pan, retrieving them before they were fully cooked. System 112. You can't do that. Undercooked snap beans are toxic. Chen. Shoo. System 112. Chen. It's sweltering. I never want to cook again. System 112. So you decided to prepare a plate of poisonous beans for a permanent solution, did you? Chen. How was I to know they were toxic? I'm just a bookworm lacking life experience. If I'm asked to cook again, I might as well forage for poisonous mushrooms to serve. Chen, la la la. The little girl foraging for mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket, hurried to the market and traded for a scythe. System 112. I suspect you're being cheeky, but I have no evidence. Chen presented the field snails and snap beans, and the rice was perfectly steamed. The plate of toxic beans, cut haphazardly, surprisingly looked quite appealing. Gu Yanzhao eagerly picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. Who would have thought? You're quite the diligent cook. Chen averted his gaze. Gu Yanzhao, oblivious to the laughter he was suppressing, assumed he was merely shy. It's really not bad. You should try some. Chen. I don't. Before he could finish, Gu Yanzhao fed him a piece. Reluctantly, Chen chewed, unable to laugh, internally shouting father. System 112. Understood. Activating pain sensitivity suppression. After their meal, Chen played his role to the fullest, voluntarily washing the dishes. Gu Yanzhao stretched his long legs lazily, fiddling with the snail shells on the table, murmuring to them, "Well done, you've earned merit." Just as he was daydreaming about how to treat Chen that evening, he suddenly noticed him emerging from the kitchen. Gu Yanzhao finished washing? Chen ignored him, clutching his stomach and hastily exiting. Gu Yanzhao, where are you going? Chen frowned. To the restroom. Don't follow me. The village latrine was the kind that resembled a pigsty, collecting waste to be used as fertilizer. Chen was immensely grateful for the system that could eliminate odors and ward off mosquitoes. Otherwise, dying here for the sake of performance would be quite unfortunate. Hearing Chen mention the restroom, Gu Yanzhao refrained from following. He waited in the yard,